you in a fair lane. Give you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all the back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta. Que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien. Que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Suelta pa' que me baile. No te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas te tallen. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes, pa' que me baile. No te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas te tallen. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Hay un tequila, mame.
Ella se va de la casa, de la casa.
Mafio.
Ella se va de la casa.
Rich music. Dímelo, baby, baby.
Ella se va de la casa, de la casa.
Ahora pata abajo, pata abajo,
Ella
pata
se
abajo,
va de
pata
la
abajo.
casa.
Yeah.
Hip hop ain't really this shit for me. Little bell for the homies. Got a little green, bought a beam for the Foudy. Took more shots after phase than Kelby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. They smell like the man running town. Lucas mode. When I am, I heard the Lucas told. Long Beach like Crazy Joe or Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from House the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump a flip where the is at. Might where the women at. Baby, bass in my similar. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangster. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big
one warned you, ain't no time for no play. When you sleeping on that stretcher like lay. I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. They you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk. And expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on. I'd rather be service I'm bored. And I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang, bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no play. You sleeping on that stretcher like lay. I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. The reason I'm
clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. And see, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block, and I'm about to go feelin'. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it, we gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
All right, we are just about ready to go. Looks like a couple of minutes behind schedule, but we're good to go with another day of ML Bal here on twitch.tv. It is Canada Day, so happy Canada Day to everyone who's celebrating today. Like me, we have the Blue Jays and the White Sox here today. White Sox taking the first game of the series yesterday by a score of 4-1, scoring 3 runs in the top of the 8th to break a 1-1 tie. Blue Jays will try to bounce back in their nice Canada Day uniforms today. They will have Hyunjin Ryu on the mound, leading the American League in ERA. Let me say hello to all my fellow broadcasters here today. We have Justin, J-Man 1993, we have Jake, and we have Mark. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, I mean, glad that in 1867 a country named Canada decided to put forth their constitution, make it effective, and happy to celebrate it here today with y'all in the booth. Gonna be a tough one though for the Blue Jays going up against these, I'd say, red hot White Sox, who are not leading their division but are running away with the wild card. However, if there was any man to do it, Hyunjin Ryu with his 1.65 ERA on the season should be able to get it done. So hopefully the Blue Jays ride behind their ace and are able to get the W here from Rogers Center.
I think the standings will probably pop up on the side of the screen eventually. I think there's like a 3-way tie now for first place in the American League Central. See it there. I think, both the Twins and the White Sox picked up wins last night, and I think Cleveland lost. So it's 55-31 across.
Indeed, and you see right there, the man, the myth, the legend, Hyunjin Ryu, that 1.65 ERA, 10-3 record in 16 starts. He's having himself one heck of a season. A great free agent pickup by these Blue Jays, and Leury Garcia will be the first bat here for the White Sox, hitting .255 in that leadoff role. First pitch in, and that's going to be a strike high in the inside corner. Beautiful pitch to start off the day for Ryu.
Love that Canada Day red. It's wonderful.
Ryu fires in, and that'll miss just high, says home plate umpire. Beautiful day here in Canada for some baseball. 76 degrees, clear skies, and as someone who now has to live in Arizona, I'm sad I'm not back in Canada right now.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count.
Indeed, nice summer day here in Toronto.
And Ryu going early to that breaking ball, trying to maybe get some swing and miss action from Garcia. However, he holds 2-2 count. Swung on, fouled back on the high fastball. Two-two pitch.
Well, Garcia's in right field today. He usually plays second base, but Nick Madrigal is getting the start there because Nomar Mazara has been hurt for Chicago.
And that's a big loss of some power for Chicago, as that's going to go out into left field. So it's a long at-bat there for Garcia. And the throw in is not going to be in time, so it is a lead-off double for the White Sox. You know, the team from Chicago trying to ruin Canada Day here, but hopefully Ryu can battle back.
That's a pretty good throw from Gurriel. He made it closer than it appeared to be right off the bat. Looked like an easy double there, but Gurriel made it close. Unfortunately, a leadoff double, and now you got Tim Anderson.
36-game hitting streak. Look at that. That's pretty impressive.
That might be like a major league record. I'm not 100% sure. As that first pitch to him, though, will be a strike. So the count goes to 0-1. Runner hangs out there on second, and Anderson's going to just pop that through the right side of the infield. The runner was going to hold at third, though. So really quickly here, Ryu struggling now. Runners at first and third, and Anderson. Oh my, 37 games.
What is the major league record? I'm blanking out on it at the moment, but
Joe DiMaggio,
Ted Williams,
56.
I believe. Right?
Joe DiMaggio, 56.
Right. Testing my baseball skills here.
All right, well, we're far cry from 56, but you know, either way, that hit really helpful for the White Sox as Yoan Moncada comes in. He's fourth right now in the AL third base all-star voting. Having a pretty solid season at the plate. Definitely a capable defender over there. And that ball's going to be hit out to right field. Will the throw come in soon enough? Oh, wow, they're not even going to send the runner. So,
Yeah. Teoscar's got a pretty good arm out there and right, and that one was hit kind of shallow, so I guess you don't want to try to make a second out, a double play at home, when you've still got Edwin Encarnacion coming up.
yeah, I guess, but Garcia, pretty quick guy, and, you know, the one thing you might think about facing Hyun-Jin Ryu is, yes, he's making some mistakes now, but he definitely knows how to mow through batters.
of course, Edwin, the former Blue Jay, having a great year on the south side of Chicago.
Now, I wouldn't be too disappointed if he got thrown out of this Canada Day game.
0-1 count here now to Encarnacion. There's going to be a check over there at first to Anderson, and he's back in time. Doesn't even have to dive.
You see on the screen here his batting average for this season, .328, and normally we think of Edwin as, you know, the power hitter that he was with the Blue Jays, but just having a really good year this season and hitting for average as well.
I mean, I think this entire White Sox lineup is having, like, the year of their lives.
And that's why they're tied in first place with Minnesota and Cleveland.
And I guess if you're Chicago, you got to be happy because the AL Central, even if you don't win it, you're probably winning the wild card.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that these teams with such good records aren't even in first. I mean, they're tied for first right now, but it's a three-way tie, so it's an insanely competitive AL Central right now.
But Edwin Encarnacion's going to go down on strikes. Hyun-Jin Ryu battling back. That's his first K on the day, but a huge one there as we now see 2 outs, and all of a sudden the decision by Garcia to not try and test Teoscar Hernandez's arm out in right field might come back to bite these White Sox. Still, runner at first, a runner at third, and Jose Abreu at the plate, who does have 15 home runs on the season, and he's going to get it done right there. Another just cheeky single through the right side of the infield, and he will get to first. Anderson will advance to second. The runner comes home, and unfortunately, the Americans, the dirty Americans, strike first.
Of course, Abreu is a well-known Blue Jays killer, so that didn't surprise me. There you got the hit there.
1-0.
And Ryu starts Yasmani Grandal off with a ball. Grandal, one of the better catchers in the American League. You know, if the Chicago White Sox want to trade him to the D-backs, I wouldn't mind.
Ball back outside.
They just signed that 4-year, $73 million deal with Chicago in the offseason.
Before that was with the Brewers. Big part of some of their attempted playoff runs, but this one's not going to be a big part of any offense there, as it's quickly thrown on to second base. Bo Bichette able to get it done, and the Blue Jays get out of the top of the first. Unfortunately, though, Chicago strikes for 3 hits and a run, so the Canadians here in Toronto find themselves down early. Hopefully they can battle back.
And it's really uncharacteristic, especially with Eugen Ryu on the mound. He has a 1.65 ERA all season. So you expect him to come out, be firing strikes, getting outs, but struggling so far today.
White Sox have given the Blue Jays fits all year. They've won all five of the games they've played so far. And the last time the Blue Jays faced the White Sox was right when they entered that tailspin when they lost 8 straight.
Well, hopefully they can do a little better against the White Sox here today. Dallas Keuchel on the mound. And that's going to be a first pitch bunt, and that might actually do it. In fact, it does. It is misplayed on the third base line. That's just an absolutely beautiful bunt by Bo Bichette.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit lately, and guess he saw Moncada playing back a little bit there and just tried to take a bunt for a base hit, and sometimes that's all it takes to get going.
Never doubt the element of surprise.
Yeah, Dallas Keuchel, a guy who relies mainly on his sinker over the course of his major league career, does mix in a cutter and a slider quite often, as well as a changeup. Very rarely throws that four-seam fastball he has. And early in his career, he technically had a curveball too because, 5 pitches wasn't enough, but in recent times, he hasn't been throwing it. 0-2 count to Vlad, goes high, 1-2.
The interesting thing to me about Keuchel is he's already thrown as many innings as he did last year. Of course, he didn't get started right away in Atlanta. He only threw 112 innings last year there, though.
Yeah, he signed on June 6th with Atlanta, really late signing after the amateur draft so as to nullify the compensation that would have been required if a team had signed him before the draft.
Yeah, I think Dallas Keuchel held out partially, believing that he was worth a lot more than everyone else thought he was.
It's good to value yourself.
Yeah, he really didn't impress either a 1.37 ERA during his time in Atlanta, and so that's going to be just kind of a swinging bunt there. So it will advance Bo Bichette to second base. However, Vlad himself is thrown out at first.
Batting third, the first baseman,
Keuchel went 8-8 last year in Atlanta, 3.75 ERA, just starting 19 games. That's his fewest since his rookie season back in Houston in 2012.
Here's the man we all wanted benched or sent to AAA just about 2 months ago. Travis Shaw. Now he's 277.
And the June Player of the Month.
Yeah.
Now, if I told you 2 months ago that Travis Shaw would be batting third and starting at first base on Canada Day, I think you would have said I was insane.
I wouldn't even have said you were insane. I would have just started laughing. But unfortunately, he makes us all look silly here in the booth as he swings through that one and strikes out. So Dallas Keuchel records his first K on the day. So close, too. Looks like he's almost on it. In fact, I swear the animation of the baseball went through the bat.
What's interesting, Teoscar's 7th in the AL center field all-star vote, but he's playing right field for the Jays.
Well, they have DHs getting votes in the outfield, so it's like Nelson Cruz and some guys who are technically outfielders but never actually play there.
Ooh, well, he shouldn't be an all-star based on that swing. He does lead the Blue Jays in home runs, as you see there, with 16 on the year. A home run right now would be an absolutely beautiful twist of fate for this baseball game, but instead he swings on that low cutter and finds himself in the hole, 1-2. And that's going to be the swinging bunt. Oh, it is misplayed. And what? Why, Teos? What? He's safe. He's safe. I have no idea what happened there. I don't know why.
They scored a double.
I have a question. Why is Bo Bichette not running all the way to home on that one? Especially once you see that the tag is missed and they're throwing over. You got some wheels.
And
Either
2
way.
outs. You should be running on contact.
Yeah. I don't know what happens there, but it'll bring up Rowdy Tellez, who's not doing very well in first base All-Star voting. 803 OPS on the season, 36 RBIs, but a great opportunity to add 2 right here. Ooh, he was swinging for the fences.
There are already calls in the chat to send Nick Madrigal back to AAA after that play.
It was had a faint smell to it, maybe a certain odor to it, if you guys know what I mean.
Was it a rugged or a Rugned odor, you might say?
You might say, yeah.
All right, well, it's a 1-2 count to Tellez. Runners at second and third. Keuchel fires. And, oh my, Rowdy. What are you doing, Rowdy? The inning is over. The Blue Jays' threat does not come to pass. They get 2 hits, but no runs. And we're through the first inning here on a beautiful day from Rogers Center. It's Canada Day baseball. 1-0 White Sox.
Leading off for the White Sox, the left fielder.
That'll bring up Eloy Jimenez, playing in left field today. Pretty hot over his last 4 games, 6 for 15, but hasn't been a huge part of the offensive output so far for the South Side boys. I hope I said the right side of Chicago, because if not, I'm about to get some flack in the chat.
No, it is South Side for sure. I just remember that because their SB Nation is South Side Sox. That's the only way I remember that it's the South Side.
Well, I don't read anything about the White Sox because why would I?
I think they're a pretty interesting team, though. They've got a lot of good young players.
Well, we're going to have to hold it there as Shaw is able to make that play. 3 unassisted, you can score that. Jimenez is retired in short order, and there's 1 down here in the top of the second.
Of course, the Jays played the White Sox in the '93 American League Championship Series.
We all know who that ended up well for.
Dave Stewart was the MVP of that.
Indeed he was. I had the VHS tape of that '93 run, and I watched that thing over and over again. I still remember him getting out of that bases-loaded jam, nobody out. And he didn't allow a run to score, and that's why he was the MVP, I guess.
Yeah, what a stud, as it's a 3-0 count now from Ryu to Nick Madrigal, who looks like he just doesn't know how to grounders. Still don't really know what happened on that play or how Hernandez was able to get all the way to second. Not that it mattered in the end, but Ryu able to get a strike, 3-1 pitch into the plate. Ooh, good one there. High inside corner. That fastball catches the zone. Full count. And the K, so bye-bye Nick. Injun Ryu gets his second K on the day in just as many innings. There's 2 down now here in the top of the second, and boys, I think this is the Ryu we expected to come out of the gates, just getting people to swing and miss, people to get just easy ground ball contact. Unfortunately, maybe in the first, just a couple that went through the gaps in the infield that could have been played had they been hit somewhere else. Just like that one, as Vlad takes that in, and quickly, top of the second is over. It's still 1-0 White Sox.
Those are the batters you have to get, 7, 8, 9. They're not hitting particularly well, especially Madrigal and Luis Roberts. So that was a good inning by Ryu.
I want to take
we'll see if he can settle down and continue it for the rest of the game.
I want to quickly remind everyone that none of the 4 of us are doing today's broadcast out of any interest other than our love for the country of Canada. But we are raising money for a great cause, and if you like our broadcast here today, like what we're doing at Ball, please consider donating at the link below to RAIN, a fantastic nonprofit that works in the anti-sexual assault space, trying to protect victims and prevent further abuse. As that one goes deep, 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 it's out of here. The Blue Jays tied up on Gurriel's home run, 352 feet right down the left field line. And oh, Canada, we are tied here from Toronto.
Gurriel's got a lot of power in that bat, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of Javier Baez. He's a an athletic guy that doesn't walk a lot, strikes out a lot, and has a lot of power, a lot of quick bat speed. If he's, half the player Javier Baez is for the Jays will have a very good player.
Yesterday, we saw both starters on both sides of the ball, Matt Shoemaker for the Blue Jays and Lucas Giolito for the White Sox, go 6 innings for Giolito, 7 for Shoemaker. They both gave up 1 run, and the game was tied 1-1 heading into the later innings, and that's exactly where we are again today. The game tied 1-1. We'll see what happens.
Well, that ball is also blasted deep, deep, deep into the outfield. They keep going. They keep going. Oh, it's caught. I was ready to do another very loud home run call.
The second baseman.
I wish you had gotten that chance.
That nonchalant outfielder, they have that in the show. They're just kind of running slowly, and you don't know if they're going to catch it or not. That always fools me.
Well, now that'll bring up Cavan Biggio, who you see there they have the aggressive shift on him. I say you just bunt it down the third base line and take your butt over to first base.
Well, that worked in the first inning for Bichette.
Yeah, but I don't think they were shifting so aggressively on him. He's got like half the infield to work with now.
Right, it was more just the element of surprise coming on the very first pitch of the game for Bichette.
Last game that Jake and I did, we were kind of trash-talking Biggio, and then he hit a home run on the next pitch, so we should get that out again.
Yeah, maybe the reverse jinx coming in clutch here today as Keuchel's finally able to get a strike in this at-bat. The two-seamer there thrown high. 89 miles an hour, not the fastest pitcher. In fact, I'd say darn near slow for the major leagues.
Well, there was a lefty in Chicago that succeeded quite well with not the greatest of speed.
And Biggio there decided he did not want to hit the pitch right down the middle of the plate. He's waiting for something better, I guess. Yeah, he'll take that, though. The pitch high, that two-seamer misses, and Biggio able to get down to first on the walk, and Keuchel's got to gather himself, readjust himself as Danny Jansen, the catcher now, up here. He's 4th in the American League in all-star voting for catchers. I'm not 100% sure how. It must just be that the other catchers in the American League aren't producing, because
probably his recent run of success. I think Grandel's probably up there for the White Sox at number 2. Garver,
Mitch Garver.
But Jansen had a pretty nice stretch recently.
Yeah, he had 4 home runs in 4 consecutive games last week, and of course heating up now, 234 batting average after he was below 200 to start off the season.
Good to see him back above the Mendoza line as the count evens 1-1. Ooh, that's a nice piece of hitting. Unfortunately, it's hit right at the left fielder there, so that's going to be nothing going. Jimenez able to get to that one easily. It was pretty solid contact, and if it had hit out into a gap, I think the runner scores from first. Instead, though, it'll be the second out of the inning, bringing back up Bo Bichette, who bunted for a single on the very first pitch of the baseball game, and hopefully now he can get something to the outfield. Instead, he's going to take a first pitch strike on the inside edge. Already doing better than the last game when he went 0 for 5, 2 strikeouts in the beginning of this series. Looking to bounce back. The throw to second, and they have him in plenty of time. That was an ill-advised steal. The jump there, absolutely awful. And the lead was tiny. I don't know what the thought process was there, but we're through 2 innings. It's 1-1. The Toronto Blue Jays get a run back on the home run.
The right fielder.
You know, the interesting thing is Biggio was not thrown out at all last year, and now he's been thrown out in consecutive games.
It'll be the show that doesn't like Cavan Biggio for whatever reason.
We know you've got a grudge against the Biggio family, MLB The Show designers. We know it.
Oh, that's a nice play there, out and right.
It's caught on the fly and foul ground by Teoscar Hernandez. And as we cycle through our play-by-play guys today, I'll be taking over the 3rd and 4th innings. So Tim Anderson stepping in here at a single in the 1st, looking to get on base again here against Ryu.
extending his hitting streak to 37 games. Pretty impressive at this day and age.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can cut that off, nip it in the bud, but unfortunately it's already been extended here today.
Swings at that, ball fouls it off, 0-2.
The thing that always confuses me about Tim Anderson, this is a man that doesn't enjoy playing baseball.
So with 37 hits in games in a row, he's now technically tied for 9th all time. One more game, and he'll tie Jimmy Rollins at 38, and then Paul Molitor at 39.
Big swing and a miss there to get the second out of the inning, but yeah, he is coming close to history and already climbing the ranks. And we have a trivia question from the big guy 73 in chat. Happy Canada Day, he says. And starting off with Canadian trivia, asking what player from Canada has the most career home runs, and I'm going to guess with Larry Walker.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. We'll see if we're right, or probably are, but who knows.
More like Larry Slugger.
Well, now, here's my question. If Vlad Guerrero is as good as we think he's going to be, and he ends up with, let's say, 500-plus home runs more than Larry Walker, he was born in Montreal. Do we count that as a Canadian?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
This one's grounded out to second base onto first for the third out of the inning. So the Blue Jays get the White Sox in order for the second consecutive inning as we head to the bottom of the third. Bo Bichette, who was at the plate when Biggio got thrown out, will lead things off.
Joe Carter was guest in the chat, and as much as I love Joe Carter, I'm pretty sure he's not from Canada, so...
Put it this way, though, if I'm an honorary Canadian for living there for 5 months, I think we can count Vlad as an actual Canadian for being born there.
Absolutely. And we can count Joe Carter as an honorary Canadian for what he did in Toronto, specifically in 1993.
I believe he's in the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame.
You know, I say we just replace Rob Ford's Canadianness with that.
I'd take that trade in an instant. Bo Bichette stepping in here, swings at the first pitch, sends it foul.
As long as it's not Raul Mondesi in charge. Raul Mondesi, former Blue Jay, was a mayor, I forget what town, but he's in jail for corruption. So,
At least he didn't smoke crack on the job.
Esteban Loaiza, another former Jay? Is that who we're talking about? No, he's...
And yes, we get confirmation Larry Walker is correct.
And yeah, in case you were wondering, Raul Mondesi went back to his native Dominican Republic and was the mayor of San Cristobal as Bo Bichette.
That one is slugged into left field, and it is gone. So the Blue Jays taking flight here, up 2-1 over the Chicago White Sox with 2 home runs. First from Lourdes Gurriel Jr., now from Bo Bichette, his 13th of the year, and the Blue Jays are up 2-1.
That caught stealing of Biggio is, kind of regretful now, even more. He would have been on base for that.
But talk about showing the full range of baseball talent there for Bichette. You know, he's got a bunt on his day. He's got a home run on his day. Now we just need a double and a triple, and Canada Day will be complete in my mind.
Got all of that pitch, and Bichette showing what he can do at the top of the order. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the honorary, or in reality, an actual Canadian, stepping in here today.
Do you think he'd play for Canada in the World Baseball Classic?
I think he has stronger ties to, where he actually lives and where his father is from. But I don't think that diminishes his connection as a Canadian and as fans look at him today.
If he wanted to be a legend in Canada, I mean, that's all he would have to do.
Lord knows Team Canada can use some good players. They were absolutely demolished in the last WBC.
Yeah, I actually went to one of those games down in Miami. Saw the Dominicans Destroy Canada, yeah.
I mean, to be
Guerrero
fair,
popping out in the infield for the first out.
Guerrero is Dominican by heritage, but does have a Canadian passport, is a Canadian citizen, so would be pretty easy for him to play for Team Canada. And, you know, he could kind of be a Vince Carter-esque figure here for Canadian baseball.
Yeah. Carter, of course, just retired this week.
Yeah, after playing a boring bench role for the lowly Atlanta Hawks.
Well, very long career, though, for him.
The longest career. Like, I think only 2 players have ever played in more baseball games than basketball, Vince Carter, and he played in 4 different decades in the NBA. That's pretty impressive.
Wow. That's some Nolan Ryan type stuff.
Yeah, but Nolan Ryan didn't have to run around.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan just stands there.
Well, he did get to beat up Chicago White Sox Robin Ventura.
Yes, who could forget?
I highly recommend you Google that if you're on the Twitch chat.
Swing and a miss from Travis Shaw for the second out of the inning. Already 2 strikeouts for him today, and the third on the day for Dallas Keuchel.
The right fielder.
Are we back to saying bench him?
I think now that you've seen what he can do, he has a pretty long leash for the Blue Jays, and they seemed pretty confident in him earlier this year, given that they gave him a few months to figure things out. So I don't think, after seeing what he did in even just the month of June, there's any chance, even if he doesn't get a hit for 2 consecutive months, that he gets taken out of this lineup at all this season.
Yeah, no one really in the minors breaking down the door. Maybe Derek Fisher, but, you know, maybe you want to see Billy McKinney get more at-bats. Anthony Alford's really been struggling down in AAA, so you wouldn't slide Tellez over to first and give him any at-bats.
And Hernandez slugs this one to deep left center field, and this one is going to go. Another home run for the Toronto Blue Jays and a team-leading 17th home run for Teoscar Hernandez, the second home run of the inning, third home run of the day for the Toronto Blue Jays. And just like that, they are up 3-1 now over the Chicago White Sox.
Well, home runs are starting to become Dallas Keuchel's kryptonite. You already started to see it last season when he gave up nearly as many home runs in just 112 innings in 2019 as he did in 204 innings back in 2018, but gave up 3 here already today. And the power bat's coming alive, showing the power of the Canadian populace.
Alboro, a line from Hawk Harrelson, the legendary White Sox broadcaster. Don't stop now, boys.
Well, Tellez gets a good swing on that one, sends it into center field, doesn't get down fast enough. And it's a third out of the inning, but not before the Blue Jays hit 2 home runs and go up 3-1 over the White Sox as we head to the top of the 4th inning.
That was the most aggressive outfield shift I have ever seen. Like, he was standing in the gap when that got hit. I think had they been playing straight up, that gets down, but I guess the sabermetrics out there telling him what to do and giving him a good position to get that out.
Yeah, I thought he had a long way to run to get that. I thought that was going to have a chance to fall down as well. Robert is very fast. But, yeah, the positioning looked like he was right there.
Caitlin and Encarnacion stepping in, had a strikeout swinging in the first inning. Swings and misses at that one, 1-1.
Man, those Canada Day hats look good. I need to get me one of those.
I think we're going to keep going with them for the 4th of July weekend. We will do white jerseys and these nice maple leaf hats.
They had a spring training hat, I think I liked, that was the blue with the white panel in the front, and instead of the Blue Jays logo, it was just the maple leaf.
Yeah,
I liked that one a lot too. I'm not sure if that one's in this game.
There's a lot of different fun variants that you can play with the Blue Jays, of course. The white panel hat being familiar in the past for this team. This grounded up the middle, thrown on first with a shift, and it's first out of the inning.
Now batting.
Oh, I see what chat you're talking about. It's on sale right now.
Abreu.
Look at that.
Who
Ryu
can
trying
Who
to.
can forget the St. Patrick's Day hat, where the Blue Jays had green hats and a green maple leaf in the front that kind of looked like something else.
I was going to say, Ryu, if he wins this game, will tie Zach Plesac of the Indians for the top spot in most wins in the American League.
Yeah, and if he throws 5 innings, he leads the league in innings pitched as well.
Ryu leads the league in many different categories, of course, at 1.65 ERA entering today, one of the best in Major League Baseball, if not the best. And, of course, very good for him. He had a 2.32 ERA last season, which led all of baseball, but he's upping himself by 1 today, and he strikes out Jose Abreu for the second out.
There's a question in chat if we have the third game of this series, and we do tomorrow. I don't remember the time. I know Mark, you're on the call for that one.
Yes, indeed. These Blue Jays on a roll right now. They're 12-3 over their last 15 games, and they look to continue it today. They're up 3-1 and looking to tie up the series, take the win home in this series tomorrow.
Yeah, that game tomorrow on July 2nd will come in at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
This ball is skied into left center field. It's going back. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. at the wall. Makes the catch right in front of the 375-foot sign. And it ends the inning. A good catch from Gurriel. Reels it in, and the Blue Jays hold on to their lead.
The way he was running at that, I thought that ball was going to fall down in the gap, but Gurriel making a nice catch there.
I thought that might go, actually, so. I was a little nervous.
And Gurriel will be leading things off in this inning as we take a look at Danny Jansen, who, despite being a few spots down in the batting order, is taking a few practice swings regardless.
So you guys have any Canadian Day plans coming up? What are your plans for the rest of the day after this?
One of you can mail me Timbits.
Express shipping.
Now, I'm the only one actually in Canada, right? So I'd be the only one who could mail you Timbits. Although there are some Tim Hortons in the United States, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I've stopped at a Tim Hortons in Washington, so
They're not
definitely exist.
Yeah, they're definitely not the same. I'm familiar with it because I live in New Hampshire, and on the drive up to Toronto, it kind of runs through upstate New York, and that's where all the American Tim Hortons are, and they're good, but they're not as good.
They have them in Michigan as well, I know.
Some in Ohio.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Ohio.
As for your question, I'm just going to be working later on as usual, so nothing special for me.
Feel you there.
I should be going out to eat some outdoor socially distanced dining in New Hampshire, but not sure if that's happening as it's going to rain later today. This one is fouled off by Gurriel.
Look, I lived in Vancouver, and one thing I can tell you at least about British Columbian Canadians is rain don't mean nothing.
Well, it rains all the time in Vancouver. This one skied into right field, caught by the right fielder for the first out.
You're telling me. Whew. My Phoenix bones were just waiting for the sun to come back out, and the thing I guess I didn't know is it just doesn't.
Yeah, you do see the sun in Vancouver, maybe not as much as in Arizona, but personally for me, I'd rather have rain than snow. Living in Toronto, we get plenty of that snow, and I visited Vancouver several times. One of those times was in December, and what did we get as soon as we landed there? Snow.
Oh,
I guess
I'm
you
very
just bring it
happy
with
that
you.
didn't happen to me. Snow would not be good.
Randall Grishik is now stepping in, and Mo in the chat pointing out some other Canadian-based news today. We're hearing reports that the two hub cities for the NHL will be Edmonton and Toronto, given the low rates of COVID-19 in those two cities.
Yeah, it's almost like one country did it a little bit better.
Almost.
It's funny how that
Funny
works.
how that worked. Yeah.
And of course, they're hoping the Blue Jays will be playing in Toronto when the real baseball season starts. I know they're awaiting approval from the government on that.
Full
Yeah, how do you
count
feel
to
about
Randall
that?
Grishik. Fouled back. Yeah, just to answer your question, J-Man, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I am excited to see Toronto actually play in Toronto, as this one's lined out to the shortstop for the second out. But at the same time, I understand the concerns of having players who perhaps could be carrying something coming into Canada and, ruining the great numbers that we've seen here in Toronto.
Yeah, it's a very realistic and serious concern.
I don't know how they're going to do that with not just the Blue Jays players, but all these players from other teams are going to be coming in from the United States. It's going to be very interesting.
You mean right now we're banned? We're banned from going to Canada.
Yeah, like what are they going to do in Arizona? There's like a hot spot there. Florida, right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, us Arizonans. In fact, I just had to get a COVID test yesterday as I was exposed.
Swing and a miss from Biggio will end the inning. Heading to the top of the fifth, I believe it is EB now on the mic to take over play-by-play.
Indeed. And Jake said that the fifth and sixth innings are the calmest innings of the ball game, so I certainly hope the top parts of the inning will be calm. As the White Sox prepare to bat, they'll have 7, 8, and 9 here in the top of the fifth. Rick Renteria, the manager, talking with the pitching coach, looks like Don Cooper. And Ryu will get back to work, facing Eloy Jimenez,
Leading off for the White Sox,
who's 0 for 1
the
today
left fielder, Eloy
with a ground out.
Jimenez.
Of course, Eloy Jimenez came over in that deal with the North Siders on the Cubs. Jose Quintana went the other way for some prospects, and the pitch is outside. 1-0. There it is. I love when the graphics people are aligned with my thoughts. Acquired from the Cubs in 2017.
Yeah, well, a lot of prospects Theo Epstein has traded away from Chicago, and they're still in first place in the NL Central.
That one's going to be fouled away, 1-1.
I mean, Jimenez, Dylan Cease, Jorge Soler, Gleyber Torres. Those guys could all be on the Cubs lineup right now.
Dylan Cease has been placed back in the Chicago rotation due to an injury to Reynaldo Lopez. Not seeing him in this series, but he's part of the White Sox rotation after working from the bullpen. As Eloy Jimenez takes a pitch high, he has a 3-1 count from Ryu. Swings and misses at that changeup, full count. And that's going to be up the middle. Right to Bichette. Throws to first. Got him by a step. 1 out.
Now batting, the second baseman.
There's the LA leaders again. We have Ryu at the top of the American League. Along with last night's starter there at the bottom, Lucas Giolito.
It's not even close looking at that list. Ryan Yarbrough used to be leading Ryu, and now he's 1.91 compared to Ryu, who's 1.65, probably going up after this game, depending how long he pitches. But Ryu just running away with things right now.
He's been everything the Blues have expected, and he hits Nick Madrigal there, so a runner will be on first. That was not something I expected.
Robert.
Yeah, I mean, why hit him? He's pretty good at missing balls even when they're hit to him in the infield.
So Luis Robert will come up 0 for 1 with a ground out.
Ground out right now would be very nice. Give a nice double play to end the inning.
Takes a strike there. 8th in All-Star vote is this young man from Cuba. And you can see that he has quite a bit of speed. Caught that fly ball from Raul Tellez, even though he was playing pretty shallow, so average center fielder could have caught that too. Big check at first, and Madrigal gets back.
Well, that hit by pitch for Madrigal is the first base runner allowed by Ryu since the first inning. He retired batters in the second, third, and fourth, all going down in order. And then, of course, getting the first out of the inning with a ground out. So, again, that hit by pitch, just the first blemish for a little while for Ryu.
Robert takes a big swing there and fouls it off. Obviously, these guys at the bottom of the order, you want to get out. Even Luis Garcia on deck is a guy you want to get out, as that is going to be right back to Ryu. He goes to second for one. Probably not in time because Robert runs too fast, but they get an out.
Now batting, right fielder, Leori Garcia.
So that will bring up Luis Garcia, switch hitter, batting right-handed. Playing in right field, normally a second baseman, as we mentioned, except due to the injury to Nomar Mazara. He's got right field, and the check on Robert. He gets back.
Yeah, Robert's got a lot of speed there at first. He's actually 6th in the league in stolen bases with 11. That ties in with Whit Merrifield, and he's behind Cameron Maben, Jose Ramirez, and Byron Buxton, but very far off of the lead of Malik Smith and Alberto Mondesi.
Swing and a miss at that one. Gets away from Jansen, but not far enough. This is Malik Smith. When the Mariners were in Toronto recently, kept getting on base. The Blue Jays kept checking on him, pitching out. As that one's hit pretty well to right field, and Teoscar makes the play. My screen got a little grainy there, but he got it. So that will end the inning. Hit by pitch doesn't come back to bite Ryu. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Blue Jays coming up.
Yeah, just going back to Malik Smith, it seemed like every time he got on and every time the Blue Jays would throw over there like 4 or 5 times in a single at-bat against the guy at the plate. So he definitely distracted the Blue Jay pitchers.
Danny Jansen takes a strike. Saray is asking how long Nomar is out for. I think just a couple more days. He's on the bench, but can't play. So I don't know, could maybe pinch hit if the opportunity came up, but probably can't play in the field.
He was listed as day-to-day. He's just sitting out with shoulder soreness. Usually, it says 1 to 6 days. Usually they take the full 6 days. He could be back anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see him tomorrow either.
1 and 2.
One-two to Jansen is high at 2-2. He's leading 3-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. And Jansen swings and misses at that one. And Keuchel gets his 5th strikeout of the day.
So, Mark, what's the thing you're missing most this Canada Day, not being in Canada?
I really love myself a vanilla dip donut from Tim Hortons. And I'm not one, I know we were talking about it a little bit in the chat earlier, but I'm not one really for coffee, but a vanilla dip donut. They have them at Dunkin' Donuts here in New England, but it's just not the same. A vanilla dip donut from Tim Hortons, I'm missing that a lot.
I always get the maple dip. You have ever had that one?
Yes, that's very good as well.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Tim Hortons coffee, to be honest with you. I just make my own coffee. But yeah, their donuts and Timbits are something else. 0-2 pitch to Bichette's outside.
Have either of you had a beaver tail?
Yes. I go to school at Carleton in Ottawa, and every year in the winter, the Rideau Canal freezes over, and there's beaver tail places all along it, and it's an Ottawa tradition.
That one's off the glove of the right fielder Garcia, and Bichette's going to have another base hit. So he's 3 for 3 today.
Now,
Diving up there, and well, he didn't make the catch.
Now, it's fun to tell your American friends that you like to eat beaver tails, and you see the look of horror on their face as they try to determine if you mean an actual beaver's tail.
They don't do that in British Columbia.
Yeah, no, it's mainly an Ottawa thing. But I've had it in Niagara Falls, and actually the St. Catherine Stompers, a former affiliate of the Blue Jays, had a team there, and they had beaver tails, and I had a beaver tail, and I watched Carlos Delgado play.
Yeah, I don't think I've done anything more Canadian than eating a beaver tail and skating down the Rideau Canal in Ottawa.
Guerrero takes it low. It's 2-1 now. Bichette's on first after the 1-out single. Keuchel at 80 pitches already. We'll see how long he's out there for. Guerrero takes outside. 3-1. Travis Shaw is next. Unless it's a double play here.
So if you were out in Vancouver then, Jake, you probably also didn't get to experience milk in a bag?
No, but I've had milk in a bag, so.
Guerrero hits that to the third baseman, Moncada. He goes to second for one, back to first, and that is the double play that ends the inning. Nice play there.
Yeah, what looked to be a promising start is unfortunately erased on that Guerrero double play.
What, they don't have milk in a bag in Vancouver? It's only in Toronto?
I think it's just an Ontario thing.
Oh, really? Okay. So we're special in that regard.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they have it in the Maritimes as well. Do you know if it's like an Eastern Canada thing or just a Ontario thing?
I really don't. I thought it was just Ontario.
Tim Anderson, I think it's a 37-game hit streak now. Graphic was off by one. He continued that in the first inning as a 2-0 count here. And Cookie Eater is saying that we should have more A at the end of our sentence, like real Canadians.
I think I heard one Canadian in my entire time living there that actually said A lot. So now I'm just feeling that there's some stereotypes going down in the chat.
Well, you should have a conversation with my cousin then.
2-1 is grounded to third. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Throws out Anderson. 1 out. 1 out, eh?
A. I feel like my Wisconsin relatives say A more than any Canadian I ever met.
Michael Memmis is asking about milk in a bag. Yeah, Mark, you're going to be on the call with Michael tomorrow. Maybe you can elaborate on milk in a bag thing.
Yeah, well, I just Googled it, and apparently it is just like an Eastern Canada thing. So it's Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes that typically have milk in a bag, and then Western Canada is, I guess, normal as you consider it from an American perspective of having milk in cartons.
1-0 pitch, fly ball to right. Teoscar's there, and Moncada is out. That's the second out here in the top of the sixth.
So this is a unique opportunity for all you in the Twitch chat. Go ahead, ask a Canadian a real question, you know? We're able to answer them.
Authentic Canadians here.
Do we breathe oxygen up there?
I didn't breathe oxygen a single second I was in Canada. What are you talking about?
I always try to tell people little things that are incorrect just to mess with them. I'd say, oh, you know, margarine's illegal in Canada. It's dairy farmers. See if they believe it.
Yeah, you know, margarine's illegal, but weed, definitely legal.
You know, Ryan Tepera, when he was here with the Blue Jays, had like a series of videos where they were like teaching him Canadian things. Probably somewhere on YouTube or Twitter still. As Edwin Encarnacion goes down swinging, and that ends the sixth inning.
I did say they were going to be calm. I don't think I was wrong.
Yeah, just 3 up, 3 down. There's a single, there's a double play. There was a hit by pitch, but other than that, it's been calm. Bottom of the sixth now.
I will say the interesting thing for the White Sox, after getting 3 hits right off the bat in this baseball game, they haven't been able to string together any semblance of offense since then. In fact, still just hitting those 3 hits. So good to see Ryu settle in here and start mowing people down.
Trevor Shaw leads things off here. He goes after the first pitch, and it's going to be past the first baseman, Abreu, into right field. There's a leadoff single.
That's one way to make sure you don't strike out for the 3rd time is swing at that first pitch.
And Michael in the chat asking what our favorite type of poutine is. Personally, I gotta say it's the buffalo chicken poutine at Harvey's, another Canadian chain. Absolutely delicious.
To me, it's anything when you're drunk.
Yeah. You get done clubbing on Granville Street in Toronto. Go get yourself a nice gravy-filled French fry dish. It's pretty good.
I like them. There's several places that have smoked meat poutine. Poutine with smoked meat on top. That sounds good. Tastes good. Teoscar fouls it off.
Honestly, though, with poutine, it's one of those things that you can only eat like once every 2 weeks, because otherwise you just feel like you're about to go in cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
It's a sometimes food.
Teoscar's fooled on that changeup at 0-2. He was 2 for 2 coming in here, a double in that home run. And although probably a star next to the double, that was a play that should have been made. Outside 1-2.
I want to clarify something in the chat. My favorite poutine definitely does not come from Burger King.
Burger King? I guess you could probably upgrade your fries or something to poutine. I've never tried that. But Burger King is not the place that I would think of as my top choice when I want a poutine.
Burger King's the least appetizing fast food chain, I think.
Yeah, I can't think of anything good about Burger King.
That mascot, the King's pretty creepy. That's something.
That's a nice play by Anderson there. 2nd for 1, back to first on time.
Now batting, number 44.
Yeah, Teoscar's able to get down the line quick enough and stay out of that double play. He's actually one of the faster runners on the Jays. You wouldn't know it. He's cast as a slow slugger for defense in the outfield, but it's actually very fast.
The other day I was doing the game. It was against the Angels, and he scored on, I think it was just a single or a double, I don't remember, but people in the chat were surprised that he was able to come around so quickly. Rowdy Tellez is 0 for 2 today. They check on Teoscar. He's back safely. See, 81 speed, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, he was a center fielder in the Houston organization. I remember when he had all those defensive miscues. He said because the ball slices differently in left off the bat, it slices in right, and you get a more true read in center field. And we played center last year, and the numbers were better for Grichuk. Well, that's why Grichuk is in there in center this year.
I think we still have to figure out whether Teoscar is a center fielder, left fielder, right fielder, or just a DH. That's something that's going to have to be answered in the real baseball world this year as Tellez swings and misses.
Yeah, that's funny. You got to figure out if he's a center fielder or a designated hitter.
Yeah, pretty much. We're asked how's the pizza in Canada if it's better than the U.S. And the cookie eater, who's never had pizza, says the pizza in the U.S. isn't good. So that fouls it away.
Well, pizza in New York City is very good. Not for that.
I agree with that. And we have the Canadian pizza chain, appropriately called Pizza Pizza.
687-1111.
Pitch is going
Oh, it's pizza. Hey.
Robert makes a play there. We have 2 outs, the bottom of the 6th.
Now, my favorite thing about Pizza Pizza is that in America, there's a pizza chain called Little Caesars, and at the end of the commercial, he goes Pizza Pizza. But they don't do that in Canada because it would just be an ad for Pizza Pizza. So at the end of the Little Caesars commercial, he says hot and fresh or hot and ready.
Yeah.
And it just sounds really weird.
And Pizza Nova is another wholly Canadian chain, right?
Yeah.
Pizza Nova. 439 Popo Pizza Nova.
There's a ground ball to second. Madrigal play. Enough with your opinion, guys. Let's go to the 7th inning. J-Man will take over the play-by-play.
Well, I'm just going to be singing Pizza Nova for the play-by-play then.
Another jingle from a Canadian company, Sleep Country Canada. Why buy a mattress anywhere else?
The first baseman.
Now, I still have the Marineland theme songs in my head.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody loves Marineland.
Niagara Falls, Ontario. Marineland is the place to go. Seeing friends you miss. A great big kiss. Everyone loves Marineland. Except for animal rights activists. They do not love Marineland.
Yeah.
Now, I would have loved to, speaking of singing, I would have loved to sing OK Blue Jays, Let's Play Ball. Unfortunately, Shark Shavery is not in the booth with us for the 7th, so I will not sing, so as to spare you and all our audience from that.
Well, Ryu still in the game here in the 7th inning, facing Abreu, Grandal, and Jimenez.
The other Canadian chain that I think most people don't even realize is Canadian, A&W. That's a Canadian restaurant, folks.
Oh, yeah. They're everywhere up in my neck of the woods up in Canada.
Yep. Same here. Plenty of them all over the place.
And another strikeout for Hyunjin Ryu. That is his, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th strikeout today.
That's an awkward swing from Abreu. I don't know what he was trying to, or what he was looking for there, but obviously not what he got.
Now, what's your order from A&W? You get a teen burger, you get an uncle burger. All those names weird me out. I don't like it.
Well, at this point in the game, if Ryu doesn't give up another run, I think mathematically his ERA can't go up. At this point, entering today was 1.65. So Ryu, barring another run, with a good day today.
Now we're being asked to rate Tim Hortons from 1 to 10. That's a tough one. I'm not a big fan of their coffee, as I mentioned, so...
yeah, I said 5.5 because their coffee sucks, but their food's delicious. I mean, I'll take a donut, I'll take a nice breakfast sandwich anytime.
Yeah, I like their iced cappuccino.
Yes.
Big Fundy's 7.5. I might go with that. Maybe 8. Yeah, maybe 7.5, maybe 8.
Donuts, the Timbits or the 10.
Yeah.
Anything else, I don't really care.
I'm with you. Do you think they'd let me open a Tim Hortons franchise in Phoenix, Arizona?
Back-to-back strikeouts here for Ryu. And that's his 7th strikeout. So I guess I miscounted when I said the last one was his 7th.
There was some action in the bullpen behind him. I don't know if I want to see anybody come in from the pen. Maybe Giles, who's up there, but...
No, I say let him pitch through the 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely be running him out there.
And if his pitch count stays down through this final batter in this inning, it's right around 90. You can justifiably bring him out for the 8th and then just bring in Giles for the 9th. And just like that, that's all you need to do to win this game.
And that would be quite a nice Canada Day.
It would be. And Ryu had a complete game shutout against the Milwaukee Brewers last time out. Obviously, won't have a shutout here. So he's been going deep into games, which is very nice to see.
See if he can strike out the side. The 1-2 pitch is hit on the ground to Bichette, who gobbles it up and fires on to first for the final out here of the 7th inning. So, going to the bottom of the 7th, Toronto leading by 2 here on Canada Day.
And instead of our normal, beautiful organ music, I do want to remind everyone once again that we are raising money for a new charity this week, a fantastic charity. That is RAIN. They do a lot of great work helping out victims of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sexual violence. And if you have a couple extra dollars, we'd love to continue raising money for some great causes here on Bop Ball as Grichuk comes up to bat.
Now, new pitcher for the Chicago White Sox. It's a longtime Kansas City Royal, Kelvin Herrera. He signed a 2-year deal with Chicago last year and was terrible in 2019, but this year he's been very, very good. Face the bottom of the order, Grichuk, Biggio, and Jansen.
Keuchel had a quality start, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, but the long ball got him.
That one's hit pretty well to left field. Going back is Jimenez will make the catch on the run.
The batter, number
Yeah, Kelvin Herrera, a guy that relies mainly on his fastball that can definitely get up there in speed, 95, 96 miles an hour, mixes in a change, a slider, a cutter, and a really, really fast sinker that usually clocks in about 96 miles an hour. He technically has a curve, but he threw one curveball the entire 2019 season, so I'm not even sure that really counts.
And
Put it in the hitter's mind.
I was going to say, I'm with Cookie. I don't miss the Royal Super Pen from 14 and 15.
Back when small ball could win you the ship.
Yeah.
Better days.
Well, I'm not too happy with 2015 still, so.
Yeah, I still have some bad memories from that year. Well, very nice memories, but some very bad memories in, about a week in October.
Yeah, I was more disappointed in 2015 than I was in 2016, too. I just felt like that team in 2015 had it all. That was a World Series champion team. And 2016, I thought they were a fun team. It was okay, but 2015 stung.
Yeah, it might sound bad, but I think some of the novelty of it wore off in 2016 because, of course, 2015, it's your first postseason appearance since 93. But 2016, you just did it in 2015. So I think that was part of it, at least for me. It was just the excitement of being there for the first time in my lifetime in 2015.
And all the trades, too, from 2015, that kind of energized the team, it energized the fan base. And in 2016, you're still the same team. You're just starting off with those same guys, and, they added some pieces here and there at the deadline. But, yeah, I'm with Justin. I thought 2015 was the year to at least make it to the World Series. Got to give credit, I guess, to Kansas City. They did everything right. They were almost eliminated by Houston before the ALCS, and they came back and won that.
Biggio does not go around on that one, so that's 2 walks for Biggio on the day. Yeah, I was actually rooting for the Royals. I thought they were the weaker team. They'd actually came to Toronto that August, and Toronto swept them in 4 games. I thought it was going to be an easy series. That brings up Danny Jansen, who's 0 for 2 today. Did any of you pitch out? Nothing doing there. Biggio's already been caught stealing, so maybe they know something about his running style. I was going to say, though, did any of you guys make it to any of the playoff games in 2015 or 2016?
I did not.
I didn't. My cousin and uncle made it to Game 5 of the ALDS, and I am forever jealous of them.
Oh, that was, That game, of course.
I was in a bar. That one's hit pretty well to left field. That's going to get down in front of Jimenez. Going to third and getting there in time is Biggio. So smart base running there from Biggio. First and third for the Jays.
And Evie and I have talked about this a lot when we've been on broadcast together, that if Biggio could start being a little bit more reliable of an offensive bat, his plus speed there at the top of the lineup could be really useful. Having Bo Bichette and Biggio running the bases at the same time can kind of manufacture runs out of hits that might not necessarily score your runners normally.
Yeah, Biggio was higher in the order earlier in this year, but the struggles has forced him down to that 8th spot. Yeah, getting that bat going would be huge for Toronto.
I do like seeing 2 walks today. He did that a lot last year, was getting on base via the walk, and this year not so much, so hopefully he can keep that going.
3 for 3 for Bo Bichette today, though. Good day for him. Yeah, I was saying, though, I was in a bar in California for that Game 5 of the ALDS, and I remember walking into the bar, and the first thing I saw was a guy in a Texas Rangers jersey, and I went, oh, it's going to be one of these. And then I hear, "Go Jays!" And I turn around, and the entire rest of the bar is wearing Blue Jays jerseys.
Now, was the guy in the Texas jersey all excited when Russell Martin made that error that let the Rangers take the lead in the top of the 7th?
Yeah, he was the only one clapping, but then when Jose Bautista hit that home run and the rest of the bar broke out in OK Blue Jays, he got up and left.
that was maybe the craziest inning of baseball. Just an inning, that 7th inning.
Yeah, I think it took like an hour. Bichette hits that one down the line, and that one's going to fall for a base hit, an RBI ground rule double. Biggio's going to score. Chicago gets lucky that one went into the seats, because otherwise I think Danny Jansen was going to score on that one too.
Yeah, one of the few times that you don't want it to bounce over the wall out there. But I think the Blue Jays will take it. That's a nice insurance run going into the last 2 innings.
Yeah, they'll take any insurance runs they can against this White Sox team who has been giving them trouble all season.
Personally, I think the craziest inning of baseball is, that's going to be hit over to first base. Unfortunately, an easy 3 unassisted. That 2001 World Series Game 7, Mariano Rivera coming in, and just a nice little bloop single somehow wins us a championship.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable, that inning. It's just, the ball's just missing Yankee gloves every net there. And an intentional walk here to Travis Shaw. I was actually rooting for the Yankees in that series. My dad is a Yankees fan, and I remember the one thing that really annoyed me in that series was that Babe Ruth's daughter was at the game, and they asked her who she was rooting for, and she said, I'm rooting for Arizona. Babe Ruth, what are you doing?
Hey,
she was in Arizona.
She knows good baseball. That's all I gotta say.
He's a former D-back, I believe, Evan Marshall.
Yes, he was briefly a Diamondback. Didn't really do anything for us.
Yeah, but he's having a pretty good year here for Chicago. And he's going to face Teoscar with the bases loaded.
Yeah, big chance here for Teoscar to really push this game wide open and give these fans here at Skydome something to cheer about on Canada Day. That one's in the dirt. Nice block by Grandal.
We're talking about in that 2001 World Series, all the balls missing the Yankees' gloves. That's kind of what happened in the bottom of the 7th in Game 5 against Texas.
Yeah, but
the Rangers were missing all the plays. Yeah,
there's just the fielders that miss the throws or miss the balls. But yeah, it's just a wild inning.
Elvis Andrus was definitely the MVP of that inning. That one's hit on the ground. Nice play by Anderson, deranging all the way over to his right, getting the force out at second. Well, the Jays score a run on the RBI double from Bo Bichette, but they leave the bases loaded. At the top of the 8th, Toronto's up by 3.
There we go. Charlie doing what I wanted him to do, leaving Hyun-Jin Ryu out there because he has been dealing since that first inning. I think he's only allowed like 2 or 3 base runners since that first inning. I mean, he is just proving once again why the Toronto Blue Jays spent good money on him, and he should always be the ace here in Canada.
Yeah, if my scorecard is correct, only 1 base runner with a hit by pitch in the 5th, and in that inning, he faced 1 over the minimum, so he has faced a grand total of 1 over the minimum since the 2nd inning.
Well, I guess we kind of reverse jinxed him there.
Madrigal leads off the single. I don't know if you guys saw that. The attendance was only 20,000. It's Canada Day. The show didn't factor that into the simulation. This would be a sold-out game.
Yeah, it should be. That'll do it for Ryu. Doesn't look too happy. I don't really blame him.
Yeah, I don't like this move either by Montoyo, Sometimes the manager says if one guy gets on base, you're out. And we're going to go to the bullpen.
Well, Anthony Bass, the last time I was on the call, he came in a very similar situation. 8th inning, he's been the setup man. He had a 3-run lead, but he gave up 2 home runs to make it a 1-run lead.
Yeah, see, looking at his splits there, lefties absolutely just murder him, but right-handed batters, much like Luis Robert here, they simply just don't even know where to begin.
Big slider misses outside for a ball, 1-0.
And the thing about pulling Ryu there is it wasn't even like that hit there was great contact. He just kind of found a hole in the infield. Had that been hit 2 feet either direction, left or right, I feel like that's the first out of the inning, and Ryu's pitch count's not that high. I still don't understand the move here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Jake.
Especially when the Blue Jay bullpen blew the game yesterday. Anthony Kay came into the game, gave up runs to the White Sox, didn't record an out, so I wouldn't really be jumping at the bit to transfer over the pitching power to the bullpen in today's game.
The computer logic says it's the 8th inning. I got a 3-run lead. I'm going to go to my setup man, so that's why Anthony Bass is in here.
He gets Robert to pop up into the outfield. Grichuk on the run, and he's going to make that catch for the first out here in the 8th.
Now batting, the right fielder, Leori.
Well, now it's the top of the White Sox order. Only one out. You want to get Garcia because after him, it's Tim Anderson, it's Yoan Moncada, it's Edwin Encarnacion.
And Tim Anderson on that 37-game hitting streak.
Not tomorrow. He's going down tomorrow.
Well, Leuri Garcia, he was signed by Texas from the Dominican Republic and acquired by the Chicago White Sox as the player to be named later for which former Blue Jay?
Oh, I already know that, so let's see if one of the other guys here can get that, because I think you had a White Sox game and you asked that, and I got
Yeah,
it.
I already did.
Yeah,
And you knew it right away.
Wait, can you say the question again?
Okay, yeah, so Garcia was traded as a player to be named later from the Rangers to the White Sox. The White Sox sent this player, who was a former Blue Jay.
A former Blue Jay.
I'm trying to think who went from...
From Toronto to Chicago and Chicago to Texas. He's an outfielder.
Okay. Because instantly my mind went to Mark Burley, because obviously just Blue Jays and White Sox common blood, but he went White Sox to Blue Jays, but not the other way around.
Did he end up... Was he on that 2015 KC squad that ended up... Okay, I know who it is then.
I'm still
to
blanking
Buehler.
on it, but...
The batter, number 7.
He was on.
Tim.
Yeah, he was on the Royals when they won it in 15.
I believe he was
Wow, I
even
don't
an
remember
all-star that year. Where is he now? Does he still play baseball?
He does
think
not.
so.
No.
2 outs now for Tim Anderson. First pitch misses low, 1-0.
Yeah, in fact, that 2015 season was his last.
Was he an All-Star that year? I couldn't remember that detail.
No, he was not an all-star. He was an all-star with Toronto.
Yeah.
In 2006 and 2007.
Somehow finished 15th in the MVP voting, though, in 2012.
Mark's still not getting it?
No. My baseball brain is not firing on all cylinders today, apparently.
I'll give you his
Haven't had your
first name.
bits yet. This one's hit up the middle. Past Biggio. So the White Sox now have 2 on and 2 out here for Yoan Moncada.
Mark, his first name's Alex.
Now batting, the third baseman,
Rios.
Yoan.
There you
Yeah.
go.
There we go.
Yeah, he was a
Blue
guy
Jays-
that... You can go ahead.
The Blue Jays basically gave him to the White Sox. Like, they put him on waivers. I think it was at the August deadline. And the White Sox wanted to make a deal. The Blue Jays said, no, you just take his contract. We don't want him.
Yeah, claimed on waivers. I think the White Sox were maybe trying to block him, too, from going to a different team is why they claimed him. And Toronto just said, go ahead, fine, take him.
He got on the bad side of the fans and management right before he was put on waivers.
Yeah, he told a young fan who was seeking an autograph to be fruitful and multiply, but not in those words.
That was first long strike that Yoan Moncada hit, but then takes that one high.
0 for 3 today, Moncada. He's in a hole now, 1 and 2.
Hopefully we'll make that 0 for 4 and Bass can get out of this inning despite letting a couple base runners on.
And he goes down looking. Big strikeout there from Anthony Bass. Toronto still up by 3 as we go to the bottom of the 8th here on Canada Day.
And just want to let everyone know we do have a full slate of ML ball here today. Next up, the Yankees will head out to Baltimore to face the Orioles. After that, Atlanta and Texas, Giants and Mets, and primetime game, Beardy Buddha calling the Minnesota Twins. Going to Detroit, Beardy and Cookie on the call, so that's going to be a great primetime slot there.
Jimmy Cordero and Jace Fry warming up in the White Sox bullpen. Actually, Jimmy Cordero pitched for Toronto last year, and I do not remember it.
Because it was very forgetful. I think he made maybe 1 or 2 appearances, and I do remember somebody from the Red Sox hitting a go-ahead home run off him in extra innings.
Wow.
Now, sometimes I think your excellent baseball knowledge is a curse, EB.
In this case, it might be, yeah. Actually, Jimmy Cordero was signed originally by the Blue Jays, and I don't remember which trade he was involved in. He went to the Nationals, and maybe it was Ben Revere. And then, last year he came back for a very short appearance, and then ended up in Chicago.
Wait, EB, do you just have, DVDs of the Toronto Blue Jays just playing in your head, or, how does this work?
Yeah, probably in my head. Yeah, I just remember a lot of small details that most normal people don't, I guess.
Yeah, there's so many. I don't know if I just kind of blanked out on last season. There's so many names that apparently were on the roster that I just don't even remember. And, of course, this pitcher that we're talking about being one of them.
Velez grounds out 1-3, little pitcher fielding practice there.
I mean, I watched 120 D-backs games last season, something ridiculous like that. And I don't remember enough details, and that was last season, much less remembering what one pitcher did in 2 appearances back
that was
10
last
years
season.
ago.
Oh, Cordero was last year. Yeah, but if I watch 120 Diamondbacks games, I probably remember a lot of different things from those games. I don't know. It's just my memory, I guess, is full of useful information.
I just remember yelling at my TV screen a lot or yelling at them in person.
Well, last year, if you were watching Blue Jays games, you'd have the same thing. Because they lost 95 games, so we were yelling at them a lot.
I drove by the Vancouver Canadian Stadium quite often, and sometimes would be like, "Why aren't you guys producing some better players? We need to get going."
Gurriel hits that one opposite field, right through the hole on the right side for another base hit.
Good day for Gurriel. Home run earlier today, and now a single here in the 8th.
Were you guys watching in the first couple of months when we had the likes of Alan Hansen and Socrates Brito, former D-back on the team?
Socrates Brito.
Yeah, those were brutal months. Yeah, those were brutal months.
That's a name you just can't forget. Anyone named Socrates, you're like, man, this guy knows what's up.
Exactly. Mike Buehler capitalized on that name a lot.
He actually had a pretty decent year in AAA, too. He was just very bad in his very brief stint in the majors, and there was a lot of memes about Socrates Brito and philosophy of what is even hitting and why swing a bat.
Socratic method.
Yeah, I mean, he did pretty much the same thing with the Diamondbacks. Always was supposedly the next man up. And then when he was the next man up, he wasn't doing a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, he'll probably end up on the Royals hitting 330 or something like that.
He's on the Pittsburgh Pirates roster right now.
I think on a minor league deal. I think I saw him in spring training one of those times when the Blue Jays played the Pirates.
So I guess it was Ben Cherington that really liked Socrates Brito then.
So, I don't know why, but he did,
Biggio chops that one in front of the home plate. Nice play there, but he's safe at first. Wow.
Now batting.
You notice that Biggio has the nicest speed at 69, and that helped him beat that out.
Yeah, the Blue Jays with the few squibblers on the infield that they've beaten. Now, of course, the Bichette bunt to lead off the game. Now this hit from Biggio, so some surprising speed in today's game.
Well, there'll be a runner in scoring position for Danny Jansen with 2 outs here in the 8th. So they get a run here. Maybe they don't need to use Ken Giles, but I'd like to see him. I'd like to get this win wrapped up on Canada Day.
They might very well use him in non-save situations. They have done that sometimes.
It's a save situation.
It is now.
Yeah, it is now. This one's popped up to Luis Robert for the final out. So they do not cash in that run from second. It will be a save situation for Giles. And he's got his work cut out for him. He'll face Encarnacion, Abreu, and Grandal.
Ken!
Number 51.
Man, that beard looks good when you have a 1.3 ERA. Otherwise, I'm not so sure.
Yeah,
Anything looks good. Anything looks good when you have a 1.3 ERA.
And all those strikeouts, it was like 38 and 27.2 thirds innings, so good guy to bring out when you have 4, 5, and 6 here for the White Sox.
Absolutely, 18 for 20 in save opportunities on the season, and got rid of Osuna, but you got a guy that's just as good, and some prospects with it, and got rid of some absolute baggage. So pretty happy with the way that trade turned out for the Jays.
And arguably this season, Giles has been better than Osuna ever was with that 1.3 ERA.
I mean, I say ban Osuna from baseball. In fact, shoot him on a rocket to literally anywhere else than Earth. But fortunately, I'm not in charge of the government, so...
And obviously, Giles had some baggage in Houston, but he started...
He punched himself in the face.
Yeah, he started a fresh page here in Toronto. It's gone pretty well for him.
Look, as long as you're punching yourself, I really don't care.
I've never been tempted to punch myself.
I can't say I have either, but, Ken Giles, an interesting fact about him, he actually is one of the many products of Yavapai College. It's a JUCO here in Arizona and Prescott, and they somehow produce, just an unreasonable amount of future major leaguers for being a tiny junior college.
Well, big strikeout there to start the 9th inning, getting Encarnacion. Jays fans are on their feet, a lot of them wearing Canada Day red. This one's hit too short. Bichette firing on to first for the second out. Oh, almost pulled Shaw off the bag, but he was able to keep his foot on that base.
The catcher.
It's the second time today that Shaw's had some difficulty getting the ball at first, not because of his fault, but because of the throw we saw there with the throw from Bichette. And earlier today, there was a pickoff throw from Ryu that kind of looked like it took Shaw off the base a little bit, but Shaw, the preferential guy at first base in terms of defense, managing to get the ball in both those situations.
Well, the White Sox are down to their final out here. It is Yasmani Grandal, 0 for 3 today. 0-1 count already on him. Ken Giles looking to close this one out for the Jays.
Wow, Yavapai College has everybody. Kirby Yates, Kurt Schilling, Cole Calhoun. They're just producing major leaguers left and right out here.
Well, now the White Sox are down to their final strike. Everyone's on their feet here at the Sky Dome. 1-2 pitch. Ooh. Well, they wanted that.
As a collective ooh there.
We should have done oh.
Well, if this is a strikeout, let's all do ah. 2-2. Ah!
No. We got a piece of it.
I'm ready to belt out an old Canada if we get the strikeout.
Absolutely. 2-2 pitch on the way. On Canada Day. What do you say? Swinging away.
I mean, come on, Yasmani. We just want to go home happy here and celebrate this beautiful country.
Well, he doesn't get him to chase there, and the count runs full.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could have held off that pitch.
The full count pitch here. Swung on and missed.
Oh!
Our home and native land. Well, a big win here on Canada Day for the Jays. The Jays win 4-1 over the Chicago White Sox. The first place Chicago White Sox will now be a half game behind Cleveland and Minnesota. Big win here. Great pitching matchup from Hyunjin Ryu. He's probably the player of the game, but the real player of the game in my mind is Timbits.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Why not?
Definitely not Trudeau.
Good day for the Blue Jays. 11 hits compared to 5 for the White Sox, and only managed to get 4 runs on that, but it doesn't matter as we see Bo Bichette, player of the game. Not too much of a surprise with his home run double and 2 singles.
4 for 4. He had that butt hit starting things off in that first inning. And
wow, he was just a triple away from the cycle, y'all. We were so close to my early game prediction. Would have been so cool if it had come true.
Hey, it started off pretty well for the White Sox. Abreu there with the single driving in the run, the top of the first. Then the Blue Jays got to work. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. with that solo home run, tying the game in the second. 352 feet. He really thought he could catch it, but he couldn't.
Then the home runs just kept coming and kept coming. Bo Bichette, one of his 4 hits here on the day, was a nice monster there to left field. That went pretty high up. Back, made it all the way to the fans out there, so someone got a nice souvenir. And then Teoscar, not to be outdone.
yeah, a lot of power in this Blue Jays lineup. Every starter has at least 10 home runs except for Randall Grichuk and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 2 guys you thought were going to be big power bats.
Yeah, I don't understand what happened to Bob Vlad, but someone misprogrammed that. San Diego Studios, I got some questions. As this Bo Bichette double bounced over the wall, and that's probably unfortunate for the Jays. Probably could have scored another run or 2 had it stayed in the field of play. But then after that, Blue Jays pitchers came in, started to shut it down, and the man, the myth, the Ken Giles legend came in and got his
Giles. Getting that strikeout on a slider, not on that heater. These are some intense looks from Giles, though.
I think he's like that in real life.
Hey, you know, if you punch yourself in the face, I think you got a good stare-down look at other people. Hyunjin Ryu now advances to 11-3 on the season, so he's continuing to put together one heck of a campaign here for these Blue Jays. Dallas Keuchel takes the loss. Ken Giles gets the save, and overall a great bounce-back game for these Blue Jays to take Game 2 of this series, even it up 1-1.
They'll look to take this series tomorrow with Mark and Michael, and it's going to be a nice pitching matchup with Tanner Roark and Gio Gonzalez, a couple of former teammates with the Washington Nationals. So we'll see how that goes.
As we scroll down the box score here, interested in seeing the ERA for Hyunjin Ryu. If we flip over to the Toronto Blue Jays, because it was 1.65 entering today, but after only giving up 1 earned run, I imagine it would decrease over his 7th innings pitched as we slowly scroll down and
we're almost there.
See, it's down to 1.63, so a tiny bit lower, and he holds his place as the AL leader in terms of ERA.
And now he's the leader in innings pitched with 7 innings pitched today. He's got 2 up on the, I believe it's Andrew Heaney for the lead.
Who went, I think he went 9 innings yesterday, did Heaney, so pretty impressive there. And we know that pitchers' wins don't always mean much, but that win for Ryu does tie him for first in the American League with Zach Plesac of the Cleveland Indians.
Well, there you go. Thank you for joining us for this special Canada Day broadcast back in 1867. The Canadians became Canadians here today, and that was a fun baseball game. The Toronto Blue Jays felt in control for most of the contest outside that first inning. They now advanced to 2 games above 500, and as you see there, Hyunjin Ryu clearly leading the all-star voting for starting pitchers in the American League. Can't think of anyone more deserving than him.
Yeah, he's probably on pace to start that all-star game, and it's going to be in Los Angeles, so that'll be a fun homecoming for him.
Yeah, it's always good to see him in a different shade of blue than that ugly, I don't know if I put enough uglies in there, Dodgers blue.
We saw Heaney there, 114 innings, so he's We US 2 more. And some good numbers here for some of these White Sox relievers. Saw Cordero, Kelvin Herrera, although he gave up a run today.
Yeah, pretty good numbers for Cordero, who was just basically, released by Toronto after giving up that home run.
There's Ken Giles here with the save today.
How about Brad Hand?
I mean, he's got one heck of a hand that throws pitches. And
I always say, yeah, when he comes in, let's give Brad a hand.
Well, he doesn't need any helping hands with how well he's been doing this year.
There's the catchers you were wondering. Christian Vasquez is there in third place. I figured that Garver and Grandal will be the top two.
But wow,
Christian
Christian Vasquez. I guess a lot of votes in the New England area.
Not sure how he's ahead of Salvador Perez, unless Perez is out there making every error possible, but...
You see Eddie's leading in first base. Kind of sometimes you play the what-if game, and what if they had signed Edwin, re-signed him instead of going after Kendrys Morales.
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought he was over the hill, but proving them wrong in previous seasons and this season as well. 324 batting average.
And the nicest of RBIs.
How about Cesar Hernandez, his first year in Cleveland, and he's second in the league in All-Star voting, ahead of Jose Altuve.
If you're in Cleveland, you ain't got a lot of people backing you up on those All-Star votes.
We see Leury Garcia's even gotten some votes, only hitting 255. I'm surprised he's got more votes than Brandon Lau, who's very good over in Tampa.
Yeah, and Vlad, you don't deserve to be an all-star. Start hitting some home runs and come back and talk to me.
Yeah, Bregman and Rendon are definitely the class of the American League third baseman. Jose Ramirez.
The other day, 2 home runs in a game against the Blue Jays when I was on the call. So, yeah, he's pretty good over there in Anaheim.
Although I don't think Rendon's going to play in this shortened MLB season.
Oh, really?
I think he's one of the Nationals. I know Zimmerman's sitting out, and I do believe Anthony Rendon was another.
Joe Ross.
These shortstops in the American League. It's such a loaded position. Anderson, Simeon, Torres, Polanco, Lindor, Adames, Bichette. The Tampa Bay Rays have Wander Franco, a 19-year-old, down in the... It's just a loaded position. And Yordan Alvarez in left field, not in DH.
So look at all these DHs getting votes. Chris Davis, JD Martinez.
Wow, Gurriel's got a lot of votes.
Tsutsugo's a DH. So there's a lot of DHs who are getting all-star votes for whatever reason. Of course, in center field, you're going to have Mike Trout, although Teoscar's doing pretty well for himself here.
Yeah, I'd vote for Teoscar over Mike Trout in center field. Who are those 357,000 people?
Of course, he plays right field, but hey, who are we arguing?
A bunch of maniacs. That's what's happening. We've simulated some maniacs.
Maniac. Oh.
You know, our booth is pretty crowded. We should maybe welcome our next broadcasting team. We got the Yankees and the Orioles next, and we have A. Gotti. I believe it's Adam, right? And Dane Richardson. How are you guys doing?
Pretty well today, gentlemen. All 4 of you, happy Canada Day. And I got to ask, you may have talked about this in the broadcast, but do you have any festivities for the rest of Canada Day?
Well, I'm just going to grill. It's just basically what you would do for the 4th. I'm going to cook some burgers out here and have some steaks for dinner. But no poutine or beaver tails, unfortunately.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just buy myself a pack of Molsons and we'll go from there.
There we go.
Have a twofer.
Only fitting the Blue Jays win on Canada Day. And up next, you said the Yankees and Orioles, a little AL East action again. A tale of 2 teams here. Obviously, the Yankees toward the top of the division, leading the division by 3.5 games over Tampa Bay. And the Orioles, again, a bottom feeder. Again, you talk about their prospect system, but you wonder, when is it really going to be that turning point? Obviously, they made the ALCS in the mid-2010s and they got swept by the Kansas City Royals. But when will Baltimore be able to rise back up? And obviously, it's not this year, so you wonder, when are they finally going to be able to really take that turn toward the upper echelon of the major leagues again?
Well, they've had a lot of high draft picks. That'll definitely help in that regard. And I believe Adley Rutschman is one of their young prospects they're really leaning on is maybe possibly a next Buster Posey. But you can never really tell with catching prospects. They will break your heart.
And again, they take number 2 overall, I believe, out of Arkansas, Heston Kjerstad. Big left-handed power bat. Surprised a lot of people with that pick. I mean, it even surprised me, especially at that number 2 slot. But you talk about right field and Camden Yards. I mean, that's a great hitting ballpark for him. I would think that Yankee Stadium and Camden Yards would be the 2 ballparks that fit his style of hitting the best. But you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. Well, you look at the other team on the other side, the New York Yankees. Even when they didn't have a bunch of stars on their team like they did now, they still found a way with Joe Girardi when he was the manager at the time to be consistent, to sort of fight for a playoff spot. Granted, they didn't make the playoffs every year, but they always seem like a franchise that obviously you can never count out because of the money they consume, but they find ways. Brian Cashman finds ways to get the most out of all his players that he puts on the field.
I tell you what about the Orioles. They need pitching, I think. I haven't seen any real good pitching prospects coming out of Baltimore recently, so I like that they're stacking their lineup with bats and everything like that, but where's the pitching going to come from?
Yeah, we've seen in these last couple World Series how important pitching is. With the Nationals, they basically every single time draft a pitcher. The Astros have got some great pitchers, but it seems like the Orioles, if they want to be able to take that next leap, they have a lot of good prospects right now in the field. But pitching, I mean, that's really probably what they're going to need to focus on these next couple drafts and try and get some top prospects there.
I think let's be a little more honest about the Baltimore Orioles. They need a lot of different things to start going their way.
Yeah, a lot more than pitching. They need probably almost every position.
You think about Dylan Bundy. He was a guy that was supposed to be big time. And then he's just one of those prospects that never turned out to what they thought he'd be. So you really hope Baltimore doesn't continue to get more Dylan Bundy type guys that come through their system and that just don't materialize into that all-star pitcher. And I think it would be maybe good for baseball. I don't think the Orioles can be bad forever. You never know, but I would give them maybe 4 or 5 years. I think you could see this team, if things go right, they get a lot of positions where they get upgrades. They could be inched toward the top of that division. Maybe.
It's going to be a while, but I think they'll eventually turn around. I can't imagine them being terrible for a very long time. You see the lineups, just the difference in the lineups between the Yankees and the Orioles. It just appeared on the screen. Like, you have a bunch of young perennial all-stars on the Yankees, and the Orioles, we don't know what they're doing exactly. But
you probably say that the worst player on the Yankees right now in their starting lineup would probably be the best player for the Orioles at this point. I mean, just not a single star even for the O's.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Orioles and the Jays were both in that 2016 wild card game, and neither have made the playoffs since, but you look at the different paths both teams have taken, and Toronto is much closer to contention than what's gone on in Baltimore.
Their paths have kind of diverged since that day in 2016, and both the teams obviously, quote-unquote, rebuilding, but the Blue Jays now coming out of it, and the Orioles with no end in sight.
Looks like we're about to get underway, so I guess we'll wrap things up. Jake, Justin, Mark, I had a blast on this candidate, calling the game with you guys. Thank you so much for doing this. Blue Jays win.
Had a happy Canada Day with all UA, and so all you hosers take off, eh?
Hey. So we'll turn it over to Adam and Dane for the Yankees and the Orioles. Have a great Canada Day. Have a great rest of your day. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, guys. Alongside Adam Gotkin, I'm Dane Richardson. Some AL East baseball coming at you. The first place New York Yankees facing off against the last place Baltimore Orioles. Going for the sweep today. Pitching matchup, you got the Big Maple on the mound today for the New York Yankees, while the veteran right-hander Alex Cobb hits the bump for the O's. Tough to expect today. Again, the Yankees looking for the sweep. Adam, what do you expect today?
I think, last night we saw the Orioles just completely get destroyed by the Yankees, and tonight Paxton, of course, a really good pitcher on the mound, the Canadian here on Canada Day. I expect that we see a lot of the same.
Again, the Orioles yet to score a run in this series, losing 1-0 in the first game, then 13-0 yesterday. You mentioned them getting routed. But Alex Cobb, this is a veteran that's best years in Tampa Bay. He's been an AL East pitcher for a while. What makes him effective today? He's a big breaking ball guy.
Leading off
You know,
the
when
afternoon for the
you have a
Yankees,
lot of power hitters like you do for the Yankees with Stanton and Judge and Sanchez, you really want to see a lot of these breaking balls here, not let them get those high fastballs. And as long as you don't hang any, Cobb can have a pretty good day on the mound.
First pitch, we are underway. LeMahieu fouls one off toward the right side. DJ LeMahieu's a guy, he's been Mr. Consistent. Everyone remembers him for that big-time home run against the Astros to force the bottom of the ninth as he takes a breaking ball in the outside corner 0-2. But again, he's one of those few hitters. He's a high-contact guy. He knows how to hit the other way, and that's some of what the game's lost a little bit. Everyone's focused on launch angle as the 0-2. Swing and a miss, so a big strikeout to start off the game for Alex Cobb, getting him on the inner half of the plate. Effective pitch right there, getting him early. What'd you see there, Adam?
Yeah, it's exactly what Cobb needs to do there, just not pitch high in the zone, not allow any home runs here. And like I said, if he can do that and keep pitching like he did there in that first at-bat against LeMahieu, I think he has a chance to have a pretty good day.
A little bit of a protective swing, to say the least, as the youngster Gleyber Torres steps in to the plate. Again, a fantastic season so far this year. He's third in the American League in shortstop all-star voting. Again, that is a stacked position, absolutely stacked position. But it's safe to say, I get Aaron Judge as the face of the Yankees, but this guy could be the face of the Yankees in a couple years and for many years to come, as he's ahead in the count here 2-0.
Yeah, then other than Torres, they also have, of course, Gary Sanchez, the young catcher. They have a really nice mix between the older veteran guys and LeMahieu, Judge, and Stanton, and then they have Gleyber Torres and Gary Sanchez, who can really round things out for this Yankees team.
Big 2-0 hack there, fouling it off to the right side, 2-1. Gleyber Torres, arguably the best postseason of any Yankee in 2019, was fantastic in both the ALDS and ALCS, as he'll foul another fastball upstairs, back 2-2. But again, moving over to shortstop after Didi Gregorius left for Philadelphia. So he's a natural shortstop, and I think he's done decent defensively here. 2-2 pitch, and 95 from Cobb as Torres spoils that back. Gleyber Torres just looking to get something on here. Was 4 for 5 yesterday with a walk, so safe to say he's one of the hottest hitters in the Yankee lineup. The 2-2 pitch, and another foul ball.
Torres just one hit away here from 100 on the season, as we're here about a week before the All-Star break.
Will he get 100 on this pitch, the 2-2? Hit on the ground and through the left side in the left field. There is number 100 on the season for Gleyber Torres as he gets on board with a one-out single here in the first.
Yeah, really nice contact there. Just get that one right in between the shortstop and third baseman. And the Yankees got a guy on base for the power hitter, Aaron Judge.
Guys on base, that's what Aaron Judge loves to see. And again, this guy got a day off yesterday. The Yankees not playing many regulars, but ready to go today. Again, John Means, a guy who pitched well against the Yankees before, is Judge on the ground to first, picked up by Ruiz to second for one, back to first, and offline. So nearly a 3-6-3 double play. Judge hit it on the screws. Ruiz, a beautiful pick, hits it over to second, and Iglesias, usually a sure-handed shortstop defensively, an errant throw, and the Yankees inning will continue.
Well, awful play there by Iglesias. It was an amazing pick by Ruiz. They had a chance to turn 2 and get out of this inning. They're unable to, and against a team like the Yankees, when you're this bad as the Orioles are, you really need to get those double plays when you have a chance, but right there, Iglesias just can't get it done.
Especially with this guy up, Giancarlo Stanton, probably quietly in the conversation for AL MVP voting. Of course, it's obviously, if you had to give it to someone right now, would be Yordan Alvarez as Stanton takes outside. But I would put him in the top 5 for AL MVP voting. I mean, this guy has had a huge bounce-back season, not to the level of 2017, but if the Yankees, this is the type of production they were hoping to get out of Stanton when they traded for him from Miami. Swings at the 1-0 pitch, hit towards short, and is lined actually towards short, caught by Iglesias, and that will do it. So the Yankees get a hit, but can't get any runs. Half an inning through here on Bot Ball. Still nothing. Orioles coming to bat. Welcome back, and we mentioned the Big Maple on the mound today for the Bronx Bombers. Only 5 starts so far this season coming back from injury, but done pretty well so far, 3.81 ERA. Problem last year for him, those first inning home runs, but a flamethrower. What should we expect from him today?
He's got a fastball up there in the high 90s, and really see him just try and power his way through this Orioles lineup here. Not a very powerful lineup for the O's. And his first couple batters don't have that much power like he had last year. He really struggled against first inning home runs. Against a lineup like this, I don't think he should have much of a problem if he can really locate his pitch as well.
Iglesias, one of those typical leadoff guys, was an all-star back in 2015 with the Detroit Tigers. The 0-1 pitch, hit on the ground toward the right side, foul. Paxton quickly up 0-2. Again, usually sure-handed defensively. We did see him make that tough throw there in the top of the first inning. 0-2 pitch coming. Slider chopped slowly toward the left side. Paxton fields it cleanly, a little PFP there as he fires to Voigt, 1 down.
Yeah, beautiful play by Paxton there. Just got off the mound early. Keep his feet moving. And a nice first out there for the Yankees.
Here's Hanser Alberto. Usually does not hit toward the top of the lineup. Now, Alberto's a really interesting player if you look at it. Paxton deals the first pitch to him upstairs. Alberto, he led the league in bunt hits last year. He had the lowest strikeout percentage, but he also had the lowest hard hit ball percentages. Look out. Well inside, did not clip him 2-0, but so the lowest strikeout percentage, so he makes contact, but not hard contact, which is kind of hard to believe, I guess you could say, is a 2-0 blows by a fastball, 2-1. So a career year last year, but not really materializing this year.
Yeah, it's a little weird to see a guy that leads the AL in bunt hits, yet only has 7 career stolen bases.
Wow, that's an interesting stat as he blasts one out toward left field. Gardner on the run. He's going to go get it as Alberto, just like the top half, it's a 1-out single here for the O's.
There's a late swing there, but able to get that one just fair down the left field line. And the O's have got a guy on first here in the bottom of the first.
You know, one of the things that probably prohibits that from being a double, I get Alberto's not the fastest guy in the game by any means, but Brett Gardner's speed out there in left field, the ability to go get it early and cut off the ball, which really is some of those little things that helps you out in the long run.
Yeah, even though he's still at 36, he's really mobile out in left field, able to stop that one from being a double.
Here's the 3-hitter Anthony Santander, takes one down Main Street, strike 1. Paxton probably looking for a double play. Keys for him, keeping that slider down in the zone and locating that fastball. 1-0 pitch, sky towards center field. Hicks is there, plenty of room. Charges under it for the second out.
And the slump continues there for Santander, as now 3 for 34 in his last 34 at-bats.
Yeah, because of course Anthony Santander, I'll talk about him a little bit later, the Anthony Santander official fan club. We'll talk about that maybe in his next at-bat. Here's the cleanup hitter for Baltimore, Renato Nunez. Sneaky pop. It was a guy that not many people expected to hit as well as he did last year as he lines one through the right side and in for a base hit. Judge fires it in quickly, nearly getting Alberto at second. That cannon of an arm, but second hit for the O's this inning as they now have a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, even though it's not home runs here, Paxton's struggling a little bit in this first inning. He's going to try and get Ruiz out here.
First lefty, I believe, that Paxton has faced as he deals low to Rio Ruiz. Ruiz can play the hot corner, but he's been playing first base mostly this season at both corners. Again, he can hit home runs. Ruiz was a guy who committed to play at USC at the age of 14 and never actually played there. He signed with the Houston Astros, I believe, as a 4th-round pick. So he's one of those guys, you see those kids starting to commit early, but a chance here to get the Orioles on the board here early. 1-1 coming from Paxton. On the outside corner, a good fastball location. Paxton 1-2, 1 strike away from getting out of the jam. Alberto off second. I would expect maybe a slider out or half. The 1-2 from the Big Maple. And Ruiz spoils a little bit of a cutter there. Paxton, what does he have to do to get him out?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries another knuckle curve low in the zone, too. A cutter and a fastball right after each other.
Goes a little breaking action outside, misses 2-2, so Ruiz, a good battle. And if you're the Orioles, you want to get them to 15 to 20 pitches, maybe even more than that in the first inning. You want to get to the Yankee bullpen, which was not used much at all yesterday. J.A. Happ going 8 full innings. 2-2 pitch coming to Rio Ruiz. Upstairs, full count. That will release the runners. Alberto from second and Nunez from first. Payoff pitch coming. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Fastball. Blew it by him at 97. So Paxton gives up a couple hits, but no run score. We play one here on Bop Ball. Yankees nothing, Orioles nothing. We'll be back. Welcome back to Bop Ball. Top half of the second inning. Joined alongside Adam Gotkin. I'm Gain Richardson. Adam, you talked about Gary Sanchez. Although he's 10th in the All-Star voting for all catchers, he's a guy with extreme power. Talk a little bit about Gary Sanchez.
You know, Sanchez, the fastest catcher ever to reach 100 home runs, second fastest player ever to get to that mark. But this year he's struggled a little bit, hitting 263, only 4 home runs. So he's going to try and change that here in this series against the Orioles. And maybe get those numbers up a bit.
Sanchez was fantastic against the Orioles, but he wasn't the story. It was actually Gleyber Torres with double-digit home runs. I believe both of them had double-digit home runs against Baltimore. But Torres with more, I believe. 1-1 here, looking to start the second inning off with a bang. 1-1 pitch from Cobb. Slider, good take outside, and that's one of the things you've seen from Sanchez, that plate discipline. When he's able to go the other way and he's able to hold off on that slider toward that down-the-way pitch, he's a much better hitter because he gets ahead in counts and he gets much better pitches to hit. 2-1 coming from Alex Cobb. On the outside corner with a fastball, 2-2, 93. You're seeing the velocity higher than I thought it'd be from Alex Cobb, a veteran at 32 years old, but so far he's done a nice job maneuvering through the first top of the Yankees lineup.
Yeah, as you saw with that last pitch, really nice location on the outside.
2-2 pitch. Sanchez will spoil another fastball. That's a pitch that's sort of at the top of the strike zone, but you can expect Gary Sanchez to really put a hurt into that one. Another 2-2 coming. Slider, that's a curveball. On deck is Hicks. Payoff here. Sanchez just looking to get aboard. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Cobb. Got a fastball by him on the inner half. So Cobb continues his second K of the game. Second strikeout with a fastball right there from Alex Cobb.
Yeah, really nice pitch there from Cobb, able to strike out Sanchez, who's normally a really good contact hitter, but able to get one past him there.
Here's Aaron Hicks, and Cobb continues to attack the strike zone with a breaking ball in there. First pitch strike. Hicks, one of those steals that Brian Cashman got. I believe John Ryan Murphy was in that trade. And a first-round pick never really worked out with Minnesota, but was able to really have a few nice years. And you wonder if that extension, that big 7-year, $70 million extension, is going to work out for Aaron Hicks. He's a great athlete with a great arm, but his hitting has never been super consistent as he fouls off a splitter right there, 1-2.
Yeah, Hicks was at one point named the top prospect over in that Minnesota Twins organization. But last season he hurt his elbow, so he's going to look to bounce back a little bit this year, hitting only .245. But, you know, still early in the season, there's a chance to switch that up a little bit. And he hasn't had that many at-bats, only 23 hits so far on this year.
Another 3-2 count, just like Sanchez. On deck is the hot swinging Luke Voigt, hitting .331 this year. But Hicks is a switch hitter. More often, more power from the left side, to say the least. Payoff coming from Cobb. And another foul ball. So, to say the least, even though the Yankees aren't getting many runners, and actually, we're going to give us an injury update right here. An x-ray for Alex Cobb on his finger. They're going to see if it was a bruise or if it could be broken. And he could miss anywhere from a few days to a few months. So he's pitching well early. Something we didn't expect, Adam. I mean, this is a tough break for Baltimore.
Well, that is really not good. I mean, you could kind of see it a little bit. Gave up a couple hits in the first inning. But an injury there for Cobb. And that's not what the Yankees, or sorry, the Orioles want to see. I'm missing things up here. Cobb was having an amazing game, actually.
So far, and
Second,
you
I
wonder,
thought the Paxton.
yeah, and Dean Kramer, the long reliever, he's a guy that pitched yesterday. The Yankees roughed him up for a couple hits, 3 earned runs. He walked a couple guys. He did pitch an inning in the third yesterday, but he's coming in looking to throw a strike right away. The 3-2 payoff to Hicks. And another foul ball.
I thought that said Paxton at first. That is an awful, awful situation here for the Orioles. Cobb was doing really good so far. But
The second pitch of the game from Kramer, and Hicks continues to battle. 8 pitches so far in this at bat. So again, a tough break. The Orioles used a few relievers yesterday, and coming out before even 2 innings are finished as Hicks will work a 1-out walk.
Batting 7, the first baseman.
Kramer, the young,
Boyd.
long reliever. And we'll see what he can do here.
He's facing a tough hitter, a guy that's having an absolutely career year. I mentioned Aaron Hicks was sort of a steal by Brian Cashman. Well, this guy was a huge steal by Brian Cashman from St. Louis. The weightlifter, the Sammy Sosa hop when he hits a home run. Luke Voigt looking to do some damage.
Yeah, you know, that weightlifting the weightlifting really runs in the family. His brother, a defensive tackle over for the Army Black Knights football team. It's a big family.
Breaking ball in there for strike one. You mentioned that. He switched from 45 to 59 to honor his brother. And again, yes, his brother playing for the Army Black Knights football team. 0-1 curveball misses outside, 1-1. Check over to first for Hicks. Hicks, decent speed, but not necessarily a big threat. Stolen bases have really become a little bit of an afterthought this last decade. Guys still steal bases, don't get me wrong, but not as prevalent as they were before. 1-1 pitch. Voigt hits one toward left, and that's going to drift foul into the stands, 1-2.
Yeah, Hicks has got 52 career stolen bases, but this year so far only 1. So we'll see if he tries to bring that number up as throwback there. Kramer.
Sometimes those throwbacks, they aren't to get a runner. They're just to take some time. Maybe stalling, try and work things out with your catcher, and maybe that's the case here. 1-2 to Voigt. Swing and a miss. Got him with a curveball. Big strikeout for Kramer. 2 away here in the second.
Yeah, nice curveball there by Kramer. Pitch in the dirt. Probably should not have swung at that one, but a lot of movement on that pitch. That's exactly what you see.
Rare to see from Luke Voigt, and again, a third check over there on Aaron Hicks. And I say that's rare to see because Luke Voigt's a guy, he's hitting .331 this year. He's play discipline has been better than it's been before, and unable to materialize on that at bat. Here's Brett Gardner.
Ball left outside.
Outside 1-0. Gardner, the only Yankee in the two that left on the roster that was part of that 2009 World Series team. Known as a chatty guy, younger in his career, but listen to CC Sabathia, he's like the old man on the team now, they say. In the last 3 games, Gardner has been on a hot streak, 4 runs scored, and a good count to hit in here, 2-0. Pitch from Kramer coming. The 2-0 pitch. Lined out toward left field, and it'll dunk in for a base hit. So the Yankees with a couple runners on here in the second. As Brett Gardner, the ability to go the other way, 2-0 count. Nice piece of hitting, slashing it out to left. As the Yankees again with 2 runners off. Here's Gio Urshela with 2 men on. On the inside corner from Kramer for strike 1. Urshela is a guy that had a huge last year. He wasn't really known as a hitter, always known for his glove, but then all of a sudden last year, he was a huge part of that playoff run. Miguel Andujar went down, and he stepped in perfectly. This year, however, hasn't been the case as he lines one and it's caught at first base by Ruiz. Second tough line out right there for the Yankees. 1.5 through in Camden Yards. It's still 0-0 here on Bop Ball. Stay right here. Welcome back to the bottom half of the second. Austin Hayes will lead off the frame. Paxton getting out of a jam. 17 pitches in the first. Not too bad, considering the damage that could have been done. 1-0, skied out toward right. Judge, plenty of time and room, and puts it away. 2 pitches, 1 out for Paxton here in the second.
It's coming up next here is Dwight Smith Jr. for the O's. His father, Dwight Smith Sr., played in the MLB.
Smith is a guy that spent time in the Blue Jays organization, but never has really worked out necessarily in terms of the offensive spot.
Yeah, designated for assignment last year by the Blue Jays, but ended up being traded to the Orioles last season for some international pool money.
In there for a strike, 1-1. And again, sometimes that's all some of these players need. They're not going to get a chance with some better teams, but with a team like Baltimore that's just searching pretty much for players to put on the field that have just even a little bit of pedigree, Dwight Smith, maybe this could be his chance. And although he's not having too great of a year, still plenty of time to turn it around and make it a nice season. 2-1 coming. And that's popped up on the infield. Shallow or Shella charging and will make the play. So 2 quicks outs for James Paxton in the second.
The designated hitter, Ramon Urias.
Next up, you got Ramon Urias, a utility guy. Can play a lot of different positions, of course. That's what a utility guy does, but hitting all right so far. 255 this season as he goes after the first pitch cutter. He played in the Mexican Winter League for quite a few years, actually. The Mexican Winter League for quite a few years, for I believe 5 years, and now finally getting his big league chance with the Orioles as he waves through a 98-mile-per-hour heater. 0-2.
Yeah, I'm really surprised if he's playing anywhere that's DH. Last year in the Mexican Winter League, he only hit 204. But this year in the majors, obviously, switched something up, hitting 255. But it's a little bit surprising to see a guy who really struggled there to be a designated hitter.
Indeed, and you look at Paxton, we talked about his first inning struggles. He was able to get out of that scoreless, and now he's worked through the second inning quite nicely so far. Hope no announcers jinx right here. But he's 1 strike away from a nice 1-2-3 second inning with a 1-2 pitch coming to Urias. Hit on the ground toward first grab by Voigt, and it's knocked down by Voigt, but not nearly in enough time as Urias speeds toward first. That'll be an E3 on Voigt as the Orioles continue the inning.
It looks like Voigt just lost that one, just stood over the ball for a second. And look at this.
Whew, that's not top 10 stuff right there. You're just looking at the ball for a good 3 seconds.
Now both teams have an error here in the bottom of the second inning.
9-hitter coming up now, Pedro Severino. The other catcher with the Orioles is Adley Rutschman, a number 1 overall draft pick back in 2019. Severino, only 26, spent a lot of time in the national system, but I feel like he's one of those guys to just kind of stay the place until Adley Rutschman becomes what the Orioles want Adley Rutschman to become. That's an all-star catcher. But like in the broadcast before, they said it's always tough to tell with catching prospects.
You know, Severino at first, when he was in the MLB, he was looking really good. He came up when Wilson Ramos was injured in the last game of the season in, I believe, 2016. And he was looking really good there, played in the playoffs. In that, I believe that year was the series against the Cubs for the Nationals, but since then kind of stalled out. And ended up being waived, but was claimed by the O's last season.
2-1 coming from Paxton, looking to save Voigt from making that E3 cost him, and a good pitch to the bottom of the strike zone. 2-2 again, 1 strike away from 2 scoreless. 2-2 coming from the big lefty. Paxton deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 blew it by him, and that'll do it. So Paxton with a couple Ks in the second. We played 2 here on Bop Ball. Yankees nothing, Orioles nothing. Stay right here. Back to the top half of the third. Top of the Yankees order, so second time through, but first time through for this top half against Dean Kramer. Again, we'll get that update on Alex Cobb, trainer coming out to see if he broke his finger or if he bruised it. You wish him the best. He went through some x-rays as LeMahieu leads off, struck out against Cobb in the first inning as it's 1-0 here.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the Orioles, but Kramer's a young guy with a lot of potential. He played in the 2016 World Baseball Classic over for Team Israel. And he's 14 pitches in here, didn't allow any runs last inning.
As LeMahieu skies one out toward left field. Santander back, still back, near the wall, leaping, and that ball is gone. A solo has to start off the third for La Machine, DJ LeMahieu, and the Yankees take an early 1-0 lead.
There's that broadcaster's jinx for you. Right as I said he was looking pretty good, there's a home run for LeMahieu.
Just over that left field wall goes DJ LeMahieu. Usually we see he's more of an opposite field hitter, not great exit velocities to say the least, but just getting it over that left field wall looks like he got a breaking ball over the center half of the plate and doing some damage to put the Yankees on the board first.
Now batting, shortstop, Labor.
Torres looks to do the same and laces one out toward left field, so the Yankees making some good contact early here in the third against Kramer.
And I think I really did jinx Kramer there. I mean, right when I say he's doing pretty good, there's some back-to-back hits.
Second consecutive game for LeMahieu with a home run, and Torres starts off his day 2 for 2. I mean, he was all over that first pitch fastball from Kramer. And an interesting fact about Kramer, he was the first Israeli-American to be drafted in the major leagues. So, nice little nugget right there as Judge takes low, but he's looking to get out of some further damage here. Adam, you just said he was pitching well, then all of a sudden, a few bad pitches with this Yankee offense. It can go haywire pretty quickly. One over to Judge, clipping the outside corner 1-1. Judge, of course, that historic 2017, breaking the rookie record for home runs in a season with 52. Of course, Pete Alonso breaking it. Then last year, Judge held it for only a little while. 2-1 count here. Stanton actually has had a better season than Judge. Judge has had some injury history, of course, the ribs, the oblique. It's been tough. It's been a tough ride, but certainly I would say the face of New York baseball, along with Pete Alonso. 2-2 here.
You know, it's weird to see that Judge is 28 years old now, because it feels like just the other day he was tearing it up as a rookie. You know, that's what happens when guys play 4 years of college ball like Judge did as he strikes out there.
Not tearing it up, to say the least, right there, Adam, as he swings through a low fastball. So 0 for 2 on the day now for Aaron Judge, a fielder's choice and a strikeout. And again, Aaron Judge, yeah, you mentioned he played 4 years of college ball at Fresno State. So you look at it, he came up to the bigs, I believe, around 24, 25. And usually now you're seeing guys that are coming up, 21, 22. You get a young kid like Gleyber Torres, Juan Soto, even Wander Franco, who's really young and top prospect in baseball. So Judge was one of those, I guess, not necessarily late bloomers, but late to come up to the major leagues. Stanton hits one out toward right center field. In the gap, it could be trouble. Going toward it, and that ball is gone. A 2-run blast to right center field for Giancarlo Stanton. And the big inning continues for the Bronx Bombers. It's a 3-0 lead.
It's already home run number 29 there for for Giancarlo Stanton, as he is getting close to 30 here. And he puts the Yankees up 3-0 on a really nice home run there to right center field.
It's one of the things Stanton can do, the power to all fields, right center field. I mean, LeMahieu and Stanton, now home runs in consecutive days, both of them. And Stanton was 3 for 4 yesterday. And there's still only one out in the third. Again, a 13-0 win for the Yankees yesterday. If you're the Orioles, you need to stop the bleeding right here, right now.
Yeah, like you said, Stanton had a great day yesterday. It was a triple away from the cycle. Sanchez, the opposite. He went 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts.
2-0 here on Sanchez. Talked about Sanchez a little bit back in his first at-bat to start off the second. Good count here to hit in 2-0. So swing through a breaking ball 2-1, but another one of those power hitters. You look at the middle of that Yankees order, or through the whole Yankees order, every one of those guys are capable of hitting it out of the ballpark at any time.
You know, all of these first 5 guys in these Yankees lineups are household names. It's a very, very hard lineup to hit against. Probably just talent-wise, I'd say easily the best lineup in baseball. So they're playing, you could say, probably the worst team in baseball. Although the record isn't showing that, you know, up by 2 games in the American League against the Royals, and then when it comes to all of the MLB, up by about 5 games against the Pirates.
Sanchez down the right field line, but that will twist foul. So we'll do it again. Sanchez looking to heat up. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Again, the payoff pitch, and he'll spoil another. Fastball in the outer half. Probably looked a little pull happy. That was on the outer half. Maybe could have gone the other way with that, but instead just fouling it off. Another payoff from Kramer. Breaking ball and shot foul. 8 pitches so far this at bat. 9th pitch of the AB coming to the Kraken. 9th pitch, and it's blasted way out toward left. You can kiss that goodbye. Back-to-back jacks for the Yankees. 4th run this inning. An absolute bomb from the Yankee catcher. 4-0 Yankees.
Yeah, 440-foot bomb there. Look at that exit velocity, 112 miles an hour. Things are starting to look like they were yesterday. The Orioles just getting absolutely destroyed here. Down 4-0.
And can you say hanging breaking ball on that pitch? I mean, that was served on a platter for Gary Sanchez. You take a look, the exit velo just absolutely blasted into left field. And that's going to do it for Dean Kramer. I mean, a tough outing. We mentioned in the beginning of the inning, pitching so well, but now they're going to leave it up to Ty Blach, a guy that, a left-hander, I believe, coming in after Kramer was unable to get the job done.
Yeah, Blach, the 29-year-old out of Denver, Colorado, previously played for the San Francisco Giants.
The center fielder.
He's a left-handed guy, and he's going to start things off there with not a great pitch there, a ball outside. Blach was DFA'd last year. Shows how he was really not having a great season, but he's back in the majors now.
I believe it's actually Ty Blach, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
2-0 count here. As Hicks switching over from the left side to the right side from his first at-bat. He was the hitter in which Cobb got hurt and Kramer had to come in. So 2-1 count here, and if you're the Orioles, you can't afford any more because you're facing a good lefty in Paxton who seemed like he was in a rhythm in the second inning. And now all of a sudden you give up 4 runs to start off the third. I mean, that's the last thing you want as Hicks fouls that one away.
You're already on your 3rd pitcher here with only 1 out in the top of the 3rd.
2-2 to Hicks is a breaking ball toward the right side, fielded by Alberto, and there's 2 down. So the second baseman makes the play. So again, Blach coming in, getting the first out, but you mentioned 3rd pitcher, and the Orioles have only gotten 2 2/3 out. They've only gotten 8 outs so far in this game. And you think about how big of a hit that was that Alex Cobb got hurt. Like, what could he have done in this start if he did not get hurt? I mean, you had to bring in Kramer, and then the Yankees just teed off him.
Yeah, Cobb started off really well. He's doing exactly what he needs to do to have a good first inning. Look at a 4th pitcher already warming up here in the Orioles bullpen.
Surprises me right there. Blach, I mean, you're down 4-0. I guess you're still in it, but it doesn't look like he's a lefty-on-lefty guy. He's faced 2 righties to start so far, so I'm not really sure why they're getting Castro up right away. Looking to get out Voit here, though. The 0-2 pitch is low, 1-2. Voit 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
And Blach can go the distance. He started the opening day game in 2018 for the Giants against the Dodgers, so he has that stamina to go a long way.
You mentioned that game. You know the pitcher he won over in that game, right?
Yeah, Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, big win there, especially for a young guy, young lefty in his career, but now in the Orioles bullpen on one of the worst teams in baseball. So a big flip right there as Voit fouls that one down the left field line. 1-2 coming to Luke Voit. Call strike 3, breaking ball in the bottom half of the zone. and that will do it. But the damage is done. 3 home runs for the Yankees. LeMahieu, Stanton, and Sanchez. Yankees lead by 4 through 2.5. Stay right here with us on Bop Ball. Welcome back to Bop Ball alongside Adam Gotkin. Bottom half of the third, and you take a look at the Orioles. Their hitting stats this year, abysmal, to say the least. And obviously, you can't really expect much. I mean, they're top in that category, 17th in stolen bases. But runs per game, 29th. OBP, they're last in the major leagues. What can turn it around, Adam, for this Orioles offense?
No, I don't think there's really anything that can turn it around. I mean, at this point, you're kind of just tanking for another #1 pick. And I guess maybe you'll see if they are going to put some more prospects coming in. Maybe see Adley, Rutschman play a lot more as we get to the second half of the season. But also, you don't know if they really want to use that service time for some of those prospects. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do as we come down towards the All-Star break. As just no upside really at all right now for this Orioles team.
No upside on that swing either. Iglesias very late on that heater down the middle. 1-2 coming from Paxton. Hit on the ground toward third. Urshela fields it cleanly, fires across the diamond, and quickly one away for Paxton in the third.
Now batting, second baseman, Hunter.
We mentioned the standings early on, the American League East. Tampa Bay trying to inch their way 3.5 games back. We thought they'd be a good team. Toronto, our 4-man broadcast booth, announcing on Canada Day them getting the win over the first-place White Sox, while Boston obviously sinking back down toward fourth place, losing Mookie Betts and David Price to the Dodgers. So a tough break for them this year as Alberto takes a heater on the outside corner. Strike one.
Ball one.
Low 1-1. And Paxton, the last few innings, you've noticed he's utilized his fastball very well. Very well. He's located it on the outer half. He's gotten ahead in early counts with it. And then that allows him to go to his breaking stuff. And he can get that high fastball going if hitters are willing to chase it. 1-1 pitch, skied towards shallow right center. Hicks will call off Judge there and makes the catch for the second out.
Yeah, a little bit of a shaky first inning for Paxton, but since then he's really settled down. Coming up to his 40th pitch here in the bottom of the third inning. Like you said, he's really pitched his fastball well. He's mixed in that knuckle curve a lot.
Now, Adam, here's Santana. I wanted to talk about him. I don't know if you watched the game last year against Toronto as Paxton deals inside with a fastball, but he threw a souvenir to a bunch of United Kingdom scouts that came to see the game as he'll pop one up. And I'll finish my story when we get back, but Paxton with a 1-2-3 third. Yankees still up 4-0 here on Bop Ball.
As we welcome back here to Camden Yards, one of the most beautiful stadiums here in the major leagues, as it's going to be Gardner, Urshela, and DJ LeMahieu here to lead things off for the New York Yankees.
Off the plate, ball one.
As Block starts this inning off with a breaking ball just inside. And it's going to be a 1-0 count. That one swung on, hit to second base. Thrown on the first, and they've got the out. Nice play there by Alberto. And the first one.
Speed kills, and that puts pressure on the defender, but you see Alberto not necessarily getting his feet set, but that athleticism really bailed him out there. Now, Adam, I wanted to get back to that story on Anthony Santander. I remember he threw a ball to the United Kingdom scouts, and every time he caught a fly ball, the fans stood up and cheered super loudly for him, and I believe the Orioles put on the scoreboard the official Anthony Santander fan club, and of course that was the most random player. It went viral over social media. I just thought that was the absolute coolest thing, especially for a team like the Orioles where you don't have many storylines to go off of in such a terrible season.
Yeah, probably the most interesting thing that happened to that team last year. As the 1-0 pitch is a change up in the dirt, now 2-0 count for Urshela. As the 2-0 taken there. It's going to be inside the strike zone. And 2-1 count now for Ty Block. He's looking to settle down after a little bit of a shaky first couple batters there in the last inning.
Inside, ball 3.
2-1 pitch taken inside. And 3-1 count now for Urshela.
If you're Urshela, you got to be geared up for a fastball here. You're 3-1, you're up by 4. I'm ready to let it loose.
And it's a curveball hanging in zone. That one is into the gap. That's going to be 2. Right into the left center gap. The throw to the cutoff man. And Urshela's going to stay at second base, but a nice double there.
The second baseman.
And that's going to bring DJ LeMahieu to the plate. He's got a runner in scoring position.
Absolutely blistered from Urshela. And that's a good sign for the Yankees. We mentioned how he had a fantastic 2019, but hasn't gone up to par compared to last year. So if he can start hitting better, that's huge for this Bombers team.
Yeah, it really is. LeMahieu had a home run in his last at-bat last inning. Now on a solo shot. Now he's got a runner in scoring position.
Adam, he's rocking the shades. What do you think of those?
Yeah, I gotta say, they look pretty nice. It's the red tint there for DJ LeMahieu.
I think they look pretty nice because he's a good hitter, but if he was striking out, I don't think they'd look as good. Maybe that's just my opinion. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know. I guess you say if you're hitting pretty well, I guess all the accessories look a bit nicer. But if you're struggling, they don't. That one hit down the right field line. It's going to drop as Urshela is going to head home. LeMahieu head into second, and that's an RBI double for DJ LeMahieu.
Now batting.
I mean, I feel like he is a machine, right? He hits one to left for a home run. He hit a home run yesterday. Then he gets a pitch on the inner half, fights it off, and laces it down the right field line for an RBI double. I mean, what can't this guy do? He has been the biggest blessing the Yankees could have had, signing him to a short 2-year deal, and he has hugely outperformed his contract.
Yeah, definitely. Only on a $12 million a year contract, but he is playing like he's worth at least $20 million, hitting .310 on the season, just had a double there, and as you said, a home run last inning.
Whoa, that's down.
A 2-0 count here to Torres, takes a pitch low in the zone.
And I wonder what the Yankees are going to do with LeMahieu, because he's a free agent next year. And he's obviously going to want to be paid more because he's having such great seasons. So the Yankees have a lot of money, but they're put in a tough predicament there. More teams are going to be willing to pay him. But LeMahieu's getting older, and the Yankees, obviously they'd love to retain him, but it's not like the world is falling if they lose him, but they'd love to keep him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do with the leadoff hitter, as Block now is a 2-1 count, with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. That one swung on and hit down the line left field. That one's going to go foul into the stands. And it's going to give us a 2-2 count. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one taken low in the zone, 3-2.
One of the things about Gleyber Torres, such a young hitter, but so disciplined. You usually don't see that. And again, just 23 years of age, and yet that talented.
Yeah, he is really a sight to see as that one grounded right to the shortstop, thrown over to first in time. Wow. Really nice play there for Iglesias. An error earlier in the game as LeMahieu heads over to third. A really close call there at first base. They're able to get the out. That's going to bring Aaron Judge up to bat here with LeMahieu on third and 2 outs. First pitch taken for a ball inside.
Ball.
Another one inside there. That one a fastball.
Judge, you're looking for him to finally start hitting. He's 0 for 2. The Yankees, the big hit party, already 5 runs scored. And what else do you want for Judge? You're 0 for 2. You get another RBI opportunity here to extend the lead.
And he hits one there into left center field. Going back, that one's going to drop in. LeMahieu scores, Judge into second. And the Yankees extend their lead now 6-0.
Now batting.
I'll be honest, Adam, I'm not even sure if he barreled that, because if he did barrel it, it probably would have gone out of the ballpark. Looks like he did, but it was such on a line. I'd like to see the exit velocity on that one, because usually when Judge barrels that type of ball, you'd think it'd go out. I thought it was going to go out, but a good sign for the Yankees to see Judge getting in the hit column.
Yeah, nice timing there on that swing. Wasn't able to get all of the barrel on it, but, you know, he'll take an RBI there. That brings Giancarlo Stanton to the plate. He took the first pitch for a ball. Has blocked now 31 pitches, 16 strikes, 15 balls. His control really been a problem here so far today.
And you mentioned that control. Yeah, exactly. You mentioned that control. Those balls and strikes, if your balls are even with your strikes, then obviously you're going to get behind in the counts. The hitters are going to get more favorable opportunities, more fastballs to hit, and that's exactly what the Yankees are taking advantage of.
Yeah, he's able to get one in the zone there, breaking ball high. Yeah, you see that this inning, 22 pitches, 13 balls and 9 strikes, and he's allowed 2 runs, so.
No, that's down.
There's another ball there, now a 3-1 count to Giancarlo Stanton.
If you're Stanton here, I'm sitting dead red. I'm sitting dead red. You've hit a home run in your past 2 games. You hit it out to right center last time. I'm sitting dead red, and I'm trying to hit my second home run of the game right here.
See what he does. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That one is taken low in the zone for a strike, and it's a 3-2 count. 2 outs. Aaron Judge is going to be running from second base here in the top of the 4th inning. Stanton 1 for 2 so far in the day with a home run, and he's out a 3-2 count. Here's the pitch. That one flied into right center field. Going over is Smith, makes the catch. And we are now heading into the bottom of the 4th inning after the Yankees extend their lead by 2 more and make it 6-0. And welcome back here to Camden Yards. Adam Gotkin alongside Dane Richardson, as the Orioles now going to come to bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And they're going to try and maybe cut this lead.
And you mentioned, Adam, cut this lead, because I don't think anyone that knows baseball thinks the Orioles are going to come back in this one. But if you're going to, you got to try and do it one piece at a time, as Nunez cuts that foul. As an old baseball coach of mine would say, carry the man. Move the line. One guy to the next. And that's what the Orioles kind of have to do. They can't try and do this in one swing.
Well, you know what? Yesterday, the Mets were able to come back, scored 6 runs in 1 inning against the Giants, and ended up winning that one 8-7. You know, there's always a chance for something like that to happen, but with a team like this with the Orioles, no really big power hitters, I'd be very surprised to see something like that happen.
And that's the beauty of baseball, the unpredictability of it. And you never know, even though the Yankees are clearly a superior team, you just don't quite know what might happen come the 9th inning.
So 1-1 pitch from Paxton, grounded down the third base line, going to go foul, right past the arms of Urshela. And it's going to keep it 1-2. That one taken inside, now 2-2 count for Nunez. Paxton strikes him out there looking on a cutter low in the zone. A beautiful pitch for his 3rd strikeout on the day.
You mentioned beautiful pitch. That was just nice little back door right there, kind of sneak it on the outer half, turn back into the strike zone. Nice frame job from Gary Sanchez as well.
As that brings Rio Ruiz to the plate. And on the first pitch, a bad swing and a miss, as we see this big shift here for the left-handed hitter.
Why don't you just bunt it, a lot of people say. I'll tell you what, that's way harder than people think, especially with major league pitching.
1-1.
And with the amount of movement on a pitch, it is already hard to bunt it. And when you're really focusing that much down the line, honestly, sometimes when there's that much open room, it can be even harder because your mind is just running that much.
It's a great point, Adam. And a lot of times, like you said, bunting's hard itself, but I think that's a big misconception in the game that bunting against a shift is probably one of, if not one of the harder things in baseball.
Yeah, 3-1 count though to Ruiz, able to get Paxton above 50 pitches. And he takes one inside for a ball. And the Orioles have got a runner on base here with one out in the bottom of the 4th inning. And that is going to bring up Austin Hayes, now the center fielder. He flied out in the 2nd inning. The first pitch to Hayes, that one's going to get away from him. But Ruiz is not going to advance, surprisingly. Just doesn't want to test Gary Sanchez there.
I get Sanchez has a good arm, but if you're a runner, you got to have that one-way lead. And if you have any type of speed, I get Ruiz isn't the fastest guy, but you got to take off. I mean, that ball, I get it went fast off the backstop, but you got to be ready for that one.
Yeah, especially if you're down by 6 here like the O's are.
Granted, I'm playing devil's advocate there. You are down by 6, so you don't want to take any risk for the second out, especially with Gary Sanchez's arm. So you can see both sides of it, but Paxton starting to lose the strike zone here.
Yeah, 3-0 count here for Paxton after walking Ruiz, the last batter. So maybe starting to get a little, I don't think he'd be tired with only 55 pitches so far, but something's not looking right as he just gets a fastball there inside low in the zone. Takes a couple miles per hour off that one, only at 95.
If you're Hayes, you're 3-1. I'd pick a pitch here and stick with it. If you have to take a strike on a breaking ball, you take a strike. It's 3-1. You're down 6. Look for your pitch. If it's not there, don't go after it.
As your 3-1 pitch from Paxton from the stretch. Swings and fouls one off. There's his fastball, but unable to get the contact that he wanted on it. And another one fouled off there. Count's going to stay 3-2 here with one out, runner on first in the bottom of the 4th inning.
See if Paxton goes to a breaking ball here.
That one is lined into the left center field gap. And he's got a single there, picked up by the center fielder, Aaron Hicks. A nice defensive play there to keep the runners at first and second.
Fantastic at-bat from Austin Hayes. He fouls off a fastball middle of the plate, but gets his pitch, gets one in the center of the zone, and finds a way to barrel it up, moves the line to Dwight Smith.
Yeah, Smith's got 8 home runs already on the season. He's going to try and make it 9 if he can. Of course, that would cut the lead in half here. With one out. The 0-1 pitch from Paxton's outside for a ball.
And if you're James Paxton, you want this lefty-on-lefty matchup. You don't get many of these, but you're good against lefties. You're a little bit of a tough spot, and now you have an opportunity here.
As that one is aligned right to the left fielder, Brett Gardner, for the second out of the inning.
Tough for the Orioles. You can't really catch any breaks. You get a 1-1 count, couple hitters on, you hit the ball hard, but right at somebody, and that's just baseball sometimes, and it breaks that way.
And it's going to bring on Ramon Urias. He reached to second base earlier here in the game in the second inning, as he's now got runners on first and second. First pitch taken high.
I mentioned earlier he's a utility guy. Obviously, this is his first shot in the bigs this year in Bop Balls. But utility guys, they're becoming more and more important. Versatility, not just in baseball, but in all sports, is becoming super important. The ability to play multiple positions, whether it's in the infield or the outfield, that makes you so much more marketable to a team, and it can lengthen your career by a few years.
Yeah, and yet they have him at DH, as that one is hit off Paxton, and all runners are going to be able to reach there. And the bases are now loaded for the Orioles, bringing up Pedro Severino.
Got to see if Paxton's okay right there, as Sanchez is going to come out. We already got one starting pitcher out of the game because of an injury, and Urias looked like he hit that pretty hard, and Paxton seems, and he's going to hold off the trainer right there. We'll see if the Orioles can capitalize.
He's been struggling this inning, gets hit in the leg here. It is the perfect time for Severino to capitalize on one. You just said, as he takes the first pitch there, low in the zone for a ball. As Paxton's thrown more balls than strikes in this inning. And another one taken low in the zone. Paxton seems shaken up here.
The trend continues, but if you're Paxton, you got to trust your fastball. You throw it above 95, attack the zone, and make Severino hit it.
The 2-0 pitch from the stretch. That one is just bounced to Paxton, throw home, and he gets him, and that's going to be the end of the 4th inning. Orioles had the bases loaded, but Pedro Severino unable to bring anyone home as we head into the 5th inning with the Yankees up. The score is 6-0. As we welcome you back here, as Gary Sanchez is going to lead things off for the New York Yankees. 3 goes Sanchez, Hicks, and then Luke Voit.
No, I'm excited to see Sanchez hit. I don't think he can repeat that performance from last time, but one of the better home runs you'll see in the game, one of those better home run swings. He absolutely tattooed that last home run.
Yeah, so I'll try and do that again here. Block 37 pitches so far. Number 38 is popped up into right center field. She flied into right center. That one went a lot farther than I thought off the bat, but it's caught easily there by Austin Hayes.
Now batting.
And you said, Adam, it went a lot farther off the bat. Yes, it did look like Gary Sanchez got a little bit jammed there. But those guys like Sanchez, Judge, they have that pure power that, like I said, when they don't barrel it, they can push it out to the warning track. They can push it out 20, 30 more feet out to the track, or sometimes even go yard.
And that one right to right to second, but bobbles it to Alberto. And another error there for the Orioles, a second on the day. And Aaron Hicks is going to reach. That one just hit hard. And I don't even know what happened there for Alberto. Just completely missed it.
He made an athletic play earlier, but I guess you could say that's just a typical Oriole play for the last 2 seasons, sadly.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to bring up Luke Voit here with a runner on first. 0 for 2 so far on the day. Stealing easily is Hicks, as he was almost in there before the throw got there.
Looks like he went off first move, and they threw over 3 times. I believe when Kramer came in after he walked Hicks, he threw over 3 times. We were questioning that a little bit, but maybe that's why Hicks takes second.
And that one is fouled off. There's a dribbler down the third baseline. And a runner in scoring position here for Voit. And the Yankees up 6-0.
Ball, that's low.
That one taken low. And it's going to be a 1-2 count now. That one is hit right to Iglesias. Throw over to first, gets the out. And no advancing there from Aaron Hicks. And
Voit a little
2 outs is going to bring up Brett Gardner.
Voit a little cold these last few games. Looked a little bit out in front, and the least you can do right there is try and maybe hit it to the right side, get Hicks 90 feet away, force Block to not throw pitches in the dirt because you have that runner at third, but Voit unable to get the job done.
So that's going to bring up Gardner. Gardner 1 for 2 on the day. Let's see, the third round pick in the 2005 draft. The longest tenured Yankee. As he dribbles one right there to second. Alberto over to the first. And that's going to be the end of the top of the 5th inning. As now the Orioles to come up to bat. It's Iglesias, Alberto, Sandotar. And the Orioles are going to try and get this lead closer. And welcome back here to Camden Yards. Gonna lead things off for the Orioles is Alberto. And leave. Let's see. I think Paxton's probably going to stay in the game. Things were a little bit shaky for him last inning. Sorry, Iglesias going to lead things off. But things were a little bit shaky last inning for Paxton, up to 68 pitches now. Got hit in the leg, looked to be shaken up a little bit, but was able to get out of bases loaded jam. Iglesias here going to lead things off. 2 ground outs in the game. 0 for 2.
Now, I want to ask you a question here, obviously, as Paxton starts the inning. Now, Babe Ruth obviously played for the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Boston Braves, but early on, he signed a professional baseball contract in 1914 with a man named Jack Dunn. Now, he owned and managed a minor league team. Do you know who that minor league team was?
I believe it was the Baltimore Orioles, correct?
Yes, it was the Baltimore Orioles. I guess you knew where I was going with that, but I feel like a lot of people forget about that. Like, obviously, he never played for the Orioles, like, in the major leagues. Obviously, those the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Boston Braves. But, yeah, Babe Ruth, he got his start with Jack Dunn in the minor league at the time, Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, you know, his birth house is just a couple of blocks away from Camden Yards in Baltimore. Really nice area around the Inner Harbor. As that one is flied into left field. Into shallow left even. Foul territory caught by the third baseman, Keuchel, for the first out. Yeah, if you're in the club level at Camden Yards, you can go to that window, to a window at about left field, and you can even see it's a bit of a pathway between Camden Yards and the house that Babe Ruth grew up in and was born. And it's a pretty cool place to check out if you ever go to an Orioles game.
I will say I've never actually been to Camden Yards at Oriole Ballpark, but it's been one of those places, and I've talked to other baseball fans.
Another one that looked like it hit Paxton, but they're able to get the out as LeMahieu goes over to Boyd.
Number 25.
But what I was saying, Adam, I've talked to other baseball fans. Of the parks that they haven't been to, Camden Yards usually seems toward the top of the list. Granted, the Orioles aren't good anymore, but it's just a nice place to play, and the whole design of the ballpark is pretty nice.
As that one is flown into right field, caught there easily by Judge, and we're going to head into the 6th inning. I'll tell you a little story about Camden Yards, a personal one, as we go into the top of the 6th inning. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us. As we're back now here at the top of the 6th, then talking about Camden Yards, I've got a lot of family from Baltimore. My uncle actually had a deli in the stadium, in the warehouse that they lost their lease a couple years ago. But it was a really cool place as Keuchel grounds out there to short. But it was really cool. They also had a suite, so I've been to a lot of Orioles games growing up. I'm from this Maryland area, but closer to DC, so I am a Nats fan.
Okay, I mean, you must be happy they got that World Series championship, but you said he had a deli in the stadium?
Yeah, just in the warehouse. It was actually like a restaurant, so when they weren't playing games, you could go in from the other side of the warehouse.
It's actually fascinating right there. That sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah, it's called Atman's Deli. It's been around in Baltimore for over 100 years. That one's off the wall in right field. That's going to be a double there for DJ LeMahieu. Another hit there for his amazing game so far.
Give this guy player of the game already. I mean, I know he's got the home run. I believe that's his 2nd double of the game. Maybe he should have just held it to first or gone for 3, because then maybe we could be talking some cycle action, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that from Machine today.
Yeah, you know, this whole entire Yankees lineup really having a good game so far. Yankees up 6-0 as that brings up Gleyber Torres, who's got 2 singles and a run so far. It's an 0-1 count here for Torres. Block still in the game. The 3rd reliever in after Cobb was injured in the 2nd inning, as that one taken outside for a ball, 1-1 count.
One of the things I never understood, Adam, they got Castro up right after Block went into the game, and Block's just continued. Like he said, he's been able to go the distance. He's a former starter. He's a long reliever, but Castro really up, kind of just maybe to stretch him out.
Oh, and a beautiful play there at first for Ruiz, able to get the second out of the inning. An amazing jumping catch there. Nice reactions.
Probably the web gem of the game right there, and with everything that's been going wrong for Baltimore, you didn't expect it to be on their side of the field, but a beautiful jumping catch by Rio Ruiz. You mentioned the reaction time, saving a run right there.
Yeah, most definitely, as that's going to bring up Aaron Judge. He's 1 for 3 on the day with a strong double into left center field.
Nope, outside.
As the first pitch there taken outside for a ball. Gotta say, Locke is really not getting any leeway from this home plate umpire. That one looked like it was very close to being a strike. He's had a lot of balls on the day, but it's not like they're completely out of the zone. He's been pretty close most of the day. As Judge just pops one up there over the net, and it's going to be a 1-1 count.
He has been pretty close most of the day, and I'm not saying it's better player bias, but sometimes you do see that, like a Mike Trout or an Aaron Judge as Judge takes inside 2-1. But you get those borderline calls, or sometimes I used to see it Derek Jeter late in his career, those borderline calls, it'd go the hitter's way. I mean, Block's not necessarily a proven pitcher, or I could be wrong. It could just be this ump does have a very tight strike zone.
You know, I used to see a lot of times you think that these stars have got, you know, amazing minds, so they can really tell. And another play there at first by Ruiz gets it over to first base Block. And that's 2 web gems in a row there, a nice diving stop. And we're going to head now into the bottom of the 6th inning. And it's Nunez, Ruiz, Hayes for the Orioles. Now, bottom of the 6th inning, Nunez to lead things off. He is 1 for 2 on the day here against Paxton. As the Orioles really time ticking away if they're going to want to mount a comeback.
And you mentioned Paxton, a rough spot in the 4th and then a quick 5th. So if you're the Orioles, you get sort of back to that part of the order where you created some havoc on the base pass, and Paxton really wasn't able to find the strike zone. But now you let him slip back into that rhythm, and Paxton can go over 100. So tough going for Baltimore.
Yeah, definitely, as that one is hit into the gap. Is that going to get to the wall? No, a nice stop there by Gardner, but heading to second base is Nunez, and he slides in there safe. And that's a leadoff double for Renato Nunez.
Risky when you're down by 6, but that's what the definition of hustling out of the box is. You notice a lot of players might go 50%, 60% on that and say, oh, it's just a single to left field. But Nunez knows where Gardner's positioned a little bit more toward the line. He's got a little bit more space to go get it, saying, hey, I'm going to go for 2 and get there.
And that's going to bring up Ruiz. Ruiz with 2 web gems last inning. And he's going to try and do something here on the offensive side. Walked in his last plate appearance. Here's the first pitch, that one taken low. And just a reminder, everyone, we are, as always, donating money here on ML Bot Ball. This week, the charity is RAIN, the National Sexual Assault Hotline. So we really encourage everyone to go donate down in the Twitch chat. It really means a lot to all of us here at ML Bot Ball. It's now a 2-0 count here to Ruiz. That one grounded right to first base, actually lined. And caught there by the first baseman, Luke Boyd.
Not nearly as flashy as Rio Ruiz's first play, or a couple web gems, but another hot shot toward first. Boyd didn't have to do too much on that one.
Yeah, you know, 3 kind of nice plays there at first place. All in the same inning as it brings up Austin Hayes. He is 1 for 2 on the day as Paxton has crossed 80 pitches. And his 82nd is going to be a ball up and inside. And the 1-0 is swung on and missed on a changeup there. Now 1-1 count. And that one grounded down the line, but just foul.
Sometimes you want those breaks, and Austin Hayes really good at the end of last year, and hopefully looking to get the first RBI of the game.
That one right to Paxton, throwing it over to Voigt at first. And going to have to stay at second is Nunez, and that's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning, bringing up the Dwight Smith Jr.
Something I wanted to point out from Paxton right there. I get you're up by 6, but it didn't even look like he checked the runner at first base. It's probably because of the lead, but usually you want to check the runner at second, maybe try and get him into a rundown, then fire to first.
As that one is hit down the line, that one's going to get in, and the Orioles are going to get on the board here for a double by Dwight Smith, but he's out at second base trying to get a double. And Dwight Smith Jr. unable to get in there safe at second, but the Orioles still score as we are now heading into the top of the 7th inning. Yankees up 6-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
Welcome back here on ML Ball. Miguel Castro, we saw him warming up earlier in the game. Right-hander coming in, the 4th pitcher already for Baltimore. And I want to get back to that Dwight Smith RBI single. I mean, you score the run, right? You get down by 5. Nunez scores. But with an arm like Judge, you're down by that many runs. That's a big mental mistake right there by Dwight Smith. I mean, you might think you're fast, but Aaron Judge's arm is probably better than your speed will ever be.
And it's
hit on the hit on the ground towards short Iglesias. I'll get right back to you, Adam.
Is a pretty short wall there in right field, so it's not if it's hard hit there, it's not that hard of a play in right field. And Judge, like you said, has that arm, so risky play there by Smith. And that last play by Iglesias, that one was thrown really softly to first base. Stanton almost legged out an infield single there.
Nope.
Yeah, and guess who picked that at first base? Rio Ruiz. Another fantastic play as you see 2 lefties warming up in the Orioles pen. Tanner Scott and the fantastic Richard Blyer. He's been having a breakout year as a veteran, so really good for him. He probably will be an all-stars. Here's Gary Sanchez, 1 for 3. We talked about that big solo blast that gave the Yankees a 4-0 lead back in the 3rd inning, I believe. Swing and a miss there on the 2-1 pitch. Sinker, 96. Castro, a hard thrower, but never really has had that low ERA. He's got the stuff, but the location really hasn't been there throughout his career. 2-1 coming to Sanchez. That's fouled off, 2-2 with another sinker. And he's got that sinker, and you remember Zach Britton, he was the closer there. He's got a big-time sinker now with the Yankees, but it hasn't been that effective. The sinker sometimes leaves up too much, as there's another one, and Sanchez laces that to the right side foul.
Yeah, and his sinker is really there's a lot of variation in its velocity. It can get all the way up there to 97. Sometimes it can be all the way down at 93 like we've seen this inning.
Payoff coming to Sanchez. Good discipline taking that 2-2 pitch inside as Castro deals. A breaking ball missing the outer half. A changeup right there. So Sanchez works a 1-out walk, and Aaron Hicks switching back over to the left side will come to the plate.
And, great discipline there by Gary Sanchez. Able to draw a walk and bring up Hicks, who also has a walk on the day.
A walk 0 for 2. Did get on base last time thanks to the air by Hanser Alberto. Did swipe second to go with it. 1-0 here, and I mentioned the control really hasn't worked out for Castro. He walks Sanchez, he gets behind in the count to Hicks. I mean, that slider, he's shown flashes of brilliance a lot of times toward the back end of that Orioles bullpen. But again, he's one of those low-risk, high-reward guys if he gets out into free agency because of how good of stuff he has. Fouled off by Hicks, 1-1.
It'll be interesting to see what he does here. I mean, today he's having a little bit of an iffy start to his appearance.
Grounded diving stop by Alberto, knocks it down, flipped to second, and everyone's going to be safe. To say the least, a nice effort to get that from going into the right center field gap by Alberto. But 2 runners on here for the Yankees in the top half of the 7th.
Yeah, like you said, a nice diving stop, but the second time in 2 innings that Alberto isn't able to get the ball to stick in his glove.
Believe they'd rule that an infield hit. Hicks did hit that on the screws as Luke Voigt comes to the plate. 0 for 3. He's one of the Yankees that's been arguably the Yankees' best hitter. Along with Giancarlo Stanton, LeMahieu, Torres, a lot of Yankee hitters have done fantastic this season, but not been the man today. 0 for 3 hitting in the 7th spot, but a chance to knock in a couple here.
One thing about these Yankees batting averages, though, is a lot of them are really high.
Indeed, his voice. There's a single up the middle and through for a base hit. Sanchez not nearly enough speed as Hayes fires it a little offline, but the Yankees now have him loaded with the veteran Brett Gardner coming to the plate with one down.
I was going to say, so a lot of those Yankees batting averages are really high, but today we're really seeing their A team. They're really mixing in their bench a lot, switching up this lineup almost every single day. So today's kind of their A team, but they have guys like Clint Frazier on the bench who are really getting in a lot, and Chris Iannetta, both him too. So they use their subs a lot, and today seems to be those guys who are really getting on base a lot, who are getting lucky enough to see.
Mike Tauchman off the bench with 2 homers yesterday, and a lot of those guys got a chance because of all those injuries last year, which was really interesting as Gardner going after the first pitch, swinging through a changeup, 0-1.
The Yankees really put a lot of money into their bench this year, just trying to make sure that in case they had anything like last year with all those awful injuries, that they'd have a nice backup plan. But this year, really, basically no injuries for the Yankees, but it's, kind of a win-win situation.
Starting pitching has been decent, but the bullpen, a lot of blown saves. Chapman with that herniated disc, he should be back relatively soon as the 1-1 to Gardner, hits sharply out toward right field and through for a base hit. Sanchez scores, Hicks will stop at third. Gardner joins the party with an RBI single, and the Yankees back up by 6 at 7-1.
A nice hit there by Gardner, just able to get that one into right field. As we're going to see Richard Buehler come in now for the Orioles. He said he's having a really good season so far.
And Buehler's a guy that was with the Yankees too. And you look at that ERA, 1.11, 33 games. You look at the strikeouts to walks, only 17 strikeouts. So he's a guy that's going to make you put the ball in play. Good slider, not going to throw too hard, but looking for a double play here.
Yeah, he could really use one here as the Orioles down by 6 in the top of the 7th inning.
Urshela doubled his last time up, has one of the Yankees' 7 runs scored, could turn this one into an even bigger rout with a hit here. 1-0 coming. On the inner half with a slider, 1-1, good pitch. A sinker right there. The sinker-slider combination from Buehler has worked beautifully so far this season. 1-1 to Urshela, way up and in. Urshela had to back out of the way from a slider, 2-1.
A bad throwing slider, but lucky, honestly, that it was thrown that bad, because if he hung that one, that'd be an easy grand slam.
2-1 coming from Buehler, the pitch. As Urshela chops a sinker foul, 2-2. If you're Buehler here, obviously you just missed with that slider, but maybe you try and go down and in. If you're Urshela here, I'm looking for my pitch, maybe try and fight something off, but I'm looking right center on this approach. The 2-2. Breaking ball sky to right. Smith there makes the catch, tagging is Hicks. The throw to the plate is not in time as Hicks speeds home. It's a sac fly for Urshela. The Yankees tack on another. It's an 8-1 New York lead.
I'll tell you what, if that was Aaron Judge in right field, there is no way that he would have scored. But Smith does not have a big arm.
And indeed, and Aaron Judge, we've already seen him thrown out Dwight Smith today on a tough mental mistake. And now we have arguably my MVP of the game, DJ LeMahieu. This guy's 3 for 4. And why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he be up with someone with runners in scoring position? Of course he is. And 3 for 4 today, looking to go 4 for 5. And if you ask me, I think he could do it again.
Yeah, he's really had a great game so far, seeing the ball really nicely.
And he'll hit one out toward right field, but right at Smith as he'll retire the last 2 outs of the inning. But the Yankees sneak a few more. 8-1. It's time to stretch here at Camden Yards. We'll be right back here on Bop Ball, Yankees leaders.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
New pitcher coming in for the Yankees, James Paxton. Strong 6 innings of 1-run ball. That'll be Luis Cessa, 5-2 this year, sort of their long reliever, but with this type of lead, good to give Cessa some work as he'll come in. Adam, what do you have on Luis Cessa? Big fastball kind of slider guy.
The designated hitter.
Yeah, Cessa, like you said, the Yankees bullpen has had a little bit of struggles this year. But Cessa, he's had a pretty decent season, the 28-year-old out of Mexico. Played before with the Tigers. He's got a nice fast fastball.
Judge gets a good jump on that one as he races toward it for the fly ball in right field. 2 pitches, 1 out for Cessa.
Cessa, as you saw there, a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. He can also start games. He started 5 games last season and had a couple pretty long saves also.
Cessa in a couple of notable trades. The second one not as notable. You mentioned he was with the Tigers as he deals a breaking ball in there for a strike. Holder and Lyons also warming up for the Yankees, but was in a trade for Yoenis Cespedes, was in the Mets system. And I believe him and Michael Fulmer went to the Tigers. Cespedes went to the Mets. And then Justin Wilson, left-hander, went to the Tigers. And him and Chad Green ended up on the Yankees. And the Yankees obviously have retained those 2 right-handers. And the rest is history. Obviously, Green much more successful than Cessa. Santander, will pop one up toward left. Right there is Gardner. Plenty of time for the second out.
A nice routine catch there by Gardner. He's had his fair share of action there in left field today.
Or excuse me, that wasn't Santander. That was Pedro Severino, excuse me. Losing track right there is the top of the Orioles order. Will come back up. Iglesias 0 for 3. The Orioles offense, obviously not too much production, only 1 on the board. As Cessa looking to work quickly with a 1-2-3 inning.
Oh, that's just out.
Outside there, 1-0 with a changeup.
Yeah, really nice mix of speeds there. He's got a fastball up at 97, 98. And then that changeup there in the mid-80s. A lot of guys, when you see these really fast fastball pitchers, they're going to throw a changeup up at 89, even 90. But Cessa's really able to keep that changeup low and get that variation of speed.
That variation of speed keeps hitters off balance, of course, Adam. But a lot of times the problem with Cessa, the reason why he'll give up some of these runs as Iglesias fouls off a heater, is because he's got that 4-seam heater, but unlike Chad Green gets that high spin rate. Cessa, it's sort of just a straight fastball, and with major league hitters, they know how to catch up to that, but it should be a 1-2-3 7th for Cessa as Hicks. 3 easy fly balls for the Yankee reliever. We're through 7 here on Bop Ball. The Yankees with an 8-1 lead. Stay right here. Welcome back alongside Adam Gotkin. I'm Dane Richardson here in the top half of the 8th, and again, the heart of the Yankees order coming up. A lot of production for them today. Gleyber Torres started off his first 2 at-bats with a couple singles. 0 for 2 since, but does have one of those 8 runs scored. Adam, if you're the Yankees, wouldn't you try and get some bench players in, get them some at-bats here?
I mean, yeah, definitely. You're up by 7 here. And a lot of those bench guys did play yesterday, so maybe they're trying to give them a little bit of rest, but I guess we'll see what they decide to do.
It's Torres through the left side past the diving attempt of Nunez. 3 for 5 on the day, all the single variety for Gleyber Torres, but another 3-hit day after going 4 for 5 in yesterday's 13-0 rout. And again, just sharp on the ground, I believe all singles to left field for the young shortstop.
Yeah, and that makes him 8 for 15 so far this series. He's really playing well.
Judge comes to the plate, 1 for 4, and skies it high into shallow left field. Tilting foul, but Santander will jog over and make the catch. 1 down.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
I'll tell you what, sometimes those high pop-ups, I know we're not seeing too much sun today, but those high pop-ups with a lot of elevation, those can be really tough. We see how many times our outfielders fighting with the sun out in left field. I saw Smith do it earlier. It looks like the sun's going to right. But the sun and the outfielders, usually they're not too good friends, I guess you could say.
Yeah, not always. A lot of times you see them wear those sunglasses. It can be really tough, you know. Camden Yards is one of those ballparks, especially at a time in this game there's not much shade. So they're really just looking directly into the sun.
Stanton 1-1 on the ground to the left side. 5, 4, 3, double play, and that will do it. Around the horn, Nunez to Alberto to Ruiz. And a quick inning right there for Richard Blyer. We're through 7.5 as you take a look at the nice around the horn double play. Yankees still up 8-1. We'll be right back on Bop Ball. Bottom half of the 8th here, Orioles probably not going to mount a comeback, to say the least. Down 8-1. It's 2-3-4. Heart of the order coming up, I guess you could say. That's the part you want. It's Hanser Alberto. 1 for 3 on the day as Cessa sticks in there for New York.
Nope, upstairs.
Upstairs 1-0. One 0 pitch outside, and if you're Alberto, you're just looking to get on. And I talked about this in my last broadcast on Bop Ball. Adam, do you think there's more pressure? There's more pressure to get on because you're behind, or is there less pressure? You're not thinking about anything. Is it easier to sort of get a hit in this type of situation?
It honestly really just depends player by player. There's some guys who, when they have this, big lead to come back, they really have that motivation to do something big. And then there's others where, they're just playing loose no matter what the score is. They're the exact same.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. It depends on the player. Like, I will say some hitters say, oh, when do you get hits? Yeah, when I'm thinking about nothing, when I'm thinking about what I'm eating for dinner or something like that. Is Alberto out toward right center field. Judge on the run, another good jump, and he'll put it away for the first out. But getting back to your point, Adam, it does depend player to player. Some players like those big pressure moments, and when you're in these type of scenarios, they're not as locked in. But you take another player, like they said, they're thinking about what they're eating for dinner. They're thinking about getting home to their kid or something like that, and all of a sudden they knock a home run. So a good point, it does depend player to player. Sessa 4 up, 4 down, I believe, to start his relief performance.
And a nice two-seamer there, just a ball. That one looked to be in the zone, at least from my point of view, but this home plate umpire's got a really tight strike zone today.
Fouled up and away with a 4-seamer. Sessa doing a good job attacking with that fastball, kind of putting it in multiple locations, sort of just in and out of the strike zone. 2-1, low and away right there with a 4-seamer.
He's also got a really good two-seam fastball and got a lot more movement than his 4-seamer.
The problem is the 2-seamer, sometimes you got to be careful with that, especially when you start in on lefties that can turn back over the middle of the plate. That's sort of been a new pitch Sessa has developed, is a 2-2 swing and a miss. 97 got it by him in the upper half. So Sessa looking stellar so far through an inning and 2/3 of work, 2 away.
And there's a nice high heat there from Sessa.
Sometimes high heat, and that's one of the things James Paxton was really effective on with that high heat. It depends, obviously, if hitters chase it, and Nunez will strike one out towards center, but right there is Hicks. So 6 up, 6 down for Luis Sessa in relief. We head to the ninth. Yankees lead 8-1. Stay right here on Bop Ball. Here with Adam Gotkin, I'm Dane Richardson. Last inning, supposedly, obviously, the Yankees up 8-1. We assume the Orioles will not make a comeback. And Gary Sanchez, 1 for 3, back with a solo home run in the third. 5-6-7 for New York. And it looks like the Yankees are going to get the sweep here in Baltimore. And Adam, if you're the Orioles, obviously you're not a playoff team this year. You're in the basement of the American League East. Where do you sort of go from here? Like, how do you deal with the rest of this season?
I mean, the whole thing about, playing prospects is the whole MLB, the way the MLB works is obviously a little weird compared to every other league, but with service time, and there's a point where you want to play your prospects and have them get some MLB experience, but also guys like Adley Rutschman, maybe you don't want him to, maybe you want to extend his contract by a year, not have him play in the MLB. So it really depends team by team. With the Orioles, I'm not a big Orioles expert, so I'm not exactly sure what they're going to decide to do. But it'll be interesting to see what they decide, if they really want to get some prospects in or if they're just going to keep tanking and try and get that first pick. Right now, they're in line for the 3rd pick in the draft, behind the Royals and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Of course, they picked 2nd in this year's draft. Heston Kjerstad, outfielder out of Arkansas, big left-handed power bat, should do well with that short right field. Sanchez blew out. Here's Aaron Hicks.
Of course, an interesting pick with the 2nd pick. The team, obviously, they don't have that high of a payroll right now, and they decided to go for less of a big name and save some money.
Exactly, but the other broadcasters talked about it earlier. What does Baltimore need? They need pitching. I mean, they don't have that ace. When's the last time you saw them have that ace? As Hicks would hit one slowly towards second, Alberto cleanly over to first, 2 away. But they don't have pitching. I mean, when the Orioles were good, when they made the ALCS against the Royals, I believe they're number 1. Wyan Chen, Chris Tillman, those aren't those number 1s you need to help you win in the playoffs. Think about it. The last few World Series champions, Strasburger and Scherzer. the Red Sox, Chris Sale was their number one. Before that, you had you had Justin Verlander. So you had that number one in Baltimore. They haven't had that elite starting pitcher in I don't know how long.
I mean, Tillman was pretty good for a couple years, and if you're going to talk about the last elite pitcher they had, although he didn't really play for them at all, I guess you could say Jake Arrieta. He was with them, as a number 5 pitcher in the beginning of his career. So if you really want to talk about an elite pitcher that they had, I guess you could go that way. But for one that actually has made an impact, there really hasn't been anyone.
Voit deep to center field, and that's going to leave the yard. Another blast for the Yankees. Adding fuel to the fire, the route continues 407 feet. A little Sammy Sosa hop, and it's 9-1 New York.
And that ball just did not stop carrying. Balls are just flying out of this park today.
And Voigt's one of those guys that really hadn't gotten a hit, and everyone was wondering. The rest of the Yankees lineup was hitting well, and finally Voit capitalizes, and like you mentioned, Adam, that ball just kept carrying. Not even 100 miles per hour, but Camden Yards, safe to say, it's a hitter's ballpark.
Yeah, just a straightaway center field. Beautiful contact on that one.
Rare run given up by Richard Blyer. Came in and has done a pretty nice job. Before that, I don't believe he had any earned runs. I know the Urshela sac fly, but that one was to Castro, I believe. 0-1 to Gardner. Chop foul, 0-2.
Yeah, as Blyer now just gave up a home run last at bat, but just one pitch away from getting out of this one. Then maybe a chance for an 8-run Royals comeback.
I'll put the percentages at probably less than 1%. What about you, Adam?
I'd probably go less than 0.1%.
Less than 0.1%. All right. I don't know if we can go lower than that. We'd be getting into some deep decimals right there, but you never know. I mean, baseball, like we said, it's unpredictable, but Sessa's pitching well. You got the rest of the Yankees bullpen and the star-studded Orioles lineup, as we all know. Gardner towards second. Alberto backhands, tough throw in time. A pretty play. But the Yankees get another. Luke Voit. Luke, as they say. Deep out towards center field and gone. Yankees lead by 8. They're 3 outs away from a sweep. Stay with us. You're on Bot Ball. Again, 3 outs away. Luis Cessa continues to stay the pitcher, looking for 3 shutout innings, 6 up, 6 down so far. And like we said, the star-studded Orioles lineup is ready to make a 9-run comeback, Adam.
Yeah, start off with Rio Ruiz. He's had a really good game at first base. When it comes to the plate 0 for 2 with the walk, so not that same production.
Personally, I thought he was more of a hot corner guy. I thought he was more of a third baseman. But again, flashing the leather today. So surprising all of us, I guess you could say.
So, as a third baseman, some of that carries over to first, that quick reaction time, as we saw with that amazing jump catch.
Ooh, broken back, I believe. And yikes. Got him in on the hands as it slowly fouled back. Stays 0-2.
Yeah, those hurt very bad there. It just feels like a stinging throughout your hands when that happens to you.
Well, exactly, and at least it's not April. I mean, you get, especially in the Northeast, you get those 30, 40-degree weathers, you get jammed. Those do not feel good at all. One of the worst feelings in baseball is Cessa misses inside 2-2.
I'd say probably right behind getting hit by a pitch, honestly. I mean, it does not feel good.
Hands kind of vibrate, and it's just, and then the next pitch, you're almost like is not as ready to swing as Ruiz toward the right side, but right in the shift is LeMahieu with the out, one away.
You know, a pretty routine ground ball there to second, but something that you like to see from Ruiz. Nice hustle, made that a bit of a close play there.
Exactly, and those are the little things, especially with a losing team. It's about culture. How are you going to turn this team around? Obviously, you need better players. Obviously, you need better pitching. But it starts with those little things. It starts with hustling out that ground ball, like Nunez did earlier, turning the single into a double into the gap. So sometimes those things are huge. And again, one out here in the ninth. Austin Hayes to the plate, and Cessa been very stellar so far. In there for a strike one to Austin Hayes. He's 1 for 3 today. Out in center field, pretty good defensively. He was actually very good defensively toward the end of last year. One of the few bright spots for the Orioles. But quickly down, 0-2 here to Cessa.
Now, one of the things I've always wondered, do major leaguers in these type of games or when it's close, do you think they count outs or they count strikes? I know that's like kind of a bad thing to do. Sessa misses away with a slider, but do you think some of them count outs, they count strikes like until they win?
I think there's a point where, you're up by this much, this close as they're just like picking flowers in the outfield.
Torres over to first in time as the Yankees 1 out away as Hayes grounds out 6-3. And Sessa 8 up, 8 down has been really superb. I don't know if I've said that enough so far. 30 pitches and 8 outs as Dwight Smith, the Orioles' last chance. He's 1 for 3 with a single, and his last time up, Adam, you called it. Big single into the right field wall, and Aaron Judge, an absolute cannon, throw him out at second.
As we'll see what he does this at bat. Probably the best contact all day from the Orioles. A nice drive into right field, but nice play by Judge to get him out at second. He's got the only RBI. If there's one solid thing about the Orioles, yeah, they gave up 9 runs, but hey, they scored a run today.
I mean, you always got to look at the bright side, right? Even if it's tough to find one. 1-2 Orioles down to their last strike, hit on the ground, and that's fair down the right field line. Let's see if he'll test his arm again. Think smarter this time. So second single of the game for Dwight Smith as the Orioles stay alive to see another batter.
Yeah, another nice contact there. An early swing just gets it down the line. If he hit that one a little bit harder, maybe he would have tried to go to second, but even if he did, Judge got him out at second last time, tried to stretch out a double, so in his mind, I bet he was a little more hesitant to go.
Especially with the 9-1 lead as Urias, he also has a single, so the Orioles, a lot of guys, not many multi-hit games, as there's going to be another knock towards center field for a base hit. Smith will not even think about third, but all of a sudden I said 8 up, 8 down for Sessa. Announcer's jinx, 2 straight hits right there.
Maybe the Orioles are going for a late rally. Let's see, 2 outs, they just need 8 runs. See if they can do it.
It all starts with Pedro Severino, though. I mean, over 3, a fly out last time in the 7th. Not too good this series, 1 for 6. And Sanchez saying, hey, buddy, let's get into the box. I want to get home and eat.
Yeah, Severino had the bases loaded earlier today and wasn't able to deliver. So let's see if he can do it now with runners on first and second.
That's down.
Low from Sessa, 1-0. But he's been attacking with that fastball, just trying to get out of this one and send the Yankees home with a sweep. But the Orioles hitters' last 2 at-bats have been on the fastball and quickly behind 2-0 to the Oriole catcher.
Yeah, and Sessa just a little bit rattled here after those 2 hits. Now a 2-0 count.
If you're up 9-1, I'd attack right here. Let's see what Sessa does. The 2-0 to Severino. Misses upstairs, 3-0. Now, Jose Iglesias hitless in this game, but you switch back to the top of the order, and you wonder if Sessa does walk somebody if Aaron Boone gets somebody up in the bullpen. 3-0 in there for strike 1. Go ahead, Adam.
All right, another instance of the tight strike zone there. That third ball, that one looked super close there. But he's able to get it when in the strike zone right there. Now 3-1 count.
Again, if you're Severino, I've said this multiple times in this game. Just look for your pitch. You don't have to go after anything else. In the 3-1, fastball towards short. Torres, diving stop, knocked down, but there's going to be no play. And everyone's safe as the Orioles, little 2-out rally here, load the bases to the top of the order coming to the plate.
I guess that 0.1 percentage of them coming back, I'd bring that up maybe to not 1%.
1%, wow. Hey, 2 grand slams ties the game, Adam. You never know. You never know. Iglesias steps in. Not a home run hitter, but certainly a guy that can split the gap, and he swings here toward left field, but Gardner plenty of room, and the Yankees sweep the Orioles in Camden Yards, winning this one by a score of 9-1. James Paxton, a solid start. 6 innings of 1-run ball. The Yankees bats coming alive with a whole slew of home runs. Luke Voigt, DJ LeMahieu, Gary Sanchez, Giancarlo Stanton. So, obviously a lopsided win. A lot of people could have expected this one, but Adam, your takeaways from today's matchup.
It was a 9-1 game, but the Orioles could have played a lot worse. They got very unlucky in Alex Cobb injury of the starting pitcher in the 2nd inning, and they had the bases loaded twice. So they had some chances to do something, but just weren't able to deliver when it counted.
Exactly, and you look at the hit discrepancy wasn't that big. Obviously, the Yankees with 15 hits, the Orioles with 9. but that big 4-run third, they had a 10-run third earlier in the game before, and you look at Kramer with the loss, and we only wonder what would have happened if Alex Cobb didn't get that finger injury early on in the second inning. He was fighting against Aaron Hicks in a tough at-bat, then all of a sudden a foul ball, and everything goes haywire. As we take a look at the highlights, Kramer comes in, he's pitching great, as you said, Adam, then LeMahieu lifts one out to deep left to give the Yankees an early 1-0 lead just over the reach of Anthony Santander, and then the bleeding would continue right after that. I believe it was Giancarlo Stanton. Says he homers to center here, more right center if you ask me, but again, I want you to call the next one, because Giancarlo Stanton, but this next one was nasty, Adam. Here we go. The next one, not Giancarlo Stanton. I'm waiting for the big one. Here we go.
Yeah, this Gary Sanchez, 440 feet, almost to that second section in left field. He just absolutely killed that one, still in the top of the third inning in this highlight reel.
And then later, DJ LeMahieu doing some more damage, a little bloop down the right field line, scores another run, making it 5-0, and the damage obviously would not be done. Later on, it was Aaron Judge, his first hit of the day, slicing one out toward the left center field gap. And a lot of people, you're thinking at this point, if you're Yankees fans, you love watching this game. And if you're a regular casual fan, I mean, this is a tough game to watch, not too close. Then the Orioles finally get on the board. Adam, you called this one. Dwight Smith Jr. lining into right. But Aaron Judge, 9-6 right here, going right to shortstop, an absolute laser, throwing out Dwight Smith at second. And then Brett Gardner later doing more damage with an RBI single out toward right. And then after that, I believe it was a sac fly by Giovanni Urshela that scored the speedy Aaron Hicks, who also had a stolen base today, making it 8-1. And then I believe one more home run for the Yankees. That was in the top of the ninth with a couple outs against Richard Blyer. And Luke Voigt, you mentioned this ball, Adam, carried plenty out towards center field, and the Yankees took a 9-1 lead, and that would be the score again. The Orioles wasting the bases loaded a couple times, which was really tough. As you take a look, Iglesias flying out to left to end the game. And that was a tough one again. Now, if you're the Yankees, do you think they just keep on winning from here, Adam?
You know, they have one of, if not the best lineups in baseball here. Things are looking good. A sweep against the Orioles. Explosion of offense 2 days in a row. And things are looking good here for the New York Yankees. Up by 3 games against the Rays, I guess now 4 in that AL East.
Another big win for the Yankees. Obviously, our next game coming up, we got the Atlanta Braves at the Texas Rangers. George, Jeremy, what do we expect in this one coming up?
Thanks, guys. And we got a good one from Arlington at the new Globe Life Field as the Rangers and Braves square off in an interleague matchup. Looking like it's going to be the rubber match for the series as both teams split the first two. Jeremy, what do you got to say on this matchup between Cole Hamels and Mike Minor?
Well, it's going to be a very fun match between two veteran lefty pitchers. Obviously, the Rangers trying to gain ground on the AL West, while the Atlanta Braves trying to maintain good position in the NL East. I look forward to seeing Mike Minor. I think the big challenge today for the Rangers is getting length out of their starters. Their definite weakness as a team is bullpen. They don't have a lot of reliable arms in there. So if Mike Minor can provide length for that Rangers lineup and allow them to gain run support, I think it'll be vital for the Rangers' chances of winning the game.
Absolutely. And we'll give you the pitching breakdown here as Cole Hamels starts out or on the bump for the Braves. 7-5, 3.79 ERA in this 2020 ML ball season. And for the Rangers, Mike Minor, left-hander, 32 years old. 4-6 is his record with a 3.52 ERA. He was 15-10 last year, had 32 appearances, struck out an even 200 compared to Hamels' 143 strikeouts, 27 appearances. A little bit of a old situation as both guys are over 30. Hamels being 36 and Minor being 32. So lots of experience for these two guys.
Absolutely. I mean, talking about Atlanta, these teams are very different. Like I talked about with the Rangers pitching, it applies to their hitting as well. They have a very much so veteran approach to both sides of the ball. The Rangers have guys like Elvis Andrus still hitting high up in the lineup. The Atlanta Braves, they're all on the younger side. I mean, they got younger pitchers. Cole Hamels not one of them, obviously, with guys like Mike Soroka and Kyle Wright highlighting the rotation and having guys like Ronald Acuna and Ozzie Albies highlighting that top of the lineup. I mean, it's just more of a two different types of teams going into league play. So it's a matchup we don't see every year, once every 3 to be exact, and I'm very excited to see the result.
And you mentioned that this game is going to be very important with both teams in the hunt for their divisions, with the Braves 5 games behind Washington in the NL East and the Rangers 4.5 games behind Oakland in the NL West. So definitely lots at stake before we get to the All-Star break, which is almost exactly 2 weeks away. And Jeremy, I just have to ask, do you think we'll be able to see another big pitching performance out of the Rangers yesterday? The Lance Lynn was the player of the game, and he had a gem after only allowing 1 run in the first inning.
Well, George, just like I alluded to earlier, I think the Rangers' pitching situation relies on starter length because of the bullpen not being too reliable. I mean, you obviously have guys like Jose Leclerc and maybe Kyle Ryan as well, highlighting that pen. But aside from that, you don't have a lot of experience. A lot of guys who are trying to either resurge their career, give their career a resurgence, like guys like Cody Allen, and then other just young and experienced people trying to break their way into the league. So if Mike Minor, again, can give the Rangers innings and allow their offense to provide support and get a distant lead, I think it'll provide a much bigger opportunity for the Rangers to go ahead and win that ball game.
And you mentioned with the young bloods, we also have a few young guys for the Braves that are getting their first chance action in the series. Is Darno and Echeverria as well as Riley both did not play yesterday because of it being a right-handed hitter versus left-handed hitter. So it'd be really interesting to see how these 3 guys do against Rangers pitching. And even for the Rangers too, Hunter Cole and Robertson Chirinos getting the starting lineup bids today in exchange for Connor Falefa, the catching position, and Chu, who moves into the DH for the Rangers. Lots of at stake today. On Canada Day, we got to mention that, our neighbors to the north, we're going to be heading to Arlington to get this one going.
Oh yeah, Freddie Freeman, Barry's first baseman. He's a descendant of Canada. Played for Canada in the World Baseball Classic, so obviously I'm sure a very meaningful day for him. Looking very forward to seeing this. Looking really forward to getting into this game. I mean, you talked about Austin Riley being out of the lineup yesterday. He saw starting back in his rookie season last year in his campaign. He's very reliant on being able to hit lefties to get good statistics. So I'm looking forward to the hopeful implosion of offense we're going to be receiving. But, George, I'm going to give you the call as we are getting into this one for the first time.
Thank you, Jeremy. It looks like we're going to have the Braves in their gray unis, and the Rangers, they're going to go for the all whites. Too bad we won't get to see those powder blues quite yet. I know those powder blues are going to be on display in the actual season when we get going here coming up soon in the late end of July. So that will be really fun to watch those. But overall, I think we're ready to go and into Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. A good one today.
Yeah, I wish we could see those powder blues, but unfortunately they'll have to be on hold for now. I agree. It's a great color in baseball uniform history.
At the Royals, the Expos, even the Dodgers. I believe the and we're gonna get the powder blues.
You get rewarded. Ask and you shall receive.
There you go. So we got the powder blues on display. Yeah, as I was mentioning, I think even the Dodgers, when they were in Brooklyn at one point, I want to say they had a powder blue alternate, but could just be making that up. Either way, powder blue, it's like it's gonna be a good one.
Yeah,
I'd be excited for that.
Always a historic vibe when you're watching a baseball game and you see powder blue jersey being worn.
And I have to mention, as we get started here, we do have a very special guest with us today, Jeremy. We have the official organist for the Texas Rangers going to be providing some ambiance for us. It's making it feel like a real game here. Globe Life Field in Arlington. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. As we get going here with the Braves and Rangers in interleague action. As we mentioned, I'm going to hand it to Jody to our starting pitching staff here. You want to go ahead and talk about Minor?
Yeah, Mike Minor, 17 starts, 4-6, 3.52 ERA. Struck out 62 and walked 25. 1.18 WHIP for Minor. He'd like to get that down a tiny bit to be more effective. Obviously, small regression from last season, but obviously last year was a special one. And here comes Ronald Acuna digging into the box.
Acuna, he is adding 291 on the year so far, or 292 to be exact. Takes the first pitch in there, swinging. It heads to left field, to the gap. It's going to be Santana who's going to get over to it, but not before Acuna slides in for a double to lead off the game. Right there on the first swing, first pitch of the game. I love it from Acuna.
Yeah, early aggression on the display of the bat from Ronald Acuna Jr. And that's the kind of player we know him to be. Lots of leadoff home runs on the first pitch for the duration of his career thus far. So good table set for Ozzie Albies.
Ozzie Albies comes up to bat here. Takes that first pitch in low. A ball. Minor already in some trouble here in the first inning after just 2 pitches thrown. Got to settle in and really just find his groove. We wait the 1-0. High on that one. He's going to at the 2 balls and strikes. Acuna could be a threat on the base pass. It looks like he's going to stay put for now. Always gets in there. It's a 264 batting average. He went 1 for 4 yesterday.
Oh, that's off the plate.
As that one walks in there for 3 balls, no strikes. And yes, indeed, it is baseball time in Texas, as the Morgan would like to say in Globe Life Field. 3-0 now. Batters count as always. Sit it, and he is going to be aboard for a 4-pitch walk. So first and second with no outs, and Minor's really starting to struggle to pull in.
Albies, if you look at his splits, he's a much better hitter against lefties, hits much better for contact against the left side. Minor, obviously, with the approach to pitch around him with first base open, but a little too under aggressive, as now Freddie Freeman has first and second with nobody out already.
You mentioned it. He is a strong hitter. 325, best batting average on the Braves at this point. He did not get a hit yesterday. A walk and a strikeout, went 0 for 3. He's looking for some redemption today, early on in this matchup. First pitch to Freeman. It's going to be right down the heart of the plate for a strike. And with runners in scoring position, first and second, got to be thinking Miners just needs to settle in and just go after it. It's the first 2 in there for strikes, so pitchers count for him. What do you think he's thinking right now, Jeremy?
Well, I think he wants to avoid Freeman pulling the ball here because that's what he likes to do in a lefty-lefty matchup. Just in general, getting out, be aggressive because he's shown a lack of aggression ever since Acuna hit that double.
1 ball.
And on that aggression, he is going to watch that one go by for balls to 1 and 2. Still on the 4-seamer there from Minor. Pretty strong, just didn't quite get in the zone. Hey, contact. It's going to go to Andrews to try to start the double play, and he will. 6-4-3, almost textbook. Did get it. Move Acuna to third. So just like that, There you go. Get some Oregon action as Acuna moves to third, but 2 outs. The first really did business there on that, rounding at 6-4-3. First pitch is taken for a strike. 0-1 as Acuna is 90 feet away from home, trying to score the first run of this game. As Marcell Ozuna comes up to bat. He's batting 300. He was 1 for 3 yesterday. He fouls that one back and is behind in the count.
Ozuna was definitely the best signing, in my opinion, by the Braves this offseason with his power bat. Braves definitely could have used some more of that.
And that's going to go foul just to the seats. So he's going to try this one again. Yeah, he was with the Miami Marlins, I believe, previously.
Well, he played for the Cardinals, too.
That's correct, yes. Cardinals was where he really had a big showing there. That one went almost behind Chirinos, and he kept it in front of him, 1-2. It's the count, keeping Acuna at third. He popped up on the infield. Looks like Frazier's going to be under it in the top of the first. So Braves threaten but can't get anything going. We head to the Texas Rangers' first at bats, still scoreless.
Hamels taking the hill. 16 starts for him, 7.5 on the year. 3.79 ERA, just above Miners. He's a buck 35, struck out 89. His whip 0.1 better than Miners as well. So two similar pitchers on the slab today, obviously, as Cole Hamels now looks shut down this Texas Rangers lineup.
You mentioned it, the whip's very similar, as well as ages too. Cole Hamels made his debut in 2006 and Mike Minor 2010. 30-year-old pitchers on the mound for today's matchup as Hamels looks in for his first pitch of the afternoon, and it is outside to Elvis Andrus. Elvis Andrus, the shortstop for the Texas Rangers, batting .293, and he was definitely one of the better hitters in yesterday's game. 2 for 4, 2 singles, a run, RBI, walking 2. Low.
Obviously, the Mike Minor escape, a big jam there in the first. Cole Hamels now, I really believe he has a chip on his shoulder. He's got to just stay relaxed and face the Texas Rangers lineup that has struggled of late.
Yeah, Andrus takes that pitch 2-1 as almost finally a little bit found his groove. Andrus can get it over to Swanson. Big round out. Him in. So one away here in the bottom of the first. Andrus was looking for something, I think, a little bit stronger on velocity-wise, and instead he kind of got fisted and to the shortstop. What did you want to say on that, Jeremy?
Oh, no, I wasn't really saying much. It's just a normal ground ball over to Dansby Swanson, former number 1 overall pick. Start for Cole Hamels to get the first out.
1-0 to Hunter Cole, 316 batting average. He's going to swing at the second pitch he sees. A routine grounder to Albee, so 2 down. Quickly here for the Rangers. In their first at bats, bottom of the first inning. A similar situation on that one. That swing by Cole, that Andrus and Cole doing the same thing, both ground outs, getting just did Hamels. Danny Santana steps in. He swings at the first pitch he sees, trying to take that one gone. Really got a big hack on that.
Danny Santana of the Dominican Republic, formerly of Minnesota Twins, could not get his career going over there, but having a very good season as a switch hitter for Texas and looks to continue that. He's hitting number 3 for the Rangers.
Exactly, and after a foul ball, gets that one out to left field, so that's going to be a single, the first hit of this game for the Texas Rangers. Looking good so far. Even here trying to get something on a 2-out rally with Joey Gallo, up hitter coming up. Joey Gallo, a 214 hitter, takes first pitch low and and trying to see if he can't get anything on it.
Gallo obviously having a great season last season. His season kind of was derailed due to injury, but so far staying mostly healthy.
That one's going to be to deep center. Going to drop for a base hit. Going to allow Gallo to get on base again. So two hits here with 2 outs, and the Rangers are in business to see if they can't keep the rally going. We'll go. Keep it coming with Todd Frazier, the Todd father, the bat. Third baseman for the Rangers. Hitting 212. 0 for 2 last night. All of a sudden, we're kind of seeing a similar situation that Minor ran into the top of the first, and Hamels is starting to struggle, see if he can't get out of it.
Inside, ball one.
Well, yeah, Hamels recorded his first 2 outs before conceding some base runners, opposite for Minor, obviously, but it all depends on the end result with this Todd Frazier at bat.
2-0.
And Todd Frazier's going to take the first 2 pitches he sees, balls, so 2-0 is the count with 2 outs. Todd Frazier coming from New York, from the Mets, the Rangers, so gives the Rangers some much needed hot corner help as he takes that one in there for a strike, so 2-1.
Frazier playing for multiple teams. We saw him with the Reds, then the White Sox, who's then traded to the Yankees, and found himself with the Mets before becoming a Texas Ranger, so his 5th MLB team.
Definitely a lot of movement there for him. A little bit of contrast to some of these other Ranger players who have definitely been with the organization for a while. Frazier fouled off that last pitch. It's this one inside. 3-2 is the count. Full count, payoff pitch for Cole Hamels, trying to get out of this inning. 17 pitches to this point is 18th the first inning. Still scoreless from Arlington. Jeremy Goldstein, George Koff with you on the call. Pitch is low, ball 4. Bases are now loaded for the Rangers. And just like that, Ned Odor comes up with a chance to break the tie and get the Rangers off to a good start.
This is where we're going to want to see Rougned Odor's power potential in his bat here. Obviously, 9 home runs on the season. He's capable of more. Going back to that Frazier at bat, phenomenal discipline to set up his teammate with the bases loaded.
Definitely. He was looking for something and he didn't get it, so really sets Odor up with a good chance. Takes that first pitch low. This is completely juiced full of Rangers. That's going to be just miss. 2-0. The Ranger fans are on their feet looking for some early fun action by these outer blue Ranger squad. Hamels delivers. Low pitch. There for a strike. So 2-1. Hamels trying to get out of the inning. New ballpark. Obviously, it looks like the roof is closed. And shadows might be an interesting factor, but doesn't look like too much. 1 pitch. Tie. 3-1. Almost faces a bases loaded walk here if he's not careful.
And then you see Robinson Chirinos waiting on deck with that really good split against lefty pitchers, especially with his power. Hamels really needs to attack if he wants to get out of this.
1 is in there for a strike. This is Job with Arnaud on the behind the dish there. Really framing it up right. 3-2's the count, Odor trying to do something for the Rangers.
Runners will go too.
And he swings in a missed. Strike 3. Hamels gets out of the inning. Before the Rangers get 2 hits. They head to the top of the second inning. 1 complete here in Arlington. Scoreless. So back in Arlington, at the top of the second inning, Minor need to try to continue where he left off. The last 2 he's faced with a double play and a pop-up. Goes right back to action with a first pitch strike at the second. The ball there, so 1-1, evens the count with his 4-seam fastball. Looks like I think we're going to see a lot of that 4-seamer from Minor. What do you think, Jeremy?
I mean, Mike Minor, obviously, he saw what Cole Hamels got himself into and thinks maybe he probably got off lucky last inning. I think hopefully as he goes down for this lineup, for the Rangers' sake, he'll get more of a sense of what these Braves are like in terms of discipline at the plate. I think Markakis should be an easier matchup for him with the lefty-lefty.
It's going to be popped up. Santana's going to come over to right center, make the catch. One down here in the second inning. Hunter does his job.
The catcher.
Routine fly ball, no doubt about that. Did look like that Gallo was kind of almost initially thought he was going to call off Santana, but Santana came over and made the catch. No problem there. Travis d'Arnaud steps in for the Braves. First time we've seen him in this series. Not play previous, and he's batting 168. You can see right there, 2 for 9 against Mike Minor, which is not necessarily great. It takes the first 2 pitches, there evens the count 1-1.
Bruno's been kind of disappointing to say the least. I mean, I think the Braves thought they had their catcher after d'Arnaud's ultimate success with the Tampa Bay Rays for the majority of last season's campaign, but obviously hitting a measly 168, not providing a lot in the 6-hole.
And he's playing catcher too. He's doing the catching duties, and you really would think that you would have a catcher being able to. The case evens out to 2-2. Minor, all of a sudden, we saw him struggle in that first inning, but he's really found his groove.
Absolutely.
That's a called strike 3, frozen at the dish. Minor's first strikeout of the day. A perfect time. 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Austin Riley come up, the designated hitter for these Atlanta Braves.
Great breaking ball from Mike Minor right there. This is on the inside corner for a big out number 2. Now he's got to get the power hitting Austin Riley.
He absolutely came back with some healthy stuff there. And Austin Riley also did not play yesterday. He batting 276, and definitely I think is better against left-handed pitcher. Excuse me. Takes. Oh, I really thought that was gonna be a ball there, but evens the count at 1-1. I'm calling that strike zone a little generous today. So
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Umpire a little bit loose with the corners right now, so Minor's got to be aware of that.
2-1 is the count.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
After that swing and a miss, so strike 2 and 2s. 2s all across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Second inning. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 ends the frame. We're through 1.5. A beautiful breaking ball. Let's go to the bottom of the second. Scoreless in Arlington.
Leading off for the Rangers, the catcher.
And 7-8-9 is going to get us started for the Rangers on this bottom of the second inning. Chirinos, Guzman, and Shen Su Chu. Almost goes back to work after a 24-pitch inning. I'm thinking, is that going to hurt the Atlanta bullpen, or is that just normal for Cole Hamels?
Excuse me, I didn't catch that.
I was going to say, 24 pitches seems like a lot through one inning. Is that going to hurt the Atlanta bullpen or Cole Hamels?
Absolutely. I mean, especially you're lucky to come out of that unscathed, but you have to realize that it takes a toll on the starting pitcher. That's probably more than a quarter of the pitches you'll see Hamels throw tonight, all in one inning. So if Hamels wants to give this team length, like I emphasized so much in the beginning in the pregame, he needs to have some quick innings down the road.
1 ball, 2 strikes is down.
Those first pitches of this second inning, strikes, but right there it goes low. So 1 and 2 to Chirinos
2 and 2.
is low again. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Evens the count. Chirinos is going to get over to Cabrera. Will make the out. Start the second inning. So lots of ground balls for the Rangers early on in this one. Looking for that first crooked number on the board as Ronald Guzman steps in. He grounded into a double play yesterday, looking to try to get maybe a little bit of some redemption.
Ronald Guzman, obviously a great pull hitter for power. We'll probably try to do that in this at bat here against Hamels, who throws a lot of breaking balls, especially at his age.
And you mentioned that, and he's done just that. First 2 pitches he's swung at trying to pull it 0-2. He's going to watch that one go by him for strike number 3. Hamels was his second strikeout of the day.
Batting ninth, the designated hitter.
2 here with 2 outs.
So, obviously, rough innings for both pitchers in the first. Both of them are increasing their strikeout numbers here with more dominant second innings. Now it rests on the shoulders of Shin-Soo Choo.
Shin-Soo Choo, man, quite a mouthful there.
Always.
Yeah, it's 265 batting average. He had a pretty good day as well yesterday. 2 for 4, RBI, a double and a single for a run. Going to get something going here in this inning. Another 2-out rally. The head in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. A foul, that one off to the left side, to the seats. Give the fans a souvenir, if you will. I think that's going to be something that's going to be really interesting with these this upcoming season is how necessarily foul balls interact. There may not be fans have to start thinking about all those foul balls that usually go to souvenirs or just end up in the seats.
Another funny way to think about it is you have a lot of players who are going to be socially distancing in stands when they're not playing in the game, so they're not all clustered in the dugout. So what if one of those players catches a foul ball? You can have some fun with that.
Exactly, as Chu watches that one for strike 3, ends the inning. Through 2, double life field, nothing. Head to the top of the third, back on NYY BAL.
Leading off for the Braves, the shortstop, Dansby Swanson.
We're back with more NL BAL action. Braves Rangers interleague play from Arlington, Texas. As Dansby Swanson steps in. 8-9-1 hitters. We're still through the first time through for the Braves lineup. Miners on the mound. 1-1 is the count. Miner settled down in that second inning, and he's really starting to find his groove there with another curveball that gets Swanson, and then this time he'll get the ground out to Guzman, take it unassisted. You can really see that he has command of his off speed, and he's doing a really good job with that.
And that's Mike Miner's strength. I mean, obviously, as we've seen the velocity today, the fastball isn't effective. Well, it's still there, but it's not a high-velocity fastball, so it's not effective in comparison to other pitchers in the league. But his breaking ball ability is phenomenal, and that's what's keeping him as an effective pitcher, especially in the Rangers system.
Exactly, and I think it's what's keeping the Rangers a good position. Last few years, he's been pretty strong. He's been their consistent arm when it comes to just pitching. Obviously, we mentioned he was 15-10 last year, had the most wins, I believe, for the Rangers. That has to stay.
Far and alone, the most dominant Rangers pitcher we saw last season. Lance Lynn could be compared to that with strikeouts, obviously. Lance Lynn had a ton of them. Mike Miner was more consistently active and reliable, so to speak.
Absolutely. 2-2 is the count here to Echeverria. Going to watch that go low for to full count. And, on deck you've got Acuna, who doubled his last time out. If Echeverria can get on and have something brewing just briefly for the Braves. It's like he's going to pop it up into deep center. Montana's there to make the catch. Out number 2.
The center fielder.
Other routine fly. Go ahead.
So I was saying Ronald Acuna, I think it's very important for the Rangers all game to get him up with 2 outs consistently, because that'll limit the damage he could possibly do, and he can't set up opportunities for other hitters as consistently and as effectively.
Exactly, and he's got, Miner starts him off there with a fastball inside. Get him to fly. Deep center, at the wall. Bye, baseball. See you later. And just like that, with the power we had talked about him previously, he's seen 3 pitches in this game. He's hit a double and a dinger. This time to left field as the Braves strike first and make this one a 1-0 ballgame.
Earlier I was talking about Minor's lack of velocity. That home run was pure muscle, pure strength by Acuna. The hang time on that fly ball was insane. Launch angle proving to be a worthy asset right there. The breaking ball sitting over the middle of the plate mostly is able to carry down the left field line to put the Braves up 1-0.
And he didn't just get that one over the fence. He may have just obliterated that baseball into outer space. I think it went up to the second deck, which that'd be pretty impressive, at least in this new ballpark that the Rangers are playing in. What a way to set the tone for these Braves. We were talking about how you can limit the damage, and can you imagine if Echeverria had gotten on there? Would have been especially dangerous with Acuna coming up, but instead, just a solo shot for Acuna. Odorizzi comes up. He's facing a 1-1 count. And that went off to the left side. Oh no, fair ball. I'm sorry, fair ball from the umpire. Back to back. Oh, and he's going to be out at second base. When I thought it was a foul ball, it was a fair, but instead goes as an out at second.
And before the damage is done, though,
Indeed.
Homers to left for nothing Braves.
I think we need we'll come back for bottom of the third. What a throw by Hunter Cole. We had kind of talked about him briefly. He didn't play yesterday, but my goodness. What an absolute missile to second base to get all these out.
I mean, great awareness, just not giving up on the play. Always a little too reliant on his speed right there. Phenomenal throw from Cole on the money to put it in the place needed for Andrus to tag out as the Albies.
Absolutely. We come to the bottom of the third. Time through the lineup for the Rangers. Didn't get anything the previous. They struck out 3 times. But they did have threatened early in that first inning. We do here. Rangers faced the 1-1 count. Last time up, he grounded out Echeverria. He's going to hit that one mile. Baseball. See you later. And with one swing of the bat, we're in a tie game. Andrus hit that one, and he knew it was just long gone.
Andrus not known for his power remotely. He's known for, I keep using this phrase, but setting the table for power hitters down the lineup. But there, Andrus is sitting on a fastball that's at the belt and just rips it to left. Easy for him, which is a rarity to say, but 382 feet, almost 100 miles an hour off the bat, and it's a game at 1 just like that.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right there. He's known for stepping things up and allowing another one? Would that be? No, just foul. Not meant to be, at least yet. Hunter Cole comes up. He had that outstanding outfield assist in the top of the third, and trying to maybe go back to back here. Watches that one inside, even the count.
I was going to say Hamels, might be time for a mound visit. He needs to be shaken up a little bit.
Base hit up the middle for Cole. So 2 back-to-back hits out of Andrus and Cole of the Rangers business with no outs.
Wide open hole. Yeah.
Let's go back to that home run for a second. You mentioned Andrus is very much somebody who sets it up, kind of up the middle hitter, and he just unloaded. I think it's something interesting to see that both guys leading off the lineup for both squads have the home runs and the runs for this game so far. If that trend continues. As Danny Santana steps in, he takes that one at the knees. The ball number 1. Last time up, he singled. Looking for another one. One comes in. Oh no. What were you gonna say, Jeremy?
I was going to say Santana's got more power than both Cole and Andrews, though, doing the least amount of damage here.
Line out to Swanson. Oh. I'm sorry, trying to keep up your feed is going in and out, but
I'm experiencing lag as well.
Yeah, it looks like it was a line out to Swanson for the first out of the inning. The runner still on first. Allo, the cleanup hitter and big hitter for the Rangers, comes up to bat.
I'm going to reset my broadcast and see if this works because I'm experiencing some lag.
For the Rangers.
Yeah, we're
The third baseman.
with us. See if we can't get some here. I mean, did that work?
I think we're better for now.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think we got a better Todd. Oh, I think Gallo got out.
Popped out to third.
Okay, thank you. Popped out to third. So that brings up Todd Frazier. He had he drew a walk last time. That loaded the bases, but Odor didn't do anything. Hamels steps in. A strike to Frazier. Oh, sorry, first strike to Frazier. Frazier, where he's gone, has made an impact. Could be in Cincinnati, in Chicago, and both New Yorks. He's a guy that is a good hitter who can really put it into play when he needs to. I mean, we saw that with the home run derby that he won a few years ago in Cincinnati. There, he swings and a miss at strike 3 in the frame. So the Rangers do get back that run. They blew it in the top of the third. Cunha hit it. So they're knotted up at 1 apiece, headed to the 4th inning.
Leading off for the Braves, the first baseman, number 5, Freddie Freeman.
That's the ball.
And Freddie Freeman steps in for the Braves to start inning number 4. Mike Minor still on the bump, 44 pitches. So far, 3 innings, struck out 2, has allowed a home run. Well, 3 hits.
Why, I mean, is Freddie Freeman able to view Minor for a second time? I think it's really important just for both teams all around. Obviously, results, if statistics are correct, will be better for the offense while they're facing a pitcher for a second time. And especially since these pitchers were very shaky to begin, I'm looking for more of an implosion of offense that we're going to see in these middle innings.
Exactly. Absolutely, because if we've seen it so far, these guys have settled in and really have started to find their swing and a miss there. Strike 3. Freeman's gone. Minor's 3rd strikeout of the
Left field, number 20.
There he is, utilizing that slider again, putting it to the more outside quadrant of the zone, more outside of the zone if you ask me, and easy chase for Freddie Freeman, who's always looking to hit the ball. So great utilization of his pitches by Mike Minor.
Yeah, and I think you just have to start seeing that he is using those speed much better than that first inning. I mean, right there, that slider got in for a strike on Osuna. Popped up. First inning. You know, I think you're already seeing improvement from him, and he might be able to go a little bit farther than we think. He's already at 50 pitches at this point.
Well, yeah, maybe Hamels not so much, because Hamels' pitch count's a little higher. But maybe, hopefully, Mike Minor, again, like I said, for the Rangers' sake, can give them a little bit of length. At least go 6 innings that would be really nice for them.
0-2 count here on Osuna. He's going to foul it off to the right side. And staying alive here. Fourth. Out down. Still knotted at 1 apiece after home runs by Acuna and Andrews. He's a battle here is Osuna. Really seeing good pitches from Minor too. Laying off the bad ones and fouling off the good ones. Looking to just stay alive and try to get in and going for these Atlanta Braves. 1-2 count that he's facing. As I say that, he brings that high teens, goes down. Back-to-back Ks in the fourth for Minor.
Well, it's the lefty Freeman. We saw Minor utilize the outer half, and now with the righty Freeman trying to attack him inside, and very effective point right there as he ties up Ozuna badly for out number 2.
And give Torino some credit. He framed that one almost perfectly. That one really up Osuna, got him to really confused and take that and walk back to the dugout. Markakis steps in. Markakis, a long-time Oriole, coming Braves. 0 for 1 today with a flyout. He's got a batter's count now. 3 balls, no strikes. See if they give him the green light here. If he's just going to wait what Minor can give him.
In fact, this is Markakis' 3rd 1-year contract with Atlanta.
Gotta be thinking maybe he needs to sign a long-term deal.
Part of it is he's a veteran. He's in his later 30s, mid to late 30s now, and Atlanta, I think what they're saying is we'll keep giving you 1-year contracts as long as you keep producing. But I don't think it's safe to sign him to a long-term deal, and I think they're just looking to see how much production they can get out of him before he calls it quits.
He's got good production here at the plate. Sends that one to center. At the wall. Another one. Goodbye, baseball. See you later. 407 feet for Nick Markakis. It's the Braves back up top.
That's the production right there.
Exactly. You call it production. Boom. Goes the dynamite. So it takes the early 2-1 lead. And boy, did he just get a hold of that one. Taking it to right center. There to the little, where it kind of dips down, he happened to just get it right there above the yellow line. Get out of here. D'Arnaud coming up. Got in the 2nd inning. Off of Minor. Checking out that 2nd inning if he can't redeem himself here. He does. He's going to go up the middle for a base hit. So the Braves have something brewing with 2 outs here in the 4th. Kind of Minor tried to jam him inside, and instead D'Arnaud takes it up the middle.
Yeah, way to keep the chains moving, especially with 2 outs after a home run. Your offense might get lazy and be too satisfied, but for D'Arnaud, getting a much-needed base knock to keep his hopes alive for a solid season, and now setting the table for Austin Riley.
Austin Riley also struck out last time up. First pitch there for a strike. And to continue the train. Looking at that one go by for ball number 1. Austin Riley, the DH. A young blood, I guess you call him. A guy up and coming to make his mark. Sort of similar to Acuna. Also for the Braves. That one outside for ball number 2. Minor's at 66 pitches here through 3 2/3. Really the swing at that high fastball.
Hey George, I don't see Minor getting length here. He's approaching 70 pitches. It's only the 4th inning. That's not a good sign.
Not a good sign, but he gets out of this inning here with strike number 3. But the damage was done as Nick Markakis going out of here. We head to the bottom half. Fourth. Braves lead 2-1 for the Rangers. In a moment on ML BAL. Welcome back to Globe Life Field in Arlington. And I gotta say, this Oregon is like, it's making me feel like I'm at Globe Life Field. I don't know about you, Jeremy, but it definitely makes it a little bit more exciting than just sitting here.
It reminds me of Paul Cartier back at Yankee Stadium. It's all great. Oregon's just a great sound to hear at a Yankee game or any baseball game.
It's going to be a ground ball. Stays fair by inches. Freeman takes it himself. Retire Odor. Quickly one down in this fourth. As the bottom half of the lineup, it's their second shot at Hamels, starting, continuing with Robinson Chirinos, who, by the way, after being with the Rangers for a year, been off to Houston, almost won a World Series, decided to come back and re-sign with the Rangers because I think he wasn't happy with the result last year, so he's here with the Rangers again, looking to help him out in the behind the dish department.
George, I think any Astro from 2019 who signed with a new team is happy to at least escape a fraction of that controversy that developed back in the winter.
Absolutely, and we'll be curious to see how that plays out as we return to play here soon. Watches that go in, 3 balls and 1 strike. So I think one thing that the Astros, almost like that happens a lot with the sign stealing, but not to the extent that it happened to the Astros.
Well, you're right, because let's take into account that the basic sign stealing formula that we know of is when there's a runner on second and they can look at the catcher and see what signs they're forming. That's fine. That's just that you're in the game and you're in the game as in the moment. But if you're the Astros, you went to such an extreme extent, went into a replay room, do signs, communicated electronically. Like that's straight out illegal. They knew what they were doing. They did it for over a year. That's just a fact. And unfortunately, they weren't caught until now.
And
I think it doesn't help when you've got the honorary 40th member of the 40-man roster, the trash can, if you will, as the bang bang bang, boom boom boom, however noises they're making with that trash can. But regardless of that, Chirinos got on board with a walk. Guzman here 1-1 to drive him in. Instead, it's going to start a 5-4 3-double play in the inning. That was Echeverria, Albies, and Freeman going around the horn to tire the Rangers. We're through 4, complete in Arlington, 2-1 Braves. Back for the 5th.
Leading off for the Braves, the shortstop, Dan B. Swanson.
Ball 1, no strike.
And welcome back to Arlington. And as mentioned there, Jeremy, you mentioned it. Runner might not be able to go the length, and just like that, they got 2 guys warming up in the bullpen. I believe it was Colby Allard, and I didn't quite catch the last name.
That would be veteran Edinson Volquez.
He was a starter for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah, he planned on ending his career, actually. Ben got injured, didn't really get too much of an opportunity to pitch one final season out, so he's trying to do that again here. Also threw a no-hitter with Miami Marlins back in 2017.
Oh, wow, way back when. Talk about that.
Yeah.
It's a full count pitch. Things is a miss for strike 3, so Minor gets his kind of 6th strikeout of the afternoon.
Display of his breaking ball. That was more of a changeup style pitch there. Wants it out in front, sitting fastball lower half, but waves right through that for out number 1.
Pretty impressive. Minor was coming up with his 75th pitch.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Echeverria flew out in the 3rd inning.
Echeverria
Field.
hitting 288 for Echeverria is impressive. He's been a defensive replacement for quite a long time for his major league career. Did it with the Marlins, the Yankees, the Mets, now the Braves. Reading offensively is something the Braves did not expect, but they will certainly welcome without a doubt.
Oh, absolutely. And you're right. He had been much a plug and play defensive pinch defensive player, if you will. In usually late innings as a replacement in hopes of locking down on defense. But so far here, he's had a good season, facing a 2-strike count. It's that one to right field. Gallo's under it for out number 2. Even besides his 0 for 2 day, still, you mentioned it. Pretty impressive for him to be hitting 92 and 88 at this point. Yeah. Here comes up, 3rd time around for the Braves. Last time up, he absolutely launched baseball into left field. Start the scoring in this. He's a double and a home run. Kind of halfway to a cycle. I don't want to jinx him here, Jeremy, but the cycle watch, shall we say?
This is a personal system I use. I really only consider something on cycle watch if the triple is hit, because that's such a rare attribute.
Absolutely, I would agree with that. As Odor handles it for out number 3, maybe not quite a cycle watch yet, as Acuna grounds out to end at the top of the 5th. Halfway home here in Arlington.
Winning up for the Rangers, the
One.
designated hitter, Keuchel.
Back break here with the shift on Chu, with Hamels still out there for the Atlanta Braves. Here at his 65th pitch. Be a sign of fatigue coming up here soon, but still has 93 mile/hour on his fastball. It's Chu, a swing and a miss there. We mentioned Cole Hamels and his age previously. How much do you think that has to play into this being his 14th season rather, of his career? How do you think that plays into it?
Well, it's evident Georgie's past his prime, and when the Braves signed him, I think it was in the mind of, well, we need a veteran pitcher to help mentor these young guys like Soroka and Kyle Wright, help establish a playoff winning rotation. And if you've seen the last World Series winners, Nationals, the Astros, the Red Sox, they've all had dominant pitching staffs. And the teams that have up short, like the Yankees and the Dodgers, they haven't had pitching rotations that have been consistently good throughout the duration of the playoffs. And that's what the Braves are trying to, again, establish as they look to become a major contender for years to come.
I think you mentioned it right there. 2017 you had Ultron with the Astros, and 2018 had a lot of those veteran guys with the Red Sox, and last year you had Ryan Zimmerman and some of these guys with the Nationals, that veteran mentality. As Chu had the single, but Andrews grounds into the 3-3, or was that 3-4-3?
It's 3-4-3. I think it started at first base. But George, you got to take into account there's been a lot of double plays in this game. So that tells me is the players are failing to hit consistently with runners in scoring position. Not there. We've seen double play consistently with 2 outs, 1 out, man on second base and first. So unable to get around the force around the bases by Texas, and they've become the victim of a lot of double plays.
Yeah, that's now found a double play number 2 for the Rangers, but it feels like more. You just have to start thinking how is that going to play into the rest of this game. As Hunter Cole comes up, he singled last time up, and you mentioned it previously, Jeremy, but show confirmed it there for us. He was acquired by the San Francisco or from San Francisco organization in 2017. He's been with the Rangers for a while. I think this is probably one of his bigger appearances as playing recently up in the majors. He's been in AAA for a while. However, he is looking at 3-1 count, so definitely doing what he's called up to do. Want to mention something?
I wanted to mention to you, you talked about how the Rangers have had a lot of veterans on the team for a while. You said there are a lot of players on this team that were there for a while, and now they're starting to file out. Hunter Cole is just part of that new influx of young talent the Rangers are looking to fill their team with. But again, they look to become a playoff team. They were a lot better, especially last season, than people expected. They were in the middle of the pack in the AL West, and now they're in second place as you see Hunter Cole draw a crucial walk as the Rangers look to tie the game.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I think that's part of the things the Rangers have been, since the 2 World Series runs, kind of been, I want to say mediocre, but not ideally what the fan base wants. We've kind of been thinking, well, how can we get the fan base to buy in to what we're doing right now? And I think part of it kind of plays with the fact that you have a new stadium, so you have this way of trying to get more fans, trying to get want a winning team with this new stadium. You want that ability to get people to come in and really buy into the Rangers trying to do that culture. So I think it's really interesting to see moving forward. But got 2 guys in the Braves bullpen. AJ Minter, former Aggie, there. To see that.
Wasn't Minter in that video? Wasn't Minter the picture in the video where the 2 fans from home called the bullpen?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah,
a phenomenal video.
For the record, I believe that video is absolutely fake. But as far as the calling, but you've got to give them some props there. That was pretty impressive.
Obviously, we won't know, but it's a very good watch. I highly recommend it to anybody who hasn't seen it. It's 2 college students who are apparently watching a Texas A&M baseball game. I accordingly got the number to the Aggies bullpen and said to get AJ Minter up, and next thing you know, he's running.
It
could be fake.
Oh yeah, but I think it's pretty impressive. There is Santana strikes out. Out number 3. Hamels just over 80 pitches in this one. 5 complete from Globe Life Field. Head to the 6th. Late innings of this one. I come down to it. 2-1 Braves lead over the Rangers.
Now pitching for the Rangers.
We Allard.
Number 39.
26 strengths, 5-1. He has gotten a couple save opportunities. He's 1-1. In this scenario, he's looking to hold the Rangers' deficit at 1 as Ozzie Albies steps up.
Let's get a close the book on Mike Minor, who I believe from my account had 5 innings, 2 runs that were both earned, and had 5 hits. Talking only 1. So not a bad striking out. So not a bad outing for Mike Minor. He kind of did his job and got it there. His guy out there right field from Albies to Gallo, the 6th.
I want to touch up on something you talked about earlier, with the Rangers rebranding and trying to deal with that new young talent they're trying to establish here in the major leagues. That new stadium is really something to talk about. As Freddie Freeman hits that the other way for a base hit. New stadium, Globe Life Park was not old. It was established in the 90s, so they still had a good future with it. But it just shows how dedicated this Rangers organization is. Really branding and becoming one of the more dominant teams in the major leagues.
Correct, yeah, and the Rangers ballpark was only about 25, 26 years old. So it truly wasn't some of these other stadiums that really do need help. Like, it really wasn't like that. I think they've done a really good job with, I'm going to be honest, I've seen all the funny memes that have come out of the way that Globe Life Field has been designed, but I really like the way that they've done so. It looks better than Minute Maid. It looks better than Rogers Center, than Safeco, Marlins, all these enclosed ballparks. I think they did a really good job. Maybe it will get the name Barn in Arlington. You know, that might be the name that it, or the grill. I saw when it said it looks like the grill. When you like look at the front, like at the way the happens, but
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on something. I'm a Yankee fan, so there's no bias here. It was at a Marlins Cubs game back in 2019 in April. I happen to believe Marlins Park is one of the more scenic stadiums in the major leagues. I think at its peak, it can be a beautiful place to watch a baseball game. I truly believe that.
I will agree as well, like to a certain point, because I've been to a game at Marlins and it's beautiful. I just think that Rangers, there would be something that makes it seem more like it literally just is going to feel more like you put a roof on top of the 80, not necessarily that you've made it. But
maybe it could just be a beautiful design of Florida that makes it so ideal.
I mean, it's Miami. I mean, you gotta have that vibe, that Miami vibe, you know.
And my favorite part about it was that Yankee Stadium concession is. It's like $20 for a hamburger, but you can get a hamburger and a water for $5. So at Marlins Park, so I'll take that deal any day.
And strike 3 called on Osuna, like Colby Aller comes in and just absolutely gets the job done. First out of the inning. You know, I will say I had the Cuban sandwich at Marlins Park. I don't know if you saw that. Pork, ham, cheese. Oh. Where else in the major leagues can you get like that type of meal? I don't think there's anywhere else you can get that. I think it's like,
again, I'll be unbiased here. Yankee Stadium needs to step up their food game. It's very basic.
on ball there to Frazier over across the diamond to Guzman. End the inning. No damage done. Kobe does his job, comes in, job done. We're through 5.5. Let's head to the bottom of the 6th here on ML Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Braves, number 33, AJ Minter. Leading up for the Rangers, the right fielder, Joey Gallo.
And we're back for the bottom of the 6th, and it looks like we have a new pitcher. Jeremy, you want to go ahead and talk about that?
We got AJ Minter. We alluded to his story in college in the previous half. We'll be facing Joey Gallo here to lead off the bottom of the 6th. Minter used to be the closer a couple years ago when the Braves were more out of contention. Now finding themselves with a more standard reliever role in 2020.
Cole Hamels, that's going to close the book on him. He's going to end up with 5 innings, 1 run, 1 earned, 5 hits, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. So not a bad day for Cole Hamels. Just kind of pitch count got the best of him, really. I feel like he could have kept going, but you kind of at one point realize it's not going to be great as Gallo draws a walk.
Now
that's a good momentum swing.
He's on board for the 2nd time today.
Good momentum shift to start for Texas. I mean, they need base runners. That's how you come back in a game. It's very self-explanatory, but you put it out there. Now Todd Frazier, who fares a lot better this is against lefties despite his low average. It's a good matchup for Texas here. A big opportunity to take the lead for now.
You know, I want to mention how fast this game really is going. I mean, we had first pitch just shy of 2:40 or 50 Central Time, 3:50
I'm in the East.
Eastern. Yeah, Eastern, and it is just about 3:50. So this game's really been going quickly for hour worth of, into the 6th inning. If you will.
Yeah, we did have that lengthened first inning where both teams failed to put up any runs, but it still did take up quite a bit of time. But ever since that, like I said, a lot of double plays is just the speed, if you will, of these innings.
As Frazier shoots that off to the right side, so evens the count at 1-1. AJ Minter sporting a nice little beard there. Kind of looks like Dallas Keuchel a little bit. I know Sergio Romo used to have one that was huge. I believe it was Sergio Romo. For the Giants, who had that huge one. See what he can do here. A 1-2 count. He's going to get Frazier to back to the dugout. Handed, swing and a miss for his first strikeout. It's coming in here. Frazier goes down swinging for the second time today. You guys are looking at the Rangers' chances. You're in the 6th. You still have enough to be a few more chances, and you're only down by a run, but to give up too much either, pitching-wise, because your bullpen. You gotta hope your bullpen can keep you in it.
Both teams are at risk right now of taxing their bullpen too much with 4 innings go for Atlanta and 3 for Texas. I mean, it's going to come down to the offense again in this one. Like I expected an implosion of it, but we're seeing more of a pitcher's duel right now. It's possible to tell if the course will stay.
2-1, you would think maybe pitcher's duel even to begin with, but yeah, you're right. Pitching has been pretty dominant here as Odor goes good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 3 pitches, now taken out of the game. Second strikeout from Minter. So Minter, after giving up that walk to Gallo, done his job and has gotten 2 quick outs here. He's trying to still threaten though with a man aboard and Chirinos up. Walked last time. Last time to the dish.
Chirinos is not an everyday catcher, so those 7 home runs should be a threat to Minter right now.
Exactly, as well as the 19 RBIs too. It means he can put the ball in play, do some sort of damage, if you will.
If Gallo has some speed.
He does have some speed, but he's really probably going to stay put, unless something crazy happens. That one's low, aside for number 2, so 2-1. Minter's cutter just misses it. Remember when he was at A&M, he had a really good curveball. I wonder if he still has it, but we'll have to see it here. He's losing a little bit of command of his speed, I guess it looks as a little bit, but 3-1. It's got to 3-1. Guzman's coming up. He grounded into a double play last time up, so this would be nice to see if he could get himself a redemption if he has that chance. It was up empty on that last swing. Count. Lift it into center. Cunha rolls to his right. Make the catch. 8 innings in Arlington. 7-8 coming up for the Braves as we go to the 7th. 2-1. Braves lead.
Leading off for Atlanta, the catcher, Travis d'Arnaud.
And Kobe Allard is going to come back out. Another inning in relief, or at least start the 7th. Facing Arnaud. 1 for 2 today. Single on a strikeout. Nearing stretch time, Jeremy, and when that means, it means we'll get to be able to keep the Take Me Out to the Ball game in person with our organist, so that will be exciting.
Yeah, Dark Shavery's put it on for me a few times, but I'm very excited to hear it from this guy.
I think anytime you get an organist,
oh boy,
good, as that one's deep. Again, similar to Markakis' home run. Arnaud does it this time. Almost same place. Goodbye, baseball. Home run. Atlanta extends their lead. 399 feet, 101.6 miles per hour exit velocity. I mean, I'll let you describe this one, Jeremy.
Well, we talked about d'Arnaud's struggle and how he's been sort of a disappointment after the Braves sort of emphasized his signing quite a bit back in the offseason. But d'Arnaud's put up a pretty good show against these set of lefties he's faced thus far. Did knock a single off of Minor and then able to take Kolby Allard the other way for a solo shot. So a vital home run that brings the Braves lead to 2, puts more pressure on the Rangers as we get now to the last third of innings here. Miss Bagel. I called it Bagel, a baseball game. Wow.
No, you're good. You're good at, and a bagel would be nice about now, right?
Oh yeah, I'm always in the mood for one of those.
No matter. Braves extend their lead, so 3-1 is your new score. Here in this top of the 7th inning, Austin Riley battling against Kolby Allard, Arlington. Hunter Blues against the Atlanta Gray. We looked like he really wanted that one to be a strike, but evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. As Riley watches that one by him, he's not very happy.
Austin Riley should be more aggressive at the plate. I mean, here he has lefties just continuously attacking him, and we talked about how Riley is better against the left side. Here's a player who's trying to work himself back to the rotation, who's refusing to take some hacks, which he's very capable of doing. So, strange approach there by the young third baseman.
And he definitely was not very happy walking back to the dugout.
Well, I think the pitchers are being provided by the umpires with the benefit of the doubt with a lot of these calls thus far. Corners are being emphasized a lot more than they usually are.
Absolutely. We're talking about it previously with the fact that umpire his strike zone was kind of all over the place, but now we've seen a lot of called strike 3s. Up to this point, I'd be thinking if maybe it's the batter's just not seeing it properly, or if it's just the umpire giving the pitcher the benefit of the doubt, and it's probably a combination of both. As Swanson evens the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes here with 1 out in the 7th. He's going to go down swinging. Strike number 2, and he had some words. Allard. And these Braves batters all of a sudden are just not very happy with what they're seeing.
Well, you see Swanson's swing was very below the ball. Allard's approach to that was a high fastball up and in the strike zone. I think when Swanson saw that, I think he thought it was going to break towards the inside half, and it just never did. So great attack from Allard. And he's got one more out to get and collect before he's able to escape.
And Chavarria comes up. He's flied out twice, trying to see if he can break out of this slump that he had. He had not played, I don't think, in this series. At least he didn't play yesterday. And again, we mentioned it. He was batting .292 coming into today's matchup, and very uncommon for him.
And George, I wouldn't call it uncommon because this guy, again, he's been a bench replacement on defensively for the majority of his career. If you look up at Danny Hechavarria highlights, you'll see a lot of defensive plays pop up. So I think if I'm Atlanta, I'd be pretty satisfied with the batting average and offensive contribution they're getting from the veteran shortstop.
I would agree with that. I've just my only thing is obviously .292. That's one of the higher batting averages for the Braves right now. You know, not seeing all this playing time. He's only every so often. So there's something there.
Yeah, it's something you got to appreciate without a doubt.
Full count pitch, try to end the inning, fouled away, stays alive. Rangers trying to get some runs on the board here in the 7th. We'll have 8, 9, and 1 coming up as Chavarria lifts that one to right field. And Gallo's there at the wall to make the catch, and he was going back, and almost thought that one he would get out of here, but it won't. First time in Arlington, which means I hand it over to our organist. Take us into on the 7th. 3-1 Braves.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Braves. Number 55, Chris Martin. Leading off for the Rangers, the first baseman, Ronald Cobb.
Wow, that was beautiful as we go into the bottom of the 7th here. Appreciate you, that Oregon work. So I don't really have requests for Oregon's. Could we get some deep in the heart of Texas? Is that possible? You know, we are in Texas. Is that a chance? I don't know, Jeremy, if you're into deep in the heart of Texas. But
I'm not going to act educated on that matter. I'm Northeast.
There we go. We got some beautiful. Thank you. I like the deep in the heart of Texas. They're playing to the Texas crowd as Guzman grounds out to Chavarria in third base. Out number 1. I remember we're calling a baseball game here, not listening to Carnegie Hall, right?
I get it. I miss going to games just as much. Like, the Oregon's obviously a vital part of the experience.
Absolutely. And while we were having that stretch time, he lifts it up. I believe we had a change in pitchers. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chris Martin, the former Ranger, entered. Obviously, he kind of revitalized his career at Atlanta last season. Sort of underwent a lot of back issues also with Colorado. Former Yankee on top of that. As Chris Martin sort of enters the early to mid-30 stages of his lifetime, it's great to see him revitalizing his baseball abilities.
I was going to say, I recognize that name, and it makes sense why I would recognize it, because he was a former Ranger. I should know better, but, you know, sometimes you kind of just put that on the back burner, so it's traded. Either way, Andrews in the top of the lineup comes up to bat. 2 outs here in the 7th, trying to get something back. Andrews, unlikely as some people pulling out of the yard today. He's 1 for 3. Besides that home run, he had a double play, grounder, and a ground ball to shortstop. That one's going to get through. I'm going to call that one an error. What do you think?
It depends if Swanson could have had a chance to throw him out. Not sure what they should do with that. We'll see what the official ruling ends up being.
I would almost argue it would be a single, but I'm not entirely sure what that. You make a good point. Could he get to it originally or not?
It's a tough play to say the least. Andrus has a good amount of speed. I think they should give him a hit.
Ball comes up looking to help cause. Drive in Andrews against this Atlanta bullpen. Jeremy, just curious, do you have any stats on the Atlanta bullpen and how effective they are, or you've seen?
Nothing specific, but what I like to see, I've been looking. It's Atlanta again. Bullpen is not young. They have veteran Chris Martin, Darren O'Day, who they acquired from Baltimore a couple seasons ago. The sidearmer. He obviously that weird delivery is what adds to his effectiveness. They got him as well, and then Mark Melanson, the veteran they acquired last trade deadline from San Francisco. He'll probably get the closing opportunity if it presents itself.
That's a fair ball down the line. Andrews is going to go around second and go into third. A single. Runners on the corners just past the glove of Freddie Freeman. Danny Santana comes up with a chance to really, not necessarily break this one open, but get some runs back. With runners on the corners, 2 outs, putting some pressure on this Atlanta bullpen. As Martin misses with that his first delivery, so 1-0. The offering was fairly close, but Danny is looking for something. He's really just looking for something to break through. He had a single in that first inning, but other than that, he really has been pretty quiet.
Yeah, that's true. And I think Danny Santana, I feel like has a home run in his bat right now. I think that's what he's going for. I think he's more comfortable from the left side in general as a hitter. The Rangers have been lacking on the offense all game, so I won't be surprised if Santana takes it deep.
Well, he's watched the first 3 pitches go by him for balls, so he might get the green light here. We'll see what happens, but 3-0 count with the runners on the corners. If you're Martin, you're almost likely to just walk him, really. Have an open base, but try to go at him. 3-1 here in the top corner.
I wouldn't go the red light here. I'd give Santana the green light, obviously, just because such a trustworthy bat, and Gallo's too much of a strikeout risk.
You might be right there, because he was, that last swing there going foul, definitely was trying to put bat to ball. Bringing up a full count with 2 outs, 2 man aboard.
Mr. Cole will go.
And he's not going to get a chance to. Runners were moving, but Tana comes up empty. Through 7 full innings at the Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas, the Braves escaping a jam, leading this one 3-1. We are back, and it looks like Colby Allard has gone out for his 3rd inning on the game here. Is not elected to, or I guess Chris Woodward, manager for the Rangers, has not elected to change his reliever. He has confidence in him, and he starts from the top of the lineup here with Acuna, who's been pretty good today. A home run.
Strange decision to me, because you do have some of your dominant pieces left as an option. You have that majority of the bullpen available. As he does get a strikeout on Acuna there, however, Acuna is a good hitter against the left. Albies prefers to hit from the right side. Freddie Freeman can pull against just about anybody. So the decision is a little bit strange to me, but so far it's been effective.
And he's retired the last 4 batters he's faced with 3 of them being strikeouts. So he's definitely going out with everything he's got. Look at that pitch count. He's got 42 pitches. So I would like to see that we'll probably see Leclerc in the 9th. Assuming the Rangers maybe get something in the bottom here, half of the 8th, just to keep it close. Albies bat to ball with a solid contact into right field for base hit.
Albies using the other way. Great way to exploit all sides of the field by the second baseman. Albies does have speed. Maybe he'll try to steal second and provide Freddie Freeman with an RBI chance to try to get some insurance for this small Braves lead.
Indeed, it is small, and with these Rangers lineup, especially in the 8th, it will be 4, 5, 6 coming up. I guess every batter in that lineup has a potential to just explosive. So you really need to get as much as you can, as that's going to be a stolen base attempt, which always will be safe.
Yeah, maybe I'll be right.
We'll see what they can do here. Freeman, you did say could pull a ball, and I would like to say that's what he's probably trying to do here. Against a lefty on lefty matchup, runner in scoring position. It's gonna get through.
Let's get through.
My screen's going in and out here.
Got you. There's a base hit for Freeman. Albies moves up to 3rd base. Obviously, with the short distance that ball traveled, he cannot come home, but they will bring in Rafael Montero, the former Mets starter, for his 17th appearance, as Woodward looks to salvage this small deficit here and give his offense a chance.
Absolutely, and that's going to Not quite closed the book yet on Allard, because obviously he's responsible for Albies and Freeman, but Ozuna.
Oh boy, yeah, Ozuna. He's due.
He is due for a hit. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a pop-up to a ton of Frazier on third base. This could be his chance, and very similar to what we saw on the bottom of the 7th. Now the Braves have runners on the corners. Chance to do some damage.
Yeah, but they also have one less out, so the sac fly is a possibility. When you're in the late stages of a game, George, and you have a lead, like a 2-run lead or so, you value every run you can possibly get a lot more than you do at the beginning of the game. So I think the Braves will be more than satisfied with the sac fly right here.
Absolutely, and especially because Ozuna has maybe been struggling, and he can probably put one into the outfield at the very least. Bouncy even at 1-1, Ozuna fouls that one straight back. 1-2 is the count. Lost Jeremy here for a second. That's a swing foul again. Or Braves. Jeremy, back with us?
I think so. A lot of technical difficulties today. It's annoying.
Maybe it's the Canadians, huh?
I'm not going to go that far.
No, it can't be that bad, no. But it's either way, maybe just a little bit of difficulty, you're right, with dealing with. That's okay. Still got a good game with it on tap here. 3-1, Braves Rangers into the last 2 frames of this one. Provided that we won't have extras, and that's 2 Andrews to start the double play. Indeed, it is inning over, and just what the doctor ordered. 6-4-3. Andrews, Odor, Guzman. Right when you needed it the most. Back to the bottom of the 8th. Just looking for some runs. Trail by 2.
We'll be able to make it now.
All right. We got the 8th here. Aaron O'Day, former Ranger as well as Baltimore Oriole, multiple teams, and try to do some damage.
That's the thing about a sidearmer. If you throw sidearm, your funky relief will always be difficult for hitters for as long, no matter how hard you throw. For example, O'Day does not throw 90 miles an hour, so it'll be very interesting to see how effective he can be in the 8th as he looks to get a hold and set up the game for either Will Smith or Mark Melanson. It depends which direction the Braves want to go for the 9th.
Brian Snicker. Thank you, Snicker. Has the chance to go either way. As Gallo looks at that one, ball number 2. And he's kind of been all over the place today. Single, a walk, a pop-up. Had that strikeout yet. You talked about it. He was a strikeout. He does strike out quite a bit, and yesterday he struck out twice. So he's kind of limited that today, and I believe he has the most strikeouts in the American League. So you're right. He does have that tendency to do so, but power is always there. Kind of like Josh Hamilton. Hamilton struck out a lot, especially with the Rangers, but a lot more often than not, he would also get out over the fence. This time, Gallo's gonna draw a walk. He's going to go ahead and on base, start the rally for the Rangers. Frazier and Odor up behind him. Jeremy, how do you approach the side armor? What's the right approach for these hitters, especially with the next 2 being right-handed hitters?
I think you gotta start low because I think that's the most effective way a side armor can throw. It's harder for them to release low and end high. So I think the majority of, especially with the breaking ball, you have a side armor, you really want to stay low. Your vision's on the lower half of that strike zone, and I think that's how you'll be able to hit more productively.
Righty on righty for the next two batters, assuming we don't get any pinch hitters. Frazier really is looking for something in time here. He's got 2 strikeouts in his last 2 at bats. He's really necessarily seeing the ball great. Going to break out of that and get something. And 1 is the count. That one goes in strike. So 1 and 2.
Well, after that Gallo walk, I think it's got to be in O'Day's head a little bit that a home run does tie up this ball game. Frazier's power, he's trying to sort of pitch around him to an extent where he can still attack him at some areas of the zone.
Just as you mention it, that deep by baseball tie game! And Frazier's done it exactly what they needed to do. You get it into O'Day's head and you force him to pitch not necessarily the way he wants to. Rangers tied this one up. Be a piece.
Yeah, I mean, like I guess Todd Frazier was kind of listening to this ball broadcast as he was hitting. Keeps his eyes locked in on that lower half, and then extends through the fastball and watches that. That was more high, actually. Excuse me. I'll give myself a mistake on that, but he just launched that into the second deck. Rangers tied the game.
We get some baby shark from the Oregon. Perfect accompaniment for this game now. Talk about a reversal of the game. You know, we kind of had back and forth. And my goodness, holy moly! Oh, brand new ball game now with 2 innings to go. Odor steps in for his at bat here in the 8th. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out to the first baseman.
He's got plenty of pop in his bat too. Whoa!
Almost hits him there. O'Day, you know, I think a mound visit would probably be a good idea for the Braves right now because O'Day is all over the place. He's he definitely needs to settle down.
If I'm Odor, I'm taking until I get a strike here because you want to chase moving and getting base will do exactly that. Getting on base, excuse me.
Absolutely, and right there he takes it. Top of the zone, strike 1. So 2-1 is the count here. Still no outs in the bottom of the 8th. Rangers have just tied the game. This is 3-3. Knotted score. It's going to go low in the dirt. 3-1 count. If you've just joined us, we had Acuna and Andrews both trade home runs in the 3rd inning. In the Braves, we take the lead in the top of the 4th and top of the 7th, extend that lead. We're here after Frazier just launched a 2-run home run into the field seats. Lots of action here on ML Bot Ball. Odor hits that one just foul in the right field line. Odor's patient, looking for specific pitch, it seems like, trying to just see what he can do.
And there you go.
Yeah, he's going to walk. Base runner on. That's 3 base runners. That's 3 batters have gotten on the board.
And George, you could see O'Day's frustration. That's a huge base runner for the Rangers as they do switch. Luke Jackson. In fact, about Luke Jackson, he's a professional esports gamer.
Wow. We do our job right here.
I don't want anybody taking my job, I'll tell you that.
Oh, neither do I. This is going to be really important here. This is the Braves picture.
It's crazy. If the Rangers score here, the Braves all of a sudden have 3 outs left after being up 3-1. So it's how much can happen.
Reno's going to go. Just popped it up. Going to keep the door at first. Try to think about it for a second, but Ozuna, a nice throw back into the infield. So Trino's coming up, maybe just under it. For out number 1. Going to have a It's not going to be a pinch hitter, I believe. It's going to be a hitter. Guzman. Going to be Matt Duffy. He's going to come in and pinch hit for Ronald Guzman. You want to give us the...
Yeah, I'll go for it. A strange decision by Chris Woodward. Ronald Guzman, very good power against the right side. Duffy, obviously no home runs on his campaign for 2020. However, Duffy in real life just signed a deal with the Yankees. Now, again, in this ball season, a Texas Ranger and looking to provide some offense in the late stages.
I think if you look at it from a scoreboard standpoint, Guzman was 0 for 3, strikeout, grounded into a double play, and had a ground ball to the baseman. So he really wasn't doing much. So maybe you just go out and you know that you have an opportunity to take the lead. Woodward, I just counter with Duffy, who is a right-handed hitter, but with a right-hander on the mound. Maybe just take a chance and see what Duffy can do. Now he's behind the count 1-2. First, get a 3-ball game. And that's gonna come back to bite Woodward, I guess.
Yeah, I
didn't
like that decision from the get-go. I think you have to have faith in your splits, analytics. Obviously not what Chris Woodward was referring to with that decision. Now the Rangers only have 2 outs left in the inning, 1 out left in the inning. Excuse me.
Got 2 outs to work with, a runner on first. Tie game, so it doesn't hurt you either in this inning. Even if you don't get a run, you still potentially have at-bats in the bottom of the 9th to walk it off. So obviously if you're the Rangers, you kind of want to get a run here so you can finish it off in the top of the 9th, but that's okay. As he checks, Jackson checks the door at first to throw it back, just make sure he's not going anywhere. Takes the first 2 pitches. He sees low in there for strikes. He's down in the count 0-2. No ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Turn on. Hit that one into the air. Hello. Zuna comes in, makes the catch. So Rangers, Todd Father strikes again, but he strikes big and ties the game at 3 apiece. We head to the 9th. We're just trying to regain the lead. Rangers will try to walk it off. That did not look like that was a fun pitch right there. Right on the shoulder blade. Oh man, he's gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm sure the Braves will take it. Having a pinch, Duvall can run, which is good. Good pinch running decision by Brian Snitker. Now, the Braves looking to resurge their offense with Travis d'Arnaud, who homered his last time up.
Yeah, and just when you think the Rangers had some momentum, all of a sudden things have changed just a little bit because the Braves with a chance to take that momentum back and finish it off here. Interesting strategy, trying to get having d'Arnaud to bunt, backfires, is caught by the third baseman, getting the ball back first, making sure he didn't get doubled off. So that was all over the place there, Jeremy.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't try to bunt to the first base side when you have a man on first base. That's how I think as a good baseball. But obviously, maybe that wasn't d'Arnaud's intent. But the bunt definitely does not go as planned, and how the double play is set up.
That was just not that. I think there was some miscommunication there in signs or something, because you have a guy who had a home run the last time up, and instead you force him or you tell him to bunt. I guess I understand at the top of the 9th you're trying to just get a run, but still, like the first pitch, that seems interesting there. Regardless, Odorizzi's up to that. He really needs some help here. He struck out all 3 times that he's been up to the plate today. And this is a 2-1 count currently.
Yeah, Austin Riley has been sloppy all game. He can really redeem himself and carry the team here.
Indeed, but he absolutely whiffed that slider. I mean, what a filthy pitch from Montero, but geez, Riley just really is in place here. He's going to continue to be in a tough place. Yeah, he gets the golden sombrero today. Strikeout. You just can't feel good to do that to your team. To do that to your team. So 2 outs here at the top of the 9. Rangers trying to their bottom, to their lineup. They can try to walk it off here. Dansby, Swanson, Sands in their way. He's over 3. He's trying to be the hero. He's going to take that one up and in on number 1. So 1-1, 2 outs. Woodward's face was... I think there was a glitch there with the show, Jeremy. It looked like Woodward's face was bench instead of behind the bench.
Yeah, that happens when you're playing a video game. Glitches are inevitable.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope it doesn't happen in real life, as that's top strike, dropped third strike that Trinos sent over to Guzman to complete the out, or to Duffy to complete the out, excuse me. But we head to the bottom of the 9th. Rangers looking to walk it off. Arlington. Some Beatles accompaniment by the bats going.
What do you think, George? Rangers walk off right about now?
I think that sounds about right. What about you?
I think he got to set them on mentally.
Either way, let's see what happens here. Elvis Andrews is their first chance, and he's going to ground out to Swanson for out number 1. Thankfully, the Rangers at the top of the order. Their big bats. Cole. We talked about him the entire game. We talked about enigma. He's been 2 for 3 today. 2 singles, a walk, and a ground out. Could he be the hero?
Maybe, and I'll tell you what. In my last game I broadcasted, it was on Monday. Red Sox Mariners. Red Sox down 2-0, bottom of the 9th. 2 outs. Kevin Pillar sends a 2-run shot over the monster to tie the game. So I've seen my fair share of drama on bot ball recently. Looking for some more right now.
Let's see what happens. I mean, Cole takes that one outside, so 1-1. Luke Jackson is still in there. He came in the 8th. Really a Darren O'Day after a tough first half of the 8th inning. He's looking to shut the Rangers down. Up and in, almost hit the elbow there. Cole doesn't. 2-1 is the count. 2-1 offering right to Cheveria. Out to get over Freeman to complete it. Now you're down to 2 outs. We're looking at extras here.
Danny Santana's got home run potential. I wouldn't rule it out quite yet. But obviously, Luke Jackson has established himself in this game quite well.
We talked about Danny Santana's power late half of this game here, so there is a chance. Always a chance, really, with this lineup, and that's going to be flied, popped up, just a shallow right between second and right field. So they're through 9 innings. We're still knotted up at a complete apiece. That means we had the elusive 10th inning. Innings, free baseball on ML Bot Ball. Montero's still in there. 9 1 and 2 hitters up for the Braves.
Faria, like we alluded to, more known for his defense, however, has hit well for the Braves this season. Montero, shaky pitcher, I'll have to say.
On the base hit, starts the 10th there.
Yeah, great start for Atlanta. Way to extend, get followed through by Faria to get that ball up the middle.
Yeah, just past the glove of Andrews. So here in Arlington, Braves trying to get that lead back. If you're just joining us, Todd Frazier tied this game with a 2-run blast in the 8th inning, and we stayed knotted there at 3 apiece while we're in the 10th inning. And Acuna now up to bat. We've seen the power that he's been able to show. The runner on, and with a runner on, could do some damage here. How's that with bat? So 1-1 is the count. Yeah. Another foul ball. Acuna, after his first 2 at-bats, he's kind of settled down. Really hasn't done much. Ground out and a strikeout last time up. That time's going to be a ground ball, trying to start the double play. And I'm not sure, did they get him at first? I don't think they did get him at first. Just tried to start that double play, and it was going to be key from the very beginning. They will get the fielder's choice. We'll get Echeverria out at second. But Acuna gets on board.
Now we have Albies' first time from the left side.
So it makes sense. He is the right-handed pitcher of Pro. It makes sense for Albies, switch hitter, to the left. He had a single last time up, and he stole a base. But he could be very potent here. Oh gosh, look at that hair from Montero. My goodness, this little mohawk there. Wasn't expecting to see that, because when he came in, he had his hat on the entire time. See if you can use that mohawk to his advantage. We're down to second. Acuna is going to in there in time. He was going off of really that first move piece of base running. So runner in scoring position for the Braves, and last time they tried this, I believe it almost worked out for them. That's gonna fall. Cole makes a major mistake. How did he manage to do that, Jeremy?
I mean, I think he kind of stumbled, made a misplay. He got lucky. They got lucky though, because Acuna did not have the chance to move up the third with it being in left field. Now prime opportunity for Freddie Freeman. Grounded in double play last time he was in the situation, but now is their chance to give the Braves the lead in extra innings.
Yeah, the Braves, though, they really haven't been doing great with runners in scoring position. All 3 of their runs have been off of the solo home run variety. Every run has been scored from the long ball this game. So, small ball really hasn't been a huge deal in this game. Freddie Freeman has a chance to really change that narrative. I'm gonna give Cole an error on that last play. He surely should have made that play. Either way, Freeman has a chance to do some damage, and he's staring at a 3-1 count.
Big opportunity here. Vital pitch.
A fly ball. This could move Acuna to third.
Doubt it.
It's not going to, so not quite deep enough. Freeman ends up empty-handed. Bounce. And
Marcelo Ozuna's due, George. 2 for 12 in the series. over 4 in the game. He has a chance to put his team on top here in the 10th. I'm sure all these Braves fans are praying that they can get some sort of offensive production out of Ozuna, which is exactly what he was signed to do here.
He kind of has a chip on his shoulder right now, trying to see if he can get that chip off his shoulder. And for those of you trying to waiting next game, San Francisco and New York Mets from Citi Field. Just bear with us. We still got a close one here, extras between the Braves and the Rangers. So that game will start as soon as we're done here with Fund and Tyler Danberg. So just stick with us. George Koff and Jeremy Goldstein here on the call. And Ozuna just missed it down the line. He was just fouled. 2-1 is the count. Gonna pop that one and just got under it. I'll say just, but got quite a bit under it. So we stay tied. Rangers looking to walk it off once again. Get to the bottom of the 10. Gallo, Frazier, and Verlander. We come back on ML Bot Ball.
Now, number 19.
And we're back in Arlington. Gallo and a new pitcher for the Braves. 6th of the afternoon. Jeremy, you want to go ahead?
Shane Green, he's been tossed around by the Braves' last trade deadline. Started his career out with the New York Yankees. On his way with the Marlins. He was part of the Didi Gregorius trade. He ended up going to the Tigers in that. Now finding his way in a relief role in Atlanta, trying to prevent the Rangers from collecting a walk-off win and ultimately handing them the series victory.
Yeah, that's right. This is a rubber game, and this rubber game, it's almost like each team wants to really win it because it's been tied most of this game, really, for 1 run until that 7th inning with the home run by Arnaud. Again, Todd Frazier tied in the 8th and really look back. Gallo swings awfully on that last pitch. That was strike number 3. Green comes in, gets the job started. Strike 3.
Yeah, that's Green. That was such a late swing to begin with. He began his swing basically when the ball was in Charno's glove, so obviously Gallo a little confused there. Todd Frazier has a chance to go deep again and give his team the win.
He could just get it done right here. Finish it off. Everyone home happy. I think this could be a testament to what is to come for the future, MLB season. Maybe a lot of close games to start off with, especially with the fact that the season's going to be extremely smaller and every game's going to matter. So I think this is kind of a preview of what is to come in real life, rather than just what's on the show today. Frazier watches that one low. 1-2. Green is just under 10 pitches. This will be his 9th. Trying to make quick work of this Ranger squad, and boy is Frazier he had that one back. Strike 3. Caught looking.
Todd Frazier obviously not getting what he wanted. That pitch around the knee area, unable to provide some offense right there.
Dor steps into the plate, looking to maybe be the one to be the hero. He has 2 strikeouts. Last time up, he had a walk. He has progressively gotten better. His bats have gone along here. If he can be the one, there's just starts it off strong with 2 balls that he's watched. And another one. So 3-0. Do you give him the green light, or you with 2 outs?
I'd put him on. Let's see if a Green gives him anything to hit. I think 3-0, you don't need to be swinging right now.
What happens? Green with his offering. Inside there. Oh, it's going to be ball 4. I really thought that could have been a strike, but this is going to be Odor on. And as you mentioned, no need to mess with him there. Don't want to give him anything too close. Odor does have that power. Chirinos, seen him walk it off many times. His last walk-off hit was, he had 2 last year, if I remember correctly, with the Astros. So he has the potential here. Let's see. Chance. The DT takes that one there for a strike. Odor's not a slow guy on the bases either. He has a threat there of being quite fast, so we'll see him get put into motion. Reno swings again. 2. And looking to get out of it. Forcing the 11th inning.
The count is 1-2.
Way outside. Couldn't give him the chase. Jeremy, if we go to the 11th, do you think Montero for the Rangers goes out there again, or do you think we see a new pitcher?
Well, Montero has starter stamina, so he can go out there for a while. I think they might start with him, and if he gives up or surrenders more base runners, they might look to go elsewhere.
Let's see if it will force an 11th, but at the time here, evens the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes, and 2 outs and a man aboard. Not necessarily look forward to the 11th yet. If you're a Braves fan, you got to get out of this pickle first. 2. Out back. Reno's really making contact, trying to stay alive, and really trying to put the ball in play, give his team a chance. Offering coming. And he's going to check swing, called strike 3. The 10 innings isn't enough to decide this one. Let's go to an 11th in Arlington. 3-all between the Braves and the Rangers. 11th inning coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Rangers, number 59.
And we're back with the 11th inning. And Jeremy, I mentioned it, but I think the Rangers have decided to go in a different direction, and they have brought in a new pitcher.
Brett Martin, lefty. I'm lefty. Imagine for Adam Duvall, power hitter. I have a hunch that the first team to score here is going to win regardless, because I just think the bats are dead right now for both teams.
Ball gets into no man's land, but it's like that was Odor. Odor was able to come up and get it, charge up on it, make the play. Get over to Duffy playing first base. Arno come up again, and as we mentioned previously, he was the guy that had the dinger put the Braves out initially 3-1. See what he can do. He swings and a miss at strike number 1. Martin's pretty quick and effective. Actually, with that one as a ground ball out to the third baseman to Frazier.
Now batting.
Good work. Darno.
Riley.
Away. 4 pitches in.
I have to point this out. I think you might have jinxed the game. You said how quickly it was going by. We might have like the extended ball game here as extra innings. Looks like it's here to stay.
Yeah, I see that now, and you know what? Honestly, I apologize if anyone was watching really in that. Yes, would be the true broadcaster's jinx right there. But we're at 2-0 count here for Brett Martin, and I don't know, not necessarily just yet. You've got 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the Rangers, and the Braves. You've got 5, 6, 7. So coming up on the 2-hour mark of this game. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That one's flied in the air. Catwalks won't have a problem with that one. Gallo makes the catch. Yep, 3 down for the Braves. Into an 11. Bottom of the 11. Feed Chu and Andrews looking to end it here. Darlington. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm running out of squares on my scorecard here. Of trying to keep up with this game. If we go much farther, I'll be having to use a new piece of paper as that one's grounded to all these.
This is quite the insane turnout. I mean, both of these offenses seem unable to percolate in any fashion right now. I think an extra base hit is just both teams are desperate for.
I think it's just. I think the team who wins this game is going to have the team that has the most hits from here on out. Once you start getting hits, you're going to have bullpens get tired. You're going to be able to have teams take advantage. And you have Chu and Andrews coming up here. The rollover to the top of the lineup could bode well for the Rangers. Chu's taking the last 2 pitches he's seen for outside, so 2-1 is the count. Offering from Green coming. Which is the count of 3-1. Green has kind of seen control here, but he's been able to get out of it. A lot of those Rangers batters just swinging at pitches, and right there, Chu swung at something just outside, and this is the count full.
Yeah, if Shin-Soo Chu can get on and set up Andrus here, that'd be important. You still got to protect the plate, though, and make sure you don't take anything close.
Fights off that last pitch, and he's looking at this offering. He's inside. Chu will be aboard.
Now you got your winning run on. How you need to, what you can do with that winning run that matters. Any other runner that gets on base, it's a great decision by Woodward to get Solak in there. Solak with a lot more speed than the veteran Chu. Maybe we'll see the Rangers try to steal a base here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that, especially when you know that's the right, like you mentioned, that's the only run that matters. So anything that gets aboard after it doesn't necessarily mean much. Andrews, as you see it there, 1 for 7 on this against Green. He's had 3 strikeouts in his career, but today I've been all over the place. 2 for 5. He had that home run to start the Rangers scoring in the second. Since then, he's really not done much ground. He'll play ground ball to the and then a base hit where he was stranded. So what he can do in this 11th inning as he fouls that one off.
Andrews had that pitch. I think he just got a little bit on top of that one. Up to foul, however, that was in a good location to take a hack at.
I think he wants that pitch back, no doubt about it. Yeah. It was definitely one that could have been sent into wall, really. It's outside, off the outside corner. And 1 with Solak on base.
Might be bold and take a red light here. I don't know. Be bold.
Could put the runner in motion as well.
Wow.
And
that looked inside to me.
Wow, and a gracious call by play umpire.
Especially since the breaking ball.
Count full.
Started up way high and dropped in a weird location, and they gave Green the pitch. I'm shocked by that.
Me too. Be hit high, way high. He is under it for the second out of the inning.
Wow.
Andrews really may have got a short end of the stick right there. Very generous call from the umpire.
Now they're going to switch to their closer Melanson in his 29th appearance. 8.33 ERA though, so he has struggled. Has blown more saves than he has completed. Maybe this is the chance Hunter Cole has been waiting for. Listen, he's got a prime opportunity now to give the Rangers a victory if he can get one in the gap.
Been talking about him the whole day, that it seems like just fitting that he would be the one to be the hero. And he really was looking for something bigger than being the hero. He was looking for that one to hit the home run porch, if you will. And comes up empty for strike number 1. Polak again is on base for Chu, who got on the board via the walk. Cole's trying to bring him home.
Ooh, good block.
Great block. Doesn't get past, or no. The runner stays put. 1-1. Cole fouls it off to the left side. One generous fan, I guess. A second strike. Ranson comes set. He's ready to go. 2 offering. And foul ball. Resulted in that from Cole. Time to the right side. Rangers on their feet because they know it's to come. Lanson. To the Cole. The line drive to Swanson ends the inning. Jeremy, let's play 12. How about that?
Sounds good to me.
1 inning in Global Field. Tied at 3 apiece.
The shortstop, Dansby Swanson.
Martin is still in there for the Rangers in last inning. One thing to note with Jeremy, we talked about bullpen maybe being the difference in this game. Right now, it's the Rangers, surprisingly, that have the advantage. They've only used 4 pitchers versus the Braves 7 pitchers used. It's out of the bullpen.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad look for any of these teams that they're playing tomorrow, but good start for Swanson. He gets on base. Lead off the 12th.
And he was the one that hit the 11th there. So, good piece of hitting by Dansby Swanson. We have Echeverria, who, of course, we said was due, and last time he did get a single, so he's hitting the right way now. And if he can continue off of that, does that one go way by on the first strike, ball number 1. Very similarly to the way that the Rangers had it, got the first runner on. Let's see if you can bring him home. One run really only makes a difference here.
Pull back by Echeverria right there. Obviously, he's looking to bunt to move over the speedy Swanson. However, awareness that the ball would be way out of the zone, and now he's up ahead 2-0.
Might be able to get a board even without trying to bunt here. Going to bunt it right to.
Oh,
You got to turn the double play.
Well.
No. The bunt was not quite the effectiveness that you really wanted to, so instead of moving Swanson to second, Echeverria just replaces Swanson at first. That fielder's
too much
choice.
oomph. And Echeverria's got less speed than Swanson, so obviously not the trade-off you would have asked for. Braves are in desperate need of Ronald Acuna's star power right now because I think anybody's just looking for any sort of shining hope on the offensive end of the baseball.
It's Acuna. Absolutely. He takes that first pitch in there for strike number 1. He's 2 for 5 on the day. And his last 2 hits, though, came in the first 3 innings. Everything else he's been kind of silent. 0-1 is in there. In there meaning the dirt, but Rinos does a good job keeping in front of him. Even the count. Martin's offering goes high. 2-1 to Acuna. You gotta be careful with Acuna. You don't want to give him anything too perfect. Otherwise, he's gonna take that perfect pitch. Get on call.
I feel like Acuna's gonna try to go the other way off the lefty. Got a good angle off the release point from Martin.
He almost did that. It's deep into left center. Hey, baseball, see you later by Acuna, as we predicted, does it again. He looks to be the hero here. He gives his Atlanta Braves a 5-3 lead in the 12th inning.
And George, you nailed it right on the head. You said Martin cannot attack Acuna too much. His ability to hit fastballs, and he just obliterates to the left center field area of Globe Life Field. And now the Rangers find themselves in quite the hole, down 5-3 here in the 12th.
If you're the Rangers, you really just need to make sure you get out of this inning so you don't allow too much more damage. But he took that one more than just 400 feet. I think it was 400 and something extremely large. And my goodness, what a game we've had now. You mentioned it earlier, Jeremy. Every run we've seen in this game has come off the lawn.
Yeah,
Incredible.
That's been the theme. 5 home runs total we've seen today.
That ground ball is going to Odor. He'll get it to Duffy. The out. Out number 2, so you kind of move on from that home run pretty quickly.
Now the concern on my end is, so the Braves their bullpen's kind of taxed, right? We saw Mark Melanson get the first one out there back in the bottom of the 11th. His ERA is high though. Remember, he's blown more saves than he's completed in his 7 opportunities. He's blown 4 and saved 3. So will the Rangers be able to exploit that? Maybe even tie this game up again, which I can't even imagine. But again, Rangers aren't out of this game. The Braves just still look to tack on more runs.
Right on the money there. The Rangers got 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up in the bottom of the 12th. This game is far from over. If we're talking possibility, because that Rangers offense is potent at any chance. We saw it in the 8th inning. We knew that Todd Frazier was going to go yard, and he did. So it's, I think right now though, if we're looking at a player of the game, you got to give it to Acuna, Ronald Acuna. Right now, he's got those 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. He's really looking good. I have to see as that ball just misses, so 3-1 is the count. Jesse Chavez has come in relief of Martin with that home run.
Let's see how Freeman.
Go ahead.
Let's see how Freeman uses the 3-1. Foul, just foul.
I was going to say Freeman could add some insurance to the 2-run lead already. Nice for him to do so, but instead he's going to just absolutely strike out in the inning. We go to the bottom of the 12th. Rangers need 2 to keep it going, 3 to win it. Atlanta gets 2 runs on that Acuna go-ahead blast.
Well, Smith towing Flab now. This is a good closer to have. 22, 75 opportunities. Very well. 2-0. The most effective reliever in that Atlanta bullpen, so the Rangers have their backs against the wall for sure. They need some production immediately.
Now, he'll be the 8th pitcher for the Braves today. And obviously, you feel like that this is going to be the last inning for the Braves, because for the last inning, because the Braves are bringing out their firepower. As Danny Santana calls that or strike on that first pitch, and he fouls that one off. 2. Santana, Gallo, and Frazier. Last chances for the Rangers unless they can tie it up. Santana hits it hard, but right to Freeman. Yeah. No way here for Rangers. Bottom of the 12th inning. Joey Gallo coming up. Got 2 walks today. Single strikeout and a pop-up.
I'll walk a couple times as well.
What he can do, and he scored on one of those walks with that being getting aboard right before Frazier hit the tying home run at that time.
Absolutely.
He looks to try to get on board again, Frazier, to maybe to hit another tying
Don't
home
bring that up.
run.
It's not.
Right?
We will. I hope that does not happen.
Roy Gallo set.
Yeah,
With his 2, swing and a miss, strike the ball.
I'm saying that off the sake of both teams. I don't think they want to keep. I think they want a winner.
Well, this rubber match has been truly quite the experience.
1 ball.
As Gallo swings out of his shoes for strike number 2, and he's
Someone was sitting
behind in the
fastball.
count.
It was definitely sitting fastball right there. Did not get one.
1-2 coming. And get that into left field for a base hit.
Now the tying runs at the dish.
Just as in the 8th, Gallo gets the forward, Frazier has a chance to tie this one. And again,
Just quite the storybook after. I'm not going to say the ending because obviously we'd have more baseball. Frazier manages to send one over again. Like I said, lefty power. It's there for Frazier facing lefty pitchers. I'm alluding to. Let's watch.
Frazier, last time up, struck out, but the previous at bat was the 2-run home run that tied the game. Looking to do that yet again. They're in the 12th inning. Rangers are down 5-3 after Acuna the go-ahead blast in the top of the inning. Frazier fouls it off near the dugout. Number 2.
Will Smith should not be afraid to waste the pitch right now. He needs to establish control in this count.
Absolutely. Give him chase. 0-2. He will. Frazier was way late on that pitch. He won't be able to be the hero. He goes down. Pitch way in the dirt. Hit him look silly.
We have to take into account he still has to beat Rougned Odor to end this game, and Odor does have plenty of power in that bat of him. Has
Odor
not
has-
dissuaded the ball.
Odor has walked the last 2 times he's been up to the plate. Other than that, he's not had a great game. Could be very well be the guy to do it. Gallo on board. Odor sits as the tying run. 0-1.
1-1.
Catches it, go by. 1-1. Again, if you're looking for the Giants Mets game, that's coming right after us. Big Fund and Tyler Danberg on the call.
I got the count. 1-2.
Currently, we're still in extras here between the Braves and Rangers.
One more strike away. Will Smith.
And 2 coming. And called strike 3. That's your ball game. Ronald Acuna and his 2-run home run in the top of the 12th finishes it for the win. Braves win the series. They win the game. And boy, you got to feel for the Rangers who kept coming back and going back and forth, but it was the Braves who ultimately were able to get it done.
Oh, that called strike 3 is just symbolic of what we've seen all game from these umpires. Remember, we saw Joey Gallo or it was Elvis Andrus, thought he had ball 4, but the umpire gave the pitcher the benefit of the doubt, and there it might have been outside on Rougned Odor, but Will Smith gets the K. Big victory for Atlanta as they're trying to catch the Nationals. Melanson is credited with the win. He's 2-2. Chris Martin, the loss, he's 1. Brett Martin, the loss, he's 1-5. Smith the save. Very good win for the Braves. As again, they continue their playoff push here in 2020.
And that's going to push the Rangers down to 43 and 45, and the Braves to 52 and 35 on the year. So, and of course, Acuna, team player of the game, absolutely dominant. To do his 2 home runs, the one that started the scoring and the one that ended the scoring. All 8 runs in this game coming off the long ball. Atlanta Braves finished with 5 runs on 13 hits, and the Rangers finished with 3 runs on 9 hits. We got a recap for you. Acuna with that absolute bomb left field, completely torched it. started scoring, made it 1-0. Not before Elvis Andrews had something to say in the bottom of the inning, where he showed his power, took it the same direction, tie it up. Elvis, and that wasn't the end there. We had a tie game, but Markakis decided he wanted to get in on the home run derby and go his power to right field. Did so. At that point, we thought that the game was trying to steer in the direction of the Braves, included with Arnaud adding some insurance in the late innings. Needless that we know we were going to go to extras as Todd Frazier, Godfather, got it done. Hold on, we got the strikeout. That was with the runners aboard. Totally changed things. Ozuna ground ball, which turned into the double play, was brilliant. Setting up for the 8th inning magic by Frazier. Off of Darren O'Day. Brilliant. First in. Couple chances came by. Came and went. Cunha ending up with the home run, but of course this was a tough one to see as Ozuna popped up. So that was when Jeremy said, "Boy, we got more baseball, lots more baseball."
Yes, sir.
Of course,
that Cunha home run is huge because you have to take into account Cunha's still a young and up-and-coming player. He's a superstar, but he isn't fully established yet. And that moments like this just prove it gives these players more of the benefit of the doubt when it comes to their ability to clutch up at the plate. It just shows how reliable these hitters are at the late stages of the game.
And I think the thing was that Acuna hit it 420 feet. I mean, he didn't just I think it was farther than that first home run. For the record, Jeremy, it looks like they gave. Nobody ended up with an error. Both errors, upper error. So, you think that's going to do it for us, Jeremy? Any final thoughts?
Good win for Atlanta. Very excited to toss it over for our next team. We got big funds. Tyler Danberg for the Mets and the Giants. How you guys doing?
Take it away, guys. We're done here with a final score of 5-3 and 12 innings. Atlanta takes it over the Rangers. Jeremy Goldstein, I'm George Koss, signing off for ML Ball and wishing you a pleasant good evening.
All right, thanks, George and Jeremy, and a special thanks to Texas Rangers organist Dustin Tatro, providing a lot of extra incidental ballpark organ music here on this Wednesday afternoon as we get ready to turn it over for Game 4 of the Bot Ball Day. We're going to get you set up for the Mets and the Giants, Game 2 of 3 from the Big Apple. Welcome aboard, Tyler Danberg. Tyler, how are you?
Doing good. Should be a great game between these two teams, and if anything can tell us what happened yesterday, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, should be, as we just get waiting to head on out of the final screen of Atlanta and Texas and make our way out to Citi Field. So we'll get into a little bit of yesterday's game right now. Wild one, the Giants jumping on Rick Porcello, knocking him out before the fourth inning was done. Porcello only going 3 2/3, giving up 6 runs, but everything fell apart for Giants starter Tyler Beede in the 5th. He didn't make it out of the 5th, ended up allowing 7 earned runs. Mets carried that 7-6 lead all the way into the 9th when Evan Longoria led the inning off with a home run against Dellin Betances for Betances' 3rd blown save. Game went into extras, and the dam finally broke in the 11th inning. Mets loaded the bases against Harleen Garcia, and then Michael Conforto with a shot to deep right field, a few feet away from a walk-off grand slam, had to settle for a very long single. A lot of pitchers being used yesterday, Tyler.
That might be something that we're going to have to take into account coming into tonight's game. You mentioned before, you look at the relievers that were used, just maybe 2 or 3 guys between these two teams combined in terms of the bullpen that have not been used in this series, in that series opener, and that should be an issue. But also, I feel like if both deGrom and Cueto can at least account for 6 or 7 innings, I think that it'll be a lot easier for both teams coming down to the final innings.
And both these teams hoping to get long outings out of their number one starters, Cueto and deGrom. Both of them have thrown over 106 innings this season. As we get a quick final look at the box scores for this game, Atlanta beating Texas in 12 innings thanks to a Ronald Acuna 2-run shot to left center in the top of the 12th. Braves holding on in the bottom half. Chris Martin taking the loss.
Yeah, that was a great game. I do wish, though, Eric, I wish we had Dustin Tatro with us doing the organ. That's one thing I regret about not being scheduled for this Braves Texas Rangers game, because we don't have the organ, so we might need to have Dustin come out and play some more in the near future.
Yeah, really great to have a major league organist join us here as part of what we're doing here at ML Botball. We've had quite a number of interesting guests lately. Former major leaguer Dana Robertson last week, Mets broadcaster Wayne Randazzo a couple of weeks ago. So the cult of Botball only grows as we get ready to make our way out to Citi Field for Game 2 of 3 between the Giants and the Mets. We understand that we are running a little bit behind schedule. Such is the way of life sometimes. So if you're waiting on any of those games later on, Houston, Cleveland, Minnesota, Detroit, or Botball After Dark, Reds, Dodgers, might just have to wait a little bit longer, but maybe we'll end up with a quick one here. You never know, with a couple of great starters, could be a pitcher's duel.
Well, let's better hope, at least for our resident janitor right now, Garrett. I think that he's definitely going to be wanting back home and production to have a very quick game, so we'll see what happens at Citi Field.
All right. Just waiting on that. While we wait, we'll fill the time a little incidental talk. What's been your favorite part, Tyler, about the Major League Botball experience so far as a broadcaster?
Well, I will say one of my favorite parts, not just the Discord and Twitch chat, trivia is always a great thing as well, but just the camaraderie and the ability to just have that instant connection with partners like yourself, and that's been something that I've valued in my 7, soon-to-be 8 games doing ML Botball coverage.
If you're wondering, if you're not immediately sure what our charity is this week, it is RAIN, which is the, and apologies for if any of these words upset any viewers, but this is what RAIN stands for, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. It is one of the nation's largest charities for assisting people who have been afflicted by those kinds of abuse in their life, and we are happy to be raising money for RAIN this week on Major League Botball. So if you type !donate in the chat, that'll bring up a donation link, or if you just scroll on down, there's a button that says donate to charity. Either way will do it. We are very happy to be providing this service and raising money for charity as much as possible. I'd call it overcast here in New York City. If you're listening in, Garrett, well, it's going to be raining. That's fine. It's raining in the forecast, too. All right, we'll go silent for a few seconds and give you a nice, rousing broadcast open. Make our way out to the ballpark. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv. I am the big fun Eric Garman, joined by Tyler Danberg as we bring you Game 2 of 3 between the San Francisco Giants and the New York Mets. Giants coming in at 35-50. Mets come in at 37-48. You see there former Met Wilmer Flores hanging out in the San Francisco dugout these days. Mets won a wild one yesterday, 7-6, and they'll send Jacob deGrom to the hill today to try and keep that rolling.
deGrom, always a Cy Young candidate. Won last year. He has quite an arsenal, a four-seam fastball, sinker, slider, curveball, changeup, and that 6-4 record and a 3.72 ERA does not disappoint either.
And switching up their lineup a little bit, tell you about it as we get underway. Brandon Crawford, the shortstop, stays in the leadoff spot, though. First pitch of the game, a swinging strike. So following Crawford will be third baseman Evan Longoria. Mike Yastrzemski moves up to the number 3 spot. Hunter Pence moves up to the number 4 spot. Pablo Sandoval jumps up to number 5. Buster Posey stays at number 6. Brendan Belt drops from 3rd to 7th in the order. Then Mauricio Dubon and Johnny Cueto. Fastball inside 1-1. Defensive alignment for the Mets. On the infield, left to right, starting at third base, Jeff McNeil, Ahmed Rosario, Robinson Cano, Pete Alonso doing the catching, as always, Wilson Ramos. This one is swung on and fouled back 1-2. Traditional outfield alignment for the Mets as well. Left to right, Yoenis Cespedes, Brandon Nimmo, and Michael Conforto. 1-2 from deGrom. Grounded foul, keep it 1-2.
And we talked about that Brandon Belt moving down 4 spots, just shows he's been struggling as of late. Had a better bounce back day yesterday, and not a terrible day for Belt, as he did end up going 2 for 4 with a triple.
Yeah, first triple of the year for Belt, but Gabe Kapler takes a look at the lineup, takes a look at the way guys like Yastrzemski, Pence, Sandoval have been contributing, and just sees that Belt doesn't have the stuff right now to be a number 3 hitter. 2-2 now. Swung on and missed. Strikeout starts the night for Jacob deGrom in a light rain here in Flushing, Queens. deGrom picks up the strikeout there on the season. He now has 124, came into the night 4th in the National League in strikeouts. It'll bring up Evan Longoria.
Just a great pitch. deGrom, nothing really phases him in terms of nature or his surroundings, so he'll be able to go at full strength in this rain, despite maybe some wet baseballs on the horizon. That's why you can switch him out, though.
Yeah, going to be a lot of baseballs switched out this year when Major League Baseball gets going. But here at Major League Ball, no worries here. Despite a little bit of rain, we are playing. Count now 1-1 to Longoria. Mets swept the Giants in 4 games in San Francisco last week, hoping to try and set themselves up for a season sweep by picking up this game here. Bad swing by Longoria on that diving slider. Completely reached for it. No chance at all. Count now 1-2.
Just a great pitch by deGrom. Bad swing for Evan Longoria.
And a swing and a miss. Jacob deGrom racking up back-to-back strikeouts to start his night. And we'll bring up Mike Yastrzemski. And you think about last year when the Giants visited the Boston Red Sox, and you got to have that moment with Carl Yastrzemski throwing the first pitch to his grandson. And that's, you know, there are a good handful of legacies in baseball, but a guy so revered across the sport like Carl Yastrzemski swung on and missed strike 1, getting to throw out a pitch to his grandson, who'd really been breaking out for the Giants last year and continues to do so this year. You see he's got a career high in homers, playing finally his first full year. What a moment that was.
And an even better moment was when he ended up homering to dead center. Just such an incredible night, incredible moment nonetheless, like you mentioned in the first pitch. And he's carrying on that legacy, not just playing with the Yastrzemski name, but he's having quite the season, slugging over 500 as well.
Yeah, that's why Gabe Kapler slid him up to the number 3 spot from number 4, but he's down 1-2. Pitch from deGrom. Chopped foul will do it again. deGrom 1 strike away from striking out the side. But he's already thrown 15 pitches, and on a day where the Mets are hoping to get a lot of length out of deGrom, that's not the ideal start. Another 1-2. In there, strike 3 call. Jacob deGrom sits down the first 3 San Francisco Giants, 2 swinging, 1 looking. We're going to make our way to the bottom of the first inning. No score. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. That Dominican starter Johnny Cueto making his 18th start of the year. What do you got on Johnny Cueto, Tyler?
Well, he throws some nasty stuff with that Louis Tiant-esque delivery and that windup. He's variety of pitches include a 4-seam and 2-seam fastball, slider, supplementing with a cutter, changeup, and a curveball. He's a guy, he's pretty much been everywhere and anywhere, and we'll see a lot of Cueto tonight, and just love watching that windup as you see right there.
First pitch swinging, Ahmed Rosario lifts it down the right field line. That one's going to drop in fair, and that one's going to get by Pence and go into the corner. Rosario gets to second, makes the turn, heading to third, relay throw, goes home. So Ahmed Rosario stands on first base, his second triple of the season. Tough one for Pence to field down the line with not a lot of room here at Citi Field. You see there, puts the glove down, it just gets by him. Down into the corner. First pitch of Johnny Cueto's day, Ahmed Rosario. A triple gives the Mets a runner 90 feet from home with Jeff McNeil coming to the plate.
You know you placed it perfectly when you smoke it past a Gold Glove right fielder.
First pitch swinging again, Jeff McNeil rounds out, and that is going to be a quick RBI. So just 2 batters into the game. The Mets have a 1-0 lead after that 3-1 ground out.
Jeff McNeil, he's just doing what he does best, racking up RBI number 40 on the season. But really, though, you take a look at it, Eric, and even when he's being retired, he's still finding ways to be productive at the plate. And that goes without being said with his .318 average, and he's trying to take a batting crown in the NL.
Yeah, McNeil up around the top of the National League in batting. Did lead the NL in batting for a little bit. Now sits at number 6 coming into the day. Pete Alonso fouls it back 1-1. Tough one for Alonso last night. Only went 0 for 4. Did have a couple of walks, but also struck out 3 times. That's been the problem for Alonso. A lot of strikeouts, although he has had a lot of walks. 1-1. Big swing and a miss out in front of the off-speed pitch from Cueto with a changeup fooling him. Yeah, Alonso tied for second in the NL with walks at the start of play today. This one's in the dirt, nicely blocked by Posey, 2-2.
And when you watch a lot of Major League Baseball, you're going to realize that even the young guys, even when Alonso was a rookie last year, you're going to tell the guys have a long career ahead of them when they're able to walk a lot and even lead the league in a category like that. And Alonso, like you mentioned before, sitting as the runner-up in the National League.
The 3-2. This one is fouled back. So yeah, Alonso, really high numbers in strikeouts and walks. 111 strikeouts. I believe he leads the National League in that. But also 50 walks. So he has balanced it out a little bit. Another 3-2. This one is grounded weakly towards short. Coming in for Crawford. Makes the throw across a little bit high, but Sandoval gets the glove up for the second out.
Batting fourth. The right fielder.
Alonso just didn't get the... Oh, sorry, Aaron.
No, that's all right.
Take it away. Take it away. You go ahead here.
All right. Well, it'll bring up Michael Conforto, hero yesterday. Conforto with the 3-run homer in the 5th inning that gave the Mets the 7-6 lead. That was his 20th, and it put him in the lead on the Mets. And then in the bottom of the 11th inning, the walk-off hit that ended it off of Harleen Garcia gave the Mets an 8-7 win. 1-0 from Cueto now, inside 2-0.
You know, I always think, I always, for some reason, anytime I see something, as we get a nice little beanie cap shot of Johnny Cueto. Don't see that too much, but I always picture Michael Conforto hitting a walk-off liner to right. I picture that. I know he did it a couple times last year, doing it again last night. Always see him always walking it off heroically down the right field line or to the wall and right.
Swing and a miss on the changeup. Cueto's got the change working early. Yeah, Conforto has a lot of dramatic hits in his arsenal in his career. Always seems like a guy who you just feel like is about to break out, but you see the average coming in at 208. Hasn't had that sustained success this year as that pitch just catches the outside edge, 2-2 with a backdoor slider. Cueto trying to bounce back from giving up a run 2 pitches in. The 2-2. Fouled off of Posey. We'll do it again.
Cueto's just got to keep staying poised here. Comes pitch number 16. He's got to be able to stay within the pitch confines.
Swing and a miss. Fastball right over the heart of the plate that Conforto swings underneath. First strikeout for Cueto ends the inning. But the Mets, with a first pitch Ahmed Rosario triple and a Jeff McNeil RBI groundout, take a 1-0 lead after the first. Rain falling here at Citi Field as Jacob deGrom returns to the mound. Heidi Watney presumably talking about said rain. Not sure how heavy the rain is in the forecast, but both teams really hoping that the rain holds off enough that there is no lengthy rain delay. Mets using 7 relievers yesterday, Giants using 6. Both of them would prefer to have to minimize their bullpen usage today. It'll be Pence, Sandoval, and Posey for the Giants here in the second.
Be an interesting,
Bless you.
interesting on-deck batsman right now in Pablo Sandoval. The way he's been swinging the stick lately has just been incredible in the time he's been here in San Fran this year.
Outside 2-0, yeah, a bit of a late career resurgence for Sandoval. Hitting, I believe, if I remember my notes right, 360 in limited appearances, 8 home runs. So that's the part of the reason why he's, getting regular work over at first base. Longoria at third. Cueto is in there for a strike 2 and 1. And now he's moving up in the lineup. Pablo Sandoval just loves playing for the San Francisco Giants.
There's something about it. Send him to Boston, send him anywhere else. You might not get the same results. Kung Fu Panda lost his black belt. He's trying to earn it back again. He's done good so far.
Back-to-back fastballs over the heart of the plate from deGrom to Pence. Finds the count at 2-2. deGrom looking for 4 straight strikeouts to start the day. Won't get it on this pitch as it's going to be lifted foul over the netting. Actually, just to the outside of the netting. Jacob deGrom, of course, tied for the Major League record with strikeouts to start a game with 8 in his rookie season. 2-2. Popped up, so he won't threaten that record here, but he will get his 4th straight out to start things with a foul pop out to Wilson Ramos. For the first out of the top of the second, he'll bring up Pablo Sandoval.
The first baseman.
You mentioned deGrom's ability to just work around bats. He has 126 strikeouts on the year with 3 already in this game, and that's updated in that category. But you look back last year, his quality start streak that actually started in late of 2018, and he just kept it going through last year, ended around late May, early June, and he's able to go 7 or 8 innings on any given night and give up as low as a shutout.
1-0 now from deGrom to Sandoval. Swung on and missed 1-1. Mo asking in the chat who is leading in strikeouts as a pitcher. I don't know offhand. I think it might be Max Scherzer. I was just looking for Mets and Giants when I was doing my game prep. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Nice high and tight fastball from deGrom. Ties up the Panda. Count 1-2. Reasonable sized crowd here on a wet night in Queens. Now the 1-2. Low and inside, 2-2.
I know we don't have trivia just yet from the big guy, but that would be nice to take a look at. Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah. So here's the question. It's a bit of a doozy, so I'm going to get through the 3-2 to Sandoval, and then I'll give it to you. But the trivia question is posted in the chat. First, the 3-2 from deGrom to Sandoval is lifted foul. So, all right, let's get it. 5 players played for 12 or more franchises. Edwin Jackson, Octavio Dotel, Mike Morgan, Matt Stairs, and Ron Vallone played for a combined 63 franchises between the 5 of them. Another 3-2. This one is lifted towards center field. It sends Brandon Nimmo back a few steps, settles under it, and makes the catch for the second out. Of the 30 current teams, those 5 players combined did not play for 2 teams. Only 2 teams are not represented between the careers of those 5 players. Which 2 teams never featured any of Edwin Jackson, Octavio Dotel, Mike Morgan, Matt Stairs, and Ron Vallone?
That's a great question.
It really is. And I know that, and I'm wondering if Matt Stairs is one of them, because I do know that the big guy to tailor his trivia. I do know that the Mets cannot possibly be an answer. Octavio Dotel featured with the Mets early in his career. The 1-0 to Posey is in there for a strike 1-1. I'm really not sure. This is a great question. I was thinking maybe Tampa Bay.
I'm pretty sure one of these guys played for Tampa. The Rays, Phils. I'm just trying to go off the top of my
Probably
head.
Edwin Jackson, yeah. I think the Giants might be 1 if we're doing it. But didn't that Sayers play there? 1-2 to Posey outside 2-2. Edwin Jackson did play for Tampa Bay. I was right about that.
Never fear, baseball references here.
Yeah, 2-2. In there, strike 3 called. 4 strikeouts for Jacob deGrom through 2 innings. And we're going to head to the bottom of the second inning. Mets leading it 1-0. Watching Botball on Twitch.tv. And the big guy confirms Giants are one of the 2 teams, so it was slightly tailored. So that was the layup. So now there are 28 other teams to consider, because I'm certain that the Mets are not one of them. The Giants is 1. You really got to think hard about the other. Don't pull that answer off of Baseball Reference and drop it in here. Let the folks try and figure it out themselves. First pitch to Yoenis Cespedes misses 1-0. Now that 1-0 ripped into the glove of Longoria. Evan Longoria is still showing that Gold Glove defense at the hot corner for the first out.
Yeah, Evan Longoria right there making a nice stab, and was a 3-time Gold Glove Award winner dating back to 2009, 2010, and 2017. So speaking of the Rays, he had 2 in Tampa.
First pitch to Robinson Cano, over for a strike. It always felt weird to me, and I understood why they did it. Evan Longoria wasn't going to help the Rays out anymore in his career, but it still felt weird to see a guy like that, who seemed like someone who was ticketed for to be a one-club man, to steal a little parlance from soccer, to end up in San Francisco these past 2 years. 1-1 to Cano is low, 2-1. Now the 2-1 catches the outside edge, 2-2.
I like Cueto's approach, just facing a veteran like Cano, a guy he's faced many times.
The 2-2. Swung on and lifted toward right field, sending Pence back. Took a little bit of a weird route to get there. Strange day for Hunter Pence so far in the first couple innings, but he makes the catch on the second out.
Yeah, strange to say the least. And really, he had that bad luck towards the wall. It looks like, at least towards the replay of that Ahmed Rosario triple, that it just missed him instead of hitting the wall then bouncing that other way. So it's been strange so far.
1-0.
Here's Wilson Ramos. Count now 1-0 to him as the first pitch misses. Now the 1-0. On in, hit to the right side, and that is going to get past the reaching gloves of Sandoval and Dubon. So a 2-out single for Wilson Ramos keeps the inning alive for Brandon Nimmo, who got the offensive party started for the Mets in the 5th inning last night with a 3-run shot that cut the Giants' lead in half in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Nimmo has really been performing well. He's trying to make a case as to why he should at least be named to the NL All-Star team. He's 10th in the NL All-Star vote in his position out in the outfield, but you never know. You can make it on as a reserve. There's always the fan vote out there, so there are ways Nimmo can still reach it, even though he's the latter guy in the top 10.
Yeah, it'd take quite the surge for Brandon Nimmo to make his way onto the All-Star team via the fan vote. 1-0 is outside, 2-0. Jacob deGrom waits on deck. Mets would love to clear the pitcher's spot, but even if deGrom does start batting in the 3rd, one of the better pitchers with a bat in his hand. 2-0. In there for a strike. Nimmo with a full take. Sees a changeup. Catch a lot of the plate. 2-1.
Yeah, Nimmo, a Met since age 23, and just continues to keep showing up. He exceeded those rookie limits. Drafted in the 1st round as well by New York.
This one is lifted to right field, sending Pence back towards the track. Stops a couple of feet before it and makes the catch. So the Mets get a 2-out base hit, but they cannot do anything more with it. No runs left. After 2, Mets 1, Giants nothing. This is Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. Rolling right along to the top of the third inning, 7, 8, 9. Brandon Belt moved down in the order from last night's game from 3rd to 7th. Will lead it off, followed by Mauricio Dubon and then Johnny Cueto.
And Dubon on deck, he's been a pleasant surprise, but Brandon Belt, he's a guy who can pack some power, but is only at 4 home runs on the season. He can drive many runners in, but only has 22 RBIs. He's just trying to do his part, even though he's moving down to the 7th spot.
Yeah, first pitch, a little bit of an inside-out swing, flared that one into left field, but Cespedes with good break, able to come on and catch it. 1 pitch, 1 out. Jacob deGrom's got to love that to start the third. Now he'll face Mauricio Dubon, the former Brewers prospect, getting himself entrenched at second base for the Giants. First pitch. Swung on again. This one's lifted to center. Looks like it'll be easy for Nimmo. Moves back and to his left, makes the catch. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Jacob deGrom here in the third.
Yeah, Mauricio Dubon, selected by the Red Sox in 13. And he worked his way up all the way to Double-A Portland, went to the Brewers. Then it was his time when he was traded just before the trade deadline in that Ray Black-Drew Pomeranz trade a little bit over a year ago.
He gets a chance to start here. Was out for a little bit with an injury. Olmer Sanchez, former Chicago White Sox, got some playing time at second base in the interim, as this one is grounded by Cueto to Alonso. Picks it up, takes it to the bag himself. 4-pitch third inning for Jacob deGrom. That is going to help his longevity in this game a lot. No base runners, 1 trip through the lineup for the Giants. Heading to the bottom third, still Mets 1, Giants nothing. Here is Jacob deGrom. You see there hitting 273 as a pitcher with an RBI. He's got a double mixed in there as well. 9 for 33 on the season so far. It'll be deGrom, Rosario, and McNeil for the Mets in the third. First pitch. Up and away, 1-0.
Yeah, that double that deGrom had a while back, that is accounted for not just his only double, but his only RBI and his only run scored about a batter later.
Well, I personally am a fan of pitchers hitting, hashtag pitchers who rake. Here's the 2-0 now. Grounded foul, 2-1. I understand back in the real world that pitchers hitting in 2020 may not be the right choice. I understand that pitchers hitting may never happen again on a basis. 2-1 upstairs, 3-1. But boy, if I don't love a pitcher taking a hack or two.
Let me ask you this, Eric. Who's your favorite pitcher? It could be current, it could be past, it could be both, to hit.
That's a great question. 3-1, swung on and missed 3-2. I love watching Noah Syndergaard hit. He's got a great swing, got a great power swing for a pitcher. You think of that game in the Los Angeles Dodgers where he hit 2 home runs. He's just an incredible dude to watch at the plate for a pitcher. Now the 3-2 from Cueto to deGrom. Swung on and ripped into right field for a base hit. Jacob deGrom now 10 for 34 on the season with a full count single to start things off here in the third.
Hashtag pitchers who rake. Cueto tries to drive in that slider, and deGrom just says, you know what, I'm going to keep my hands in there and hit it into right. Taking advantage of some rightward movement from the second baseman.
First pitch swinging again, Ahmed Rosario, diving stop by Longoria, but he's only able to stop the ball from getting beyond him. It's going to be an infield single on back-to-back pitches. Now it's deGrom on second, Rosario on first for Jeff McNeil, who had an RBI ground out his first time up. The pitch up and in, 1-0. Also loved watching Mike Hampton hit. I believe there was a kind of memorable grand slam from Phillies pitcher Robert Person that I got a kick out of when I was younger.
That's right. I'd probably say mine is possibly Jacob deGrom's teammate, Steven Matz. I just remember his major league debut here at Citi Field, and he knocked open a pair of hits and a couple runs.
Yeah, 2-0 to McNeil. This one is hit sharply on the ground. Dubon to Crawford. Wild throw gets away. It's going to score a run. That could have been an easy double play, but Brandon Crawford rushed the return throw. So McNeil reaches on the E6. He'll get to second base. deGrom scores. Rosario is retired. Mets lead at 2-0 now.
Just a costly error. Would have been a tailor-made double play, and the Giants just not able to capitalize, and that could be an issue.
No RBI on the play, but a run does score. deGrom comes around to score on the throwing error by Crawford, as this one is chopped weakly by Pete Alonso. Back to the mound. Strong throw from Cueto. Moving up to third is McNeil, and now there are 2 outs.
The right fielder, number 30.
Alonso just didn't get the contact he wanted. But I will tell you, Big Fun, he looked as poised as could be. Just too bad he chopped to Cueto.
It was a great RBI opportunity for Alonso. Slightly less good RBI opportunity for Conforto, but any single will score McNeil, and that one is going to be grounded foul, 0-1. So a couple of leadoff hits helping the Mets get another run. Brandon Crawford helping out himself, firing a throw into the Mets dugout. 0-1 now from Cueto is in there at the strike go.
I'll say, though, people question Johnny Cueto's athleticism and ability, but he got off that mound and that bat before to Alonso pretty quickly.
Crushed by Michael Conforto. Is it going to stay fair? No, it's a long foul ball for Conforto. He'll have to step back in, face another 0-2 from Cueto. Pitch in the dirt. Blocked nicely by Posey. No chance for McNeil to try and scurry home. We'll do it 1-2 now. Cueto ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. The changeup. A little bit of a high change from Cueto. Strikes out Conforto. Second time that Conforto has gone down on strikes. But the Mets add a run thanks to a throwing error from Brandon Crawford. After 3, it's 2-0. Top of the 4th inning now here in Flushing, Queens City Field. The big player, Garmin, Tyler Danberg along with you. As Jacob deGrom is perfect. One trip through the order. He'll face Crawford, Longoria, and Yastrzemski, who struck out in order in the first.
Yeah, that first inning was just absolutely masterful from deGrom, and the last 2 frames, I have to say, it's been the same. He's just really cruised through this Giants lineup, 1 through 9, and we're back to number 1 with Crawford up for the second time.
First pitch is strike, the 0-1, high, 1-1. One pitch, check swing, no swing, count now 2-1. Getting back to our discussion about pitchers and hitting, I don't recall, did I mention Mike Hampton? I think here's
you did mention Mike Hampton, yes.
Well, let me tie Mike Hampton in to the annual July 1st tradition, the razzing of the Mets on what has become known as Bobby Bonilla Day. 3-1 just gets the corner, 3-2 deGrom. Now working the count back full. 3-2 pitch. Grounded towards shortstop. Rosario to his left scoops it up, makes the throw for the first out. So, the Mets deservedly get razzed on because they are going to be paying former outfielder and third baseman Bobby Bonilla about $1 million and change every July 1st from 2011 through 2035. So they're going to pay him, roughly $30 million, give or take, maybe a little bit less. First pitch to Longoria. Swung on, fouled off 0-1 on what was a $6 million commitment that they got out of prior to the 2000 season. But here's the 0-1. In there for a strike, 0-2. Freeing Bobby Bonilla's contract from the books gave the Mets about $6 million extra to play with. With that $6 million extra, they went out and traded for Mike Hampton. Mike Hampton played for the Mets during the 2000 season, was part of their World Series run. This is low 1-2. After the season, Mike Hampton signs a big free agent contract with the Colorado Rockies because Mike Hampton was eligible for it, and the Mets were given a compensatory draft pick thanks to the Rockies signing Hampton prior to the 2001 season. This one is inside 2-2. And during the 2001 draft, with that compensatory pick, Tyler Danberg, do you know who the Mets selected?
I believe, David Wright.
David Wright is the answer. So, by agreeing to the deferred payments with Bobby Bonilla after the 1999, ended up with a franchise cornerstone. I think you take that deal.
I would probably say so.
Now at 2-2. Laced to the right side, foul. Keep it 2-2.
Now
I
here's
think
I
think the Mets are unfairly pilloried every year because lots of teams have done this deferred stuff. Swung on in this by Longoria. Fifth strikeout for deGrom. Second strikeout of Longoria. That's top four.
This became a national holiday, really. This is a great pitch by Jacob deGrom, just adding to that strikeout tally, and he racks up another punch out. Longoria now down on strikes twice. Now, the Mets aren't the only New York Big Four franchise to be heavily in debt. And as of recent, it's been news because yesterday was the last day of Darren Williams' Brooklyn contract, where he was getting paid roughly $5 million a year for the past 10 seasons. So I'm not going to say that's worse than Bobby Bonilla, but from a yearly standpoint, on average every year, that's roughly $3.5 million more than Bobby Bonilla, except the only difference here is that Bonilla is getting paid until he's 72.
Well, there's going to be a new champion, eventually. It's got to have 1 and 2 Mike Yastrzemski. I'll tell you about that in a sec, because I only recently realized this was the case. As Yastrzemski gets into one, hits it to right field, sending Conforto back towards the track, and he's going to watch it go! Yastrzemski with a solo shot to right on a 2-strike, 2-out pitch off of Jacob deGrom. 17th home run of the season for Yastrzemski. Cuts the Mets lead in half. Gives the Giants their first base runner hit and run, all in one neat little package.
And Eric, just when we thought nothing was going to stop the mighty Jacob deGrom, he makes a mistake, hangs one to little Yaz, and he just puts it into a second deck blast.
The right fielder, number 8, Hunter Pence.
Bring up Hunter Pence now. First pitch swinging, lifts it into center field, caught by Brandon Nimmo. And that'll do it for the Giants in the fourth. But they break through thanks to Mike Yastrzemski, the breakout center fielder. Knocks this one out of the park, cuts it the lead in half. Mets 2, Giants 1, middle of the fourth. As we head to the bottom of the fourth, so this is what I was talking about, Tyler. Chris Davis, that infamously now awful contract that the Orioles handed out to him. Starting in 2023, Chris Davis is going to receive annual deferred payments for a decade of $3.5 million a year. And then on top of that, for the 5 years following it, from 2033 to 37, $1.4 million a year. Now, whatever you think of the Bobby Bonilla contract, that's got to look even worse, especially for a team like Baltimore that tries to keep the payroll down, tries to really manage their finances. You know, $3.5 million, $1.4 million a year, maybe a drop in the bucket, as this one is grounded back up the middle for a base hit leading off the inning for Yoenis Cespedes. But, you know, that's money that you're not going to be able to spend on players. Instead, you're going to spend it on Chris Davis.
That is incredible.
Or you think about the Max Scherzer contract for the Nationals, about half that money was deferred. I think Scherzer, after the contract is done, is going to get $15 million more a year for 7 years following the expiration of that deal. And sure, Max Scherzer got you 2 Cy Youngs and was part of a World Series win. But, you know, forget $1.12 million, forget $3.5. That is $15 million a year that's going to count against you.
Yeah, and for those that really don't know the backstory, Fred Wilpon accepted the deal mainly because he was heavily invested with Ponzi scheme operator Bernie Madoff. The 10% returns he thought he was getting on his investments with Madoff outweighed the 8% interest the Mets would be paying on Bonilla's initial $5.9 million salary.
I firmly believe. Here's the 2-0 from Cueto to Cano. Swung on and ripped towards right center field. This one's going to get down, head to the gap. Cespedes round second, heads to third. Conforto's going to make his way to second. Cespedes stops at third base as the throw comes in. Thought about making the trip to home, but holds up. Doesn't want to get himself thrown out. Nice relay in. So it'll be runners on second and third for Wilson Ramos.
We'll have some more Bobby Bonilla talk coming on the way, obviously, because it's July 1. But that's a nice hit by Cano, trying to stay relatively hot. Hits a lot of extra bases, and there's one.
First pitch, Wilson Ramos swinging, fly to right field. Pence with the throw to Sandoval, cuts it off, throws to third. Robinson Cano, aggressive base running, able to take third on the throw in from Pence. So it's a sac fly and an RBI for Ramos. Cespedes scores, and Cano gets himself over to third base. It'll bring up Brandon Nimmo. Mets now with a 3-1 lead. First pitch, ball one.
Gotta love the base running there from Robbie Cano. Shows that the veteran can still I'm gonna say outmatch in terms of aggressiveness his opponents.
Cueto trying to shake it off on the mound here. Gives up that run quickly. Now the Giants trail by 2 again. With another runner 90 feet away from scoring. 1-0 to Nimmo is fouled off, 1-1.
That's something Cueto and Buster Posey, even though they've been together for now a couple seasons, but there are times, if we can get any type of scouting report, it's going to be some of that discombobulation between these two battery mates, because sometimes Cueto will agree with something that Posey is very much against, and there has been that tendency to not get on the same page between the two, but looks like right now they're trying to get back on track.
Pitch in the dirt from Cueto on 1 and 2. Posey fires down to Longoria, maybe to try and catch Cano sleeping, heading back to third, but he's in safely. Cueto comes set. Mets already with 1 run home here in the fourth. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Brandon Nimmo gets beat by that fastball on the outside edge. Third strikeout for Cueto. 2 outs in the inning. It'll bring up Jacob deGrom.
And Cueto pretty much pitching with, in terms of fastballs, pretty much any ounce of heat he has in the tank. And he does that there. Ticks around low to mid 90s. Sometimes can even get it up to 97 miles per hour. And you gotta remember, when he came into the league years ago, he was able to gas it up in the upper 90s when he developed that Tiant-esque windup. That really added a lot more velocity. He stores up that energy in his left hip, around the left buttock even, and he's able to generate that torque and just go straight with it to the plate.
Behind deGrom 2-0 again. Now he's behind deGrom 3-0. So Cueto's been struggling with deGrom both times that the Mets pitcher has come to the plate. deGrom had a single on a full count pitch leading off the third. Ended up coming around to score on the Crawford error.
Pitcher-pitcher matchups are always very tough because they know when they see a pitcher up there, the pitcher that's on the mound to the batter that's also their opposing pitcher, they start to play head games. So right now, probably what's running through Cueto's head, and he knows this as a pitcher in the NL for quite some time in different stints, he's probably thinking, well, this is an easy out. I can pitch pretty much anywhere to him. Well, that's not the case.
And that would have been ball 4 outside, but deGrom got a little greedy, taking a check swing at the changeup, broke the plane. So it's another 3-2 from Cueto to deGrom with Cano on third, 2 outs here, bottom of the fourth. The pitch lifted, and this one is going to head towards the sidewall, but coming over to make the catch is Longoria, and that Mets add a run thanks to a Wilson Ramos sac fly. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 runner left on base after 3. Giants won. We roll along to the 5th inning. The big fun, Derek Garment and Tyler Danberg here with you on Major Ball. Remember, folks, We here at Major League Baseball are doing this as a volunteer venture, and we're also for charity. Please consider giving a donation to RAINN. RAINN is our charity of the week this week. RAINN does a lot of great work across the entire country, and if you're outside of the United States, well, we're happy to have you listening in. And if you see what RAINN is doing, you like and you want to donate to a American-based charity, by all means, go for it. If you want to donate to something similar in your homeland, by all means, go for it. 5-6-7, Sandoval, Posey, Belt to face DeGrom. First pitch, low ball one. Jacob DeGrom suffering the first blemish on his outing with the Mike Yastrzemski home run with 2 outs in the fourth. Now returns to the mound with a 2-run lead, the 1-0 pitch. Strike on a check swing, just catching the knees, 1-1.
I think, Big Fun,
slider.
I think that was just kind of a wake-up call for DeGrom. Now he's got some insurance runs. He's got a 2-run lead now. He's back to where he was just an inning before the Yastrzemski home run. So he should be in good shape rolling forward.
Big swing and a miss on the inside changeup by Sandoval gets the count back even, 2-2. About 20 minutes away from what would have been first pitch between the Astros and the Indians. So if you're tuning in, hoping to catch the end of this game, as this one is chopped foul, just have a little patience. Hang out, watch some National League ball. We're running a little bit behind because the Rangers and the Braves, 12 innings in Arlington, with the Braves winning it 5-3. This one is lifted into center field by Sandoval. Under it, makes the catch for the first out of the fifth.
Yeah, Pablo just got a little bit too under it. But like you mentioned before, just keep hanging out, stay patient. We'll have Astros at Indians from Progressive Field with Jordan Smith and P. Mister on the call. And then we'll have Beardy Buddha, Cookie for Minnesota at Detroit. And then we'll have Reds at Dodgers. And that's going to be a big game. Those are 2 NL wildcard hopefuls. Right now, the Dodgers, like you said, Eric, they're just, a half game out of the second spot on the wildcard. Reds hanging on tied, I believe, with the Braves.
Count quickly, 0-2 to Posey. Yeah, the lineups in our standings in our sidebar. Unfortunately, we may be suffering a bit of a tech hiccup. So those are the standings as of the start of play yesterday, not today. So the way things are looking today, the Diamondbacks are a game up on the Dodgers in NL West. Here's the 1-2 to Posey, outside 2-2. And the Braves and Reds are tied with the same record, 51 and 35, puts them in both wildcard spots, and the Dodgers 1 game behind Atlanta and Cincinnati, 2-2. To the right side, foul will do it again.
So it's very competitive teams in pretty much anywhere in the NL West. You're going to see these teams, great division, NL East, Braves and Nats going at it.
Rounded back up the middle, base hit. So, Buster Posey back through the box. Second hit of the game for the Giants. And it'll bring up Brandon Belt with 1 on and 1 out.
Brandon Belt.
Here is Belt and a fly out to left field. His first time up. First pitch swinging. First pitch. Outside 1-0. Rain still coming down here at Citi Field. Hasn't appeared to be heavy enough to necessitate the rolling out of the tarp. Weather can always change in a heartbeat. Big swing and a miss under that fastball.
Those gray skies have been very mean. The storms were brewing early on, and then it kind of slowed down more steadily before game time and first pitch. And hopefully the sky isn't crying too much. Maybe it was just put in the corner or something so we can keep this game rolling along at the nice pace that it is.
Fouled off by Belt. Count now 1-2. Posey on first with a 1-out single up the middle. 1-2 pitch. Lifted foul, and we will do it again.
Belt will keep the count alive if that's the last thing he does. In a righty-lefty matchup, he's got the advantage here.
Swing and a miss. Belt goes down on strikes. Great changeup near the ankles from deGrom. 6 strikeout for him, 2 outs.
And just as I say, Brandon Belt is able to work the count as much as he is supposed to do and has proved to do in the past. deGrom decides to counter that and throw a beautiful breaking ball low of the zone, and waving at that one was Belt.
0-1.
First pitch to Mauricio Dubon, a strike. Dubon, his first time up, flew out to center. Hoping to keep the inning going for the Giants. 0-1. Swing and a miss at an inside fastball. 0-2. Well, that's just plain wrong. Graphic on screen. Mauricio Dubon, he was acquired by a team from Boston in 2006. Just wasn't the Giants. Now the 0-2. This one is hit to right field. It is sending Conforto back, but he's going to stop with plenty of room to spare and make the catch. So Buster Posey gets a 1-out single, doesn't advance anywhere. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Halfway home in Flushing, Queens. Mets lead at 3-1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Bottom of the 5th, top of the order for the Mets. Ahmed Rosario cycle led off with a first pitch triple in the first, then singled on a first pitch he faced from Cueto in the 3rd. So Ahmed Rosario now in his 3rd at bat has only faced 3 pitches from Johnny Cueto, and he's going to see a 1-0 pitch for the first time in this one. That one just catches the zone, 1-1.
And Rosario, he's came up big so far. He needs double and a home run, and he might have enough at-bats for the cycle. Just granted, let's see what he does in this at-bat and not take it too quick.
1-2. This one is hit over the glove, getting down towards the corner. Fielding this one, moving to left field is Belt. And Rosario is just going to have to settle for a single, but he is 3 for 3 on the day now in 5.
And it looks like Cueto, he's able to get his breaking stuff, but he's been mislocating those fastballs, especially hanging them inside. You can tell that one maxed out at around 93 miles per hour, so pretty slow to a quick hands guy like Rosario, just enough to drive him. Look at Mr. Met. He's just having the time of his life.
Can't imagine being in a mascot suit in the rain is any fun. Here's Jeff McNeil. Pitch inside. McNeil 0 for 2. RBI ground out in the first. Reached on the throwing error by Brandon Crawford in the 3rd. Made it up to 3rd base in that inning, but didn't go any further.
Even if we're doing a national game right now, Big Fund, I will tell you that there is nothing like seeing a rain delay and watching Mr. Met just slide through the tarp.
Truly wonderful. Ahmed Rosario with his 11th steal on the year. Great jump there against Cueto. Count 1-1. Rosario in scoring position.
Big stolen base there for Ahmed Rosario. Huge to put a man in scoring position, and now you got a dangerous guy in McNeil ahead in the count at 2-1 to try and capitalize.
Check on second. The pitch inside again with another slider. Makes the count 3-1. Pete Alonso waits on deck. Alonso just a couple of groundouts in this. Love to bat with at least one guy in scoring position, maybe 2 guys on base. 3-1 from Cueto. Swung on and missed. Jeff McNeil, big hack over the top of a fastball. Makes the count 3-2.
And I'm going to that outside low part of the plate on a 3-2 count if I'm Cueto.
Rounded to the right side. This one is going to be scooped up by Dubon. Short toss to Sandoval to get the out. It will move Rosario up to 3rd. So another productive out for Jeff McNeil.
Yeah, he's able to move guys over. He had that RBI ground out his first time up. Now he's able to do it a second time and move the runner over to 3rd. So this is a golden opportunity for Pete Alonso just to kind of turn his mindset around. And even if he grounds out here, hopefully it's enough and slow hit enough to drive in a run if you're the Mets right now.
Double barrel bullpen action for the Giants. Sam Coonrod, Nick Vincent, both up and working. Coonrod and Vincent both pitched in last night's game. 2 of 6 relievers that the Giants used. Now the 1-0. What away, 2-0. Coonrod yesterday went one full inning, gave up a couple of hits. Vincent also 1 inning with a strikeout.
Well, right now, you don't want to use up your valuable arms if you're the Giants, especially when you're down by 2. And we'll see what the Mets can do. If they can drive in a runner here and lead by 3 runs, then it's got to be important for Cueto just to keep rolling and try and go a couple more innings or at least one more frame so you can conserve some of those arms, especially those big-name arms that you have when you are up or winning in tight situations.
Cueto just caught the outside edge of that 3-0 to Alonso. Now the 3-1. This one is hit deep to left field. Is it going to be fair? No. Another deep shot from one of the Mets' power bats just hooks foul. Conforto had one earlier. Alonso. Now the count 3-2. The pitch. Swung on, grounded. Foul will do it again. This may, though, be the end of the line for Cueto, with pitcher's spot due up to lead off the 6th for the Giants. And the Giants will be trailing by at least 2, if not more. Another 3-2. Upstairs, Pete Alonso draws himself a walk. So it'll be runners on the corners for Michael Conforto. Conforto 0 for 2 with a couple of Ks so far. He could turn his fortunes around with one swing of the bat in a heartbeat.
Now I think that this will be Cueto's last half inning, especially still. He's at 79 pitches. Here comes number 80, and there's only 1 down in the bottom of the 5th.
First pitch to Conforto, swung on and hit towards center field, sending Yastrzemski back. He's got a lot of room, so he'll make the catch, but it is going to be more than enough to bring home Ahmed Rosario. Second sacrifice fly for the Mets makes it 4-1.
It's just one of those nights for the Mets. They're just able to find any way they can to drive in base runners, and that's going to be the recipe for success, especially on offense for a team like the Mets. They need, if they want to get back in this wild card race at least, let alone the NL East race, and that's just a race within itself, they gotta take advantage of those opportunities.
Cespedes to deep right center field. That one's going to go! Yoenis Cespedes, first pitch swinging, goes the other way to right center field, and it carries through the raindrops into the bullpen for a 2-run shot, and the Mets now lead it 6-1.
That was some Gotham-like win that carried that Cespedes home run, but that's the spark that not only the Mets need, but Yoenis Cespedes needs. He came into this game batting .167, 6 home runs on the season. They needed his bat and his glove to turn it around. Well, he's had some action in left, but he has had a successful day so far at the plate with that homer to right center.
Puts it into the Giants bullpen, puts the Mets up by 5. Sam Coonrod sits down. Sean Anderson now up in the bullpen. Anderson, first man out of the bullpen for the Giants yesterday, finished off that difficult 5th inning with 2/3 of an inning pitched, just 1 hit allowed. So as the Giants long man, he could go for a while. 0-1 to Cano inside 1-1. So 3 runs home for the Mets here in the 5th inning. 5th inning once again proving beneficial to the Mets offense. Pitches outside, count now 2-1 to Cano.
Yeah, Big Fun, you mentioned that Coonrod sat down, and it's time for Anderson to start getting loose because he is that long relief man. Talk about a swing in momentum from the start of this inning to the finish.
Off the heel of Cueto, saves it from going into center field and being another base hit. That'll end the inning, but the Mets add 3. 2 of those coming on this Yoenis Cespedes 2-run home run to right center field. His 7th of the year gives the Mets a 6-1 lead after 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch hitting for San Francisco.
And it will be a pinch hitter for the Giants to start the 6th inning. It is going to be Wilmer Flores, the beloved former Met. Steps in against Jacob deGrom. Flores actually took deGrom deep last year at Citi Field.
Disappointed that we are not hearing the Friends theme song. A little disappointed in that. You'd think that Citi Field would have that prepared, but no, they didn't. And it's good to see Flores show up with a standing ovation. He has played relatively well in San Fran in his time there, spent some time with the Arizona Diamondbacks as well. 245 in the season.
Yeah, Flores doesn't start against the right-handers. Does get to start against the lefties, though. Count now 2-1. Won't get a start in this series, missing Steven Matz. Now the 2-1. Just get the outside edge, 2-2. So Johnny Cueto's day is done. On the hook for the loss. 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. As this one is swung on and missed, Flores down badly, reaching for that slider, which he had no chance at. 7 Ks for Jacob deGrom. Now it'll roll the lineup back over Crawford.
And that's just the proper way to take advantage. Flores, he's known for not being a good hitter against righties, like a lot of right-handed batters, but he is one of the worst when it comes to a righty-righty matchup, and deGrom takes advantage. He's had that breaking ball working all game. You might as well keep it up and pad yourself for your 7th K of the game.
deGrom got the first pitch over for a strike to Brandon Crawford. Here comes the 0-1. Dropped by Ramos. Count now 1-1 as we deal with some no good nicks in the Twitch chat. Put it mildly. 1-1 from deGrom. Swung on and missed. So finishing up the line for Cueto, 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. 1-2. Fouled off. Going upstairs was deGrom, and Crawford followed. 84 pitches for deGrom, so he might be able to get through the 6th for sure, as this one's low 2-2. But the pitcher spot is due up. 3rd for the Mets in the bottom of the 6th. Luis Rojas will have a decision to make.
It'll be a tough decision for Rojas, but I feel like deGrom's got that momentum. It's hit the ball well, too, today.
That one is laced into left field the opposite way by Crawford. 3rd hit for the Giants. Gives them another 1-out base runner.
Now batting.
Crawford just doing his best to help lead this young Giants lineup, and he's done a good job so far. I'm not going to say, I'll take that back. The Giants lineup, relatively young, but they do have a lot of those veterans that have won a couple World Series titles, but Crawford just able to pick these guys up. He's such an eligible leadoff hitter, and he just keeps it going with a nice stroke to left.
First pitch misses to Longoria. Count 1-0. Pitch. In there for a strike with a fastball over the heart. 1-1. Here's that 1-1. Check swing, no swing. 2-1. As we get closer to the 7th inning, got a little Oregon surprise for you, Tyler.
Can't wait.
Here's a 2-1, outside 3-1, so Jacob deGrom losing the zone here in pitch count runs up close to 90. In fact, that is 90.
I think, yes, that is 90, and I honestly think that he's got to go one more inning. deGrom has to. It's important to save some bullpen guys.
Especially because Dellin Betances, after blowing the save, finished out the 9th inning and pitched the 10th, 3-2. This one is hit towards right field, sending Conforto back. He's on the track, makes the catch. That'll send Crawford back to first. 2 outs in the inning. Longoria.
The center fielder, number 5.
But Conforto able to corral it for the second half.
As Will Ferrell once said, that one got some air, snap, and that was just a long fly ball from Longoria. Just enough time for the man in right, Conforto, to range over to make the catch.
Here's Mikey Yastrzemski. Had a solo shot his last time up in the 4th. Extended his team-leading total to 17 home runs. That's inside of 1-1. Big thanks to the largest Ackman in the Twitch chat trying to make Bob's Burgers jokes. Here's a 1-1. Lifted the other way, foul, 1-2.
Only in the Bot Ball chat. Only in the Bot Ball chat.
Yeah. Remember, folks, Major League Bot Ball is brought to you by Kronk. Kronk is the drink. 1-2. Low, 2-2.
Gotta love it.
Who said Kronk was dead?
Not me, that's for sure.
I also did not say it. Maybe that'll be 2021, the revival of Kronk Sarsaparilla. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Yastrzemski goes down on strikes for the second time. Another one goes begging. Only 3 hits for the Giants through 6. We head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Mets leading it 6-1.
Your attention, please.
First man out of the bullpen will be Sean Anderson, so the Giants are going to hope to get at least 1, maybe 2 innings out of their long. Anderson making his 13th appearance of the year.
Yeah, he's able to pack some stuff. He's a very versatile reliever. He's the guy that the Giants want pretty much in any and every situation, especially when they're low on arms. He's the guy that can go back-to-back days, or even back-to-back-to-back. He had a couple instances of those early in the season, and you need a guy like Sean Anderson to propel your bullpen like that.
7-8-9 for the Mets. Wilson Ramos leading off, takes a strike, 0 and run. Ramos 1 for 1, had a single in the second, sacrifice fly and an RBI in the fourth. This one is swung on and missed. Now the 0-2 from Anderson. Outside, count 1 and 2.
You know, Wilson Ramos, ever since he was acquired from Washington, he has been a little bit of a disappointment as of last year. This year, he's turning it around, came into this game batting .231, and has also notched 77 hits.
Won't notch another hit here unless... Oh, he will. Looks like that one was going to hang up, but it just kind of died real fast. Off the bat, looked like Belt had a chance at that one, but it just dropped pretty much like a stone out of the air. Maybe that wet air knocked it down. Couple of hits now for Ramos. That's on base. It'll bring up Brandon Nimmo.
It was an interesting combination of the wind doing its justice and Brandon Belt just didn't have a good jump on that. I think he misread it too much where he thought it was going to be an easy liner right to him.
As we hit 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, you see the sidebar over there switching over to the Astros and the Indians. That game will follow this one as soon as we're done here at Citi Field. We'll take you out there. Count now up 2 as Nimmo fouls it away. Mets leading this one 6-1. Got a run, 2 batters in thanks to an Ahmed Rosario triple and a Jeff McNeil ground out. Added to the total in the third as this one is hit by Nimmo to deep right field. To shallow right field. Got a weird read on that one here. So Nimmo with a sharp liner, into right field. Back-to-back hits for the Mets to start the 6th. And we'll see if the Mets stick with Jacob deGrom, maybe in a bunting situation, or go to a pinch hitter. And they will stick with deGrom. deGrom squares. Gets the bunt down, great bunt back towards Anderson. Anderson takes the ball, throws it over to first, 1-3 on the sacrifice. Puts runners in scoring position. Second and third for Ahmed Rosario, who's 3 for 3.
Yeah, Rojas, he needed a good bunter, and why not just keep deGrom, who's only given up 1 run out there, and that's a great bunt. He had to do his job almost perfectly, and that was a near-perfect bunt with Wilson Ramos with as little speed as possible, and the fact that you got him and Brandon Nimmo over to second and third, and there's only 1 out and you were retired, you did your job if you're deGrom.
That's up 6-1. Looking to add to it. Ahmed Rosario 3 for 3. 2 singles and a triple. Takes the first pitch from Anderson for a strike. 0-1. Rosario's last time up in the 5th singled, stole a base, and came around to score. Grounds this one foul. Count 0-2.
3 hits today, 2 hits yesterday, and he is in this series now a great 5 for 8.
Count is 1 and 2.
That one inside near the belt, 1 and 2. Not the Brandon belt, just the regular. 1-2 from Anderson. Just misses underneath the knees. Count 2-2. Jeff McNeil, 3 productive outs, waits on deck. 2-2. Long on, and this one is going to be rolled over to second base. Dubon to Sandoval records the out, but it's an RBI grab for Rosario. Pushes the Mets lead up to 7-1.
Rosario just doing his job. Even when he's retired, he's still staying productive at the plate. And he finally gets that RBI. He hasn't gotten one because in that leadoff spot, he did have that triple 90 feet away from that first RBI, but inside the park home run, not really realistic. Now it's up to Jeff McNeil with the runner on third, trying to look for another RBI.
First pitch inside from Anderson, 1-0 back in the first inning. McNeil reached on the throwing error by Brandon Crawford in the third that scored a run. And then a ground out, similarly, like Rosario has. This one is shot to the left center field gap. That's going to score Brandon Nimmo, and Jeff McNeil is going to trot into second base with a 2-out double. And the Mets increase their lead to 8-1, 20th double on the season for Jeff McNeil.
Big line shot. Anderson is trying to jam in McNeil, but even though he went the opposite way, McNeil knew what he was doing, timed it up perfectly, and that's enough to drive in Nimmo all the way from third. So not too much for him to trek over, but he gets the job done.
Here's Pete Alonso, 0 for 6 with 3 walks in the series so far. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run today. Scored on the Cespedes home run in the 5th. Has a chance to do a little damage himself. McNeil on second, 2 runs home for the Mets already here in the 6th. 1-0 from Anderson. Lifted weakly into right field. Coming on into shallow right center to make the catch is Hunter Pence. That'll do it for the Mets in the 6th. But they add 2 more runs on 3 hits. They do strand a runner, but after 6, it's Mets 8, Giants 1. Pence, Sandoval, and Posey in the 7th to face Jacob deGrom. A couple of relievers up, Edwin Diaz, Brad Brock, in case deGrom suffers some trouble here as he's about to approach 100 pitches on the night. First pitch to Hunter Pence is there for a strike. 0-1. Pence 0 for 2 with a foul pop out and a fly out. As Shark Shavery joins us in the booth to bring us a little stretch action soon. How are you, Shark?
Oh, not doing too bad. This is a pretty enjoyable game so far, I have to say.
As a New York Mets fan, I too would have to say, considering the last game I called was on Saturday when lost 16-4 to the Padres. So this is more fun. 1-1 pitch, way up around the shoulders, 2-1.
I will say this has been a big shift from your previous game compared to now.
And I will be blessed on Friday with my 4th straight Corey Oswalt start. I will have called 4 straight Corey Oswalt starts come Friday, 2nd straight one against the Padres.
Congrats, Eric. We're proud of you on that.
Thank you. I truly value your support. 3-1. This one's hit to center field by Pence. Moving back on it, making the catch. Had to reach back for it. Was Michael Conforto for the first down of the 7th.
The wind has been nasty today, and it just keeps picking up here at Citi Field. And we've seen it knock down balls. We've seen it carry the baseball, and now we see it pushed to the right. And Conforto just got a little bit too greedy, but nonetheless, he hauls it in for out number 1.
That'll bring up Kung Fu Panda Pablo Sandoval 0 for 2. A couple of flyouts to center field. Pitch number 103 from Jacob deGrom. Right. Strike with the curveball, 0-1. Sandoval clearly looking heat.
Keeps looking good so far.
Now the 0-1.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Just misses inside, 1-1.
97 miles per hour. Everybody's been kung fu fighting, and that pitch was fast as lightning.
Nope, that's inside.
That one misses inside, 2-1. Jacob deGrom clearly heard you. Took a little bit of speed off that one. Like the joke, 2-1. Outside with an off-speed offering, 3-1 now.
Just couldn't help myself. But yeah, with that 3-1 count, deGrom might be his last batter. We'll see what he can do.
3-1 to Sandoval. Lifted foul to the left side. Count now 3-2. You see there, 70 strikes out of 170 pitches for deGrom. That's a pretty solid balance, especially for somebody like Jake. 3-2. In there, strike 3 called. Sandoval thought he'd drawn a walk, tossed the bat away. 9 strikeouts for deGrom. That is the 3rd one he has recorded as a backwards K. Sandoval, beside himself, tried to steal that walk, did not get the call. It'll bring up Buster Posey with 2 outs. First pitch from deGrom. Way upstairs, 1-0.
And that pitch was just A nasty breaking ball going from that release of the right arm to the other part below outside zone. And Sandoval, I don't think he even saw that break towards his knees.
Next ball high for a strike around the belt of Posey. Count now 1-1. 110 pitches for deGrom. After the Mets bullpen got pretty heavily used last night, Luis Rojas leaning heavily on his ace tonight. A 1-1 from deGrom. In there for a strike, 1-2. Jacob deGrom, 1 strike away from 7 very strong innings.
You see that fan getting in some action. The deGrominator.
Yeah, maybe
tearing it up.
deGrom trying to deGrominate Posey. Gets a foul ball over the screen. It'll be another 1-2. 112 pitches for deGrom.
Keeps working the pitch count. That's how baseball's supposed to be played.
1-2 is a fastball low, 2-2. deGrom still with some good velocity, though that fastball you see is losing speed. Normally sits around 98, 99, sometimes touches triple digits. Now mostly coming in at 96. 2-2 to Posey. Upstairs, 3-2. Brandon Delt waits on deck.
Yeah, Big Fun. I'm glad you mentioned that velocity drop. We saw him go 97, 98 at the start of this inning. Now he's worn off to 95 and 96. So that's a sign for Rojas to start considering pulling him out after this.
Swing and a miss. 96-mile-an-hour fastball beats Buster Posey. 10 strikeouts for Jacob deGrom through 7 innings. It's a 1-2-3, and here's Shark with the stretch. Treat. A little bit of lazy Mary here between the Mets and this one foul. Settling underneath it and making the catch is Evan Longoria for the first out. Big thanks to Shark for bringing that New York Mets classic here to ML Bot Ball.
Well, thanks for having me in the booth. Always do enjoy it, especially when it's an entertaining game such as this. So I'll let you two get back to this call. Have a great one.
Thanks, Shark.
Big thanks to Shark. Couple of different organists joining us here at Major League Bot Ball today for the swing and a miss. Our more resident organist, Shark Shavery's been with us for a couple of months, but if you missed it, we had a guest organist who we hope to have around a little bit more. Texas Rangers organist Dustin Tatro brought us some ballpark organ throughout the entirety of the 12-inning Braves and Rangers game. So, Dustin, if you're listening, hope to have you back soon for more Rangers game and for more game overall. Love to add that ballpark organ flair to the Bot Ball experience. 0-2 from Anderson to Cespedes. Low and inside, 1-2.
Yeah, a little backstory on Lazy Mary. That melody is also in Italian, known as Zuma Zuma, that song, performed by Louis Prima back in the 50s. The song also appeared in The Godfather, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. A little backstory on that.
Yeah, probably.
Something like that. Something like that.
I know they've been playing it at Mets games for quite a while. I think it started in the 70s. I should know that offhand, but I don't. Another 1-2. Check swing, no swing, count 2-2. But it's one of those old songs that's just kind of stood the test of time.
It's a staple.
Pounded sharply to the right side. Dubone reaches down, makes the play. 2 outs in the inning. And decided to just not work very well today. Just my luck, huh?
I've had that a couple times today. The pen is just... That's why I just kind of always keep something at my desk, whether it's just a pencil or another pen. I think there was once, everything ran out of ink. One of my pencils was out of lead, so I had to go to the drawing board and go Expo marker.
Oh dear. Well, here's Robinson Cano. First pitch, a strike from Anderson. Anderson, in his second inning of work, gave up a couple of runs in the 6th. Just hoping to give the Giants some length here.
Had to pitch a ton, too, in that bottom frame of the 6th. Surprised to see him out here, but as a long reliever, even though you came into this 20-plus pitches in, you got to at least try to go 2 innings when you're the LRP.
The 0-2 to Cano is low, 1-2. Well, this will almost certainly be the end of the road for Anderson, unless Gabe Kapler decides to just stick with his long man and save the bullpen for another day. Now the 1-2. Hit by Cano to the right side, and foul. We'll do another one. Now the question will be, does Jacob deGrom get a chance to come out for the 8th, or with his count in the 100 done? Check swing by Cano. Weak liner caught by Longoria, moving into foul ground. So it's a 1-2 inning for the Mets here in 7th. And we move on to the 8th inning. Mets leading at 8-1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Your attention, please.
And that will be it for Jacob deGrom. 7 very strong innings as Edwin
leading off for the Giants. The left fielder.
Diaz has been looking pretty good. 3-1 record. He had that troubled season last year. Just the closer spot really not working for him, but he's trying to bounce back, and I'd say he has so far.
First pitch to Belt, fouled off. Final line on Jacob deGrom, who is almost certainly going to rack up the win unless things truly implode for the Mets over these last 2 innings. Here's the 0-1 from Diaz. In there for a strike, 0-2, 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, and 10 strikeouts.
It's a very solid line for last year's Cy Young Award winner in the NL.
2 strikes.
So Cueto looks to most likely fall to 7-7 on the season. deGrom would improve to 7-4 should the Mets hold on and win this one. Diaz side 2-2. The Belt, Dubon, and a pinch hitter for the Giants here in the 8th. And the 2-2.
Count it 3 and 2.
This is outside, count 3-2. Belt 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Bone behind him also 0 for 2. Diaz set 3-2 through the rain. Hit sharply, fair down the left field side. That one is going to get all the way near that 335 sign. Throw into Cespedes. By Cespedes to Rosario is a cutoff. So Brandon Belt with a leadoff double, welcoming Edwin Diaz to the game, and Mauricio Dubon will come up with the Giants' first runner standing in scoring position in this one.
And Diaz just hangs a slider right down Broadway, and Belt just able to take it the other way. He is quite a pull ball hitter, but just with that leg kick, able to time it up enough to drive it the other way.
First pitch swinging, Dubon flies out to center field, tagging is Belt. Relay throw to third, not in time. Nearly a very nice relay, attempting to turn that double play by the Mets. But moving up to third is Belt on the flyout by Dubon. That'll bring up Yolmer Sanchez here to pinch hit.
You want to go back? That was quite a trip and a heartbreaking I'm gonna say that'll give you quite the heart attack if you're Gabe Kapler right now, the San Francisco manager, because Brandon Belt, he hauled it, but not too much speed in the hustle department for Belt, but some nice aggressive base running from the left fielder.
Out now 1-1 to Yolmer Sanchez, former Chicago White Sox infielder, now riding the pine here in San Francisco. The 1-1. This one is lifted into left field. Cespedes moves the catch. Belt tags up. He'll score easily from third base. So a double and a couple of fly balls to the deep outfield bring home the Giants' second run of the game.
Brandon Belt, he knew immediately, no matter what, he's going back to the base. He's going to immediately tag up. But you know what? Yolmer Sanchez just trying to get things done, just trying to do his best, and making the most out of it. That will help you earn some points with the skipper, Gabe Kapler, just doing your best to drive things in, because I can guarantee you things would not get better for Sanchez's PT if he came up empty on that trip.
First pitch to Brandon Crawford was over for a strike. Final line for Sean Anderson in a couple innings of relief. 3 hits, 2 earned runs, no walks, no strikeouts to speak of. The 0-1 from Diaz to Crawford, way high with a fastball, and Mets will send Ramos, Nimmo, and a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 8th. 1-1 is hit sharply on the ground. Nice pick by Alonso. Actually, that thought it might have caught the ground, but Alonso able to snag it out of the air, and that'll end the inning. Giants got a run, but they still trail 8-2, middle of the 8th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
Nick
Giants.
Vincent coming out.
Number
Vincent did pitch yesterday. Giants choosing not to go to either of their relief. Did not pitch yesterday. And be Danny Jimenez. And who is the other one? I knew I had it somewhere.
The catcher, Wilson.
Jimenez and what is it? 1, 2. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Tony Watson. Tony Watson was the other one that didn't
Tony
pitch.
Watson,
Yeah,
he's the guy.
you know, the closer.
That's a ball.
That one's
Vincent
high to
wa-
Ramos, 1-0.
Ball one,
Vincent
no
went a full inning, struck out a batter. Not too much action.
Edwin Diaz comes on. He'll just work the 1 inning unless Luis Rojas decides to let him hit for himself. Be shocked. Here's the 1-0 from Vincent to Rob. That's how this works. Swung on, lifted towards right center field, but easy play for Pence out. So Diaz, the 1 inning of work. 1 hit, 1 earned run.
Brandon Nimmo.
That'll be that for him. And the Mets will have at least a 6-run lead heading to the 9th inning, trying to win this series and set it up. Woo-hoo! English language. Set themselves up for a series sweep this week and a season sweep of the Giants between last week and this week. First pitch to Brandon Nimmo, swung on and floated down the left field line. Belt, he will leap on that sidewall, and thought that was, I really lost track of that one. Gonna blame the rain. What happened there?
It's fair ball.
Yeah,
Ground
fair
rule
ball.
double for Nimmo.
Your attention, please.
That was a tough one to keep track of. It looked to me like Belt was leaping at the sidewall to try and catch it. Instead, it looks like he was leaping at the sidewall to keep the ball in play and keep Nimmo to a single, but it gets over the glove of Belt into the seats, so it's a double for Nimmo. Here's Eduardo Nunez, ball 1 outside.
I think that answers your question about if Rojas is gonna let deGrom hit. Now we know.
As Nunez pulls this one to left field, and that one is going to find the seats, count 1-1. That's hoping to add to their lead. Nimmo on second. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Vincent. It's Nunez to take a hack and miss. Count now 1-2. Pitch. Popped up on the first base side, foul territory. Sandoval make the catch for the second out.
The batter, number 1, shortstop.
And Nunez just comes up empty on there. It's always tough when you're in a pinch hit situation. There isn't too much adrenaline running when you're down, when you're up by 6, And runner in scoring position, yes, but it's tough for a pinch hitter to go in there when the game is starting to just get a little bit meaningless in the bottom of the 8th when you're up by 6, like I just said before. So just didn't have the motivation and the adrenaline going for him.
1-1.
Count now 1-1 to Rosario after he swings and misses at the changeup. Rosario 3 for 4 with a triple, a stolen base, a couple of runs scored, and an RBI grounded out his last time up. Fouls it off 1-2.
He's just been able to have everything work in his favor, at least today. And it's been going well for him so far in this season. He's trying to top 300 in the batting average for the first time this year, and he might do so depending on what he does at the plate. He's already 3 for 4 today.
Well, Rosario's average was up around 320 for quite some time, but he hit a lump and fell underneath 300 as this one is lifted it into right field, coming in. Hence, that'll end the inning. Brandon Nimmo not advancing. We head to the ninth. Mets leading the Braves. Mets leading the Giants 8-2. Still thinking about that last game.
I don't blame you. That was a great game.
Was Brad Brock going to come on and try and clean this one up for the Mets? They lead it 8-2, and Brock will face 2, 3, and 4 Longoria, Yastrzemski, and Pence. Brock went an inning yesterday, got a couple of strikeouts. We'll hope to replicate that or improve upon it. A little surprising not to see Justin Wilson. Wilson was the only Met reliever who didn't go yesterday, but Rojas choosing to save him and go for Brock. First pitch, a strike. Go for Brock, of course, instead of go for broke. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. That might be one of your best zingers today. I gotta say, that was well done, well placed.
Well, Brock might be trying to go for broke if he is running into danger. 0-1-2 Longoria outside of 1-1.
Former pitcher with the Padres, O's, Braves, the Cubs, all-star in 2016 as well.
Toward left center field, and that is going to be caught by Cespedes on. Nice catch by Cespedes for the first out. Responsible for half of the Giants scoring with that solo home run to right and fourth. A couple of lefties up in the Mets bullpen now. Chasen Shreve and the aforementioned Justin Wilson. First pitch to Yastrzemski, a strike going 1. See there, action still continuing in the Giants bullpen. Should the Giants manage to find themselves 6 runs or more here in the ninth. Remember, folks, we are running behind schedule here on Major League. Astros and Indians will.
Let's try and speed that up for you.
The 1-1. On, fouled off, 1-2. You want me to speed it up? Remember, folks, we're running behind schedule here at Major League Bob. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well, I was just talking about, speed up the game, but you know what? You got me there.
And a miss. Swing and a miss. Yastrzemski down on strikes for the third time in this one. We'll bring up Hunter Pence as the Giants' final hope here in Queens.
As we get another look at that great strikeout. Beautiful pitch by Brock. Brock just drives it by Yaz. And you know what, Eric? I swore I thought I was listening to one of those ads on the radio where they just speed things up. It's like podcast on 3 times speed.
Fouled off by Pence, count 0-1. Or the old FedEx commercial in the 1980s.
Yes. That is a throwback.
And it absolutely positively has to be there on time. Or he also did, what was it, Mighty Machine.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And then he got parodied in Family Guy. 1-1 after the slider misses way inside.
What great memories.
Well, that's what they tell me. I think. 1-1.
That's ball 2.
Just misses outside. 2-1. Brock try. Call?
That pitch just right around the zone. Could have been a ball, could have been a strike. Goes for the ball.
2-1. Hit sharply to the right side off of the camera well. And the Giants are down to their final strike. 2. Trying to finish this one up, win the series. Win over the San Francisco Giants this year. Brock ready, 2-2 to Pence. Popped into shallow center field, coming on for it, Brandon Nimmo. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it for this one. The New York Mets back-to-back games against the San Francisco Giants here in Queens. They take this one by the final score of 8-2. Jacob deGrom gets his 7th win. Johnny Cueto takes his 7th loss.
It's a big win for the Mets, and that series and that season series looks like it should be going in the Mets' favor, and just a big win. You see there, Jacob deGrom, he's strutting very confidently because after that 7-inning, 3-hit, 1-run performance, why not? Struck out 10 and just came up big. And, well, the Mets, they've just had simply the Giants' number going into game number 3 of what should be the season finale between these two teams.
Unless they find themselves meeting in the playoffs, that will be the end of it for the Giants and the Mets. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Giants. 8 runs on 12 hits, no errors for the Mets. Jacob deGrom, player of the game, 7 very strong innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 10 Ks, and no walks. Home runs in this game belonging to Yoenis Cespedes and Mike Yastrzemski. Head into the highlight reel. And things got started quickly for the Mets. Ahmed Rosario, first pitch thrown by Johnny Cueto, had a triple to right. Next pitch was a grounder towards second base. It was fielded by Sandoval, made the throw to Cueto, and that was the first run scored. Mets up 2-0 in the top of the 4th on a 2-strike, 2-out pitch. Mike Yastrzemski with his 17th home run of the season, off the facing of the second deck in right field. But then in the bottom half of the 4th inning, Mike Porto with this sacrifice fly to center that scored Yoenis Cespedes. All right, we're in the 5th inning. I got myself ahead. This sacrifice fly scored Ahmed Rosario. I got a little bit lost there. Pardon me. And then after Conforto with that sacrifice, next man up, Yoenis Cespedes, who's had a tough time of it all year, shot this one to right center field for a 2-run homer that just got over the fence, exiting bullpen. That made it 6-1 Mets.
And that was just big for Yoenis Cespedes, just for his confidence and for his ego, because he had been struggling all year.
Top of the 6th, Jacob deGrom, a deGrominant start, struck out Mike Yastrzemski here on the high heater. 10 strikeouts that deGrom recorded. Ahmed Rosario had a great day at the plate. 3 for 5. This was his first out recorded, but it was an RBI ground. 7-1 in favor of the Mets. And then the next man up would be Jeff McNeil. I don't know if we're going to get the highlight because this is going particularly slowly. There it is. Jeff McNeil with his RBI double, the field gap going on. That would score Brandon Nimmo. That would give them 8th. Any see here, Jacob deGrom once again. This was the last out he was striking out Buster Posey with a powerful fastball. That was the 10th strikeout for deGrom. In the 8th inning, leadoff double by Brandon Belt saw him move around the bases thanks to a fly ball to center from Mauricio Bone, and then his sacrifice fly by 8-2, and that would end the story for offense game. And then here is your final out of the game with Brad Brock pitching, Hunter Pence with a shallow fly out to center field, corralled by Brandon Nimmo, and the Mets put the finishing touches on an 8-2 win. Any final thoughts on this one, Tyler?
Well, I think the one main thought has to be how dominant Jacob deGrom was. You take a look at the POTG stat line, just incredible stuff from the deGrominator, as we saw a fan put out a sign earlier in this game. And the home run from Yaz, the sac fly from Sanchez, not enough for this Giants team. It was just offense overload for the Mets. And we say hello to our new broadcasters coming in for Astros Indians. We have Jordan Smith and P. Mister. Guys, how we're doing?
Doing pretty good. How about y'all?
Doing good.
That's good to hear. Should be a interesting contest, especially the way that the series between the Astros and the Indians has gone so far. Obviously, two teams on two different paths right now. You know, like was mentioned earlier in the series, the Indians, one of the top teams in all of the entire ML ball season, and the Astros still trying to find their little bit of momentum to carry them to turn their season around a bit. So we'll see how this game goes here today, see if the Astros can turn it around or if the Indians continue on their winning ways.
We are running behind schedule, so we'll hand it off to you right away. Once again, for Tyler Danberg, from City Field in Flushing, Queens, the Mets beat the Giants 8-2, winning pitcher Jacob deGrom, and the loss goes to Johnny Cueto. We now send it out to Cleveland. It is the Astros. It is the Indians. It's Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Thank you guys once again. Great call by y'all on that one. Once again, we welcome you here to the ML Ball Studios. You take a look at all the other matchups here in today's action. I'm joined by P Mr. 3, and I tell you what, today should be an interesting matchup between these two squads in the Houston Astros and the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like maybe our janitors are getting a bit ahead of schedule there, as that's going to be our next game after us. It's going to be the Twins and the Tigers. That should be a really fun one there. Twins won the better record so far. And Tigers just trying to stay a little relevant, maybe try to make a late season push here.
And of course, you take a look at how everything has kind of gone for the team so far this season. Like I mentioned just a little bit ago, Indians have had a great season pretty much the entire year. They've been able to climb their way to number one in the Central. With that, you see just an outstanding record, just a game within the Cubs for the best record in the league. And then, of course, you have the Astros, who kind of their season's going a little bit in the other direction. They're able to stay around 500, but they haven't been able to get over the hump just yet.
Yeah, and getting over the hump most of the time would kill a season for you, but being out in that AL West, they're still kind of relevant with the Athletics really pulling off. Still a bit ways out, still have a lot of work to do, but they're at least in the hunt considering the division they're in.
It is a very, very tight race in the AL West. Really, every team really has a decent shot right now as the season stands of making some kind of push and contending for the AL West title, if not at least a wild card. The Mariners, who sit in last, may be a little bit on the outside looking in, but their season is not over yet. They could still pull something together. You see right there one of the main players, and Alex Smith with 39 stolen bases. But I don't know, you kind of look, like you mentioned, you take a look at the entire AL West, and it's a pretty tight race, as well as the top dogs in the AL Central. You got three teams who are all basically have the top 7 records in the Major League Ball season.
Yeah, I was chatting with some friends before the game, and basically I was just mentioning it. If you're not in the AL Central, you have to win your division. That's the only way you're making the playoffs this year, because the AL Central is just so strong with the Indians, White Sox, and why am I blanking on the third team right now?
The White Sox, Twins.
Yeah, the Twins after the Indians. Yeah, all above 50, almost 60 wins at this point in the year. Basically, second and third in the AL Central is taking the wild card, and beyond that, you have to win your division if you're in the West or East.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting. You see the standings right there to the left of your screen. It's going to be interesting to see what all these teams do heading down the stretch. Of course, right here we got Jose Altuve heading to home plate to get things started here in game number 3 of this 4-game series. Mike Clevinger on the mound for the Cleveland Indians, and the first pitch will be outside. The ball 1 to Altuve.
And you've seen the record right there, 55-31 for the Indians. Top in the division, but again, as we were mentioning before the game, both the White Sox and Twins right on their heels, even though they have such a stellar record.
That one low for 2-0 count. 60 degrees here in Cleveland, Ohio. Clear skies, a beautiful day for some ML ball baseball.
Yeah, wind's blowing out to the left today, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of the hitters try to pull that way and drive it out the left field.
Michael Brantley pulling one to the right side in game 1, representing the lone run for the Houston Astros in that defeat pulling a home run to right field as that one's in there for strike one, Altuve. Altuve, a .302 hitter on the season, is basically the heart and soul of the Houston Astros franchise as he gets on base with a walk there. He was really the first piece that came up to the major leagues from the Jeff Luna turnaround in his tear down and rebuild of the minor league system, then having those prospects come up to the major leagues. Altuve was really the first guy, and then followed right behind him, no longer on the Astros, but Dallas Keuchel, another pitcher who made his name in the major leagues for a good few-year stretch.
Yeah, definitely. You kind of saw that with Houston's World Series win a couple years ago, is that they had a lot of their young talent come up, in addition to being able to play for a couple big free agents in Justin Verlander. So you kind of see they had a decent balance there between the young talent and free agent signings. And that's really how you can set up long-term success for your organization.
Of course, you see plenty of teams doing it around the major leagues. You saw the Cubs do it. They won the World Series in 15. That's how they did it with Theo Epstein, of course, doing the same exact formula out in Boston, and that's what got them their 2 World Series as well. So it's a formula that works. Basically, Luna took Theo Epstein's method and went totally extreme, something that, we heard it for years all around all of Major League Baseball. Something we had never seen before. The level of intensity that it came with that rebuild is that one. Here he goes again, Brantley, doing it to his former team once again. He goes to right field and sends it out, and immediately the Houston Astros start on top with a 2-0 lead, courtesy of a 2-run homer from Michael Brantley.
Well, that's definitely a way of sending a statement here that you guys aren't playing around today. Coming off top of the first inning, second and third batter, and just launches one down the right field line for 2 runs on the board.
I think it's safe to say that Brantley loves playing in Cleveland.
No doubt on that one, especially with the distance on that one. That was no gimme. That was no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, you saw some of the infield. They knew exactly where that one was going as soon as it came off the bat. Clevinger knew it as well. And now Alex Bregman, a really high-profile player in the American League and all the major leagues this season. You see that .354 batting average on an 8-game hitting streak. And right behind him, pretty much what I would like to say, the leading candidate in the MVP race for the American League in Yordan Alvarez. Clevinger right now with the 1-0. Big swing and a miss on the pitch inside. 1-1 the count. Now swung on, hit sharply, but past the infield. And that will be a base hit for Bregman. So that will extend his hitting streak to 9 games in a row now. And that'll bring up Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, Clevinger definitely starting to struggle here a little bit, giving a couple of hits. The homer is very recent, so we'll see how he responds, but definitely not a good response with a little single there.
See Alvarez, number 1 in the American League for all-star votes at the left field position, and he has had himself quite a year for just about to be at the year mark, if not having passed it, for his service time in the major leagues as the first pitch is in there for strike 1.
Yeah, and just this season in general, still hitting .350 this late into the year. That's very rare.
And he'll add to that batting average. Bregman will slide in safe at second. But there you see Alvarez doing what he's able to do best and just get on base and make good contact.
Yeah, Bregman may be taking it a little bit too easy there on the jump to second as he knew he got picked off with the force out there.
Now you have Correa up to the plate with a runner in scoring position at second and Bregman. Runner at first and Alvarez, a 2-0 lead. But you saw right there, he struggles against right-handed pitchers with that .220 batting average as that one is low and in the dirt. Everybody will go as it gets away from the catcher in Perez. And now 2 runners in scoring position off the wild pitch.
And Terry Francona might want to take a step out here and just have a chat with Clevinger because something's not working here. Just not getting location, or the guys are timing his hits up too easily. He's got to throw some type of wrench at them.
A 265 hitter on the season. That one catches the top inside corner. High heater for strike one, a 1-1 count. From the stretch, the 1-1. Wing and a miss. That one on the 78-mile-an-hour curveball outside. Got him to swing. It's 1-2.
That one might be on Dayton with how far outside the zone that was there.
Well, that one will stay in Cleveland as it finds a zone for strike three. That's the first out of the ball game.
The first baseman.
Here in the top of the first, that coming off the strikeout looking.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The Rent throw curveball way outside, then come back in with a heater down and low and in. Just a great mix-up with the eye level.
Gurriel swings and misses that one. For strike one, the 253 hitter on the season, 8 home runs and 40 RBIs on the year. Trying to bring in 2 more here. And extend the lead early on in this top of the first inning. Low for ball one. One. Inside strike two.
Just saw the graphic there. 13 strikes to 9 balls. Maybe throwing a little bit too much in the zone so far. But you got to try to keep it close if you're going to start throwing balls here, because sometimes the batters will swing at them.
We saw with the Correa pitch. 2-2 will just fall. But they try to get him to chase on that outside corner. Did not work. You see Springer on deck. 242. Seems like he's been turning it around just a little bit here in the last 10 days or so. Started with a couple of home runs, a 2 home run game back in Houston. The last series at home, as this one is shot up the middle. That's a base hit. Rounding third, heading home is Alvarez. And 2 runs will score in a 2 RBI single for Yuli Gurriel and the Astros. Not even before the second out of the ballgame is recorded, they lead 4-0.
Houston, all things are green here. They're coming out of the gates absolutely swinging so far. You know, the one big fly down the line, but recently they've done it with a lot of small balls, just singles and doubles, little grounders. Nothing too extreme yet.
Springer comes up now with a 4-0 lead for Houston as that one catches the top inside corner for strike one. You see that manager Terry Francona giving his signals to the catcher. And Perez will get you the defensive alignment here in just a little bit. That one swung on and fouled away. That one swung on, fouled away as well. And that will keep it 0-2.
Yeah, Franco's probably just telling his catcher, just get him to throw something good.
That one missing. 1-2 the count here. George Springer get that runner on first in Gurriel. Big swing and a miss. Got him inside. Looked to buckle him up just a little bit. There is the second out of the ballgame.
Yeah, second out of the ballgame for the Astros with the damage may already be done. Clevinger already up at 30 pitches just in the first inning here, so the bullpen better be ready for a long day.
That's the ball.
First pitch high for ball one to Josh Reddick. Already at the number 8 hitter in the lineup. 252 on the season. And even though his offensive numbers may not be too stellar, they're good enough as you really take into account his defensive effort and the amount of, I guess, stability that creates for the Astros outfield. You'll accept a 252 batting average from Reddick.
Yeah, and that's really one of the underrated things that you can't really measure is their defensive effort. It's just kind of an eyeball test. There's no real good number outside of assists that measures defensive performances.
That's in, ball.
That one inside for ball two. Reddick working it back to an even count. 2 outs. Top of the first inning. 4-0 the score. Astros on top. Here in this one, Gurriel on first, Stubbs on deck. Swing and a miss, and that will do it for the top of the first, but not before the damage is done. 35 pitches and 4 runs later, we head to the bottom half of the frame. 4-0 Houston in this one. Cleveland will look to try to get some runs back on the board. However, take a look. Justin Verlander on the mound for the Houston Astros. Not a great sign, already being down by 4, and then you see the ace in Verlander.
Yeah, definitely. Verlander just coming off an injury, I believe, to start the season. Only his 6th start of the year. 2-2 by an ERA sitting at basically 1, so he is still as dominant as he was last year.
First pitch inside. Ball 1 to Francisco Lindor. You take a look there, 40-44 for the Houston Astros. 4th in the AL West. They've kind of hovered around that 3 and 4 spot for most of the season.
Yeah, but with Verlander coming back here, this might be the bullpen, starting arm they need to get going and make a push towards the A's.
One and 1 the count. Lindor, 252 hitter on the season, hitting leadoff for the Indians. And swung on, lays down the first baseline, and that will fall into the stands foul. Makes it a 1-2 count. One too low. In the dirt, 2-2 the count.
Yeah, Verlander with that 12-6 to offset his fastball, really effective.
Full count pitch. Swing and a miss on the top inside corner. 1 away here in the inning.
Yeah, and that was just a good work of pitches. 12-6 on the outside, slider high and in, and then the fastball practically right down the middle. So good use of his pitches there to get the out.
Oscar Mercado up to the plate now for the Indians. 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the first as that one is outside for ball 1. Ready now, here's the 1-0.
Nope, ball.
Inside, 2-0 the count.
2-0 the count. Ball.
Inside once again, 3-0 the count. You see on deck Carlos Santana, and he's always been a steady and reliable name in this Indians lineup.
Yeah, definitely one of the true Indians legends kicking around.
3 balls and no strikes.
We're going to miss for strike 1. Quickly now, the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, and that will head into center field for a base hit. First hit of the ball game for the Indians comes off a single. Oscar Mercado.
Yep, and again, not a big fly ball, just a nice piece of heading, making solid contact and putting it back up the middle. You don't always need a big home run to make an impact. A single will do just fine.
Now here comes Carlos Santana to the plate. First pitch, top of the zone for strike 1. The defensive alignment for the Houston Astros looks like this. Michael Brantley in left, George Springer in center, followed by Josh Reddick in right field as that one is in the zone for strike 2. At third base, Alex Bregman. Shortstop, Carlos Correa. Second, Jose Altuve. At first is Yuli Gurriel. Behind the plate as that one buckled him up. I'm not sure why he swung at that one, but there's the 12-6 curve for strike 3.
Yeah, nearly plunks him in the stick down there, but still tries to take a crack at it. I have no idea why.
The runner at first, not in time. Behind the plate, Stubbs, and of course you see on the mound, like you mentioned, in only his 6th start of the season coming off injury from the offseason is Verlander, as that one's 1-0. to Franmil Reyes. So runner again and Mercado at first.
Tua.
1-0 high and outside, 2-0 the count. See there, Reyes signed out of the Dominican Republic. Brought to the Indian squad. A .224 batting average in the cleanup spot as that one is in there for strike one. The runner at first, now from the stretch. Strike in there, they go to second in time and they get the out. They catch him stealing to end the inning. That is how the first inning will conclude. A caught stealing Oscar Mercado. We head to the second, 4-0.
I'm not sure if I had my caught stealing on the bingo card tonight, but that was definitely something you don't see every day. Caught stealing to end the inning there, so just a really bad jump there.
0-1.
First pitch swung on and missed for strike one. Dubs will get things going here at the top of the second inning. Clevinger trying to recover from that top of the first.
Yeah, and recovers the exact word there. He had a real rough outing, 4 runs, about 35 pitches to get out of there. So if he doesn't get it together here in the second, he might have a really short hook tonight.
Swung on and fouled away. 0-2 still the count.
And I think that ball did some Houdini magic because it seemed like it just randomly lifted and then popped out of existence.
Definitely could have, as that one is fouled away to keep it 0-2. Now one low and outside. 1-2 the count here to Stubbs. On deck, Jose Altuve. Michael Brantley in the hole. As you saw there, 40 pitches so far for Clevinger, 25 of them for strikes. That one catches the top inside corner. They had gotten a little bit of a call there from the home plate umpire, but either way, 4 strikeout of the ball game for Clevinger. 1 out here at the top of the second.
Yeah, it definitely could be argued that was a little bit too inside, but that's one of those borderline calls you just have to expect to be called sometimes.
Altuve fouls one away for strike one. The defensive alignment for the Indians looks like this. Jordan Luplow in left, Oscar Mercado in center, Tyler Naquin in right, followed by Jose Ramirez at third, Francisco Lindor at short, as that one misses low for ball one.
1-1.
At second, Cesar Hernandez. At first, Carlos Santana, followed by Robert Perez.
Ouchie.
Roberto Perez. That one gets off of Clevinger. Altuve will be safe. We'll have to see if Clevinger is okay. It looked like it came off the foot there. He's trying to walk it off.
And Ramirez just decided to drop the ball with no issue there. Clevinger definitely not looking good. He's going to wave off Francona, although that just may give more credence to yank him early.
Definitely could as they check out Altuve there at first base. Now not in time. We'll have to see what happens here with Clevinger coming off that foot as that one is fouled. The first base side. 4 strike one. Behind the plate, Roberto Perez. And then as you see there, Clevinger already 45 pitches into this one is the starter for the Indians, although like you said, may not last too much longer. That one will go into right center field for a base hit. Altuve will round second, head to third. And that will put 2 runners into scoring position with 1 out here in the top of the second, and the nightmare start continues for Clevinger.
Yeah, he's just not getting anything yet. All Houston bats are making contact, and especially back at the top of the lineup now. He could be in for a lot more damage now. But just a real solid piece of hitting there, pulling the ball out into right center.
That one swung on, and that will stay fair on a line drive caught. Everybody stays put. 2 outs away here in the inning.
Oh, that could have been absolutely devastating if that got by. Good job by Santana being alert on first base and ranging over for the catch.
Bregman already with that hit in his first at bat in the first inning, so he already has the extension of the 9-game hitting streak. Now we come to Yordan Alvarez with a single in left field as he swings and misses at one for strike one. Two runners on, 2 outs. A very late swing there by Alvarez. Not sure what he saw on that one.
Yeah, Alvarez might be feeling bad for Clevinger inside to spot him a strike here.
0-2, that one inside. The way the at-bat was going, I was kind of surprised he didn't swing at that one.
Yeah, Clevinger decided to give that spot back as he wants to do it man-to-man.
That one high to even up the count. You see Clevinger, he's got some speed on his arm. He's got some high heat, as you saw that 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a good pitcher. He got that four-seam fastball, and then some of his breaking stuff really helps accentuate how that fastball and the change of pace. We're just having a little bit of control issue and a little bit putting the ball too much in the middle of the strike zone.
3-2 count. The swung on, and that will head into left field for a base hit. It looks like Altuve will score. Brantley heads to third. Runners on the corners, and it's now a 5-0 lead for Houston. That's an RBI single from Alvarez.
It looks like the pitch coach coming out here, just having a chat with Clevinger, see if he can figure something out. Because obviously what they had planned wasn't working right now.
Would not be surprised if this is the final inning. Well, actually,
there
it is right there. He's done. 53 pitches in, inning and 2/3 of work. Clevinger is done, and this is just worst case scenario if you're the Cleveland Indians right now.
Yeah, and the equipment guy might want to walk all the bats away because he is not happy with the way he pitched today.
Now pitching for the number 45.
Adam Plutko now steps in. You see the 4.23 ERA, a 4-1 record in 17 games. We'll have to see how he goes. You see the 37 strikeouts, 14 walks. We'll see how he fares against this Astros lineup right now. Face Carlos Correa. The only Astros, it seems, that may not have been on base so far in this one.
Yeah, definitely. But just looking at the stats here for Cueto, Rays are hitting 380 against him, but lefties are hitting under 200. So definitely more favorable towards a left-handed heavy lineup today.
A pop up right behind home plate. Perez getting underneath it and making the catch. Had to lean into that one. Looks like the wind may have pushed it a little bit. That does it for the top of the second inning. The Astros add one more. Lead by 5 in this one. Franmil Reyes. Get things started here in the bottom of the second inning. 5-0. Houston ahead of Cleveland. Jordan Smith here alongside me, Team Mr. 3, for this broadcast. American League Baseball here on ML Botball on Twitch. First pitch in there for strike one for Verlander. I'll tell you what, it's been a tale of two different tapes so far in this ball game as that one gets away.
That one gets away way outside, but yeah, if you're here watching from Cleveland, you might as well go find another program, maybe watch some Cavs training videos or something, because this game has not really gone so well for the Indians so far.
Yeah, it definitely has not. It's been a nightmare situation. Starter getting pulled an inning and 2/3 into it after allowing the 5 runs as that one is fouled away. 1-2 the count here. Verlander 22 pitches in. Reyes first out of the plate, 224 hitter. Well, actually second out of the plate. First time he was up, he didn't get to finish the at-bat. In fact, this was the count it was at when the caught stealing occurred. He gets to see Verlander for his second time as he fouls it away.
Yeah, and that's definitely a rare occurrence when someone gets caught stealing in the middle of an at-bat to end the inning. So it's nice you get a little taste of Justin Verlander, but then you have to come back and deal with him again.
See right there, Verlander winning the battle. He gets his third strikeout in the ball game. One away here in the bottom of the second.
And again, just a beautiful breaker outside. Got him leaning on that one, trying to make some type of contact on it.
Now Jose Ramirez. Watch one on the inside corner for strike one. 297 batting average on the season. The number 5 hitter in the lineup for these Cleveland Indians, looking to get something going, as that one is way outside for ball one.
Yeah, and that's something I noticed from Verlander. It seems like every 4th or 5th pitch from him seems to either be down the dirt or way outside. Not sure if it's a grip thing right now, but he definitely needs to figure out how to get it towards the zone more consistently.
Well, there's one in the dirt right there. And that makes it a 2-1 count. He works quickly. And that one inside for ball 3.
3 balls, no strike.
Hernandez on deck. You saw the above 300 batting average. Jose Ramirez just below that 300 batting average. 2 of the better bats in the lineup on the season. That one swung on, and there's an example right there, looking for it to be fair, and it just misses. A foul ball. Oh, man, he would love to have that one back.
Oh, I think the fans in Cleveland are looking for anything right now to try and make this game somewhat bearable, and that would have been a very good start. But nonetheless, Wynn decided to play a factor and say no, and we sit here with the full count.
3-2 outside, so he still gets on base via the walk. But I bet he would love to have that home run more than he would the walk, as Cesar Hernandez now heads to the plate.
Yeah, definitely. You want to, especially in that situation where you have the distance for a home run, you want to put yourself around the bases rather than relying on the guy behind you.
Now, number 6 hitter is Cesar Hernandez to the plate with a runner on first and 1 out. First pitch in there for strike 1. See there in the last 7 games, he has 6 RBIs. Pretty productive stuff from the 316 hitter, as that one's outside for ball 1.
And just seeing the standings there on the left, both Minnesota and Chicago are 54 and 31, only 1 game behind Cleveland. So with this result, if it holds, could be a very interesting game next one, as the Twins and Tigers are up next. So the Twins could have a chance to jump into a tie for first.
2-2 the count.
Want a swing and a miss. 2-2 the count now for Hernandez. Verlander at 36 pitches. Number 37 will be a grounder and fouled away. The 2-2 swung on, popped up. That will go into right field, right center for that matter, as Reddick will make the catch. And there's 2 away here in the inning.
Yeah, again, Verlander not having the overpowering strikeout numbers right now, but being able to get those pop flies, those little ground balls, just as effective as having a 10K day.
Jordan Lopelo will head to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on. First pitch falls out of the zone. Ball 1, you see there, last game he played 0 for 3. Would definitely love to turn it around here as he sees Verlander for the first time. Swing and a miss. Evens up the count.
Yeah, and then going up against Justin Verlander, trying to break any 0 for a streak is really difficult just because of how dominant he can be with that fastball up in the mid to high 90s and then dropping it with an 80-mile-an-hour curveball.
Saw the fastball right there. We'll have to see if he gets the curveball in this next pitch. Is that one a little close to call? Ramirez getting back in time. Two, 2-1, and there's one that breaks away. Trying to get him to chase. 3-1 the count now. Outside ball 4. That now puts runners at first and second. Roberto Perez up to the plate.
The catcher, Roberto.
And Verlander again just having a little bit of trouble with that 12-6, getting that into the zone, as we saw a couple of them bounce into the dirt at last AP.
Now Roberto Perez sitting below the Mendoza line at 172. Will swing and miss at the first pitch for strike one.
Yeah, Perez, a mid-round pick a couple years ago, so nice little surprise here for the Indians. It's typically those mid-round picks, you don't really expect them to get up to the majors too often.
One check swing. Looks like he did not go. 2-1 the count now.
Yeah, we're gonna say he held up there, but definitely very close. Whenever you see the guy trot out of the box a little bit, you know he had full swing but momentum behind it until he pulled up.
That one swung on. That'll go into shallow right. Altuve will field it and make the catch for out number 3. They'll lead 2 stranded. Won't score any. 5-0 heading to the third. Back here at Progressive Field, Cleveland, Ohio, you see Heine Watney telling you a little bit about the donation to the Rain Foundation this week. Here is who we are supporting the causes for. Be sure to donate. You can use the PayPal button just below this stream. You can also type in the chat !donate. Donate through that way. Any and all donations you can to a great cause for sure.
Ball. 1-0.
1-0. Plucto back on the mound. That one a line drive caught on the catcher Hernandez. There's quickly one away here in the inning. You see the standings, the AL Central.
Yeah, it looks like our ball graphic might be a bit out of date here. It's showing that Cleveland and Minnesota are tied. So with the current score holding, Minnesota might be able to leapfrog Cleveland and take the lead.
Potentially we'll have to see what happens here. At one point, the Twins did have first place in the AL Central. As that one is outside for ball 1 to Springer. You see in the last 4 games, 2 doubles and 4 RBIs he's collected. It seems like he's really found his stride again after that last homestand the Houston Astros had, as that one is fouled away for strike 1.
Yeah, and sometimes just a little home cooking, being in comfortable confines, doing a routine you're used to, that can really help reset your clock and set you up for a very nice next couple weeks.
Ooh, that one I'm not really sure. That one seemed like a top part of the zone, but 2-1 the count.
Yeah, definitely didn't get a favor from the umpire there.
See that one on the outside edge. 3-1 the count for Josh Reddick on deck for the Astros. You see there, nobody on base right now. Right now a 5-0 lead. Something the Astros have not done as much this season is get out to early leads, especially against teams like this. And the Indians, as that's a walk, and you take a look. The Astros and Indians, top 3 in the American League and walk leaders.
Yeah, definitely both teams using the walk effectively, but not too much today. Only seen about 3 or 4 so far in the area going, but both pitchers, again, struggling with a bit of their location and finding the spots they want.
He's gone.
First pitch, he buckled on it.
Oh, boy.
Swing, throw to second in time. Springer is out. Looked like he had a decent jump on it. Pretty good jump, in fact, but they got him in time. A good throw by Perez on over to Lindor, who got the tag.
Oh, absolutely spot on throw. One hop right into the pocket. Second baseman maybe had to move his glove 6 inches to apply the tag there for the out.
That one swung on. Will go into right field. Ranging in and making the catches, Naquin. And that will do it for the inning. We head to the bottom half of the inning. The Astros didn't score a run, but they still lead 5-0.
Leading off for the Indians, the right fielder.
Tyler Naquin, the number 9 hitter. The only batter that Justin Verlander has not faced yet, getting things started in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
That's low. That's a ball.
Outside for ball 1, and you see there, Naquin has not had much success. Yesterday's game going 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts as that's fouled away.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just you're not seeing the ball correctly. Maybe you didn't get a proper night's sleep. It can be a million different things, but Verlander so far, in general, not missing by much on any of his pitches. In that one, I'm not sure where that one missed.
2-1 the count. That one swung on. Will go down the first base line into foul territory. Leaning over and making the catch is Reddick. There's one away here in the inning.
Shortstop, Francisco Lindor.
See there on the replay. It looks like he ducked his glove right in between the fan's arms. And it was just in the perfect spot to make the catch.
Yeah, I'm hoping he has $20, $30 kicking around somewhere to replace all those people's concessions.
Can't mess up the nachos. Lindor 0 for 1 on the day. 1-1 the count as that one's inside. Struck out swinging his first time up. That one popped up on the left side of the infield. Bregman underneath it, makes the catch. The edge of the infield dirt. 2 away in the inning.
Yeah, Verlander being very efficient so far as when he is on, he can get those pop-outs in 2 or 3 pitches. And if you're not looking for a strikeout, getting those pop-outs, you want to keep it under 4 pitches.
Now Verlander at 54 pitches on the game so far. Now 55. 29 strikes so far. 26 outside the zone for a ball. And in there for strike 1. Went on and fouled away. 1-2 the count quickly here. Verlander making quick work in this bottom of the 3rd. Fouled away once again. Mercado 1 for 1 in the game. Got a single first time up, and so far the only hit in the Indians lineup. As that one's a swing and a miss on the 87-mile-an-hour slider. And that does it for the 3rd. We head to the 4th inning. 5-0 the score. And to give you the play-by-play for the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning, here is P. Mr. 3.
Thanks, Joe. And unfortunately, Cleveland fans, if you're just tuning in, my condolences, but it has not started off well. Houston jumping out to a 5-run lead in the first 2 innings. I've seen Garrett Stubbs stepped in, 0 for 1 on the afternoon so far. And Plutko, coming in out of relief, has done a very nice job. 1 1/3 on only 10 pitches so far, as first one's 12-6 in their first strike.
Yeah, like you said, Plutko's had a very efficient game so far. You know, like you said, coming into this at bat, only 10 pitches for an inning and a 1/3. He has done pretty well of getting batters out quickly.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what you want as a long reliever out of the bullpen. As he lifts that one out to center. That one might have enough distance, but the wind blowing out to left today, not center. Knocking it down enough. Oscar Mercado there, and there's one out here. Here's Clevinger's line on the day. Again, inning in 2/3, 7 hits, 5 runs. Just did not have his stuff going today. Did get punked on the foot later on in his outing today, so trainers might be wanting to look at him after the game to make sure that's okay. As HOU CLE is going to step in. 1 for 1 on the day with a single. First pitch to the curveball way outside for a ball. The 1-0 pitch again, curveball down low. 2-0 the count now. That's something Plutko. Sorry.
I said Altuve been on twice already. with a single and a walk. He's done a pretty good job of getting on base. Plonka looks like he's doing a good job of mixing up his pitches.
As he ropes one down to the right field corner. That's going to get it down for a double here. A little bit of a botch there from Cesar, from Francisco there on the catch 10th and second. The Jose Altuve 2 for 2 on the day.
You see there just a great job by Altuve. Just looking for a pitch that he could handle. And once again, it's his top of the lineup. We've seen it so far today twice already. Now potentially for a third time. His top of the lineup of the Astros has just been killing the Cleveland Indians pitching staff so far.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get a good video session in before the game as Michael Brantley's going to step in. Home run and a double on the day already. Pitches in the dirt. Altuve is going to stick there at second. And 1-1 to count here. As that one's fouled off down the third base line. Count runs to 1-2. Michael Brantley looking to try to continue his quest for the cycle today. Cueto, four-seamer that misses just low and outside, 2-2 count.
To go over the cycle, I mean, when you have 3 at-bats in the first 4 innings, you have a decent shot of getting something done.
Yeah, well, that's not going to do much. That's just a little blooper to Mercado out in second, out in center, and there's 2 out here.
I guess the cycle talk will have to continue until his next at-bat. I mean, yeah. I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, and I'll take a jinx on that one from Twitch as Alex Bregman's going to step in 1 for 2 on the day so far. And first pitch is going to be a 2-seamer in there for a strike. 4-seamer. 0-1 the count. Had the movement of a 2-seamer from up here in the booth. The 0-1 to Bregman. Swung over the top on a really nasty changeup that drops underneath. 0-2 count.
Yeah, like you said, really nasty pitch there on that one. The bottom dropping out at the very last second. Always dangerous.
Ball, that's up.
Yep, Cueto just trying to see if he can get Bregman's swing at something outside the zone. No dice, though. Count holds at 1-2.
No, that missed. That's the ball.
Again, another changeup trying to get Bregman's swing over the top again. No dice, though. 2-2 count.
That's the ball.
Cueto seemingly having a little bit of control issues as that one's high. Count runs full here, and so from 0-2, Cueto has now run a full count here on Alex Bregman.
Yeah, that one seemed to just float on him a little bit. Release out of his hand a little too early.
Take your base, ball 4.
3-2 pitches, missed low, ball 4, so Cueto letting Bregman off the hook there. At him 0-2, but then just 4 straight balls.
Alvarez.
Yeah, that's a good job by Alex Bregman to use his good plate discipline there, especially on a couple of those. Those are pitches, a couple of those, especially on the high pitches. Sometimes he'll swing at those. So it's a good job by him to lay off of those, and now they got a runner on first and second.
Yeah, running first and second for Yordan Alvarez stepping in. Last night he was 1 for 5 with a homer, 2 for 2 in the afternoon so far today. And if you're Houston, this is a very good chance here with 2 out to try to put some more runs on the board. As Cueto again runs the count 0-2 to a Houston batter.
Once again, making quick work of these Astros. The most pitches he's used in an inning, but still making good work.
And he has him fooled. Sir, that was the wrong answer as he swings it. I don't know what. Cueto gets out of a little bit of a jam. We head to the bottom of the 4th, 5-0 Houston. As Carlos Santana, the everlasting legend, steps in 0 for 1 on the afternoon so far. As Verlander tries again to swing at a really interesting 12-6, no dice, as that one hits the dirt. 1-0 the count to Santana. Verlander is able to raise the level enough on the changeup, catch the bottom part of the zone, count runs 1-1. Santana pops that one up. Center fielder making the run over. That has to be a little bit of haul. Springer making the easy play, and there's one out here in the bottom of the fourth.
Now batting.
Yeah, interesting that it ended up being Springer coming over and making the grab instead of Altuve or even the right fielder in Reddick. Like you said, probably a long distance for Springer to go to it, but either way, makes that catch in shallow right center.
Yeah, typically center fielder and I believe center fielder call-offs typically overseed everyone else's call, so maybe he had a track on it and just went for it, as Ramil Reyes stepping in 0-for-1 on the afternoon.
I caught swinging his last time up against Verlander. Verlander at 64 pitches. A high pitch count for early on, but it really hasn't seemed to affect him too much, only giving up one hit.
Yeah, and that's how some pitchers are nowadays. Is the pitch counts will run a little high, but they don't give up that much damage because they run a lot of 2-2, 3-2 counts. It's just the way they pitch, so you kind of have to work with it, as Verlander now runs a 3-1 count here. Jose Ramirez sitting in on deck to try to get something going for this Cleveland offense. Verlander sends a slider into the zone, 3-2 count now. Verlander, strike 3 on the inside part of the zone. 5th K on the day with that four-seamer.
Up next for Cleveland, the third baseman.
That's a good job by Verlander there. You saw getting him on the inside part and locking him up. You take another look at it. As a good spot, and it seemed like Reyes had a decent timing on it. He was just a little bit late on it, and that's what caused the swinging strike 3.
Nope.
Definitely, as Jose Ramirez is going to step in. Took a walk last time up, and we saw the graphic earlier. Houston and Cleveland 2 and 3 for walks in the American League. So these hitters definitely aren't going to swing it too much outside the zone today.
No, that's down. Ball.
Case in point, Verlander tries to get Ramirez fishing there with the four-seamer. He wasn't going, though. Counts 2-0. Verlander maybe getting a little help from the umpire with that changeup, as that one catches the outside part. 2-1 the count. The 2-1 to Ramirez. Four-seamer on the outside corner. Ramirez able to get a piece of it to foul it off. Count will go to 2-2 here.
Full count.
Verlander again trying to get Ramirez to fish. Still not going. Count runs full here. 3-2 count. Ramirez is able to foul it off again. Count will hold here. This is what I was mentioning earlier. Pitchers running a lot of 2-2, 3-2 counts and not having it affect them. It's just the way they like to pitch sometimes. As Ramirez is able to foul off a four-seamer on the outside part.
Yeah, like you said, it's just the way that some pitchers operate. Getting high pitch counts. Sometimes they don't even try to. Sometimes they have a quick early start, and then the batter just doesn't swing anything.
That one might be able to go, as that's going to crash off the wall there for Ramirez. Gonna hold at second. That had a chance to get out of here, though.
Yeah, it did. It was a hard hit fly ball, and if that wall was a little bit shorter there in left, as that's, like it was mentioned earlier in the series, one of the more unique things about this ballpark is the little bit higher than normal wall there. You see they're just hitting below that midpoint on the wall. Otherwise, that would have been played probably pretty differently. But now runner on second.
And runner on second for Cesar Hernandez as he takes a first pitch swinging. Third baseman Bregman's going to get it. Flip it over to Gurriel, and that'll be it here. So Verlander with a little troubles this inning. Cleveland getting a couple hits, but still nothing rolling for him. We're through 4 here. 5-0.
Leading off from Houston,
Indians already have a guy up in the bullpen.
Carlos.
Just in case something goes really wrong, Carlos Correa stepping in. Cueto having a little difficulties last inning, but was able to work out of it without any damage so far. And you think that that guy in the bullpen is more just insurance in case Cueto starts to really fall apart this inning.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it is. You see there Adam Simber, who made an appearance earlier in the series, I believe in the first game of the series. Like you said, will pretty much just be insurance in case something goes wrong here, something goes awry in the inning, and all of a sudden they have to take him out in Cueto. But it seems like he's doing pretty well so far, as that one was in there for a strike.
Yeah, Cueto's been pretty efficient so far. Again, last inning was a little bit of a struggle, but Franco is hoping he can get through here. Is that one? I'm not sure where that one missed, but umpire says that's going to be a ball, 2-1 count here.
Yeah, that one didn't really miss. That was the thing. that entire ball was in the zone and over the plate.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to explain that one. Baseball. As Correa's going to foul one off down the first base line.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more of a simpler explanation you can give.
Count is full.
As Cueto decides to put one in the dirt there, count runs full here. Correa with a full count. Takes a crack out to right field. Tyler Naquin is out there, and there's one away here, and I apologize if I really butchered that.
The first base.
No, you're good. You almost had it. Yeah, getting Naquin out there in right field to get the fly, and that's what you want from Cueto and from the rest of this Indian staff, is to limit the damage. Obviously, 5 runs of insurance for the Astros, not favorable by any measure. But if you can limit the damage and then hope that your offense can get something going, then, that's really the only hope you have. But as a pitching staff, you just got to buckle in and try to turn things around.
Yeah, definitely. And especially Cueto here, he's done a very nice job of that so far. 38 pitches, he's through 2 2/3, I believe, so far. So he's going to get a little dribble back here. Flips it over to Santana, and there's now 2 away here in the 5th.
The center fielder, number 4.
Seemed like Gurriel just got on top of that one a little bit. Trying to have he had good timing on it, obviously right back up the middle, but just got a little on top of his swing on that one, and like you said, just got the little dribbler right back to Cueto to make the easy out.
Yeah, Cueto's going to come back and give Springer a nice taste of his own medicine. There's a nice slider in there. 0-1 the count here. As Cueto's going to get a slider down low. 0-2 the count now to Springer. Springer looking just to try to get something rolling here to make Cueto a little bit uneasy.
That missed. That's a ball.
Cueto trying to get Springer to swing at something outside. No, not rolling today, though. And the count will be 1-2.
Not going to lie, I was hoping for a third straight pitch off a slider. Try to get the strikeout.
Well, not a slider, but a 4-seamer high and in, but that'll be strike 3. And Cueto doing a great job out of the bullpen today. We're through 4.5, 5-0 Houston. As we look along Progressive Field here in the beautiful city of Cleveland. Don't believe those tourism videos on YouTube. Just a reminder, we're doing all this collecting donations for RAINN this week. RAINN. That's the charity we're going to run through this week. There's a donation link down below, or you can just type in exclamation donate into Twitch chat, and it'll pop up a link to help you donate to RAINN today. Help make all our lives a little bit easier, as Jordan Luplow is going to step in. Took a walk last time up.
This is the part of the game for the Indians. If you're Cleveland right now, with Verlander being at 77 pitches, still not anywhere close from getting out of this one in Verlander, but you would love to try to put some pressure on him and get some people on base in this inning to kind of start wearing him down a little bit as he gets to that last quarter of his outing potentially in this one.
Yeah, that's a nice attempt at a dribbler. Alex Bregman's going to flip it over to Gurriel, and there's one out here. But yeah, Cleveland with only 2 hits in the game so far. They have to try to at least muster some type of offense, either this inning or if Verlander gets some work in the 6th in there. or else there may not be any chance left for Cleveland, as Roberto Perez is going to come in to try to do something about that. First pitch to him incoming. Fastball that catches the upper part of the zone. 0-1 the count. Last night Perez went for 3 with a homer in the game, solo shot, so he's definitely liable to put it out of here. It's just he has to find the right pitch for it.
1-1.
As Verlander attempts to play cricket there for a second and bounce a four-seamer into the dirt. 1-1 the count.
Have to write that one down.
Yep. 1-1 pitch is a two-seamer that catches the outside zone. Fouled off, though, by Perez, and the count runs 1-2. Again, Perez fouling off a four-seamer from Verlander. Count will hold.
Wouldn't be surprised if Verlander tried to go inside on Perez in this pitch.
You are correct there, but again, the wizardry of magic. 12-seamer curveball down the dirt. 2-2 count now.
I mean, you said it earlier. There's like that every fourth or fifth pitch. That the fifth pitch of the at-bat. That one finding the dirt.
Yeah, Verlander goes right to the slider, though, and gets Perez to swing over the top. 6th strikeout of the day for him, and there's 2 out here.
Tyler.
Well, that's just a good pitch right there. You see on that one, way early on the swing on that one, is looking for something high heat. Got off speed, completely fooled him, and like you said, 6 strike out of the ballgame.
Naquin there, roping one down the first baseline, just catching a bit foul, though. But that's some really solid contact there, and that might be a good sign of things to come. Second pitch still swinging. Good display by Gurriel. Verlander is going to run over the cover. And just like that, we are out of here. We're through 5. 5-0 Houston.
Leading off for Houston, the right fielder, Josh.
Get back here in Progressive Field. Houston's up 5-0 right now, and Cleveland really hasn't had much. Actually, both teams really haven't had much offense since the second inning so far. As Josh Reich is going to step in.
Nope. Ball. 1-0.
First pitch curveball running way outside for ball. 1-0 the count.
2 balls, no strike.
Second pitch of the at-bat, four-seamer still running high, 2-0.
Yeah, like you said, not much offense happening since that second inning. The Astros obviously getting 4 runs in the top of the first inning to start off the ball game, especially that 2-run homer in that top of the first, and then the 1 run in the top of the second. Other than that, there really has not been much going on either side, as that one is outside for the walk. But I mean, really for Cleveland, there just has not been much all day. No runs, only 2 hits. They've gotten a couple of walks, but still not much has been done offensively. The Astros, however, like you said, pretty much since the start of the third inning, not much offense for them, but they really put their stamp on early on.
Yeah, and again, that they just really got to the starter today. Starter only went 1 2/3, gave up the 5 runs. And Pucko has kind of come in out of the bullpen and been a little bit of a saving grace for Terry Francona. Working on his 3rd inning here in the game and only at 48 pitches. So if he's able to keep control, he might be able to hand it over very nicely to the bullpen, and Cleveland still might have a shot. As that's a fastball. It's just going to run a bit high, 1-1 the count.
Yeah, and it's been good for Plucko. Like you said, Francona is glad that Plucko, I would assume, is out here doing as good as he is, because that puts a lot less pressure on you having to go straight to your next bullpen pitcher. Allows you to save those arms just a little bit, especially for the series ender tomorrow, but mainly for today. You want to try to limit how much of the bullpen you use, but then again, you got to get your offense to start going. We saw them get a hit earlier to add to their 1 hit, now 2 in the game, but they're going to have to continue to try to get the offense going somehow. Saw them swinging at a little bit more in this past inning, but either way, they got to get on base.
They got to start figure something out as Pucko throws a high fastball. That's going to get popped up out in the center. Oscar Mercado over there And there's one out here. Reddick will stick there at first base.
The second baseman, Jose.
And yeah, you think if Cueto can get through the 6th here, that's pretty much a full start for most pitchers nowadays, and it will hand off very nicely to your bullpen. As Jose Altuve is going to step in here, try to do some damage here with the runner on first. First pitch, swing outside, throw down, on the money. And that is the second time a Houston batter has been caught stealing heading to second. They might not want to try that again because that's the second spot-on throw from the catcher today.
Yeah, like you said, it just has not been a good day for Ash's base running. When they're going from first to second, like you said, second time they've been caught stealing in this one. Something they obviously don't really do as much. They're usually a fairly successful team when it comes to stealing bases. I remember the last time they tried to steal 2 or more bases in a game in recent memory, but when they do try to steal, it usually works. So today's a bit of a shock.
Yeah, and you can attribute that to Perez's cannon of an arm there, as both of his throws down have been absolutely on the money to second. Not much both Houston batters could do there except try to beat it out and make a swim move on it. But Altuve is down the hole here, 1-2 the count now. Cueto with the change. Sorry.
No, you're good. Like I said, that's something that you kind of you talk about when we talked about Reddick earlier. You know, not the high batting average, but you take his defensive strength and you take his defensive stability. Same thing here with Perez. He may not have that high batting average at all, but that cannon, like you said, of an arm is what really solidifies him as really a mainstay behind the plate.
Yeah, and that's really one of the underrated values of a catcher is being able to hit that second baseman on a steal attempt consistently. You see a lot of guys either have a cannon of an arm, but it hits the center fielder on the fly more than second baseman, or they'll have an arm that you have to 3-hop to get to second. As Cueto gets a called strike 3 in the lower part, Altuve is not happy about the call, but Cueto's able to work through the 6 here. We're through 5.5, 5-0 Houston.
Leading off for the Indians,
Francisco Lindor is going to step in to try to get something working for Cleveland. Because honestly, they just may want to throw out all the tapes they had before here because nothing has worked so far.
Well, this will more than likely be the final inning of work for Verlander as he's getting close to 100 pitches. And you see more managers nowadays, once you get closer to 100, they'll usually take you out. Very few times they'll leave you in over a considerable amount over 100 pitches. So this will be the final inning for Verlander. So this will be a good time for them to try to attack quickly, try to get something going.
Yeah, definitely. But also Verlander's, blame me Twitch chat, as that one gets lifted out in the right center. That one's heading back on the track. George Spring is able to get up, crash against the wall, and there's one out here. As I say, Verlander is working on a shutout here. And that might be the only reason why he may get some work in the 7th, is the manager wants to see if Verlander can pull out the shutout and try to rest his bullpen arms for another day. As the first pitch to Oscar Mercado is outside, 1-0 the count. Oh, and he gets a hold of that one. Out into left field. And that ball is gone. Oscar Mercado giving some life to Cleveland, and it's now 5-1.
That's what you want if you're Cleveland right there. That will shoot a boost of energy into the crowd here at Progressive Field, and that's what you want. Mercado getting the solo shot, now bringing up your 3, 4, 5 hitters, and that's what you need to do to get back in this ball game. Is get some runs on the board, get guys on base. Obviously, that a solo shot. You can see right there, that's going to be a little bit of an adrenaline boost into this Indian squad. They might start to get something here in the next couple innings.
Yeah, manager's still going to leave Verlander in after giving up the solo shot, but he does have a couple arms up in the bullpen as Carlos Santana is going to step in. again, with 3-4-5 coming in, the last thing you want to do is start to get into some serious trouble here and then call your guy out too late. As that pitch is going to just miss outside, 2-0 the count. Verlander not really liking that call, but has to work with it somehow.
Well, that one seemed like it may have caught the top outside corner, so that's been the strike zone all day pretty much on both sides for both pitchers. Is that one, same thing. The bottom outside corner, just that one apparently missing the zone.
Yeah, it's sometimes these umpires don't have their best days, and you just have to try to work around it. As Santana is able to foul one off. 3-1 count now.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to go inside again.
Catcher setting up low and inside. Ball four as it runs way too inside. And Cleveland now has a run on first to Carlos Santana. And now there seems to be some pulse to the Cleveland offense.
And obviously, part of that is just not getting Santana to swing away at any of most of those pitches and getting the chase on anything. But you also have to think here, what Verlander likes to do, he likes to go outside with the first half and the majority of his at-bat. He'll go outside, try to get in the chase, and he'll go inside immediately. You see a ton of pitchers do this, but when you see him go outside like he does there for a ball, he'll go outside with a high heat to start. He'll go a couple of breaking balls, and then he'll try to go high heat or an insane 12-6 like you see right there on the inside part. Actually, that one being a slider that looks like it just got away.
Yeah, slider got where he nearly plunked Reyes on the shoulder cage there. As the count runs 3-0 now with the fastball running outside. And Jose Ramirez is on deck, batting .299, and that is definitely someone you don't want to see here. If you're Justin Verlander, running on 101 pitches here. As that one gets fouled off by Reyes. 101 pitches at this point. And a runner on first and second potentially. It could get out of hand very quickly here for Houston. As that's a ball four walked here. So Reyes able to work the walk and now runner on first and second with only one out.
I would assume Verlander probably gets taken out here. If not, I'd be surprised. You see the 102, but also walking the last two batters. Yeah, you see right there, they'll probably bring in Joe Smith to try to finish off this inning and limit the damage.
Yeah, definitely limit the damage. So Verlander's day is done here. Line's not set yet because the runs on first and second can be attributed to him if they come in. But yeah, it's, again, decent day overall as we're going to see Austin Pruitt come in. 37th appearance, 3-1 record on the year. 45 innings pitched, ERA at 4.2. And both lefties and righties hitting about 250 against him.
I see the decision there by manager Dusty Baker, electing not to go with Joe Smith just yet. I'll probably use him later on in the ballgame, but Pruitt has come in a lot recently as that middle reliever right after the starter comes out of the ballgame. Usually Baker's first choice in middle relievers in Pruitt. He seems to do pretty decently in the middle parts of the game whenever he comes in, but that reason for that highish ERA is you see the swing and a miss there. Sometimes he gets a couple innings where everything just goes away from him and it just seems to slip out of control like we saw with Clevinger in the first.
Yeah, that's definitely something you want to avoid here as that one gets bounced in the dirt. Runner's going to hold at their bases though as that one doesn't get away too far. And the count runs 1-2 here to Jose Ramirez. We're trying the 12-6 curveball there. Way down the dirt though. 2-2 the count. As that one is roped down the first baseline, but just curls a bit too much foul. Count will hold here 2-2. 2-2 to Ramirez. Swung on and missed. He might want to get his glasses checked because that's the second awful swing we've seen and that at bat from Ramirez. And there's now 2 away here for Cleveland.
Yeah, that one way outside. Got him on the slider. Looks like it may have started in that top outside corner and then at the last second squeaked out. So to get the deception there once again, Pruitt doing a good job of pitch selection.
If Cesar Hernandez is stepping in 0 for 2 on the day. Takes a fastball pretty much right down the middle. 0-1 the count.
I can't get much Hollywood Boulevard than that one. That would have been a good pitch to lace into the outfield and potentially get another run in.
And at this point, if you're Cleveland, you'll take runs any way you can get them. As the 0-1's coming in to Hernandez. Takes a swing at it, but over the top on the slider. 0-2 the count. Hernandez 300 with runners in scoring position. Only the runner on second right now for him.
That's the ball.
As he looks at a fastball that runs inside. 1-2 the count.
Ball.
1-2 runs outside on the four-seamer. 93 mile an hour. 2-2 the count now. And Jordan, what do you think Hernandez should do here? Should he try to just make contact, get a little single, or try to hit one into the outfield to score a run potentially?
Put anything in the gap.
Well, he tries to put that one over the wall, but that's going to hook foul. Count will hold here at 2-2, but showing a little bit of power right there. Pruitt might be a little bit shaken and try to throw one outside here just to limit that potential. And he gets him swinging on the 12-6 way out there. Frank Conner might have to take his guys to the eye doctor, as he takes an awful swing. But Mercado giving Cleveland a little shock of life here with a solo homer through 6, 5-1 Astros. Jordan, I think you can take it the rest of the way out here, as we're going to be setting up for a good one. And as our favorite organist, Shark Shaver, is going to step into the booth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys,
Shark, how you doing? Yeah, we're doing pretty good. How about you?
Been practicing some new music I'm trying to learn, and forearm's a little bit sore, but it's a good hurt.
Yeah. Anytime you get to play the ballpark organ, it's always a good hurt whenever your arm is sore. Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see Michael Brantley get things going here as Simber. This is one outside for ball one. Brantley 2 for 3. That home run to right field. Now 2 home runs in this series, both to right field. It's a pretty good time for Brantley coming home. Obviously, the former Cleveland Indian was here for quite a while. You see the Indians bullpen, Dominic Leone out there getting the work done.
Yeah, and just running over the line for Pleco real quick. Went about 4 innings. I believe he only gave up 1 hit in those innings, so he did a very good job at handing it off to Simber and the rest of the bullpen here. Terry Francona's got to be ecstatic with this performance today.
I want to slap her to short. Lindor off balance, but on the money. And there's one away. A great defensive effort there. And a difficult throw from Lindor, but got it right on line.
Yeah, and this is why I think all baseball players, especially infielders, should maybe take a little bit of ballet. Just being able to move on your feet like that and still control the upper half of your body can be amazing at making plays like that.
Not gonna lie, that's the first time I've ever heard anybody say that, so quite an interesting take there on that one, as that's a 1-0 count as it runs inside on Bregman. I'm surprised I haven't heard that one before. And hey, there's only one explanation. Baseball.
Well.
2-0 the count. Inside on Bregman once again. 1 for 2. Got on base with a walk his last time up. Has a single as well in the ballgame. Simber runs it inside. A good selection there. That rising slider, I tell you what, that is something that nobody's really going to be able to hit. As it, obviously with the unorthodox sidearm come from underneath, you see right there inside ball 3, but anytime you have a rising slider, you're never going to be able to hit that.
Yeah, no, especially with the righty against righty matchup here. You're seeing that ball come up so late, you just can't really make a decision on it unless you just throw your bat at it.
It was once again every single pitch on the inside part of the plate, every single miss outside of the zone was right in front of the body of Alex Bregman as he will head to first base and now bring up Yordan Alvarez, who has 2 singles in the ballgame.
Yeah, and again, Houston's bats were pretty hot coming out of the gate today, but the Cleveland bullpen's really shut them down ever since the 3rd inning, basically.
Simber from the stretch. That one low and outside. 2-0 the count to Alvarez. We've seen it so far today from him, and it's one of his weaknesses that he's gotten better at from last season, but still has trouble with are those close pitches outside as that one catches or just misses. Actually, I thought it was in the zone, but 3-0 the count, says the home plate umpire. Is the thing that Alvarez needs to work on the most is the plate discipline on some of those pitches that are outside the zone. You see right there, swing and a miss for strike 1. But we've seen it today. There are some pitches that he's had no business trying to swing at, and they've been his downfall.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes pitch selection and choosing which pitches to swing at can be rough, as Alvarez is able to rope that one down the right center.
And it goes all the way to the wall. That will send Bregman around second, heading to third. He'll decide to go home last second. Throw to the plate, not in time. The Astros back up by 5 now. An RBI double for Yordan Alvarez. Added to the total. He is over 100. I believe that's now RBI 101, if I'm not mistaken on that one. And the Astros lead it 6-1.
And again, great relay by Cleveland to make that one close, but Bregman, just with the fair amount of speed, is able to motor around from first to score the run here, and Houston takes back the 5-run lead.
Now you see Carlos Correa up to the plate, 1 on and a runner in scoring position. A 5-run lead once again. 6-1 here in the top of the 7th inning. Simber checks Alvarez at second. First pitch swung on, popped up into foul territory. And that one caught, looked like by Perez on the short pop-up. They're 2 away in the inning.
Now batting, the first
It's Simber right here, dude. Thinking if you can get this next guy out on a pitch or 2, you can set yourself up to get some work here in the 8th and potentially set yourself up for a nice win if Cleveland's able to do something.
That one past the outstretched glove of the sliding Ramirez, a base hit for Gurriel into left.
Now batting.
Now runners on the corners here with 2 outs.
It's really unlucky. That one just squeaks by the third baseman there into left field. Had a nice read on it, but just couldn't get the glove down in time.
Now here comes Springer, still looking for his first hit. He's been on base with a walk. He'll ground it to Lindor. The throw to second. That will do it for the top of the 7th. Yordan Alvarez adding another run for the Astros, 6-1 as we head to the stretch. Never gets old once again. The musical stylings, Shark Shavery on the ML Bot Ball organ. Thank you once again for joining us. I mean, you can stay here in the booth if you'd like for the rest of the 7th and kind of give your analysis on what's going on here. It just seems like this entire game has just been all Houston, though.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do for that is just look at the scoreboard here. 6-1. Kind of feels like a domination by them. And, you know, I had hopes that Simber would have been able to do a little bit better, but fortunately not too much damage done.
See that one there just falling into fair territory. A single now for the Indians. Gets a runner aboard as Roberto Perez, still looking for his first hit on the day, comes to the plate. A runner on first and nobody out.
Perez definitely been struggling this year with that 170 average, so never too late to turn things around, though.
First pitch in there for a strike. Like you mentioned, obviously coming into this game under the Mendoza line, under a 200 batting average, I believe at 178. And now 0 for 2. It just seems like the struggles have continued for him at the plate. But this one may not be. There is a shot to left field. Commentators curse, but really reverse psychology, as that is a 2-run shot. We saw it in the first game of the series, hitting into the left field, a over 400-foot measure shot. And now, all of a sudden, it's a 3-run ball game.
Yeah, heads up in the hot dog stand down the left field line there. That one's absolutely launched onto the concourse out there.
Take a look at the replay. That one just right down Hollywood Boulevard. And I mean, honestly, took his chances. He said that right down the line, catching that little porch there in left field. And made do with what he wanted with it. And now here comes Joe Smith to take over for the Astros.
That has to be a great morale boost, you know, like you said, hitting under the Mendoza line. Then you just managed to clobber one, get some more runs, cut the lead, and, you know, force a pitching change. That's some great momentum. So we'll see if the Indians can keep rolling with that.
Just continue to have a couple of righties in the bullpen, and Ryan Presley, Ryan Abreu, as that one is fouled away for strike one for Joe Smith. You see once again a little bit of the unorthodox delivery with the sidearm pitch from Joe Smith. The 0-1 is outside for ball one.
1-1. Yeah, but Naquin making really good contact with that previous foul ball there. So on the first pitch and making that solid contact, you might want to try to mix up your pitches a little bit because Naquin has your number right now.
1-1 swung on. Chopper to Correa. Picks it up, throws the first in time, and there's one away here in the inning. And like y'all said, the home run, that instant morale boost, not only for the players, seeing a guy who's really struggled to get things working offensively, now his second home run in the series. And then all of a sudden, the fans get into it more and more as it's now a more manageable ball game, only 3 runs down now instead of 5. This could be a little bit of a different ball game if they're able to get more people on base.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're only down by 3, you know, get some men on base and a swing of the bat can get you back in it or even ahead, which is a much different feeling than being down by 5.
And it definitely sends a little bit of a message to your players saying, hey, we're right back into this thing. This thing is not completely over, as now all of a sudden Lindor on base with a hit by pitch. That puts a runner on here with 1 out as Oscar Mercado heads to the plate.
On the 0-2 count, that is just not what you want to see as a Houston fan.
Absolutely. You see Mercado head to the plate. Of course, he had a home run to left field in his last time up to the plate as well. And I would assume he's trying to look for anything for an extra base hit. A shot into the gap put at least 2 runners into scoring position, as that one finds his own for strike 1. Like you said, one swing of the bat could really put them back in this ball game. That won't do it though, as that one misses way outside, but a swing and a miss for strike 2. Coming up after this one, you see the Twins and Tigers. Yurdi Buddha and Cookie Eater on the call for that one, as that one will get into right field for a base hit. 2 runners aboard. Inning continues for Cleveland.
Now batting, the first baseman, Carlos Santana.
Good job there of hitting on that one for Mercado. Now, all of a sudden, you have a situation. You called him the ultimate Indian player, I believe, or something like that. The all-time Indian faithful now comes to the plate as the tying run in this ballgame.
I think I said all-time Indian legend or something along those lines.
Yeah, that was probably it.
Carlos Santana, really well known for the team. And the Angry Baboon in Twitch chat is already calling a Cleveland win. They're on a roll now. I'm not sure we can call it a win just yet, though.
Well, definitely have to get on top on the scoreboard first before that can happen. Right now, he is the tying run. And you mentioned it earlier right after the home run, you mentioned it. One swing of the bat could tie it up or take the lead. Santana has that opportunity right here.
And he has been known to do it in the past with borderline David Ortiz-esque clutch power. But unfortunately, that's just going to be an easy pop-up.
David less power, we'll call it on that one, as that's a pop-up caught by Stubbs for out number 2. Everybody stays put at first and second. So Franmil Reyes looking for his first hit. Got on base with a walk last time up. You see in the 6th. Looking for his first hit in the game. And I bet he would love to at least drive in that run from second. Get that runner from first onto third at least. And put more pressure on Smith as that one misses inside for a ball.
And that was almost worst case scenario, loading up the bases on hitting another pitch. And oh man, and outside again. Every time I see that come inside, I always expect to see it on the other side of the plate. And Smith falling behind here. This is not what you want to see.
Definitely not. As you bring him in, a reliable arm from the bullpen, you definitely don't want to see him struggle this much. He has not done well here with 16 pitches, now 17, as that one finally finds a zone for strike 1. It has not been a great inning for Smith. 2 runs so far in the inning he's allowed. Right now, tying run at the plate in Reyes, trying to bring in a run home, make it a closer ball game. That one fouled away for strike 2.
It looks like if he hadn't swung at that, he may have actually got on base with being right near that top corner. Hard to tell where it would have actually crossed the base.
Swung on and missed. The Astros escape the inning. Perez gets this one back to a 3-run ball game with the monster shot to left field. It's a 3-run game. Thank you so much, Shark, for joining us here in the booth. Definitely enjoy you bringing the wonderful stylings of the organ, the ballpark organ, into our broadcast. It's always a fan favorite as well as a broadcaster favorite.
Well, I love doing it, and thanks for letting me hang around. Definitely had a lot of fun. There's still a lot of this ball game left to be played, even though it's the top of the 8th. You know, anything really can happen. So, looking forward to it. Have a great rest of your call.
Thanks to you as well. Thanks for stopping by, as that one is outside the zone for ball 1. New pitcher, Oliver Perez for the Indians. New reliever trying to limit the Astros offense. Right now, the 8-9-1 hitters due up. The 8 hitter currently at the plate, and Josh Reddick.
Yeah, and just need to see this motion one more. Okay, my screen is not deceiving me. Oliver Perez does hang his leg there and basically stop his motion for pretty close to a full second before he finishes off. So that can really throw off your timing, especially the Houston hitters, where all the previous Indians pitchers have had pretty fluid motions, having to deal with that stop halfway through it.
Yeah, especially with the fact that he goes fast motion to the stop, and then out of the stop goes fast motion again. You see right there, and then just fast motion right through. It definitely is something that you have to make sure that you can time just right, and something that definitely throws off a hitter. 2 righties in the bullpen for Cleveland right now. So Leon has been in there for past few innings now, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at it, it's kind of taking me back to like pre-World War II when they pitchers used to have like the 3-step arch to the back and move the arms all around for their pitches.
That one will get out of here. It looks like it in fact does. Josh Reddick with the solo shot to right center. And all of a sudden, the air has come out just a little bit at Progressive Field. It's a 4-run ball game for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, and that one just barely carrying out of here as the wind's blowing out to left tonight. And just decent power, decent contact. And apparently Cookie Eater in Twitch chat is thinking the Astros might have had a trash can involved there. I'm not sure, but he definitely squared up on that one.
Definitely a good swing there by Reddick for sure.
Now batting.
Definitely contributes to the
catcher.
conversation we were talking about
Here.
earlier, where he may not have the best offense, but whenever he can get a handle to something, he does what he needs to. He'll get on base, he'll get some extra base hits, and there he'll bring in some more runs to try to stop the little bit of momentum that started to creep up for the Indians now. As that one fouled away by Stubbs for strike one. 0 for 3 in the game. He's flown out twice so far. He struck out looking in his first plate appearance, as that one's a grounder to first. Santana pitches it over to Perez. Here's the first out of the inning.
Now batting.
Yeah, one out here, but if there's any way to kill momentum for Cleveland, it's playing a solo home run like that one on the board, as it basically shows them we still have a couple runs left our sleeve. You still got to work, guys.
And now they have to face that dangerous top part of the lineup once again. Altuve at the plate with nobody on and one out, as that one missed the zone for ball one. Perez with the 1-0. That one swung on. That one lifted into right center on the run, making the catch on to his right is Naquin. 2 away here in the inning.
It's a nice, easy little fly out there. Routine fly ball from the right fielder.
See here, taking a look at Michael Brantley's moonshot into right field. Like we mentioned already, the second home run in the series, both to right field. And Brantley's homecoming once again. We mentioned it. A longtime Indian, he is beloved by this community here in Cleveland.
That's the ball.
First pitch will go inside on Brantley for ball one. You see there against Perez, he's had very limited success, only 1 for 5 in his career.
Yeah, again, not too many appearances, but was able to get a hit off him on one of those 5 shots. So definitely liable. But coming up after this, we got the Twins and the Tigers. Cleveland and Minnesota currently tied for the AL Central lead. So if this scoreline holds, Minnesota might have a chance to take a 1-game lead on Cleveland, heading towards the ever looming All-Star break here.
The All-Star break is usually a good time when we see a few teams make a quick surge up the standings in their division. We saw and we're seeing currently the Texas Rangers doing it in the AL West, going from 4th to 2nd in a matter of just a week and a half in the AL West. And of course, you see the Indians, who sit tied for first right now. They were at one point 3rd, I believe, in the division just about a couple weeks ago, and they have surged to first place in the division, as that one is fouled away for strike 2. And so, this is usually the time where you see a few teams hit a quick run right before the All-Star break and kind of gain some momentum heading to that second half of the season, as that one will be fouled away. Keep it 3-2.
Yeah, and definitely the second half of the season, especially as you get towards late August, early September, that's when teams can really start to make a move, because some of these teams that have come out hot in the first 3 quarters of the season can all of a sudden fall apart. We have seen 10, 12-game leads just evaporate on teams.
Absolutely. There's the infamous one with the Boston Red Sox from the early 2000s, or actually around 2010, if I'm not mistaken, as that one will get inside. Brantley looks at it. That will end the top of the 8th. Josh Reddick doing something he hasn't done in a while. It gets a shot to right center. It's a 4-run lead for the Astros heading to the bottom half of the 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention
It's
please.
2011 when they had a 9-game lead heading into September, and they did not make the playoffs that year.
I say, because they needed, one more win in the last,
6
4
games.
in the last 6 games, and they lost all 6 or something like that. It's
Yes.
insane.
As a Red Sox fan, it felt like a knife to the back every night they lost. It's like, you just need 1 game.
Yeah. I'm just going to say this for the record. Did not know you're a Red Sox fan before this, so
No,
that was not a targeted comment. I can promise you that.
no, it's all good. Trust me. Before 2004, honestly, we're a little spoiled up here in Boston ever since 2004 with the amount of titles we won. And before, all these young millennials nowadays. Oh, boy.
And there is a hit by pitch on Ramirez. Gets him on the arm.
He doesn't like
a little bit of a look at Davinsky. Yeah, like you said, did not like that one at all. All of a sudden, runner on first in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, it's bottom of the 8th. You're up 4. You don't need to really be throwing in that tight on him at all. So he definitely took exception to it because you can miss that outside just as well.
Valdez in the bullpen as well as Presley, a lefty and a righty for the Astros currently warming up. See if we see either one of them in the 9th, as that one is fouled away for strike 1. Currently, there would be a bottom of the 9th inning. The Astros, the away team, lead it by 4 here in Cleveland. So we'll see if Davinsky goes for a second inning or if they use one of those 2 pitchers in the 9th. And now runner on, nobody out. That one is fouled away on the third base side. We'll head to the stands, strike 2.
Yep, if you're Cleveland right here, you got a chance here. No outs, runner on first. You have to bring him around this inning in order to really have any chance at it.
That one swung on, and that will go into right center. And that one will be caught on the run by Springer. Or, excuse me, Reddick. And there's one away here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, unfortunately, the picture up here is starting to go a bit bad, so sometimes it's hard to read names up here. But yeah, it's a little easy ranging play there, and I think we need to talk to some of the tech guys behind the scenes, see if we can get a bit more consistent stream quality here up in the booth.
That missed. That's the ball.
That one high for ball 1 to Luplow. 1 for 2 in the game. A single was last time up as they check the runner at first and Ramirez. Indians down by 4, trying to get closer to a tie here. They are down by 4. They got closer last inning with 2 runs, even in the 6th with 1 run as well. We'll have to see if they can make it 3 straight innings. They can get a run. Now they need another base hit as that one runs inside for ball 2.
Yeah, and Beauty Buddha saying the guys in the production truck are drunk. I'm like, can I join you guys, please? And that one gets lifted.
Yeah, that one an easy, simple pop-up by Gurriel. There is the second out here of the inning. And now Roberto Perez.
The hero from earlier.
The 2-run shot to left field. Right now, runner on first, 2 outs. Indians could definitely use another one of those right here. That one in the zone for strike 1.
No, that missed. That's the ball.
Low for ball 1.
Ball,
A high heat from Davinsky. 2 straight 4-seamers at 96 miles an hour. It's very hard to swing at those when you're the batter. There's a little bit of motion on that slider. 1-2 the count now. Devo looking to head to the 9th right here. That one will go into the gap in right center for a base hit. Rounding second, heading to third is Ramirez. Runners on the corners. The inning stays alive. And Perez now 2 for 4 in the ball game. He has come up clutch in this game.
Yeah, giving Cleveland a little bit of life here. Runner on third now with 2 out. It's how Naquin stepping in, trying to potentially cut this down to a one-run game.
Still looking for his first hit. Grounded out the last couple of times, like you said. A big swing of the bat. And one over the wall would make it a 1-run game. And would give him 3 runs in the inning. That one low for ball one. 1 run in the 6th, 2 runs in the 7th. Looking to add another one here in the bottom of the 8th. That one top part of the zone. Strike 1, and you see Osuna impressing now. Valdez looked to be seated for Osuna, who would come in for the save opportunity. Swung on right side of the infield. That one fielded by Altuve, throw to second in time. And that will do it for the 8th inning. Once again, the Indians strand a couple, down by 4, heading to the 9th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Indians, number 53, Dominic Leon.
Dominic Leon's going to step in here, try to keep the deficit at 4 here to give Cleveland a shot in the bottom half here.
The third baseman, number 2, Alex Bregman.
So Leon stepping in, try and hold this Astros offense. Try to give his team an opportunity in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Jordan Smith here alongside AP Mr. 3, bringing you the action from Cleveland, Ohio here at Progressive Field. That one low, 2-1 the count now. Two and 2 as that one fouled away. Bregman at the plate. 1 for 2. He's been on base 3 times, though, with 2 walks in the game. That one, not sure how it missed the zone, but 3-2 the count now. Alvarez on deck. That one swung on. Fly ball heading towards left center. That one will bounce off the wall. Looked like it may have hit high off the wall, or at least bounced off the base of it.
Now batting.
Had a little skip and gave Bregman a double, and now getting close to that 40 mark on doubles on the season.
Yeah, Bregman giving Houston the little chance here to try to bury Cleveland here. And really, they only need a run or 2 more in order to officially basically put the nail in the book here.
Strike 1 to Alvarez. A double and 2 singles. We talked about him earlier, halfway to the cycle, but looks like that more than likely will not be a possibility here, unfortunately. As that one outside for a 1-1 count. 426 average runners in scoring position. Currently with a runner at second in Bregman. Swung on and just shot foul. One, 2 is chopped towards the third baseman, and Ramirez go to first in time. There's the first out of the inning. Bregman will stay put at second base.
Shortstop, Carlos Correa.
Now Carlos Correa to the plate. 0 for 4 in the game. Usually don't see him struggle this much.
Probably
not be able to get on base.
Probably the only Houston batter without a hit today, as it seems like everyone's gotten a hit.
Now, that's definitely something to say here about this one. 12 hits. Houston Astros in this game so far, as that one is inside for a 1-1 count. Leon from the stretch. Big swing and a miss. Got him on the cutter. 1-2 the count now. Just missing the zone, apparently, according to the home plate umpire. That one, ball 2. Now that one chopped foul on the first base side.
Excuse me, Correa, George Springer, and Garrett Stubbs all do not have hits so far in the game today, so I am a little bit incorrect with that previous statement.
It feels like, though, that I don't know, just something about it just seems like it just hasn't really gone his way. Obviously, you see the 0 for 4 and you think, oh, surely with the amount of hits they have, he has to be the only one. But it's interesting to see you have 3 guys in your lineup as that one runs inside for ball 4 and puts runners at first and second now as Gurriel steps to the plate. You see 3 guys without a hit and multiple at-bats, at least 3 at-bats. And yet, the Astros are still able to put 7 runs up. So you see that they don't just rely on, 1, 2 guys. Their entire lineup, it's been said over and over again during the season, their entire lineup, as he clobbers one foul for strike 1, their entire lineup is dangerous no matter what.
Yeah, definitely today. And outside of the 3 that previously mentioned and Josh Reddick, all of the Houston batters have 2 or more hits, with Yordan Alvarez having 3 on the day so far.
That one will be lifted, just foul, but caught on the first baseman in Santana as he races over. Correa dives back quickly to first base, and there's 2 away here in the inning. Ringer now up to the plate. You mentioned one of the 3 batters in the lineup for the Astros who don't have a hit. 0 for 3 in the game. He has been on base with a walk, though, that coming in his second plate appearance. As that one is in the zone for strike 1. Runner on first and second.
Ball high.
High for ball 1. Indians trying to get out of the inning without a run scoring here for the Astros in this 9th inning, and that one a strike.
And Dominic Leone here, 1 strike away from getting out of the jam with no damage done. And potentially giving his team a little bit of a lifeline hanging into the bottom half of the 9th.
That one swung on and fouled away. That one outside now, 2 and 2 the count here. Two swing and a miss. Ringer gets fooled on the slider outside, and that will do it. For the top of the 9th, it's rally time for Cleveland. 3 more outs to get 4 to tie, 5 to win it. Here in this one.
Now pitching for the Astros, number 54, Roberto Osuna.
Osuna in the game now. That 1.99 ERA, very dangerous for this lineup. The Indians, however, 1, 2, 3 hitters to start it off.
And if you want to start off a rally, these are the guys you want up, 1, 2, and 3.
1-0.
Valdez back in the pen now, working again. Presley in there as well in case a late rally and they head to extras. These would be the guys to take over. Check wing, does not go for it.
He was definitely thinking about it, though, as that one was a very nice ball that could have been roped the other way.
2-0 hit hard foul. 2-1 the count now. Lindor's still looking for his first hit. Hit by pitch the last time he was up to the plate. Right on the elbow, I believe, is that one. A run inside. 3-1 the count now.
And Oscar Mercado sitting on deck there. Hero from earlier on.
Swung on a chop foul. 3-2 the count. Stays alive here as he chops a foul once again.
At this point for Cleveland, you're just fighting to stay alive at any pack. Foul off anything close, and you just try to get a good pitch to drive.
Right back up the middle. The shift being played. Correa will field it to first in time. There is out number 1 of the inning. Like we mentioned, coming up after this contest, Twins and the Tigers. They're Odorizzi versus Boyd. You see Beardy Buddha and Cookie Eater 45 on the call for that one. Be sure to tune in for that one right here after this matchup is done with here on ML Ball on Twitch, as well as on YouTube and on Twitter.
Yeah, two absolute legends in the booth coming up next with Beardy Buddha and Cookie. I'm surprised Beardy didn't get the Indians game here, but I guess to each their own.
I believe he has tomorrow's game, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, good. So he at least gets one game out of the series here.
Oh, swung on, hit sharply. Altuve gets it, throws it to first. 2 away in the inning now. The Indians are down to their final out of the ball game.
Yeah, Houston putting Cleveland in check here. Osuna doing very good as far as keeping the hitters off balance. And the legend himself, Carlos Santana, stepping in to try to give some life here for Cleveland.
First pitch swinging, fly ball right center. Springer comes over to his left, makes the catch. And the Houston Astros claim the victory today. In this one, a 7-3 final. Now the Astros that much closer to a 500 record. Only 3 games under 500. And now the Twins and Indians tied for first in the AL Central.
Yep, and with the Twins coming up next, they have a chance here to take a 1-game lead, heading ever closer to the All-Star break. And in this AL Central, anytime you can take a jump on another team, you got to take it. It's just been absolutely cutthroat this year, with the top 3 teams not really giving a single inch.
Win to Verlander. Lost to Clevinger. You see the player of the game, Michael Brantley, 2 for 5 with the home run and the double. That home run to right field early on in the ball game. In that top of the first inning, actually the 2-run homer. And that was what really set the tone for this ball game. We got 4 runs in that first inning. If the Astros wouldn't have scored another run, they would have still won by 1. But it would have been a lot different ball game. Of course, they got those runs in the 2nd, 7th, and 8th, as you see there on your screen.
Yeah, and again, that's just the thing. If you got to, even though you get the big lead early on, you just got to consistently add to it to let the other team know you're still in this game and you're still fighting.
Why don't you go ahead and run us through the highlights?
Yep, again, leading off here with Michael Brantley's 2-run shot down the right field line to get the scoring party going here. And Uris Gurriel rounding up the middle for a single to bring the guy around from 2nd and 3rd to give Houston that early 4-1 lead. And then it kind of cooled off in 2nd inning. Alvarez grounder to the left side, bringing in the guy from 2nd. And 5-0 is where it would sit for pretty much a good chunk of the game up until the 6th inning, where Oscar Mercado absolutely belts one out to the left field bleachers to give Cleveland a little bit of life and the chance at potentially coming back in this game. But Yoran Alvarez in the next inning, double to right, brings the runner all the way around from first to reaffirm that 5-run lead that Houston had. And Cleveland couldn't really come back from that, as they tried here with Perez's 2-run shot down the left field line here, out into the concourse. Probably destroyed a ketchup vendor or something.
Probably so. I mean, there's no camera out there, so I would assume that he probably did get some kind of ketchup vendor for sure. Some hot dog stand guy.
Yeah, some poor unfortunate vendor tonight. As we see here, Josh Reddick launching a ball to right, just carrying over the wall. Didn't get out by much, but it was enough to hold the line here for Houston as they take the win 7-3 this evening. And the last one, the ever-legend Carlos Santana out of Cleveland. Just a little pop-out to end the game. Not the way Cleveland wanted it to go tonight, with the top of the standings being as tight as they are.
Like you said, definitely don't want to give any kind of ground to the Twins, obviously, and then of course the White Sox. You see there, both one game behind. The Twins tied with them. You see the final stats here for both of these sides. Verlander picking up the win. Pruitt and Smith getting the hold. They're 7th and 6th on the season. And, pretty much just from the get-go, it was all Houston.
Yeah, literally from the third batter on, Houston had a lead and they were able to keep it. As we're joined up here by Beardy Buddha and Cookie Eater. Guys, how you doing?
Ooh, feeling fine because Cleveland lost and my Twins get to play the Tigers.
Wow, no sugarcoating there, huh, Beardy?
Oh, it's great for the throat,
Hey.
I see.
If folks have been listening to Bot Ball this long, they know that I'm like probably one of the biggest homers on this outside of the guys who call the Snakes games. So
Yeah, very true on that one. Very true.
Absolutely. Once again, the final, the Astros getting the win 7-3. We now send it over to Beardy Buddha and Cookie Eater 45 for the Twins and the Tigers. Minnesota looking to take over first place in the AL Central.
thank you very much, gentlemen. Jordan and P. Mister, great call. And yeah, Twins won 9-2 last night to keep pace in this heated AL Central race. White Sox lost to the Blue Jays earlier today. You just saw Cleveland lose. And Twins going to try and double up here on Detroit, but you're hoping not for that, as you're hoping Matt Boyd picks up win number 2 on the season.
Win number 2. Yeah, that's right, Beardy. Tigers obviously dropped game 1 yesterday, looking to even up the series here. Try and at least not get swept here at Comerica Park. But I don't know, the other part of me, I really like you, and I know the Tigers aren't winning the division, so part of me wants to see these Twins win, get first place back, because like you mentioned, we just saw the Indians lose. The White Sox also lost earlier, so the Twins win would get them back in first place.
I will say if Matthew Boyd can put together a few competent innings, Jake Odorizzi is probably the best bet for the Tigers to get some runs off a starting pitcher in this series, as Jose Barrios was solid last night. Did give up the 2-run shot to Kristen Stewart, but Odo has been known to give up a long ball or two and has that 7-5 record as well. But we'll see how Matthew Boyd does to start things out here against this Twins lineup. And our favorite German, Max Kepler, leading off. He had a home run to lead off last night's game and had one of the craziest home run robs we've probably seen here on ML Bot Ball this year.
Yeah, he had a heck of a day yesterday. So we'll see if he keeps the momentum rolling. That catch, Bearded, like you said, that was unbelievable. One of the best I've seen in any MLB The Show simulation ever, period.
Nice evening here in Detroit. As Matthew Boyd's 3 pitches into this one, got the 2-1 count on Max Kepler. And takes inside. That was a closer pitch there, 3-1.
Yeah, Boyd definitely looks like he's being squeezed a little bit. I thought that first pitch, which was called the ball, was a little bit borderline as well. So we'll see how he adjusts.
And he misses pretty low on that one, and maybe a little frustration airing out in just the first batter already to start, as he takes a long look into blue there possibly. And I don't know if you want to start that in your first batter face there, Matt Boyd.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have much to lose.
Whoa! Jorge Polanco flipped that bat. It's a 2-run lead for the Twins, and Jorge Polanco's 15th homer on the season. My goodness, another early start for the Twins.
That's what we call a home run, folks.
These Twins hit a lot of them. There's a reason they call them the Bomba Squad, as Jorge Polanco didn't wait. He absolutely crushed that one into left field, and great bat flip on the end of that one as well.
There's not much to analyze in this swing, folks. He just got that ball, and I mean, I suppose it had a chance of going foul, but he managed to straighten it out just enough to keep it fair. And yeah, there was no doubt off the bat. And now Bomba Squad has their biggest bat, the boomstick, coming up with nobody out, already up by 2.
Happy birthday to Cruz, happy birthday to Cruz, happy birthday, old Nelson. He's 40 years old. Nelson Cruz, the boomstick, is the big 4-0 today, folks, and he leads these Twins in home runs. He hit 2 of them last night. No slowing down, even though the calendar flips another year older for old Nelson.
Yeah,
uh-oh! Oh, it's caught out there. Nice catch. Nice running play by Stewart out there. I thought that one was gone.
Yeah, off the bat, it looks pretty promising. And, you know, Nelson just had to punish that baseball to interrupt me saying, for a 40-year-old, he is definitely one of the best hitters I've seen in quite a while. He's, I can't remember the last hitter so good at 40. I'm not sure if Ortiz went that long. That would be the first one that jumps to my mind.
I saw a tweet from Elias Sports Bureau today that said Nelson Cruz hit 65 home runs before he was 30 years old and has hit the majority of his 427 now, I believe, since turning 30, which is rather incredible, and especially considering what he did last year. He hit 41 of them, and he's on a hot pace again this season. Usually the bat speed starts wearing down, but as you see with those exit velocities on some of his home runs and even those long, loud outs, that one was out there fast, and he still rips the ball.
Yeah, it goes to show you late bloomers, they are a thing. Kind of reminds me a bit of Adrian Beltre, who it just seemed like the longer and longer he played, the better he got.
Like a fine wine. Eddie Rosario looking at a 3-1 count here and takes low there, or excuse me, takes a strike low there, 3-2. That was a nice pitch from Boyd. Full count to the Twins left fielder. And Eddie gives this one a ride to left center. Nobody's going to catch that one. It's down for a hit. It's going to get up against the wall. Rosario's going to trot into second base, and he will hold up there with a one-out double on a full count. Matthew Boyd off to a bit of a rough start for his evening.
Rough would be a gentle way of putting it.
I'm trying not to hurt your feelings too bad, Cookie. Come on now.
Yeah, I guess the biggest thing on that was with how well that split the gap and how bad the Tigers outfielders' arms are. It was maybe a bit surprising to see Rosario not try and stretch it 3, but I mean, when you can hit Matthew Boyd so easily, why risk the extra bag when you know the guy behind you, Gil Sano, is likely to hit another double or something as well.
He grounds this one to Candelario. It's a long throw for Candy, but he makes a strong play, and that's out number 2. It did hold Rosario at second. Yeah, I was just going to say, if there's one hitter in this Twins lineup who will try and take an extra base, it's usually Eddie, and more often than not, he's thrown out. But that's one reason why I love watching Eddie run the base paths and play baseball. Mitch Garver making his return to the lineup. He was injured, tweaked something in his knee a little bit. Still amazing. He's top 10 in a bunch of categories still in the American League after missing about a week and a half.
Well, it's just a testament to how good Garver's been this year. And Tigers fans will be sad to not see old friend Alex Avila behind the dish for the last 2 games in the series. But they'll be treated to Garver instead, who is far and away one of the best hitters I've seen in a while. At the catching position, that is.
Oh, man, yeah. Just the fact he plays catcher and can swing the stick the way he does, Twins fans don't have to look far back in team history to find a sweet swinging catcher. Of course, the power Mitch Garver has displayed is a whole other beast than what our good old friend Joe Mauer used to put out for us. As Garver grounds this one to Goodrum at short, he'll control it and make the throw onto Crone. That'll be final out of the top half of the first, but Boyd gives up the 2-run shot to Jorge Polanco.
We'll go
Jake
ahead.
Odorizzi. Oh, go ahead, bud.
I'll go ahead. Jake Odorizzi making his 18th start will take the mound. 7-5 record. ERA just a hair over 4. Whip sitting right under 1.3. Nice strikeout to walk ratio. Great peripherals. He's gonna have a rather easy day facing the Tigers, but they are major league hitters, so he can't get too complacent. But he a chance to pad the stats a little bit if he comes out attacking and being the best Jake Odorizzi he can be.
And he'll start off Goodrum with that slow breaker for ball 1. Nico in the leadoff role. That move was made a few weeks ago as the Tigers have shuffled things around a bit. And, of course, with Victor Reyes being banged up, that also comes into play with the current lineup. But Goodrum gives this one a ride. Buxton chasing, Kepler chasing. It's down and off the wall. Buxton will corral it. But that's a leadoff double standing for Nico Goodrum. Nice start for the Tigers.
That's what we're talking about here in Detroit on Canada Day. That one's nearly out of the park. Instead, a nice stand-up double, and all of a sudden we got something going for the Kitties.
Yeah, and if there's one guy you'd like to see coming up with a guy on base, it's Harold Castro. He's leading these Tigers in most offensive categories, it seems, but he does ground out here. It does advance the runner, though, so a productive out.
Yeah, you mentioned it. This guy is... I don't think many would have thought coming into this year it'd be Harold Castro over most everybody else, but, you know, it's just how the cards fell.
You know, if you're a team in the Tigers' position, you're looking for maybe not diamonds in the rough, but maybe a interesting hunk of metal or a cool looking rock. You know, something to make you say ooh and ah for a few minutes.
Yeah, Tigers like saying ooh and ah.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Odorizzi has his old teammate Jonathan Schoop down 0-2 here. Kind of laughed when I was doing my prep. Both former twins Schoop and Crone have pretty similar numbers. Schoop batting .240, Crone batting .224. Schoop has 10 home runs, so does Crone, although we always put the asterisks next to CJ's. He should have one more there, got robbed. Both have 18 doubles, both have 28 RBI.
Both are being paid $6.1 million as well.
Number 14.
Well, if you're getting paid, are they collaborating on that? Hey, we're getting paid the same, man. We might as well try and have the same production. Schoop goes down swinging there as Odorizzi places the fastball where he likes to get those Ks up nice and high in the zone as that brings up Kristen Stewart. Had his 5th homer of the year in last night's game. Going to try and get the Kitties on the board. Get a base hit somewhere in the grass.
Yeah, that runner's standing at third, and Minnesota obviously had that 2-run bomb from Polanco, so Kitties respond here and at least give them a glimmer of hope going forward.
Yeah, it's always a shame if you have to burn that leadoff extra base hit, but Tigers in danger of doing that here. Stewart down 1-2. We'll see where Garver sets up for Odorizzi. Goes low in the zone, fouled off. Staying alive. Stewart, nicely done.
Yeah, this is a guy who needs to work on his plate discipline if he wants to stick in the majors.
Just his 45th game on the season. Has been a starter, has been a spot guy, has been kind of a platoon guy. He's been just about all over as the Tigers have shuffled some things around, but fouling him off here. Garver sets up inside. They go low once more, and nice take there by Stewart. That one was a little too low to golf it out. Two count, 2 down. Nico Goodrum stands 90 feet away. And Odorizzi goes with his bread and butter, and it's fouled away once more. So a nice veteran-looking at bat here from the Tigers left fielder.
Yeah, he's making them work. If nothing else, he got it like that.
And low, it's a full count. So way to lay off the low breaker once again.
And Brady, that's got to be one of the toughest things to do in all of baseball, not chase that low curve.
Full count, struck him out looking. Jake Odorizzi plants the curve in there, and Stewart's gonna reluctantly go to the dugout after a heck of an AB. We are through one inning here at Comerica Park on ML Bop Ball. I want to remind everybody we're raising money for rain this week. Smash that subscribe button. That all those subscriptions here on Twitch, all that money will go straight to our charities. And if you want to get in and get in more on the inside workings of ML Bop Ball, head on over to our Discord. We got a fun little community over there. And if you want to check out more like our daily fantasy, all our standings, our schedule, go to our website, mlbopball.com. We'd love to have you. And even though real baseball is coming back, we're going to keep doing this thing. Luis Arias grounds out here to lead off. The second inning, Matthew Boyd at 24 pitches. We'll see if he can stay efficient. And everybody's favorite turtle, Williams Astudillo La Tortuga, getting the start tonight at third base. Hacks away at the first thing he sees, as is tradition.
Interesting batting stance for Mr. Tortuga.
Oh! Did that hit him? Oh, no, it just missed him. Just missed the shell on Tortuga there. You don't want to damage that shell. Williams Astudillo lifts this one to left field, but Stewart's right there for out number 2.
Batting 9, the center fielder, number 25.
And I want to say really quick to all of our friends on the other side of the Detroit River, happy Canada Day. I kind of brushed over it earlier. Obviously Nelson Cruz's birthday too, but to all of our Canadian friends, from all of us in Detroit and the state of Michigan, and I assume the state of Minnesota as well, another one of your lovely neighbors. I want to wish you a happy Canada Day.
Oh yes, definitely happy Canada Day from Canada Light here in Minnesota. I kid. Byron Buxton takes inside 2-0.
I'd say one of the best things is on the Detroit River every year we'll have our fireworks show right between the 1st and the 4th to celebrate the Canada Day on the Canadian side and the 4th of July Independence Day here on the American side.
Classic double dip fireworks show. I like it. Three-one count here to Buxton, 2 down. Matthew Boyd looking much better here in inning number 2. And gets that one in there. 3-2 now to old Buck.
Fastest man in baseball.
Careful now. Buck goes down swinging on the curve, so Matthew Boyd a much better second inning there as no hits and sets the Twins down in order. We'll see if the Tigers can try and get something going here in the bottom of the second against Jake Odorizzi.
Leading up for the Tigers, the first baseman.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun part of the Tigers lineup. Crone, the 3 C's, Crone, Cabrera, Candy. So I hope you know how to say the letter C, Beardy, because I don't think I can.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
Ooh, C will be for cake tonight, though.
Cake? You getting cake tonight?
Yeah.
Is it your birthday?
No, I just made a cake.
A Wednesday cake?
I think it was actually technically a Monday cake. But yeah, we gotta get that thing down before it goes bad.
So my birthday is actually Friday, and my wife asked me if I wanted a cake, and I said, no, ma'am. I would like a pie.
Oh, what kind of pie?
Oh, I need me some Dutch apple.
I don't know.
Crone's going to ground here to Polanco, and that'll be out number 1 here, bottom of 2.
Batting 6, the designated hitter.
I'd offer further insight, Beardy, but I just I don't eat pies. They're too much like pizza for me, so.
Well, you know, they do call them pizza pies in some places, so that makes sense.
Now, here's a man we talk about Nelson. Maybe it's a Nelson Cruz's birthday cake I'm eating tonight. But Miggy, a guy who's getting up there who could use some Nelson Cruz-like numbers as he gets through his 30s. It isn't really putting him up this year.
I'd love to see Miggy do that. I was just giving a little peek-see at his career numbers. He's at 480 homers, 590 doubles as he grounds here to Arraez. That'll be out number 2, but Miggy has 2,886 hits, 1,714 ribbies. You'd love to see him get to that 500 home run mark, and he only has, I think, what was he got? 3 this year? Yeah, 3 home runs this year. I wish he'd up that pace a little bit. It'd be fun to see him get to 500 here in 2020 bot ball, but we'll take him as they come, I suppose, as he lives out that contract, and it'll be interesting to see what the Tigers do with that. But my goodness, those are just some instant HOF numbers, if you ask me.
Yeah, he's going to be a no doubt first ballot. Only question is, will it be unanimous?
Well, there's always silliness, it seems, with the Hall of Fame voting. So who knows?
My money would be on no, but it'd be fun to see for a guy who's one of the generational talents.
Candelario fouls that one off to even things up at 2-2 with a couple down here in the bottom of the second. That your favorite all 2 things.
Oh, yeah.
Except for your Tigers score.
Oh, but there's not 2 on either, but there's a 2 away in the second half of the second inning with Minnesota up by 2.
You know what they say, close enough on Canada Day, eh? As Odorizzi gets the K.
He got the K, eh?
The K-A. Hey. We're sorry. We have some great Canadian friends in the Discord and part of this bot ball community. We should not make fun of them.
Oh, we're not making fun of them.
If you want a hilarious accent, go to northern Minnesota. It's goofy as all get out.
Yeah, I know the UP here in Michigan are Upper Peninsula for those who are
Youpers.
The lingo. Yeah, our Youpers. I know every time I go up there, I usually end up, when I come back home, I'm saying A and oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I went to college with a gal from northern Minnesota, and she's like, "No, my accent isn't that bad." And I was like, "No, you sound like you're in the movie Fargo. It's ridiculous." Get a look there at the American League Central standings. As we said, we've talked about it numerous times. The three-pony race, as Twins, Indians, and White Sox are they actually. I don't know if the standings are right, but I'm pretty sure they entered play today all tied up. And if not, that'll change today after White Sox lost, Indians lost. And if things pan out here for the Twins, they'll be back atop that AL Central. But this one's going to be a fun one to watch, as all those three teams are powerhouse lineups, and the pitching is done well enough for them to basically have all the wins they need and want at this point.
Yeah, 3-star studded teams. You look at these Twins, and they got Cruz, Rosario, Sano, Garver, Donaldson as well. You look at those White Sox, all those young prospects are finally making their debuts with Moncada and the big offseason acquisition, Rondal. And you head over to Cleveland, and it seems like they're never going away. They still got Lindor and Ramirez and Franmil Reyes coming up. Despite dealing some of their pitchers, they got just seems like an unlimited supply of them coming up through the farm. So it's going to be a really exciting race here in the Central.
Yeah, Cleveland is almost like the Cardinals in that sense a little bit. They're like the Cardinals of the American League. They just always seem to have pitching, and especially starting pitching. But Nelson Cruz has a full count here with 2 down against Matthew Boyd, as Twins still up 2-0, and Boyd up to 41 pitches. Struck him out looking. Nice pitch there. The fastball from Matthew Boyd.
Yeah, nice 2 bounce-back innings by Matthew Boyd after a rough first. He's done a great job at, about 10 pitch innings the last couple, and he's kind of got his way back into the game.
Yeah, Heidi Watney's probably telling us about the kind of lack of run support poor Matthew Boyd has had this year. Big reason why he is 1-9. You see a lot of guys with a mid-4 ERA who are at least about 500, but poor Matthew, I think, has been the tough luck loser more often than not, as you get some hitting stats there, and bottom of the league basically for most offensive categories.
Yeah, not just the bottom of the AL, but the bottom of the MLB in most of those. The one that they listed that they're doing pretty okay in is steals. That, that's probably
Cam Maben.
No, not Cam Maben. It's Miguel Cabrera, the speedster here from Garden.
Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up. If we see a Miguel Cabrera stolen base or a stolen base attempt, I'm gonna toss some extra money to our organization this week, Rain, that we're donating to. So I'm crossing my fingers. Gardy was drinking some whiskey sours before this one, and he'll send Miggy on the base paths.
Yeah, we saw Miggy reach once yesterday, but unfortunately no chance to run. But I'm hopeful we get to see it today too. I'd love to see a Miggy steal actually come to fruition. It might be hard with Garver back there, but crazier things have happened.
Mitch doesn't have much of an arm, so if you're gonna do it, Mitch actually might be a good one to do it against.
Oh, when you put it like that. Go, Miggy, go.
Yes, send him. Somebody Gardy doesn't text, so we gotta send him a letter or something and hope that gets down to him by the end of this game.
Send it on the Pony Express.
I think he might have a Palm Pilot still. Somebody bought him that for Christmas, I think, like 98, and he still has that. But Cameron Maben down 0-2 here against Odorizzi. Jake up to 35 pitches as that one is fouled away. The cutter in at 84.
Maben's done a pretty good job since getting to the bottom of the line.
Oh, that's in.
Yeah, and he does have 12 steals on the season. Has been thrown out 7 times, but we talked about it a little last night. Maben may be a potential trade candidate. Say that one 5 times fast. As he's one of a handful of guys who could be useful on a roster, as that one's just fouled down the third base line.
Yeah, like we mentioned, Tigers have lots of players they'd like to have moved, but Maben's definitely up there with Austin Romine as perhaps the two most appealing chips. Appealing here, those will go down in strikes. But yeah, as a fill-in for an injured outfielder, or maybe a fourth or fifth pipe, just to give a little bit of extra veteran depth to a team, and I can definitely see a trade for that happening at some point.
Back to the top of the Tigers order, Nico Goodrum hit that leadoff double in his first AB. Gonna get a 2-out knock here. Odorizzi up to 40 pitches.
Got the no-hitter over with early today.
That was bottom of 6 that Jose Barrios took the no-hitter into in last night's ball game, and a big reason for that was Max Kepler's catch in the bottom of the 6th. But Kristen Stewart ended up breaking it up with the home, or no, was it the home run that broke it up? Or no, it was an Arias. There was a diving stop by Arias that was ruled a base hit. He made a tough play, but and then the home run came after that.
If you're wondering what we're talking about, folks, use exclamation point archive. Check out our archive. We archive every game we broadcast. So say you're, well, please don't tune out right now, but say you're a really big Sox fan, Chicago White Sox fan, and you want to see good old Yasmani playing, you can check out every White Sox game we've broadcast all year. And yeah, it's a cool little thing we put together.
Goodrum goes down on strikes as Odorizzi is through 3 innings here at Comerica Park in a fine evening in Detroit. Twins up 2-0, and Eddie Rosario going to lead things off. Had a double his last AB. Had a nice night last night as well. 1 for 4 and had a 3-run homer.
Yeah, that 3-run bomb kind of, well, it was the end of Casey Mize' day, who got to put up a roster move to get him demoted down to AAA. Mize hasn't looked good in his cup of tea. But, yeah, that really put Minnesota well ahead and kind of ended any hope the Kitties had last night.
Rosario going to ground out here to Jonathan Scope.
The first baseman, number 22.
Matthew Boyd still inducing weak contact and looking solid after that. Man, we thought it might be a long night for him after how that first inning started, but he's settled in very nicely. We'll see if he can continue against the heart of this Twins order.
That's a ball.
Miguel Sano's a power threat, but he's also a good strikeout threat, so I don't know. Maybe he'll keep it going, but, you know, if he doesn't keep it going, it could extend that lead, so.
Yeah, Miggy has 110 strikeouts on the year entering this evening, and you saw there Matthew Boyd has struck him out 17 times in his career, so we'll see what the left-hander can pull out here as he evens the count 2-2 on the circle change. Right back. Oh, man, look out, Matthew Boyd. Did that hit him? Oh, it did. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is he okay?
We'll find out here shortly. Nice job by
no.
Or Scope, but
yeah, it says it's not believed he suffered a concussion, but he'll need to be removed from the game. He might have a skull fracture. My goodness, that one bounced about 12 feet in the air after it hit him. That was not good, especially off the end of the bat of Miguel Sano. Ugh.
Yeah, that was. There's not anything
Your attention, please.
good to say about that, especially since the Tigers' bullpen was so taxed yesterday with Mize only going 1 2/3. So, guess now we'll see Chao Ching Chang on mop-up duty.
Yeah, we saw Chang in last night's ball game, but making his 26th appearance on the season now in this one. And as you said, he had been pretty solid up until he ran into the Twins lineup last night, of course. But that's he's not the first reliever that's happened to. We'll see if he can put up a 0 as he had to come in rather quick there. And that's so unfortunate for Matt Boyd. Man, he was looking real fine after that first inning.
That's tough. Got our trivia question of the game, Beardy, from the big guy. There is 5 different Cy Young Award winning pitchers who have played for the Dodgers but have won their Cy Young Award with a different team. So who are those 5 players who played for the Dodgers but won a Cy Young with a different team? I know one is Zach Greinke, as we see a nice double play turned by the Tigers. I don't know, maybe see Ching go back out to the bullpen to keep warming up.
Yeah. He did a nice job inducing the ground ball against Garver there, and around the horn the Tigers go and gets him through the 4th inning again. Real unfortunate for Matthew Boyd, but looks like you guessed right in trivia, Cookie, so Greinke's 1 of 5.
Yeah, Cy Young hasn't been around that long, so I see 5 different Cy Youngs who have won the award with another team, but now been on the Dodgers. Price is another one, I just thought.
Oh, geez, and we about had another pitcher go down there. That one was a hot shot back to Odorizzi. And he handles it, though, and gets it onto first base.
I'm glad both starters didn't go down.
Yeah, neither team would want a bullpen game, that's for sure, as Jonathan Schoop, Tigers' second baseman, steps in here.
Schoop.
Schoop from Curacao.
Venezuela?
No, the country.
Oh. Never heard of that country.
Pretty sure that's where he's from.
I don't know. I just know Miggy's from Venezuela.
Well, I have to look it up now because it'll bug me if I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, he's from Willemstad, Curacao.
There we go.
It's a little tropical nation down by Mexico, I believe. Scope set down. 2 down for Odorizzi in his 4th inning of work, and Stewart's going to break the plane there. That's strike number 1. Fouled away. It'll quickly be 0-2, but Stewart does have solid numbers against Odo. You saw on our little bug there. Almost a 450 batting average lifetime against Jake Odorizzi. Jake the Snake. Swing and a miss. Stewart goes down on strikes. The curve working as a fine out pitch for Odorizzi tonight, and we're through 4 here at Comerica Park. Twins still sporting that 2-0 lead thanks to Jorge Polanco's bomb all the way back in the 1st inning, and we're going to have Luis Arias leading things off for the Twins here to start out the 5th.
Yeah, going to be bottom of the order against Chang.
Off the plate, ball 1.
EB had a really good guess there on trivia. Big Sexy. Fortunately, hasn't played for the Dodgers.
Couple arms warming up in the Tigers bullpen. We saw Garcia. And I didn't look quick enough to see who the other one was. Buck Farmer.
Couple setup men.
1-1 pitched here to the Twins' second baseman. He rips it into right field, and it's caught out there by Cameron Maben.
The batter, the third baseman, William Astudillo.
Chang looking good here through a couple batters faced. We'll see how he does against the Turtle. La Tortuga.
Counts 1-0.
Reminds me of
And Astudillo, really a fan sensation around Target Field in Twins territory. I think he landed a spot in everybody's hearts when he went first to third, racing around the bags. The helmet fell off. The hair was flowing. It's in there for strike one. Chang makes a nice pitch there on a 2-0 count as that one caught the bottom of the zone. Big looping curveball fouled off by Astudillo there. It's a 2-2 count.
So, Beardy, I gotta ask, what is the legend of La Tortuga? Who is he? Where did he come from? Why is he wear number 64? Why is he playing?
Well, just he was this guy who bounced around in like minor leagues, winter ball leagues, that kind of stuff. Twins signed him up in their minor leagues, and he had never played catcher in his life. Twins tossed him behind the plate, and that's where he found and stuck around in the minors, and eventually up to AAA, and eventually up to the majors as a September call-up. Twins loved his contact skills with the bat as he lifts that one to right field, but caught by Cam Maben out there in the gap for out number 2. But Tortuga, yeah, like I said, he sealed himself basically into the hearts of everyone with that one play. And, of course, the quote after it, they turned into a shirt. My wife has that shirt. I posted it in the Discord. It's quite funny, but then last year he had to spot start a bunch of different times, and he kept a high average, kept over 300 average through about halfway through the season, then kind of slowed down a little bit. But Tortuga's a local legend for sure. I don't know how, I don't know why, but the Twins marketing department has sure taken advantage of it.
Buxton goes down to end the inning. Yeah, that's a fun little story for sure. I feel like I'm starting to space out a little bit here as we get 10:30 on the East Coast.
Wake up, cook, go eat, go get some of your cake. That'll give you a little sugar high and finish this one out. We got to get you something, bud.
Oh, how about some pizza?
You don't do that. I know you're lying to me.
Yeah. It's okay. I got some Hershey Kisses I keep at my desk with. Try and inject some of this into my blood.
Get that blood sugar up, bud. We got CJ Cron. He's going to get another, hopefully, home run and not ground rule double. That's gonna end up being our next like Heidi Watney inside joke is you and your old Za.
Oh, no homer for Cron.
No, that one's a hot shot, but snagged by Sano over there at first. And as I have brought up, I think his experience at third base will serve him well on those hot ones over that he needs to put some leather on. As we see Miguel Cabrera 0 for 1 on the night. Get on base, Miggy. We need that stolen base attempt, bud. We got to get some money to rain here.
0-1's the count.
Well, swings like that aren't going to get you anywhere. Splitters, when Odo has that splitter going, that's a tough pitch. It really drops out when he's got the spin working right on it. And I think both his curveball and his splitter have served him well so far against the Tigers tonight.
Well,
This one hit into short left, and Polanco out to make the catch.
He'll have one more at bat, so we'll see if we can get Miggy on then. And those curious to answer the Big Guys Trivia question of 5 Dodgers who won the Cy Young Award with a different team: Zach Greinke, Pedro Martinez, Rick Sutcliffe, Bob Welch, and Greg Maddux.
Many thanks to our good friend, the Big Guy 73. He's been doing the trivia for a long time here on Bop Ball now. Man, we're into July. As most of us have lost all sense of space and time, I think maybe the Bop Ball season's one thing keeping us reminded of what day on the calendar it is. So crazy to think we've been doing this since the last couple days of March.
Yeah, it's really crazy. It's been great to see the community we've grown too. All you watching on Discord, all you broadcast games, maybe not broadcasting right now, listening. I mean, this has really become a home for a lot of us who love baseball and just, found this nice little community here to kind of just make some connections and get through it'll probably be one of the toughest times, I would go to say, in I think all of our lifetimes.
And I can't wait when this is all over. We're going to have a big old-fashioned potluck. And we're going to have cookie. We're going to make you eat pizza at the potluck.
If we can get everybody together, I'll try pizza.
Yes. Oh, yes. I would love that. But either way, as I've said numerous times, I owe anybody a beer who comes and visits me at Target Field when there's Twins games there and they allow fans again. But come see me. I'll get you a beer and tell you how much the Twins are going to beat your team.
The Twins have looked the last couple of years. It's not just trash talk from Beardy either. He'll be telling the truth.
Well, as a Minnesota sports fan, I have to get it in when I can because at least in the regular season, it's going to be good sailing because I know the Yankees buzzsaw is at least coming for my Twins. And we won't even get started on like the Vikings or my beloved Wolves.
And I do want to say, too, Big Guy has a hidden 6th trivia question answer, and it's not big sexy. It's David Price, another former Cy Young winner to pitch for the Dodgers. Former Tiger, too, but he has only pitched for the Dodgers in Bop Ball, not in real life, so we didn't count it, and I'm kind of salty about it. So I just felt like I needed to say that on the air.
Romine grounds the 2-2 pitch to Astudillo, who fires on to Reyes at second base for the final out of the 5th inning. We're through 5 in Detroit. Twins still up 2-0, and man, they haven't really done much since that first inning against Boyd. TR just joined us. Boyd got knocked in the head by a Miguel Sano liner, and kind of a scary moment, and that's why Chao Ching Chang's still in the game. And we'll see how he can do in his 3rd inning of work now, I believe, as he's going to give up a leadoff base hit to Max Kepler.
Now batting.
Yeah, I don't know. This is technically his 3rd full inning of work, but the 3rd inning he's been out there. Doesn't start it off great, but Shao's been one of the better guys in this Tigers pen. Jorge Polanco's accounted for the only 2 RBI on the day. It looked like the Twins were going to be rolling off to another really hot start that they were yesterday, but after that homer, it's been pretty silent outside of a nice double by, I believe that was the Boomstick.
Polanco had been in somewhat of a slump before coming here to Detroit. Last night he went 3 for 5, had the home run, and another home run here tonight. And Perhaps Polanco turning the corner a little bit as he grounds this one sharply to Goodrum at short, and that one is misplayed at second base. Goodrum tosses it into the outfield, and Max Kepler is going to reach third. Jorge Polanco is going to be at second, and there are runners there with nobody down to start the 6th inning.
I want to see this replay because, it was going for second. That makes it almost okay. When I first saw that, I had blinked for a second. I thought it was thrown to first, and that's where the throw ended up. I was like, how do you screw up that badly?
Tough play for Goodrum. I mean, he made a real nice play to his right, and it really didn't look like the throw was that far off line. But a game of inches, of course, and that allows Minnesota to be threatening to add on to this 2-0 lead, especially with their birthday boy at the dish.
Be a birthday bomb.
Twins had a couple canes out and a walker outside of Nelson Cruz's locker this morning. Turning the big 4-0 over the hill. They had black streamers and balloons put up and had a black cake sitting out for him. A lot of fun in the Twins clubhouse with Nelson Cruz turning 40 as he grounds here to Goodrum at short. Nico makes a good throw there, but it does allow another runner to score as the Twins take the 3-0 lead thanks to a throwing error from Goodrum.
Yeah, nice little birthday RBI for Cruz.
That pitch is out.
Eddie Rosario starts out with a 1-0 count. We'll see if he can bring Jorge Polanco home here. Eddie 1 for 2 on the evening. If you're enjoying this playful banter between a Beardy and a Cookie, you got one more night of it tomorrow night. Same slot, same teams, same silly broadcasters as this one's hit out to left field, and that'll be out number 2. Eddie Rosario flies out to Kristen Stewart.
The first baseman, number 22.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite duos to be a part of. Me and Beardy, it always seems like there's going to be something resembling a squirrel no matter what time of the day it is.
I don't know if it's the smell of my beard, but the squirrels just seem to always pop up here in the virtual booth. Maybe we just need to get somebody to patch the roof or something. I'm not sure.
Get our janitor Garrett right on that.
Sano fouls that one away. Going to be a 1-1 count to the Twins' first baseman, Chang. Looking at pitch number 30 on the horizon here and trying to keep the Twins just letting that one runner home after the throwing error, and that one's fouled away once more, 1-2.
And staying alive. Chang trying to work out of danger, keep it just 1 run.
Swing and a miss. Miguel Sano goes out on the high fastball, so nice pitch there from Chang to get out of the inning after the terrible throwing error, but Twins do get one run home as we see some terrible dancing from Detroit fans. They must be well liquored up at this point.
Just like Gardy.
I hope Gardy's been drinking those whiskey sours because, as we've said, we got to see Miggy going on the base paths as Cameron Maben comes to the dish, and got to give a shout out in the Twitch chat to my good friend Thuni. He actually broadcasts Twins games on his own little stream, and he does fun stuff for Twins fans like Twingo and has the Fox Sports North theme and all that stuff. So quick shout out to him, and if you are a Twins fan, maybe check out his stuff. But love me some Thuni, and glad to see him here checking out Bot Ball as Jake Odorizzi has a 1-1 count here to Tigers right fielder.
Yeah, nice to see you around, Thuni. It's really cool the stuff you've been doing. I haven't tuned in personally, but I've heard a lot of great stuff about it. So keep it up, and if you ever want to call a Bot Ball game, please
Hop on in. We'd love to have you.
Oh, gets another one on the high fastball. That's his 7th K tonight. So, when Jake's getting those Ks, things are usually going well for him. He can get rocked in a hurry, but he's settled in quite nice tonight and has another 0 here on the board working to get through 6 innings.
Yeah, I said at the top of the broadcast, I said this would be the Tigers' best chance to score runs this series. I said for Jake Odorizzi, this might be a chance to kind of really settle in and pad those stats a bit, and that's what he's done through 5 1/3. Really nothing going outside of a Nico Goodrum double for the Tigers.
Yeah, Nico's been about the only one who's made pretty real solid contact off of Odorizzi tonight. As I said earlier, he's got the breaking stuff working, and he can keep you off balance when that high fastball is planted in the right spot after you see that splitter or that curve. And even there, it took a few miles per hour off the fastball going low in the zone. So Jake Odorizzi hitting his spots all over tonight and has an 0-2 count here to Goodrum, and that one's fouled away for 0-2 once more.
Lots of 0-2 counts, and that's what you love to see if you're a pitcher. Not so much if you're a hitter.
Fouled away. There have been quite a few fouled off by the Tigers. They just haven't been able to straighten any out quite yet. They did score their 2 runs late in last night's ball game, so you never know what'll happen once the starters leave. As that's another strikeout for Odorizzi, number 8 now, and he's going to face center fielder Harold Castro to try and get through these 6 innings of work with that 0 on the board.
Yeah, not much going today for Castro, but like we mentioned the previous 2 times he's up, one of the Tigers' best hitters, and looks like he's going to show it here.
Yeah, base knock into center field. If you can get it down in front of Buxton, that's pretty solid work. It's a good 2-out single there, and hey, it extends the hitting streak to 19 games.
Yeah, that means tomorrow, Beardy, we're going to get to see if he can make it a good, nice, even 20. He just barely got it yesterday. It was late in the ballgame. He got his first hit yesterday as well, so getting it done again late today.
Second baseman Jonathan Scope strike out a ground out here tonight. 0 for 2, and we'll see if he can find a gap. Let's see if he can get Harold Castro home. Get the Tigers back on the board, at least get that one silly run back they gave up last inning.
Yeah, that splitter's still working for Odorizzi. That was in the dirt, and Scope swung at it.
Outside with the curve, makes it 1-2. Jake Odorizzi on pitch number 83. Scope's going to send this one to right field. It's hit well, but Kepler's going to circle under it, and that's going to do it for the Tigers. We're through 6. Twins still holding on to that 3-0 lead.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Tigers.
As I hear a little shark beeps in my ear, I think I see a shark and might see an organ as well. Is he dragging that organ in here?
Oh yeah, I'm hauling it in.
Well, more the merrier in the virtual booth. And hey, if you're gonna tickle some tunes out, we love it.
I suppose since I'm here, I might as well.
Beardy, you gotta be careful. You say the more the merrier. Next thing you know, we got 20 people in the booth.
You're gonna have a
party. No, I'll turn into get off my lawn mode real fast.
I thought you were gonna say get off my lawnmower for some reason. I don't know why.
Get off of that too, dang kids.
I don't know, Shark, did you have one of those sit-on lawnmowers as a kid that your dad had that you always wanted to ride around on, and he always told you to get off of it? I mean,
no, my neighbor had one, and I thought it was awesome. My parents were like, "No, we're not getting one of those."
I always wanted one too, but my parents would never get it. Garver swings through the 1-2 pitch. Big strikeout from Buck Farmer. His first batter faced, and that's how the 7th inning starts out.
Yeah, nice to see Farmer in, slotting into a bit of a middle relief role with Alex Wilson and Joe Jimenez in the back end of the bullpen, so he'll just get his work in.
Thune asked me if I've seen any fun moments or stats. Oh man, we've had all sorts of craziness here on Bot Ball, and yeah, that's mostly been in Twins games. The list goes on all the silly things we've seen happen. As me and Cookie always say, CJ Cron, our favorite was CJ Cron hit a ground rule double, but what should have been a home run, and that one was all sorts of silly. But yeah, it's always funny what happens when robots are in charge, right?
Was that the one that bounced off the foul pole?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was early on, too.
That was very early.
Another K from Buck Farmer. He's throwing heat out of that bullpen as Luis Arias gonna head to the dugout.
Yeah, nice job by Farmer coming in and doing the job. They might ask him to go a couple. We saw Boyd knocked out early. Chang did a masterful job to eat up 2 and some change innings. And the other 2, Longman Nova and I suppose the from 2 Longman Funkhauser, both went yesterday as well. So they'll kind of be leaning on these middle relief guys to try and get through today.
And Tortuga's going to get a base hit. Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to see, folks. Making his start at third base. Gets the base hit. Turtle power. Oh, yeah, he's excited. Get that dugout fired up. La Tortuga.
Yeah, gotta love the tortoise there.
Buxton lifts this one to short right, and that'll do it for the Twins' top half of the 7th. So the 2-out single from the Twins' little turtle won't do it. But take us away, Shark. Give us some organ and stretch it. Lovely as always, Shark. Thank you very much. I'm feeling very refreshed after the beautiful tunes in my ear and my muscles being all stretchy.
I hope the Tigers are feeling refreshed after that as well. And we'll see if the post-stretch hitting can continue on here, but I'll let you two boys get back to it. Have a great rest of your call.
Thanks, Shark. Yeah, the guy up right now, Beardy, he hit a 2-run bomb after the stretch yesterday.
Yeah, no luck from the Shark Man here tonight. He just grounds out to Polanco. But always great to have we have 2 organists now here on our Twitch channel, so we can't just say the best organist on Twitch anymore. I think he was maybe the only organist on Twitch. But either way, we always love we can provide that little stretch, little semblance of realism on these broadcasts and help you get through the evening, whether you're watching or just have it on in the background as background noise, because I don't know if I'd want to listen to me this long either.
That's off the plate. Ball 2.
Yeah. We're glad to have you all along, folks, and there definitely does seem to be a lot of people here right now saying, where's Reds and Dodgers? Well, we're running behind today, guys, so we're in the bottom of the 7th. Unfortunately, the Tigers are behind, so we'll have to play the bottom of the 9th, too, but we'll be getting you to that game as soon as this one's over. Justin Rock and Duggo, 2 of the best in the business on the call for that one, and Walker Buehler has been having a heck of a season starting for the Dodgers, so it's going to be it'll be a fun one. We encourage you to stick around for that. But for now, stick with me and Beardy as we try and work through seeing the Twins get possession of first place back in the AL Central.
Yeah, it's the beauty of ML Bot Ball, folks. We broadcast 7 games a day,
And when that happens and one of the games or multiple games go extra innings, it can run a little long sometimes, as this one's lifted to center field right at Byron Buxton. CJ Crone is going to be out number 2 here, bottom 7.
Yeah, almost a little fly out, but hey, it's a guy who maybe we're going to want to see steal his way into scoring position coming up. Miguel Cabrera.
I'm crossing my fingers so hard they are bleeding, and he takes outside 1-0. Yeah, 1-1. He almost got a piece of that, or almost sent that splitter somewhere. Odorizzi is up to 95 pitches, so this will probably be his last inning of work. And Miggy lays off a nice pitch there, 2-1.
Yeah, fighting to stay alive.
This one ripped to third base, gobbled up by Williams Astudillo, fires onto Sano, and that'll be out number 3. Jake Odorizzi threw 7 shutout innings here in Detroit. Twins still have that 3-0 lead. Kepler, Polanco, Cruz, top of the Twins order, going to bat here, top of 8.
Yeah, and we'll see at top of the order get to work. And Beardy, I think, I don't know if you remember what I might have teased a little bit last night.
Yeah, of course, the home run derby. Oh, wow!
Look at that.
Scope climbed the ladder, knocked it down. He didn't make the catch, but Max Kepler hit a rocket. Jonathan Scope just about made a web jam of a play. Instead of it's a leadoff base runner for the Twins. And Jorge Polanco goes deep again. Oh, my God. Have a day, Jorge. 421-foot shot. That puts the Twins up 5-0, and it looks like they're going to retake the AL Central lead.
What a day by Jorge Polanco. The pressure was on. The other 2 teams had already lost. 2 2-run bombs, 4 RBI. Well, I mean, the way Odorizzi's been pitching, maybe there is a bit of a debate for player of the game, but what a day for Jorge. Both fields, too. 1 to right, 1 to left.
From both sides of the plate. He is a switch hitter, and he has a bomb to each field from each side of the plate, and that knocks Buck Farmer from the game as Ronnie Garcia is going to come in now, making his 34th appearance. But my goodness, Jorge Polanco, as you said last night, I was talking about how he was 5th in the AL shortstop all-star voting. You said he was 4th after hitting his home run last night. Perhaps he's up to 3rd after hitting those 2.
Yeah, he'll be climbing the ladder, and that's kind of what we're teasing. Last night you mentioned kind of some of what we'll be featuring for our All-Star Break special, and I think tonight. Well, I don't know what I want to say tonight, Beardy. Is there? Should we talk about the home run derby a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead. You know, I think if one thing we're gonna have a lot of fun with here on Bop Ball, we've tried to brew up fun all season, so the home run derby is gonna be a lot of fun. Talk about that one.
So our home run derby, as of right now, we're looking to air it at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 on the West Coast. A couple Mondays from now, right when the home run derby would have been for for the MLB, and what we're thinking right now, it's not final, but there's going to be 8 people hitting. Our understanding is it's going to be automatically selected by the virtual Bop Ball peoples as the top 4 home run hitters in both leagues. And we're thinking we're going to have each hitter get their own personal announcer in the derby. And we'll get to see who gets crowned the Bop Ball Home Run Derby champion. We saw a guy just work a walk who seems like he's in a good place to take part in that next week, the boomstick Nelson Cruz.
Yeah, old Nelly was in 4th place in the American League in home runs entering play tonight. I was hoping he'd get another bomb or 2 and keep pace in that race, as It's Yordan Alvarez and Jorge Soler, who have just been running away with about every offensive category in the American League, as this one's bounced up the middle. Scope backhands on to Gooderham at second, and going to be safe over at first base. Eddie Rosario will avoid the double play.
Heck of an almost a double play there. Reminded me back when we saw Kinsler and Niggy up the middle here in Detroit back when they were competitive, and what a defensive duo they were. But, not fast enough on the relay, but still a heck of a job to get the play at second by Scope.
Counts 1-0.
But yeah, back to that home run derby. Should be a lot of fun. You'll hear us all do our best Chris Berman impressions. Back. No, we're not going to sound like that. Hopefully, we sound much better than that, and hopefully, we get some fun, exciting home run callers in there as there's some sloppy taters hit at the All-Star game.
Yeah, so that'll be a lot of fun. Then we got our All-Star game, also going to be at 8 o'clock, tentatively on Tuesday. And it's going to be a lot of fun, too, between the AL and NL. And hoping we'll get a fun little intro video. And you'll get to hear, presumably, the voice of someone other than Joe Buck to introduce your All-Stars this year for the first time in a long time.
Nope. Ball 4.
Another walk given up by Garcia. He's not looked sharp since coming in for Farm.
The catcher, number 8, Mitch Garver.
Yeah, the All-Star game is going to be a lot of fun, and maybe you wanted to see what it looks like if the AI doesn't play. You might enjoy the All-Star break too, and I'll kind of leave it at that until tomorrow.
Another All-Star level tease from you, Cookie. Good job. As Mitch Garver stands in 0 for 3 on his return so far, as he was out of that Twins lineup for about a week and a half, tweaked a knee, as we see Gregory Soto, Kyle Funkhauser, old funky stuff, warming in the Tigers bullpen.
I love me some funk.
Funkhauser pitched in last night's ball game, but not sure how far the Tigers will get into their bullpen in this one. How many relievers and arms manager Ron Gardenhire wants to use up in the end in this one. Has got to hold out hope that maybe he can take at least Game 3 in tomorrow's series finale, and Garver takes low there, 2-1.
Yeah, Mitch working the count. Garcia's going to be out of this one soon. I mean, it's no secret the Tigers are going to lose, but they don't want to just leave him out there to die. He's giving up a walk, a homer, and walk, and something else that I didn't pay attention to, unfortunately, to now put 2 runners on with 1 away, but now he's gone 3-1 to Garver.
Big pitch here for Garcia. Swing and a miss from Garver. That was a nice changeup from Ronnie Garcia.
Big of him to show confidence to use that pitch down on the count.
Garver lines this one into left field. That's down for a hit. We'll see if the Twins send a runner. They do. We'll have a play at the plate. No, the throw not even close as Eddie Rosario trots into home. Now a 6-0 lead for Minnesota.
Second baseman, Luis Araya.
Yeah, that's about what happens when you face the Tigers. You see a pitcher who can't get outs, and then a left fielder who doesn't have an arm. A bat first guy who's batting .220. So, welcome to Detroit.
Saw somebody in the Twitch chat asking about the lineups changed on the side. I don't think we have any control over that. It's just a product of our schedule going a bit behind here, as hopefully we can wrap this one up for you soon. Waiting on those Reds and Dodgers. We apologize to those fans, but deal with it. It's our stream. You just got to live with it. But Araya's 0-2 here as Garcia's trying to get out of this one without any more runners sent home.
Yeah, note 2 of those lineups.
He's in there.
Safe at the plate. Oh, my goodness.
You didn't see anything else, too, right?
the third base.
Yeah, no, my stream really jumped there, but it looks like Luis Arias lined one into short center.
Maybe. He hit one.
Yeah, sorry. We got amateur hour here, I guess, at least on the streaming side of the thing. But anyways, that knocks Garcia from the game finally and brings in Kyle Funkhauser. But yeah, Luis Arias looks like he got a little base knock there and drove in Sano, who had to hold up on that one to see if it would drop, and then there was a play at the plate.
Yeah, but nice RBI for Arias. And now Kyle Funkhauser, ERA under 1, making his 6th appearance. Pulled up from AAA. He's serving as a middleman in the bullpen and been putting up some pretty good numbers so far. Gave up his first run in the ball game last night. We'll see how he does facing the bottom of the order tonight. The Twins.
Funky Stuff gets La Tortuga to foul that one down the left field line. Evens the count 1-1. Astudillo had a single in his last AB. Making that start at third base, of course, filling in for Josh Donaldson, who had previously been relieved by Marwin Gonzalez. Donaldson's hurt, but Gonzalez had been doing terrible, so I wanted to see some turtles. So we got Wold Williams in the lineup.
Yeah, and a quick note, too, on those lineups. You saw they flipped over. Note that Muncy and Turner's spots are going to be flipped.
Williams lifts this one out to right field, caught by Maben, out number 2, but that's going to get another run home. Or no, excuse me. Twins are already leading 7-0, and that's just a sign of the times that we should get the heck out of here. So hopefully Tigers' bullpen doesn't implode any farther, and Funkhauser can get out of this top of the 8th.
0-1.
0-1 here to Twins center fielder Byron Buxton.
0-2 is the count.
0-2 now, the slider in there. And Buck fouls that slider off as we'll stay at 0-2. Twins gonna... Oh, go ahead. Oh, Fat, you're bringing out the fastest man in baseball talk again?
Oh, yeah. You never know who's listening. You know what I'm saying?
Funkhauser gets him swinging there, so the Twins will strand a couple, but they do get a couple more on as they now lead 7-0 here. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Jamer Candelario, Austin Romine, Cameron Maben going to try and get another run across for Detroit, or get a run across for Detroit.
Get another. That's a good one, Beardy. Sergio Romo in with his 4.5 ERA and mop-up duty here. And the big guy goofed, Beardy. I was kind of confused at the time, but turns out we got a Dodger trivia question because I was in the booth and you just assumed it was a Dodgers game. But no, this is Minnesota-Detroit. For those of you tuning in, it's not a Scully call for you for the Dodgers tonight.
Romo gets Candelario fouling that one off there. Sergio came back to the Twins, of course, after being traded last season to the Twins, and was an instant favorite here, of course. And the two sides decided to work something out and brought Sergio back, and I think it's going to work out well for him, although Sergio looks like his numbers might be starting to catch up to him as that age creeps up a little bit and the miles rack up on those arms, because he is not a hard thrower by any matter of the term. This one will be snagged by Arias at second. He'll toss on to first, and that'll be how we start things bottom of the 8th. We'll get a look at Jake Odorizzi's line there.
Beautiful. No runs, 2 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. I would have left him out in the 8th if I was the manager personally, but he probably would have given up 2 runs then, so may as well finish on a high note, under 100 pitches, and should still be fresh, ready to go and confident for his next start.
Yeah, Odorizzi's never really been a guy to really stretch out too far into his game, so probably wise of manager Rocco Baldelli to, just as you said, keep him ready to go so he's not overworked when that 5th day comes around again. And Sergio Romo has a 1-1 count here to the Tigers catcher.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Swung on there, 1 and 2. Romine at one point was slotted in at the 3-hole in this Tigers lineup. He got out to a pretty good start to the season, but numbers not where they were to start the year, and he's now found himself towards the bottom of this order, as a lot of catchers do, and Tigers hoping Romine can tap into that secret success he had earlier this season.
Yeah, it'd be nice, especially to show off a bit, because if we're going to be honest, Detroit's looking to send him out of town, so anything he can do here help raise the price a little bit, maybe give him a bit of a better return.
2-2 pitch to Austin Romine is swung on, tapped foul. Just got a piece of the Sergio Romo slider. Low fills it up. And that's kind of been, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say filled up just like my belly. Well, not really, because I haven't had my cake yet.
No cake yet.
Gotta
Just a couple, well, you do seem better after those Hershey's Kisses. This one's lifted deep to right field. Kepler is just going to track it down, make the basket catch on the warning track, though. Man, he is so nonchalant about those plays in the outfield.
I was about to say the same thing. How much more casual can you be with it? When you look at our starter comparison, Boyd gave up 2 runs in 3 innings. But that's not the whole story, because for those of you just tuning in, he was hit with that Sano liner on the head. That ball bounced up nearly as high as the second deck, it seemed like, and Boyd fell to the ground and came up a bit groggy. Shouldn't be anything too serious, we hope. But
yeah, it did have a note that said they didn't think he had a concussion, so that's always good. Those concussions are no business to mess around with. So hopefully it's maybe just a big goose egg and a couple of stitches for Matthew Boyd. Wish him all the best. But yeah, super unfortunate for the guy who's already 1-9 on the season and had settled down after only giving up those 2 runs, and has to come out of the game thanks to getting smoked in the head.
well, if there's a bright side, he would have got his 10th loss no matter what, because it doesn't look like the Tigers team is going to give him any run support yet again.
Nope, outside.
Romo missed there on the change. It's 2-2. And fouled away down the right field line. That's been where Sergio's struggles have come this season. Is one thing he's done throughout his career. He just keeps throwing those breaking pitches and gets guys to chase. Well, they've stopped chasing him a little bit, it seems, and that's led to a little bit of inflated numbers for Romo kind of this season compared to what he was for the Twins down the stretch last year. But Sergio coming in here, and when you got the 7-0 lead, you're going to feel fine and comfy up there atop the mound as Garver snags that one in front of home plate, tosses down to first, and that's going to be the final out of the 8th inning. We'll head to the top of the 9th and top of the Twins order once more. Max Kepler, Jorge Polanco, and Nelson Cruz on in the birthday boy here on ML Bot Ball. Yeah, we'll see if the birthday boy gets something going, but not before the German product and the two-run homer king on the day. Polanco maybe looking for a third dinger, get to take their cuts.
Soto and Alex Wilson warming.
Yeah, a couple setup men. They're running out of people in the bullpen, Beardy.
Yeah, Guardy's been going through them, though, by no real fault of his own, though. Just some tough luck here for the Tigers. Tigers here tonight as Funkhauser now on the mound again. Has Kepler here 0-2. Romine sets up inside, and looked like that one might have got high from him as Kepler fouls it away. Right back, Kepler grounds this one to Scope, and that's going to be out number 1 here, top of 9. We'll see if Funkhauser can just have a quick 1-2-3 inning and just get us to that dang Dodgers-Reds game already.
Yeah, we've left the fans waiting almost a half hour now.
Get a look there at the second of Jorge Polanco's 2-run bombs. That one from the left side, of course. His first one is from the right side. So a fine production of pulling here by Jorge Polanco tonight.
Oh, that's low.
Funkhauser misses low there on the curve, 1-1. Jorge is up to 16 home runs on the season now. As this one's hit well down the left field line. We'll see if Stewart can get there. He does. Nice play by Tigers left fielder for out number 2.
The designated hitter.
Not a guy known for his defense, so a nice job to try and speed things up. And we'll see the Boomstick celebrating his birthday on, I assume Canada Day is Canada's birthday. Maybe he'll send a present in the form of a bomb across the Detroit River to our Canadian friends here in Detroit.
Yeah, the Boomstick 0 for 3 tonight. I believe he drew a walk in his last AB, but as you said, he has another chance here as he's 0 for 2 now. And let's see where Funkhauser goes. They're looking inside. Cruz lays off. Be a 1-2 count.
Nice job to lay off. See another pitch. And we get that birthday hit.
Is a birthday bomba in order? Here's Nelson Cruz just want to go home and get some sleeping done. He bangs this one to third base. Candelario's going to toss on to Crone, and that'll do it for the Twins portion of the hitting. As we head to the bottom of the 9th, Nico, Goodrum, Harold, Castro, Jonathan, Scope. The last breath of air for Detroit in this one.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think he's heading home tonight, though, Beardy. I think he'll be hopping on I-75, head up and see me and share some of that birthday cake. But for the second straight,
I have a feeling Nelson Cruz is like one of those weirdos who's like, nah, I just like fruit. It's dessert.
I mean, that might be his secret to staying healthy so long. But yeah, second straight night, Detroit down by 7 in the 9th, looking to make a comeback happen.
Sergio Romo on the mound once again. He's up to 23 pitches, so Baldelli opting to try and keep the bullpen as fresh as possible. And he's got a 3-0 count here to Goodrum to start out his second inning of work.
Yeah, I warn everybody who's about to stick around for the next game. Goodrum works a walk, so hey, no, not all hope's lost yet. But if you're a Dodger fan, be ready for hostile waters with Duggo on the call. So wish you the best of luck as we try and get possession of first place back in that NL West. Over those stingy snakes just slithering around and getting up in everybody's business.
0-1's the count.
No step on snake. The only interest I have in that matchup is our good old friend Eduardo Escobar, who's had a fine career for himself down in Arizona after being traded away from the Twins, and wish nothing for the best for Ed. But I don't want to see him beat up too much on your Dodgers there. Oh, they're not playing tonight. They're playing the Reds. Never mind. This one's hit to right field, and that's down for a base hit. So, hey, a couple runners aboard here for the Tigers. Nobody down. Sergio Romo struggling.
The batter, number 8, second baseman.
Yeah, not looking the best, and we'll have to see how much longer of a leash he gets, because the last thing we want is Detroit to make a comeback happen. However unlikely it is, and I think I've said this a couple times already today, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've ever seen.
Do you know off the top of your head the largest comeback in Tigers history?
I do not, but I do remember in 2016 we had quite the comeback against the Tampa Bay Rays, and Cameron Maben actually hit a big 3-run double. I believe that was a 5-run comeback in the ninth, but then Maben hit the 3-run go-ahead double to kind of cement our place.
Scope gets some good wood on it, and Sergio Romo does his best Neo from the Matrix impression there to avoid that hot shot up the middle, but base is juiced. Kristen Stewart at the dish, and the Kitties aren't done. Nobody down. This one grounded to Polanco at short. On to Arias at second. That's a double play, but hey, there will be no shutout here tonight. The Tigers get on the board as they had the bases loaded there, and the grounded into double play leads to a 7-1 tally.
Ugly. Rally was going, and Kristen Stewart says, "What's a rally? Let me just kill that real quick. I want to see the Reds."
CJ Crone 0 for 3 this evening. Stands in now with 2 down, and Sergio Romo serves him up a ball first. The slider misses, and I guess if he wouldn't have got the double play, I don't know if he'd still been out there, but looks like Sergio's going to finish this one off. 1-1 now, as that one's fouled off. Down the middle there, the changeup might have been a good one to swing at, CJ. Instead, it's 1-2. Tigers down to their last strike.
I'm convinced the Twins are cheating. They paid off C.J. Crone and Jonathan Scope to tuck against them this year. So, Manfred, investigate that. Take away some of their picks.
Well, you're look who your manager is, man. We got the ultimate plan.
That's right. Oh my! And the pitching coach. Dude, I wonder why the Tigers haven't been pitching good. I see you.
That's just been a Rick Anderson staple for years.
Oh.
1-2 again. CJ Crone, decide what you're going to do here, bud. This one is grounded into left field, a base hit, so another run across for the Tigers. And you can put those CJ Crone conspiracy theories to bed, Cookie.
That was just to cover face. It's pretty evident they were going to lose, so he had to get his base hit in now, so no one grew too suspicious. But let's be real, Beardy.
Now pitching for Minnesota.
And that is going to be all from Sergio Romo tonight. Corey Guerin coming into the game, making his 26th appearance. He's been pretty solid out of that pen for the Twins, and he was a late offseason addition, and been a fine righty. He's one of a number of righties in that Twins pen. They only have one lefty.
Yeah, and he'll be tasked with getting out Miguel Cabrera. Oh, look at that. He hit a home run at some point. I don't think it's again weird. He's up to 3 on the season now.
You got 3 knocks and those 2 stolen bases, of course, and Guerin gets him to foul off the sinker there. It's 0-2 quickly. looks like we might be out of here shortly.
Yeah, but I do love the fight from the Tigers, though, even if they're just delaying the inevitable. They're not giving up, and you got to take something positive away and not being shut out and showing some life in the night. Maybe something you can roll into tomorrow as you look to avoid the sweep.
An excuse me swing from Cabrera. Arias charges in and makes the play over to first base. Twins going to pick up win number 2 in as many games in this series. They win 7-2 tonight, thanks in big part to two-run home runs from that guy right there, Jorge Polanco. What a night from the Twins shortstop, as the Minnesota Twins going to be your sole leaders once more atop the AL Central as they break the tie with Cleveland and Chicago, who lost earlier today.
Yeah, nice to see Minnesota get back out on top, Beardy, and I hope you'll be on my side as we look to see the Dodgers get back on top, or at least guarantee they won't get behind.
I suppose I could throw a little support your way, although I might have Duggo and Jake on my back about that, but that's fine. They're not playing each other tonight. And Jorge Polanco, no surprise there, as he's named player of the game with the 2 bombs, the 4 RBI, and nice night from Jake Odorizzi as well. 7 shutout innings, 8 Ks, just the 1 walk, and only 2 hits given up against the lifeless Detroit lineup, as we'll see Jorge's first of 2 here, this one from the right side of the plate. The shot to left, 404 feet, and both of his home runs tonight were no doubters, as we had some fun with those calls. Nelson Cruz, a birthday boy, grounds out there in the top of the 6th. Twins had picked up their 3rd run off of a throwing error. Nico Goodrum was trying to turn the double play, instead tossed it into the outfield. Allowed the Twins to get a run home. And then Jorge Polanco's 2nd shot of the night. That one 421 feet from the left side of the plate to right field. As old Jorge gets the home run total up to 16 now, thanks to 2 of them tonight. Carver added a 6th run for the Twins on an RBI single in his first game back from injury. And we see Luis Arias, this was his phantom single that we both missed. As our stream twitched out a little bit, and somehow the Twins are up 7-0, but we'll see Stewart ground into the double play here, bottom of 9. That brought a run home for the Tigers. Kitties wanted to put up a little fight as Crone got the RBI single to left field. And then Cabrera grounded out with the excuse me swing and tossed down to first from Luis. Another AL Central matchup here goes the Twins' way as they keep their lead atop the AL Central thanks to losses from the White Sox and Indians, but fine one here tonight. Jorge Polanco, 2 dingers, but hey folks, you're sick of listening to us. I bet you want to hear and see some Reds and Dodgers.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun matchup, and well, I've done a good job just highlighting that instead of focusing on my Tigers losing, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the Dodgers and the Reds. The Reds a nice surprise in the Central. Currently, I believe they were in line at least at some point for one of the wild card spots. Doesn't look like they're going to have an easy job catching those Cubs, but having a nice season. And of course, the Dodgers, a streaky team on one of their colder stretches right now, but they have Justin Turner back in the lineup tonight, which will be fun. And looks like we'll see Matthew Boyd miss at least a couple starts.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Tigers, he took that liner off the face, but glad, I guess, it's nothing more serious, as That could have shattered an orbital bone or something, but I heard some beeps and boops. I think we got some broadcasters in here to kick us the hell out.
Hey, how you guys doing? How you guys doing tonight?
Doing well. My Twins won. They beat the crap out of the Tigers again, so I enjoy that, and Cookie doesn't like that. But, yeah, a fine night for Minnesota fans as the Twins get back atop the AL Central once more.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty thorough butt-whooping from the Minnesota Twins, and sorry, it seems like a all too common occurrence for the Tigers this year.
Yeah, it's not a fun time to be a Tiger fan, but it is a pretty good time to be a Dodger fan. Walker Buehler on the mound facing Luis Castillo. Looks like you guys are going to have a fun matchup.
Yeah, should be a good one. Castillo and Buehler, two of the top pitchers in the National League. These two teams fighting for one of the two wild card spots in the National League. So should be a tightly contested, interesting contest between these two NL heavyweights.
Yeah, let's get to that damn contest. We're about 45 minutes behind here, so we'll get out of the booth, guys. We'll sign off for myself and Mr. Cookie. Have a great night and stick around for Bot Ball After Dark.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen. We've got the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Cincinnati Reds coming up a little bit past our expected start time of 10:45 p.m., but better late than never, right, Duggo?
Hey, man, I got no problem with it. I'm a West Coast guy. I got no problem going on at 8:30. I don't know whereabouts you are.
I am in New Jersey, so it is 11:30 Eastern time here, but luckily I've always been more of a night person than a morning person, so I think I'd probably be doing better now than maybe necessarily at 11:30 in the morning.
Is that a product of us working in entertainment, or did we become products of the entertainment industry because of our hours?
I'm not sure. I think it's a little bit of both. It's definitely gotten exacerbated as I've gotten to the sports industry on a more consistent basis. I was always more of a night person than a morning person, even once I got past the age of 8 and you were waking up to go watch cartoons in the morning on Saturdays. That was the big thing. And once that stopped being a thing, it was over. We are just about set for baseball out at Dodger Stadium. Justin Rock, I'll go with you here for some Bot Ball After Dark. The Reds, 51-35, a game up on the Dodgers for the final wild card spot in the National League. And Duggo, I know you're a huge Arizona Diamondbacks fan, so you have some very conflicting emotions with the Dodgers going here, but all has been well so far for Arizona in this season. A one-game lead over the Dodgers entering the day in the National League West, and it's been a pleasant surprise because I'm not so sure that any of the prognosticators coming into 2020 really had it being this close in the National League West.
Definitely not in the West. I mean, I've always been a little bit higher on them just by looking at the team that's in front of me. I think the line last year was 76.5 or something really low like that for the Diamondbacks. And I think they finished 2 games over 500. Way blew that out of the water. So, I thought it'd be a playoff push. I didn't think it'd be a division push, though.
Yeah, it has been an impressive start to the season as we get towards the All-Star break. As you see, Shogo Akiyama leading off for the Reds, quickly behind in the count. 0-2. Akiyama hitting at .241, 7 homers and 22 RBIs for Cincinnati as he waves and misses at a pitch about 5 feet out of the strike zone. And pretty good start for your hated Dodgers here this evening as Buehler strikes him out on 3 pitches.
Hey, man, I got to say, I'm so conflicted about the Dodgers, but honestly, the thing that's a little bit of conflict is, as a lifelong Cubs fan, seeing the Cincinnati Reds doing so well and having to root for them here, that's where, I'm excited for what they're doing, and I thought they were going to, I projected them to be about this good, I think, coming into it, man. I thought they had a good shot at the division, but that's where the conflict is. I'll always root for an LA loss.
Yeah, no, it's been very interesting to see how the Reds have handled things in the era of seeming tanking and teams not being aggressive in the free agent market as Joey Votto just off the injured list, quickly ahead in the count
balls and no strikes, nobody on, one out here in the top of the first. The Reds have been very aggressive in free agency and in the offseasons the last few years. Notably this year, adding Mike Moustakas and Nick Castellanos, as Votto now ahead 3-0. While other teams, you look at the Pirates and some of the other squads in the NL Central sort of going down a little bit here into the 2020 season. When you see the Tigers and the not the Twins, but the Tigers, the Royals, and teams like that having absolutely abhorrent records at this point in the season.
No, man, I thought this division was definitely up for grabs the way everything went down. You talked about all the things that Cincinnati did in the offseason. I was pretty jealous of as Votto. Man, look at that OBP, though. Like, that's... Can we shoot off and have a discussion about that real quick, though, before we finish this?
I mean, he has been an incredible player throughout his career. His ability to draw walks, and it's interesting if you working in the Reds organization the last couple of years, and there is a segment of Reds Twitter that really got irritated with Marty Brenneman towards the end of his career because he seemed to knock Votto at times for drawing walks as opposed to being maybe a little more aggressive and trying to, since he has been the big bat in the Reds lineup and look for a base hit. But his ability to, what was that streak, Doug, if you remember, with him not popping up in the infield? It was absurd. It was some unbelievable number.
I think last year was the first time he had ever popped out to first base in his career. It was, I think, and then he's yet to pop out to either the catcher or third. I think one of them he still has not. If I'm not mistaken.
I remember when it finally did happen last year. It was an incredibly well-covered story throughout baseball. Like Joey Votto popped out first base. That never happens, and he was ahead in the count too. It was like a totally bizarre sequence where you figured it would be the last time he would have it happen, and it did.
There we go. I found it here. Whoops,
it's the official number as Eugenio Suarez takes outside. Full count. Reds have 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the first in Game 3 of this 4-game set.
So it was a very similar situation to what we're seeing here now. Cincinnati at Dodger Stadium. It was a 3-1 count.
Suarez fouled it off to stay alive.
In his 6,829th plate appearance, he popped out to the first baseman.
It is absolutely unbelievable. And what are the odds that we bring this up and the place it happened was this same exact stadium, Dodger Stadium, as Eugenio Suarez out in front swings and misses. Second strikeout for Buehler. 2 away here on the top of the first.
See, now what we really need to keep an eye on is if Pedro Baez comes into pitch and we see Votto come on. If we get anything like that and it happens again, that's lottery ticket time.
Absolutely. It was funny. I was reading the other day, just happened to come across the video as Mike Moustakas digs in. I don't know the count on him as the Reds bat here in the top of the first. It was a video of a Mariners-Blue Jays game in Toronto from a number of years ago as Moustakas, a ground ball to second, easy play for Evan Lux to throw on a Seager, get the force, and end the inning. Reds get base runner on a walk, but nothing else as we go to the bottom of the first, no score. But that happened was... remember my train of thought of where I was going. Oh, but it was the Mariners and the Blue Jays, and it was Matt Tuiasosopo with one of his first games, and they said he was going to get it. Nick Blowers, a former Mariners infielder, Cozen says he's going to hit his first major league home run in this game, and he's going to do it in his second at-bat off of a Brian Talent fastball. It's going to be a 3-1 count. It's going to go into the second deck in left field. And sure enough, it was Dave Niehaus losing his mind when he got to the 3-1 count, and then sure enough, he plopped one way out there at Rogers Center. It was unbelievable.
Did you see the John Boyce take on that in that Dorktown series, too? He broke that whole thing down, too, in the middle of one of those.
I have not seen that. I guess now I have to check it out.
Oh my God. No, I mean, all those SB Nation Dorktown videos, anything John Boyce touches is gold. But if you have not checked out I think it was a 6-part series he did on the franchise history of the Mariners, it is one of the most incredible baseball stories anybody can watch. Definitely worth checking out, especially if you're a numbers guy too.
It was funny. I think there was a conversation in the Discord maybe earlier this week, last week, talking about a thing that they did with the Mariners, trying to recreate the 2001 season, and they outsourced what they would input into out of the park baseball, and it just became a giant train wreck. And I couldn't believe I kept sitting there watching this thing for it was an hour-long piece, but it was unbelievable. Did you see that, Duggo?
Yeah, no, all that baseball stuff that SB Nation. John Boyce, that's the ginger cat that was in that, man. That's that same guy. He's like I said, everything he touches is gold, man. He got his big, I think, break, in most people's names when he started doing the Breaking Madden series. But if you haven't read 17776, it's a big novel about the future of sports, basically, or the the Tim Tebow Chronicles. Dude is just on another level sports-wise, and it is one of the most entertaining things.
Key Betts with a fly ball out into center field, and Shogo Akiyama back there to make the catch. So this man retired tonight for Luis Castillo here in the bottom of the opening inning, as Dodgers trying to get into this series. Lost the first 2 games to Cincinnati, as Max Muncy will dig into the box, and he's been struggling a little bit here, Duggo. 7 for his last 35. As a avid Dodgers hater, you must have actually curious about this in this case. Right. Talking about Max Muncy, your hatred of the Dodgers, what was your take on the whole scene last year with him and Madison Bumgarner, who I guess now is on your side as an Arizona Diamondback? There's a fly ball out to left. I guess now I know the answer to the question now that I think of it in that frame.
I mean, I think it's hilarious. I thought the whole thing is hilarious. I'm an old school guy. I'm a National League guy, but I also have fun with the game guy, man. I love the excitement. I love the bat flips, and just the nuts on a guy to tell somebody who's been at the top of his craft for the last decade, just be like, no, you get it out of the water. If you got a problem with it, that's awesome. I loved it. I hated both sides. As a Cubs fan, I was happy to see the even year BS die out in 2016. So that Giants have a whole nother spot in my heart. But Dodgers obviously not a fan. So I just watched on with grinning cheek to cheek, hoping that both sides would just crawl out of the dugout, start throwing fists.
Honestly, one of the best things that came out of that, and it's an interesting way, I think, sort of to look at it. Justin Turner in his first at-bat off the injured list lines out to Moustakas, and the inning is over. Dodgers go without a whimper. After 1, we have no score. That's Chavez Ravine as the Dodgers and Reds play Game 3 of this set, as it will be, I believe, Nick Castellanos leading off for the Reds here in the top of the second inning. Castellanos on the year, hitting with 15 homers and 38 RBIs.
He's got to be probably looking forward to this 2020 season. He's probably going to be the lead candidate for, I'm going to vomit a little bit when I say this, the designated hitter for this team in the shortened season, yeah.
I'd have to imagine that's going to be the case for the Reds. Well, actually, it's interesting. They have so many different choices with that DH spot. Castellanos is a possibility. Mike Moustakas is another option. That particularly this helps not just those two guys, as you see the ground out to short by Castellanos here to get things going in the second inning. That'll bring up Aristides Aquino. But it will also open up a playing opportunity for a guy like Aquino and a guy like Nick Senzel, who they were sort of talking about in Reds camp. Which one's going to be the odd guy out going into the 2020 season? Because one of them wasn't going to be able to play. They also have Akiyama now. Senzel played center field last year. So they've got all these guys for very few spots. And that DH spot opens up another world of opportunities for not just the Reds, but the players they have to be happy and be in the lineup every day.
Well, I don't know if you saw the initial announcement of summer camp, as they're calling it for the Reds, but Aquino actually didn't make the active roster.
Yeah, he is on the training camp site roster at a sub. It's not quite in Cincinnati. It's just outside of Cincinnati. I believe it's in a town called Mason, Ohio. The field where the taxi squad will practice at as Aquino strikes out. That's already the third punch out for Walker Buehler here in this ball game. But I was a little surprised to see that as well. I do believe he was struggling in spring training back before the world came to a crashing halt in the middle of March. I was actually very surprised to see him there, but I guess that's not going to be so much of an issue because I guess you can sort of interchange it without much of a problem. I'm not sure what the terminology is. There is a waiting period, like if you send a guy to the minors during a normal season, where unless it's an injury, you can't bring him back for a certain amount of days.
Yeah, no, everything they're like, oh, this should help clear up the language on what's going on with the taxi squads and the, expanded roster. And every time they try to talk about it, it makes less and less sense. They have to clear waivers. Does it have any implication on the actual 40-man? None of it. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just too much of a numbers guy and they're throwing out too many words and it's confusing me, but every time it just makes less sense.
It's been very, very hard to try and wrap your mind around some of the things happening as the Reds have nobody on. Go out here in the top of the second inning. Justin Rock Duggo with you here for some late night bot ball as Nick Senzel on a Carlos Beltran standing and staring at a breaking ball down the middle. And the side retired. Go to the bottom of the second. Still no score out in Los Angeles. It's a filthy breaking ball. Walker Buehler, and Senzel still not sure what hit him.
Did that hurt you as much to say that as it hurt me as much for you to hear that? The dig at Beltran.
It doesn't hurt me as much. See, I've talked about this a little bit before. I grew up in a mixed household. My dad was a Yankee fan, mom was a Met fan, and more of a Yankee fan is Cody Bellinger, a single through the shift, and he's on at the bottom of the second inning, first hit of the game for the Dodgers. But growing up in a mixed household, I grew up more of a Yankee fan because of, obviously, it was the middle of the 4 championships, the 96 to 2000 run. I always had a soft spot for the Mets, and I really believed they were going to come back in that bottom of the 9th inning. That at-bat, that was an absolutely filthy curveball from Adam Wainwright. I remember having a batting coach who was still playing baseball at the time. He was a diehard Met fan. He, to this day, does not forgive Beltran for keeping the bat on his shoulder, not just for the curveball, but people forget the entire at-bat he didn't swing.
Right.
That was the worst part of it. But actually, I don't know if you saw this. I mean, MLB Network, one of the things I've liked is they've aired a lot of old games. Jock Peterson decides to say hello to the first row of seats. Oh, come on. The show jipping us, not showing the result of what was going on. See if it bounced off the netting and to the dugout as Peterson fouls it off. It's now 0-2. That they add that, though, into the game, the throwing of the bat every now and then.
It's a little bit less of an issue, too, now that most of these parks have decided to extend their netting a little bit further. So, I mean, as a Cubs guy, I'm just thinking about Addison Russell letting one go and taking out a little kid with that, man. But,
there's been so many of those. And particularly with the Cubs, I remember very vividly last year what happened with Albert Almora Jr. In Houston. And I worked with Albert my first year in the Cubs system in 2015, and the best people I've ever had the chance to work with, and I could not imagine what, mental strife goes through these guys because, it's sheer luck of the draw or lack of luck of the draw at this point, whether or not that happens. And luckily, more stadiums are adding the netting. So it makes it weird a little bit in the show. That was weird for me to get used to, with the ball not going into the stands and having it bang off down the right field line. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I mean, I've got some interesting thoughts on it, man. As a season ticket holder in the lower bowl at Chase Field, I'm a little bit salty that it's going to be a little bit harder to catch a souvenir. I went the entire 2019 season without getting one. And it feels like there's a little bit of a loss of interaction between you and the players, which is, not great, not ideal, as that's not ideal for Peterson going down swinging.
Swing and a miss as he's down on strikes. This time, luckily, though, able to hold on to the bat. So a little bit of solace for Jock as he heads back to the dugout. Strike out of the game for Luis Castillo.
But I did, have you ever been down on the south side? Have you ever been over there to Guaranteed Rate Field?
I have not. I have shamefully not made it to either of the ballparks in Chicago to this point. That was my big cardinal sin working in the Cubs organization for 2 years, was not forcing myself after one of those seasons to take a trip up to Chicago and use those connections to my advantage and go to Wrigley Field. Or even Guaranteed Rate Field. I believe that's the correct name, right, Doug,
yeah,
for the White Sox park now.
Yeah, it's still the Cell. It's still Comiskey. But, I had they were the first team to extend the netting, as that is a stolen base for Cody Bellinger.
Dodgers have a runner in scoring position. First time anybody's done that tonight.
They were the first team that really said, okay, we're going to do this. We're putting the safety first, screw it, whatever. And they extended it all the way down the foul poles. And I caught, it was Mets and White Sox. Nice August day. I had tickets like 3 rows back right on that right field line. So if you've never done it, you're thinking, okay, this is going to be the worst view because, the further you are down that line and the closer, the more it's going to skew together and you're not going to see anything.
As Gavin Lux wears one right on the shoulder pad. And the Dodgers now with 2 on, 1 out. Not what you want to do with 2 strikes.
But, nobody's thinking you're going to see anything and it's going to be awful. But honestly, it wasn't that bad, man. They, it's come a long way from basically just being thick nylon rope braided together, calling it a net. It was, it really didn't impact anything visually. I felt like I was right in it. And one thing that I don't think it's talked about enough about that is possible player safety. We won't see these guys making any crazy, runs at the wall to try to make that extension. We're less likely to see, what was that Dustin Fowler thing happened, making that aggressive run on the wall. That was gory. I remember watching that live.
I think that was the same. I think you were talking about the one when he was on the Yankees. I think that was actually at Guaranteed Rate Field as well in Chicago.
Oh God, was it? It might have been.
I am 99% sure that was where it happens. And remember,
it was.
Outpouring there was. Is he going to fall in line of with being a Cubs guy as well?
Yeah.
Remember the name Adam Greenberg. When he came up and got hit in the head and never had another at-bat in his plate appearance in his career after that, and they were worried that was going to happen to him, but luckily able to make his full at-bat and debut with Oakland later on in his career.
Yeah, no, well, what the point I'm trying to get to, though, is you can find the clip up online, too. Jeff McNeil playing out in right field, that amazing flying squirrel that he is, sees this ball careening towards, right field foul line.
Now
there.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, and he's running, and he sees this ball. He knows it's out of play, and he basically just dives. He, makes this great catch and dives into the stands. He dives into the net, though, and, uses it as a trampoline to just kind of keep himself safe. So that's the thing you don't think about. If that's not there, he's going, 10 miles an hour into this wall. That's how to screw up your knee. That's how you tear stuff, man. And instead, he's safe. He's not worrying about that.
It's unbelievable because my biggest concern, I guess that's sort of the benefit at times of being a professional athlete. You have some more grace and a little more fluidness in your movement, as you just saw Corey Seager strike out. So go on, 2 out here in the bottom of the second inning. Dodgers and Reds scoreless. Will Smith, the batter for L.A. But if that was me trying to do that, what Jeff McNeil did, like I would have gotten my cleat stuck in the wall, and like I would have dislocated my knee, and like I would have had my leg like hanging from the net, and like somebody would have to, like the security guard trying to untangle your leg from the net. That's the difference between being a pro athlete and a professional klutz, as Luis Castillo decides to drill the inside of Will Smith's kneecap. And man, he's drilled in the inning, and now the bases are loaded.
You know, coming into this one, that's not exactly what I thought the discussion might be. With Walker Buehler coming into play, tied for 6th in strikeouts in the National League, and Luis Castillo steamrolling himself 3rd in the National League, coming into play with 131 already just halfway through the season.
These are 2 of the best strikeout artists in the National League. As Walker Buehler takes a strike, we'll see. Can help out his own cause. You see Cody Bellinger at 3rd. He reached with a single to begin the inning. Then Evan Lux was drilled with 1 out, and then Will Smith for the same situation, and he is on as well via a hit by pitch. So bases loaded, 2 out, and Buehler now behind in the count 1-2. And we've seen some strikeouts already this evening. 2 strikeouts for Castillo, and Buehler's already racked up 4th in 2 innings.
So, talking about Aristides Aquino, actually, in a very similar spot.
As Buehler strikes out to end the inning, Castillo strikes out 3 in the frame. We go to the 3rd, still no score in Los Angeles. As we're talking about Aquino, and where were we going with that, Duggo?
So, Buehler coming into that plate appearance on the season, 2 for 30 with 14 strikeouts. Aristides Aquino, through spring training, 2 for 26 in 30 plate appearances, so close, with 11 strikeouts. So you're not getting a whole lot better bat than you would Walker Buehler. That's not exactly what the Reds wanted to see after that monster home run streak he had to start off August.
And it'll be interesting to see, maybe this long layoff and some extra time to tinker on his swing and try and fix some of the stuff that may have been causing him problems initially in spring training. Who knows? Maybe he arrives at camp today, crushes it in these, exhibition and training things they're doing out there in Ohio, and who knows? Maybe they move him over the Great American Ballpark roster, and he's on that opening day roster. I assume that's something that can be done between now and the presumed opening days of July 23rd and 24th, as Reds have Tucker Barnhart leading it off in the top of the 3rd.
I don't know, man.
Strike 2 and 2.
There's just so many good options for these Reds. It's going to suck. It's really going to suck to have to move away from somebody that's already on that active roster.
Tucker Barnhart strikes out. That's the 5th punch out already tonight for Walker Buehler. He has got it cooking tonight. And now that'll bring up Luis Castillo, who a little bit better at the plate than Walker. Got that batting average at least somewhat within striking distance of the Mendoza line.
I feel like I must have typed something wrong there. It's saying 3 for 37. I'm guessing closer to 3 for 27.
As Castillo takes, and this one now fouled out of play down the line. It is 0-2. We were talking a little bit earlier about the added netting in ballparks, and I had the chance to see it particularly in a lot of minor league places, and from, I guess not necessarily close up, but we have pretty good vantage points, from broadcast booths in these leagues in the minors, and it's not that bad seeing through that extended netting online. As you said, they really have worked on it as Castillo strikeout. 6 punch outs for Buehler already through 2 2/3, so it's something to keep an eye on as this night unfolds. It's not even worth the potential liability risks for these teams at this point to not have it. And you'd be surprised. People complain about it when they arrive at minor league ballparks.
Right.
But when, by the time they come to a couple of games, those complaints really end up subsiding. It's not as much of an issue as some people, sort of try and lead it to be in real life.
No, I mean, I was the same way, and, but I've come around to it. I think it's going to have to be, a lot of fans are going to have to experience it for themselves. I can sit and, bitch and moan all I want and be like, oh, it's going to be awful.